proof. So if that is definite proof, I can go out and do that myself. I'm fine with that. So I need to ask questions. And like me, my brother, all flat earthers as a group, which is bigotry. And he was the one that was emotionally charged and projecting that we're losing our minds. Did you hear him? Thank you. I'll be here all week.
I hear him, Rick here.
And then he told you that you were interrupting him.
I mean, it's a common tactic. I mean, the first time I addressed him, with a question, not the first time I opened my mic. I had opened my mic with Gio a couple times, but the first time I opened my mic to RC, he interrupted me like 3 times, and then I had to point it out, and then it becomes that, right? So then, yeah, I get maybe a little more excited, but I'm not like losing my mind. But he has to project that. And to say 5 minutes after he said it, that my brother is whatever, I forget what I said now, a flat earther pilot, like, he called him ignorant or, whatever. My brother is not a flat earther pilot. He's not ignorant or whatever he called him. We can rewind the tape. And then he tried to backtrack that. It's just a tactic that I don't like. Why would he even be talking about the intelligence level of my brother, or if he's a flat earther or not? That's ridiculous. Now, if flat earther means that the water doesn't curve, then yes, my brother is a flat earther. He knows that water doesn't curve. Does he think the earth is flat? No. He thinks just like me. The earth is the land only, even under the water. That's the earth. And it's you can hardly ever take any measurements of it being flat. Measurements. So if someone asked him if he was a flat earther, he would laugh in their face. But if someone asked him if water curves, he would say, definitely not. I'm an intelligent man. I've used instruments that create horizontal lines all my life in construction. And I've measured water over distance, and it does not curve using the methods that we use. That's why I don't believe that water curves. And also, I am a faithful Christian. I am a Bible believer. Me and my brother are both that. And the Bible tells us things. So that's what we trust. We don't trust R.C. Meisty.
What things do the Bible tell you?
Yeah,
because you gave all those examples and you explained them in
you want to talk
detail.
About the Bible now?
But when it came to the Bible, you said, well, it just tells us things. You skipped over what it says. Can you elaborate a bit, please?
Yeah, you've been here for 6 years. You don't know what the Bible issues are?
No, just tell us. What things does it say?
Yeah, it tells us that we're living on the land is the earth, and that the waters below the firmament are the seas, is how it's described, and that there's waters above us, and that's where the heavens are.
Mm-hmm.
How far do you want me to go?
Well, does it say anything about the earth being flat, for example?
Yes, it says the breath
of
the earth.
So you are a flat earther then.
Cutting me off. It uses flat as a description. So if you want to, that's why you did that, to pin me down that I'm a flat earther. No, sir. It says that the land is the earth. That's why we say earth.
Right, but it also says it's a flat earth, right? You just agree to that. It
says the face of the deep is the face of the deep. That's talking about the waters, not the land.
Right, that's talking about the waters. We're talking about the earth now.
And
it says the earth is flat.
Land, yeah, you don't want to hear the answer. You just want to.
No, you're talking about something else. Why are you talking about the waters when we're talking about the Bible saying the earth is flat?
I'm talking about the Bible with your exact question. The Bible. I'm giving them to you. Face of the deep. That's flat. Get up. The land, which is the earth only, right? Earth is the land. Rose up out of the deep and created the mountains and the valleys. That's not flat, sir.
Oh, so now
And
it's not saying that it's a flat Earth, because a few minutes ago you said yes, that's what it says. So can you make
the
up your mind?
connotation that y'all give it as flat Earth, that's what it says. But it says the land
Oh,
has
I see.
mountains
So
and
now it
valleys.
is a flat Earth then.
Dude, okay, I'm done with you. Cut
No,
me off every time I open
do you
my
not
mic.
notice how you're flip-flopping around it? Come on, man. Make
I
up your
do know
mind.
how y'all
Does it
use
say
flat
flat
Earth.
Earth or not? Yes or no?
It says that the waters of the deep, which is
I
the
don't care
sea.
about the waters. I asked you about the flat Earth. Does it say the Earth is flat? Yes or no? Don't tell me about water.
No, it says the earth has mountains and valleys. That's why I say that the earth isn't flat. Didn't you hear that?
Yeah, but I'm not asking what you are saying. I'm asking what the Bible says.
And I told you.
Yeah, you told me several times that it says it's a flat Earth, but then it says it's not a flat Earth, but then it says it's a flat Earth. So can you make up your mind?
Okay, well, let me say it a different way then, so maybe you can understand it. The Bible doesn't say it's a sphere in infinite space
I
spinning in
didn't
all
ask about
directions. The
spheres and
Bible
infinite
says,
space.
you
I
cut
asked
me
about
off
flat Earth.
again, dude. Yeah, not a sphere means that it's not a sphere. That's what the Bible
I didn't
says.
ask about
That's what you
spheres.
asked me. You asked me what the Bible said, Junior.
No, I asked if it says it's a flat Earth.
It
You
says,
said yes,
yeah,
then you
I'll
said
keep
no,
going.
then you said yes, then you said no. You're switching
No,
constantly.
no, it's just how we use flat Earth, and I'm explaining what the Bible says if you want to hear it, which was your question. It says we're not moving. It says it's stationary, set
I
on
didn't
pillars
ask
about a.
about movement.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm going to say what I want to say anyway. I don't care what you ask me now. I'm done with you.
All right, go dance around it. It's fine by me.
Okay, thank you. The Bible also talks about how we're not moving, we're stationary, set on pillars. So that is the opposite of spinning and going in all different directions and rotating and all that. It says that he gave dominion from the humans over the earth, which is the land only. There's going to be animals that swim in the oceans, the waters below, which are not curving. They have a face. You want me to keep going? Anybody want me to keep going? This guy brought up the Bible. I don't think that's where
Yeah,
we
go
want to
on.
go.
Preach it. Preach anything except answering the question if it says the Earth is flat or not, which you answered 4 times and gave 2 different answers.
Well, I think people can. I'll let the audience discern what they think I said, not you. You seem to have a bias against the Bible, so.
No, I'm not having a bias. I'm asking
What do you
questions.
think the
You're
Bible says?
flip-flopping around.
No, okay, I'll turn it around on you. What do you think the Bible says?
I don't really care. I don't believe in any
You
such
asked
things.
about it.
Yeah,
You
I'm asking you about it, and you seem to not know the answer or be dishonest or whatever it is.
Right,
You gave
there
me
it
2
is.
different answers.
Mm-hmm. Well, flat Earth, as it's talked about now, like on this server, like people are flat earthers, right? The Bible does say that. If you want to use it in that term, you want to twist my words or whatever.
No,
But
I'm
the
not
Bible,
twisting anything.
yeah, okay. So yeah, it does. It doesn't say that it's a sphere, and it does say in more relative terms that it is flat. Yeah. So there's your answer.
All right. So
The
it does
Bible
say
is
flat
definitely a
Earth.
stationary Earth and a flat Earth book. If that's the what you want me to say, so you can call me a flat earther.
No, I
And then
don't
say
want you
how
to
flat
say
earthers are
anything in a
ignorant.
specific way. I want you to be clear in your answer and not switch every time I ask.
When I said the Bible was a flat earth book and you said, and I believe in the Bible, you said, oh, there it is. You're a flat earther. That's what you wanted.
You
So
told
then
me it says it's a flat Earth.
yeah, and I explained in relative
Right, and
terms.
then you
Yeah,
told, and
right. As you interrupt me
when
again.
I told you that means you're a flat earther, you suddenly switched. Well, it's not saying it's the flat Earth, and yada yada. And then you switched again,
That's
saying
not
yes, it
switching.
does say it's the flat Earth. And then you went back to no, it doesn't. And now you're telling me again that it does.
I didn't
Can
switch.
you
I
make up
clarified.
your mind,
Both of you.
please?
You're emotionally charged. I didn't switch. I
You
clearly
switched
stated.
5 times.
I clearly clarified how the Earth describes the land as not being flat, right? Because it has mountains and valleys, but the waters have faces and they are flat, okay? So when you take it as a whole, it's a flat earth. Sorry, a flat earth with mountains and valleys.
All right,
So
thank you.
take it as you may. That's what the Bible says. You asked me, I said it. Now you're trying to attack me and tell me I switched and all that. No, I didn't. I told you exactly how the Bible describes it and how I interpret it. You can do what you want with it. I don't really care. Any other questions you have with this tone that you think you're getting a gotcha over someone?
No, that's not really what it's about. You started off this whole thing.
You're going to repeat it again?
Yeah, no.
Because I just explained how the Bible.
Yeah, I know. I just let you finish.
You don't
so
like the answer, do you?
I just
you
let you
like
finish.
Truth,
so why are you talking through me then?
Oh, now you're going to complain?
Yeah,
that's
well,
hilarious.
that's what you do constantly about people interrupting you when you're constantly the one interrupting and yelling. Thank you.
No, I'm not
so
yelling right now.
You started. You're still not finished. You just went on mute. Why can't you just stay on mute for a while?
You'll know when I'm done when I am on mute.
Well, you were done, and I started talking, and then you started yelling at me, like you always do.
Sir. I would say I'm definitely not yelling right now.
Well, no, you toned down a little bit after I said it.
Oh, I've toned down? I think you've toned down a little bit since you've gotten you just don't like the answer.
No,
so you got
I'm actually still having the same tone, but that's fine. Anyway, you started off this whole thing by telling us how you're not a flat earther, and in the end, you actually are. Because you believe the earth is flat, because that's what the Bible says, as you just explained to me.
Yeah, maybe you didn't hear the part where the land itself, the earth,
right, but overall, it's the flat earth.
In the Bible,
I'm not saying the whole land is flat.
You cut me off. Okay, well, neither
yeah, you
am I.
seem to
Neither is
be
the Bible.
okay with
So
people cutting
we
other
agree.
people off. So why are you whining about it now?
I'm glad you agree with the Bible and me. Thank you.
No, I'm.
You just agreed that the Bible didn't say the whole earth, the whole land was flat. I agree.
Right, but overall, it says it's a flat earth. Right? Which is what you told me.
Yeah, I think everybody can see what you're doing, so...
No, I'm not doing anything.
They can see what I'm doing.
Showing you how you're telling us you're not a flat earther when you in fact are.
Well, I'm telling you why I say that.
Right, I know why you're saying it. It's a trick.
Okay, tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. Since you said I know why, and I can tell people why. Go ahead, genius.
You want to dance around making a claim. You're making a claim, and now you want to dance around it. I'm not making a claim.
I've made the same claim for years. I haven't danced around it. Been very long with your second. I know.
Say the earth isn't level as in ball level as in smooth at all. So where do you guys get the definition of level ball when you have topography of mountains, dips, valleys, craters, ocean holes, cliffs? Like, where's this level globe at? I've never seen that.
Well, you asked for a definition, right?
What? It's double speak. That's damn.
You're roboting, Rakia. We can't understand you.
Said it was fun when the rabbits got the gun. What's the definition of level?
I'll post it for you in a second.
All right, make sure there's no mountains, dips, or valleys in that too.
And yeah.
We'll look and see if it matches a globe. And then read the word orbit after you're done. A continuous journey around.
Well, I posted the definition of orbit in the chat. I'll do that again for you too.
How many different orbit definitions are there, buddy? Is there only one, or is there like 15 every time you go to look at a definition up? Isn't that weird, guys? We got to
Well,
look up
it
15
depends on
definitions
the
and then pick the
context.
one that he likes. I've already got one picked for you. A continuous ring around an object or continuous view of the object. Does that sound like you have to go and do any crazy stuff to go and orbit something, like to walk around in a circle and see the tree? So if I walk around the tree and look at it and notice the whole tree's circumference by walking around on a flat plane, I'm in orbit. Isn't that cool? If I race in a race car, I'm orbiting the track because I get the whole view of the flat track. So I'm in orbit. You didn't know that's what orbit was, Ed?
Yeah, that's
I
a different context. Anyway, I
saw
posted the definition of level for
That's
you.
my definition.
orbit
Yeah, it depends on the
was
Reki. You're still roboting.
not terrestrial.
So, Demok, do you see the thing I posted in the chat? I tagged you in it.
Oh, did you hear the orbit?
Am I the one roboting? What's going on here?
I'm saying, did you read the definition of orbit or not?
Yeah, but you asked for level first, so let's go over that
I already
first.
know you don't have a level globe. We're good there. Do
I
you have
posted it in the chat. Please read it. It's very short.
Yeah, does it got mountains and dips and hills and valleys
No.
on it? No? Then it's not right. It's not the right level. We're looking for globe level.
What are you talking about? You just
Your
told me.
globe, your
You
Earth.
saw your definition
The
of
Earth,
level. It doesn't have
level
mountains, dips, and valleys in it.
Earth.
It
Yeah, the
doesn't
Earth
have
is
that
level.
in it.
How does level match the Earth's valleys, dips, and mountains and peaks? And you know what I mean? Waterfalls. Like, how does
Well,
level
if you
follow
read
any
the
of that?
definition, it
So
explains it to you.
waterfalls are level to you? Is that
It,
what you're saying?
it explains it to
Or are you
you.
saying a cliff
Demok.
is level? I'm not getting this. I'm not getting what you're saying. A
No,
cliff is
yeah.
level. A mountain is level.
If you only read the definition, that's 2 sentences. Only
No,
2
you read it.
sentences.
You can't read now? You don't know how
You
to read?
asked me
I
to
read
post
your.
it for you.
No,
It's
I asked you
right
to read
there
it.
for you
You
in
don't
the
know how to
chat,
read.
as you asked me. Come
I know
on.
that you can't read. I know. It's all right, Ed. You don't have to be ashamed. It's okay.
Well, I can read. I'm wondering if you
No,
can.
you can't. Don't worry.
Then how do I know where to
You
look
didn't
for the
read
definition?
anything. I didn't hear you read it. You didn't prove you read that. I heard you
You asked
excuse
me to post
for
it.
not reading because you don't know how.
No, I'm not gonna read it for you, and you don't know
I
how to read.
know. People
That's
that
why
can't
I want
read
you to
don't
read
aren't
it
ever
for
gonna
you.
read anything. I
Problem.
know, Ed.
Is that
My
it?
nephew that doesn't know how to read, he can't read anything either. He'll say the same as you all day. I'm not gonna. I don't wanna. Because he can't.
No, it's just that we're all adults, and I expect you to be able to read it
He's
yourself.
an adult too. He can't read either, just like you. It's okay. I applaud you, Ed. At least you admit it.
There's programs out there that are pretty easy and cheap that you can actually get them free. If you can't read, you can take these programs and learn to read. If there's anybody out there.
I mean, especially 2 words. I mean, that's too much for him. I mean, he asks us all kinds of stuff all day and 100 questions in a row, but 2 words. Huh. And I read, I
Which
gave him
2
my
words are
definition. I said,
those?
when you continuously view an object going around it on a flat plane orbit. I read it. I told him it. What's his problem?
Right. So you're gonna skip the definition of level then, that's fine. Let's move on to orbit.
I never read the
Post
definition of level. I
another
was waiting for
definition
you
for
to.
you.
I never looked that up. I was waiting for you to read it to us. It's too hard for you though. We've already covered this. Let's skip to
Well,
another topic, I guess.
I can read it for you, but you're gonna talk through me anyway.
Oh, that was weak, dude.
So let's have a go at it and see who interrupts. Level. Definition of level. Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Is Earth a water ball?
Is it a water
Is
ball?
Earth a water ball, does Earth have something other than liquid on the surface?
On the surface, well,
Yeah,
yes, but not much.
the Earth. You
The
just read the definition. It
majority of
covers the
Earth's
surface of
surface
liquid.
is water.
Yeah, it said liquid. Now, how much percent of the Earth is liquid?
Of the surface, a lot, like 70%, I think.
Now, what's the rest of the Earth? Now, okay, 70%. So you got 30% dirt, right? So what about that dirt that's not smooth and level?
Yeah, well, that's not in the definition of level, so.
Well, I know your
Yes.
ball Earth is not level, so because it's not a water ball, it has dirt on it.
Whoa,
So
whoa,
dirt's
whoa,
not in
whoa,
the
whoa.
definition of level. We got you. Thank you, Ed. We don't
Well,
need any more from you
if you're
classes.
saying, hold on, Demo, if you're saying the Earth is not level, you need to say not
No,
level
it's
to
got
what?
mountains, cliffs. Where's
saying
it
that.
level at?
Yeah, no, you
Point it
need to
out to me.
say,
A cliff is not level to itself.
dude,
Neither is a
let me
mountain.
finish the question, please. You need
Well,
to
you're
say,
kind of
Are
you're
not
kind of
level. We have
saying
dirt on
the
this
same
Earth.
thing
You
I
only
was.
read
oh my
water.
God,
You read for a
you need to
water ball.
say
You read
it's
a
not
Kevin
level to
Costner
something.
level ball. A Kevin Costner water world ball is what you read the definition to. We do not have that anywhere, right?
Uh-huh. So if you're saying something is level, you need to
Saying we don't live
define,
on a ball of
you
water,
need to tell us what it's level to.
not a ball of water for one that has waves, because one part of a wave is higher than another. So that defeats your purpose there with water too. And you don't have anything conforming to shit. I've never seen anything conform to anything except your imagination. Now, so um, so where's the smooth or level part of the dirt and the sand dunes and the hills and the
It's
rainforest
not
and the
included in
trees?
the definition.
Are those
It's
trees
talking
smooth
about
to the
liquid
ground?
parts
Are they
of the
level?
Earth's surface.
How about trees? It didn't. You don't read trees conforming to the earth in
Trees
there.
are not liquid, dumbass.
They're a part of the terra firma. They hold it together. They come from it and they spring out of it, just like a mountain. They are connected, so they are not
Mountains
smooth
are
and
not
one
liquid
part not
either.
higher than the other. One part is higher than the other. The top of it's higher than the dirt, just like a mountain or a hill in your backyard. Stay with me here. Not
But they're
level.
not
Not
liquid.
level. One part is higher than the next on a hill. Correct?
It's not
Correct.
liquid. It's not liquid.
I know a hill's not liquid. I know we don't
Well,
live on
let's stop
water
talking
worlds.
about it because
Welcome to
that's in
No
the
Flow.
definition.
I know
Liquid
you read a
parts
definition
of
for Kevin
Earth's
Costner's Water
surface.
World, right? You read a water world definition, a baller water definition, right?
No,
Read it again and see where there's not water in that definition only.
it's not water world. Dumbass.
Well, what are you reading about? Just water, right? Where's the
It
dirt
only
at?
I'm
mentions
reading the
water.
definition of level, which
Yeah, it
Yeah,
you
only
read
asked
mentions
dirt
for.
in there.
water.
Point out where it says dirt and mountains and hills.
It
On
doesn't.
Earth, we have these. On Earth, we have mountains,
Yeah,
hills,
and
valleys,
guess
dips, and
what?
dirt.
They're not
On Earth,
level.
we don't
Mountains
just
are
have an
not
imaginary
level to the
definition
liquid
of
parts of
nothing.
Earth's
So
surface.
what's your definition for then? What do you use it for then? What's it for?
To define
Not
level.
for the Earth.
It
Okay,
is for
the
the
Earth's
Earth.
not
Yeah.
that. So what's level then? You define what is level for me. Definitely not the Earth.
I just did.
Okay, not the Earth. So what else? What is level?
What do you mean,
Tell me
not the
what is
Earth?
level. What is level? Well,
The,
not the Earth.
the liquid
You
parts
just
of
read the
Earth's
definition.
surface are part of the definition of
Which
level.
part
So
of what?
yes, it
Liquid
has
part of what?
everything to do with Earth.
What are you talking
Actually,
about? Show me this liquid part of the level thing you're talking about.
you mean the oceans?
No, I mean the liquid part of the level thing that fits your definition that we can see in
You mean
physics class.
again? You mean the oceans then? Because that's
No, I mean
basically
something
it.
that fits physically your shape in class that you could show kids and say, hey kids, this fits level. This fits a level shape.
Level
This
to
thing I
what?
have.
Level to
I
what
don't
then?
know. That's your job. You believe level exists
But
somewhere.
isn't that a problem? You're always telling me it's not
No, I
level.
don't believe in level. You do. How's it a
Right,
problem
but
for me? It's a
you're
leprechaun.
telling me it's not
It's
level,
a
but you
Woody.
can't tell me it's not
What
level to
is
what?
level? Show me what's level. I'm waiting for you.
What do you mean?
So you can't point nothing out that's level. Stop asking me what I mean. I know you're older than a 5-year-old. I thought we were all
Like
adults here.
sea level?
So you can't read, now you don't understand what level is. Show me what level is. You read the definition, now show me what it is. Don't quit telling me, asking me what do I mean, dude.
Show
me an
you
object that's
level.
level, a physical object.
Level to what?
Your definition.
Level to the
What the fuck do you
definition.
mean, dude? Describe your definition in physics or else it doesn't exist anywhere, right? It's a leprechaun. Unless you can present it physically, your definition has no place in physics or in
Yeah,
reality. It's
like sea
non-material.
level.
You need to make your
Level.
definition become material. So show
Sea
me your level material.
level.
Huh?
Sea
I want to see
level.
it. Yeah, I want to see what your level looks like.
Sea
Show me
level.
your level. The letter C? No, incorrect.
No, not the letter C. Like SEA level.
The sea has waves. Incorrect. Parts are higher than the other.
I said
Waves are
sea
wrong.
level.
Show me what you're talking about. You lost me,
You
dude.
don't know what sea level is?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
I think you're incoherent. Listen,
that's funny because when I asked you what you are talking about, you're telling me, don't tell me.
Show me your level and we'll match it to whatever you want to match it to. Show me the little one and we'll match it to any other one. Okay? Can't be that hard, right?
Show what?
Show me your little one. We can match it to a big one. Your little level thing, object. Your little level water ball.
That's what
Let
she
me see
said.
your little one and we can match it to a big one to make sure they're good. So you don't even have an object that fits your definition that we can see and hold in our hand.
Oh, you mean like a ball?
I mean like a thing that's level. So
You,
what
you,
looks like
you
a
want to
ball?
hold some balls, Demok?
Where does anything look like that ball at? Let's match it up. Let's match that up to the ocean. Does that ball look like the ocean to you? Nope. Wrong.
Well, yeah, it sort of
No, it
does
doesn't. That
actually.
ball looks like it's
It
got
looks
tides
like
on
the
it, like
liquid
teeth.
parts of
That
Earth's
ball looks like it's
surface.
got teeth and waterfalls. Are you serious?
It looks like the liquid parts of Earth's surface.
Teeth. Draw teeth on it. Put some teeth and waves on it. Waves are not level, buddy.
Teeth?
Where did you go to school?
Where do the teeth come in?
Waves are not level. Like teeth. Teeth go up and down like shark teeth. They're not level.
Yeah.
Waves look
So
like
what?
shark teeth.
Do we live on a shark now?
We have water that's not level. It goes up and down and makes tides.
Yeah, that doesn't really
Makes
matter if you look
tides,
from a
right? Up and
really
down like waves. That's
distance.
not level. That doesn't
Yeah,
fit your
if you
description
look
of
from
your
space or
definition at
something, it doesn't
all.
really
It
matter.
does
It
not
looks
fit
like
the
a ball.
surface topography of your description of water.
Doesn't really
This
matter
water
though.
is not
It's gonna
level.
look
One
like a ball if
portion
you
of
look
this
from
water
far.
is higher than another. We have higher portions of ocean than other oceans, therefore disrupting your very
That's why
definition
I
in the
said
first
sea
place.
level.
We have
Sea level.
tsunamis. There is no such
Sea
thing.
level.
Tsunami in the middle of the water. A
Tsunamis are
tsunami
not
is in the
level
middle of water.
to.
Exactly. Welcome to Earth, non-level Earth.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So tsunamis, therefore flat Earth. All right, got it.
Therefore, yeah. Now you get it. Welcome to being an adult. Comprehension.
Adult.
Your comprehension
I don't
skills.
think any adult would say such a dumb thing.
Well, you can admit now that water that has choppy waves in it is not level. Is that too hard for you to
Right,
understand?
that's why I said sea level. You absolute dumbass. You're not listening.
And say that water's level now because that kid's playing around in it and moving it everywhere. Now it's level water he's playing in. I don't think so.
No,
You're weird.
no parts higher than another. Did you miss that part?
What's that?
No parts higher than another.
Yeah, but that's only the beginning of the sentence.
That's not describing the sea, brother.
No, but you need to read the full sentence.
You lost.
Yeah, I
You're
did.
not
That's
there.
not describing the earth.
No, you only read the beginning of the sentence.
No,
Read the
I
full
read the whole
sentence.
thing, but I'm taking that part and saying that doesn't
Right,
describe
so
the earth.
you're cherry picking
You
the
cut me off.
definition.
All 3 times I talk, you cut me off. That's funny.
You're changing the definition. Read the whole thing, please. You're not going to? Well, that's a bit dishonest. If you want to play that game, I can do it too. Like the definition of flat Earth. Well, I'll just take the Earth part. So it's a globe. Welcome to the globe. Even if you're a flat earther.
Dude, I'm not being dishonest. I'm cutting a bolt right now. Thank you.
Well, then read the full definition.
I am working.
Okay.
Merriam-Webster. Full of supposition.
If the first part of your definition says not blue or green, and then you look over and you see blue and green, I don't think you need to read any further. Why would you, Ed? Why would you read any further than that sentence? You'd be like, "That's wrong. It's automatically wrong right there."
Right, but none of that applies
I
to
mean,
level.
didn't you take like the SATs and stuff like that, and like the when they have you read the sentences and figure out what that means and all that? You never did all that.
Yeah, that's why I
In
know
one part of the
not only
paragraph versus the next, you're
part
seeing
of the
what does it
sentence,
match.
but to take
What
the
part
whole
here
sentence.
doesn't match there? And if you start with the one that doesn't match, boom, you're done. There you go. You don't have to read no more. Does it match?
You don't know that if you don't read the
I
whole
don't
thing.
know no part not higher than the other. Tsunami, flat portion of water over here, tsunami up in the middle. That you're done. We're done.
No,
Sorry,
because
buddy.
I told you sea
No
level.
part higher than the other.
Sea level
No, where's that at? Show me that.
at the
You
oceans. They
demonstrate
measure.
that, or stop talking about it. That doesn't exist.
It's at
What
the
the hell are
oceans.
you talking
They're
about, dude?
measured.
Tsunami, waves, tides, crashing,
Sea
ocean,
level.
moving back and forth. Not
That's not sea level.
level. No, it's not.
Right.
All.
So stop talking about it because that's not what I'm
No, it's
talking about.
not. Remember
It
that
has
ball
nothing
you
to do
got?
with
Remember that
anything I
smooth
told you.
plastic ball? That smooth plastic ball might be level, but your sea isn't.
Sea level is though.
No, it's certainly not. Show me where it's level.
Sea level. It's a
Show me the
measurement.
line where the sea never crosses.
It's a measurement.
Show me the lowest point where it never goes under.
No,
Show
that.
me the
Oh
highest
my
point it can
god.
never cross over.
Sea level is an average, and if you mean the point it
Show me
never
the
goes
level
under,
line where it
that would
never
be the
moves away
bottom.
from. Meaning not deviating from this point. Level. No port higher
Yeah,
than the
that's
other.
what
Not
sea
deviating
level
from this
does.
point.
Doesn't
Not
deviate.
deviating from the line.
Right, so that's
No
sea
part
level.
higher or lower than the line. One line. Do you have one line of ocean top? One surface line. That's it. It doesn't move from that line. Like the green line around my name, that's how your ocean does? Let me see.
That's what sea level does.
Show me. Quit making claims.
It's a measurement.
Yeah, that's what dogs do too. But you're not going to show us, right? You're just going to keep saying
What do dogs do?
turkeys are level too. The feathers on a turkey, they're level too.
The,
Level as
what?
your globe, your ocean, your
Yeah,
tides
what
and
does it have to
tsunamis
do
and
with
turkey
turkey
feathers.
feathers?
Your level, tides, and water.
Okay. What does it have to do with dogs and turkeys? Seriously.
Well, they're as level as your tides.
The tides are not sea level, dumbass.
The tides aren't level at all. Thank you.
Right, I know.
So
That's
you
why they're
don't
not
live on a
included in the
globe. Your globe
definition.
isn't level. Welcome to flat Earth. You have no
No.
gravity. That
Wait
disproves
a
gravity
second.
right there. Water teeth.
Tides? Are you telling me tides are
Water waves.
flat?
I'm telling you, water waves are not level, and you don't live on a globe.
Right, but then you said welcome to flat Earth, so that means they're flat
You
then,
still haven't
Demok?
shown me where your water's level at. You just keep talking.
Are you telling me tides are
Show me
flat?
the live video where the ocean is not moving.
I'm asking you a clarifying question. Clarification
I'm
question.
asking you for a clarifying video.
Right, so I don't know what you mean. Do you mean to tell me that tides and waves are flat?
No, they're not. Why
Oh,
would
well
they
then
be?
why did you say welcome to flat Earth?
Because welcome to no ball. Welcome to flat Earth. Why would I not
So
say that?
what? That doesn't mean it's flat,
Well,
even
yes,
if
it
that were
does.
true.
It certainly does.
No, it could be like a triangle, cube.
No,
You know, there's
don't
all
think
sorts
so.
of
I
shapes.
don't think so. Show me. Show
Well, it
me.
doesn't
I'll
matter
wait.
what you
I'll wait
think.
for your demonstration. I
It
know it's
doesn't
not a
matter what you
globe,
think.
so
It's
do you
just
now,
simple
since
logic.
you said it can be a triangle and everything else. So we know you're not a glober. Thank you for playing.
No, well, I already
You
said
already said it can
if
be
it's
everything
true
else.
that it's
Thank
not
you
a
for
globe.
playing, Ed.
I
Stop
told
trying
you
to
if
backtrack,
it's
man.
true that it's not a globe, which is
It's
not true.
recorded, Ed. You said it can be any shape. You said it can be a pie, a cookie, a turkey, a dog, and a cat,
Yeah,
a
under the
biscuit,
condition that it's not a
a
globe,
flat
which
earth. You
it
said it can
is.
be
It
any
is a
shape
globe.
other than a globe. You did not
Right,
say
but
globe
it is
ever.
a globe, though.
No, how?
Yes,
Where?
it
Where
is.
at? Your laugh doesn't
Where
mean
at?
globe.
Under your feet?
Demonstrations do. Your laugh means welcome to flat earth.
My lab. What? Where's my lab at?
Whenever you break it out.
I see.
Sometimes you look in the mirror.
I look in the mirror and that's a lab.
Yeah,
Are
you hear
are
yourself
you calling me a dog, Demok? God damn it.
That I didn't say that at all. I said when you look in the mirror, you laugh, and you started laughing. You're laughing still. Welcome to Flat Earth, guys. Every time he laughs.
Oh, if I laugh. All right, I got it. I misunderstood. Well, that okay. Well, sure. If I laugh, welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, that makes sense because Flat Earth is a joke.
Oh, you're laughing at that level definition of water you can't point out and film for us.
Well, as I said, it's a measurement.
Show us on film, live. Keep it rolling.
One front view, one side view.
Dude, I'll take 20 if you got them.
Of course.
Why no one-sider, one-way glober? Your globe's one direction, like the song or band, right? Like that boy band, One Direction. You guys only look one direction for everything. That's kind of weird. How is science so one directional? Pretty odd. I think science should be all
It's
directions, right?
well.
I think you
Hold
should be able
on.
to look from any direction you want to see what's
Yeah.
going on.
So
Don't you think,
science is
Ed?
one directional in the sense that it is aiming at achieving
In the sense that you
discovering as
can't
much
comprehend any
knowledge
other
as it can.
direction.
That's the
Science doesn't
direction they want to
comprehend
go,
anything other than one
going
direction,
towards the
Ed.
knowledge.
Calm down. Calm down, one direction. All you guys can do is look forward. Looky-loo forward, boys.
Exactly. All we can do is
Look
look
forward.
forward. Yeah,
Look
that's
forward,
exactly
boys.
right. And all you
Don't
do
put
is look
nobody else behind.
backwards.
Don't put nobody to your right watching the curve in between us, boys. Don't get 4 views for science. Just get one. One forward look. One direction from the globe.
Yeah,
Science is one
one
direction.
direction towards progress instead of looking
Yeah,
back at
you can only
failure,
fly
all
one
this
direction. You can only
superstition.
boat one direction. You can only look one direction. You can't present a globe or show us what a ball looks like on a little scale model, the physics of it. It's just sad. All of it's sad. The saddest science I ever heard of in my life, really. It's secret. You got magic physics nobody can do or touch or feel or see. You got secret science nobody can do or touch or repeat. You got secret wizards who do the science and make shit up, and their meanings are all triple, double down, double, triple definitions of anything you want to just throw in there. They could be the opposite of each other, up and down. Oh no, it's up, but it appears down. Get the Mr. Wizard Scientist, man. Come on, and they're the only ones that get to do it. Your son could never do it. Mr. Wizard has to do it. Come on. Somebody somewhere.
No, there's many
Somehow.
people who can do experiments or
Who? Show
observation.
their videos. Why are their videos secret?
Well, there has
Why
been
are they not
shown
filming
videos to
science?
you many times.
Yeah, science should
It's
be
just that you
videoed
won't
every
accept
second,
them.
or it's not science and you don't have any proof. Today in 2022, video would so help everyone for the peer review, wouldn't you think?
Video of what?
Why would a piece of paper be your peer review? Hey, read my story, Dr. Seuss. Read this Dr. Seuss
Yeah,
story I
that's
got
not how
for you.
peer review works. It's not just reading.
Well, where is
It's
the
also
video?
replication.
Do you know how video works? Press play on the camera.
Video
And
is relevant because people can
so you don't
manipulate
film
things.
science.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's about replicating the experiment.
It's a secret, you guys. Secret David Magic Copperfield science. Nobody wants you to know what it's like.
It's
Nobody
not
wants
about
you to know how
video,
to get to the globe.
right?
Or how
Anyone
to
can make a
around
movie,
sea level.
but you need to
Start
replicate the
film.
experiment.
Nobody filmed how the guy went out in the middle of the ocean and measured it to see what sea level was. Nobody saw it start to finish. Nobody sees anything start to finish on a globe secret science mission.
I
Just
see.
get your 2-minute video from the government and look up Google. Just take your Google word for it, ladies. Everything will be on the right. You'll see stars and moon and sun on your left, and then once you go up to about 60,000, 70,000 feet, the stars and moon will disappear. No live video ever. Don't worry about any live video of anything. Just keep on believing in the ball.
So, Democ, which experiments have you debunked by trying to replicate them and
I've
seeing
never seen an experiment done in my life by any glober ever. Would you like to show me
No,
what
I'm
that
asking you
consists of?
experiments
So
you
you don't
have
even
done.
know what an experiment is, and you're asking me about one. That's
I'm
weird.
asking experiments you have done.
What do they look like? I don't know what an experiment is unless you can present one.
Oh,
That's funny
no,
how you
so
can't
you don't
present
know.
one that we can go over.
So,
Yeah.
no.
So no, you don't have an experiment you've ever heard of
I
or
was
seen in your
asking
life.
you if you've
So
ever
you
done
couldn't
any
find me. You
experiment.
couldn't Google me an experiment that somebody's
Found
done on
flaws
film live.
in the
That's weird.
data, the
That
experiment,
must
in
help the
whatever.
globe out a lot, huh? All the live video you got of experiments nowhere. You can't even get one live video of an experiment with a globe or a
Yeah,
particle
I can.
or physics
Sure.
or anything.
That's really
That's
easy.
weird.
I can show you ice as
Well,
live.
it should be to scale and it should match too. Make sure it matches
What do you mean
everything
to
correctly.
scale? What do you
All
mean?
things, the water, the dirt, the tides, the heat,
Why?
the tides, the ponds, the lakes, the rivers,
Why is that
all
necessary?
on one simultaneous system, just like your imaginary globe,
Yeah, why is that necessary?
because it has to be to exist. Because the necessity to exist is the necessity to exist. It's really as simple as that. And if it
Right,
doesn't
but
exist,
you're not
the necessity
explaining
for
what
it
the
doesn't exist.
necessity
And it
and
doesn't exist. If you can't produce it, it doesn't exist.
you're
It's really
just saying
simple.
that it is necessary, but not
Where
why.
are your demonstrations of science experiments? Where are they at?
I showed you
Where are
several.
the live videos? Start to
I
finish.
showed you several live streams.
You showed me live videos of people messing with protons and gluons and particles.
No,
And
now you're asking for
atoms
something
and
completely different. You asked about Earth.
scientific videos of stuff. Experimentation. What do you mean? How about the experimentation they did with the Lagrange point in the lab in orbit? Show me that one. That'll work.
Okay. Why?
How they form a sphere in the Cavendish experiment or the Fool's Cult pendulum. How they have two spheres of
You think
fart
they're
gas
testing out
joined
orbits
each
in a
other.
lab with objects?
One fart gas.
Or you
and then
think
one
they're
flow
doing
of water. So a
massive
ball of water and a fart
calculations.
gas floating towards each other.
Yeah, no, none of that.
Lagrange point, maybe?
That is
Lagrange
real.
point in the lab? What's that work like?
What? That's not what anyone does.
Lagrange point, gravity string. Can I buy one of those? Where do they exist? How can you test it? How can we test any of these claims? The Lagrange point, orbit. How can we test it in the lab? I'm waiting for you to
Why
tell me.
would you need to test it
Because if
in a
you
lab?
think,
I don't
and
get it.
listen, everything you believe in, religious boy, has to be tested to be physical or real.
Right, but
If
is that
not,
how you
it's
start?
religion.
Is that
If
how
you
you
can't
start
test
off,
it, it's
Demo?
a religion. That's what a religion is, something you
Right, but
can't
is
test.
that how you start off when you want to test something? You just go ahead and
Listen,
do some
your
stuff?
religion, are you helping us out with your religion or not? Can we test
No,
your
I
religion?
asked you a question. How does this testing go?
I asked you
What do
about
you
30 of
start?
them and you haven't answered any of them. How do we test your religion?
Yeah, what do you start with?
Your religion, how do you test it now? Your
Yeah, so
religion is there's
what's
a
the
ball.
beginning of the
Now, how do
test?
we test that to make it material? How do we prove it's not a religion and it's real? Your ball, your imaginary earth
Because
ball that you have
everything
in your
about
mind.
it works in reality.
You don't know, you don't have any reality. Show me it.
I live in reality.
Show me how a ball works in reality. Orbits in reality.
How orbits work in reality.
Yeah.
All
You
right,
said you got
well,
one.
I can show you the ISS live stream. That thing is.
No, I want to see an orbit in
Yeah,
reality.
that thing
I'm not
is in
looking at
orbit
nothing
in
else but you
reality.
and me standing next to each other,
The
and you
ISS is in
demonstrate the
orbit
orbit.
in reality.
No, 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 no. You
Yeah,
demonstrated
yeah,
next
yeah,
to me
yeah.
and you.
No,
No,
why does it
Narnia.
have to be me?
Why do you keep imagining stuff? I'm not
Why does it
imagining
have to
it
be
with
me
you.
personally?
No, the little kids want to be able to produce it. Now I want to do like you and make
Why,
orbit happen
why
in the
does it have
lab.
to be me though?
Where do
Why
you
can't
get
it
it
be the
from? Where do
people
you
who
see it
are
happening at?
already in the
Where is
ISS?
it happening at in reality? It's the problem.
Why
Let's
can't
produce
it be the
it.
people who are already
Why
in the
can't you stop
ISS?
imagining things and produce it in reality for us
I'm not
physically?
imagining anything.
Yes, you
It's
are. You're
ridiculous. We can
imagining
all see the
orbit
same live
unless
stream.
we
We
can
can all
demonstrate it in a
see the
lab.
ISS in reality when you use the
Do it in a
ISS tracker
lab.
and go
Do
outside.
it in a lab. Let's do it in a lab.
Why in a lab? That doesn't make any sense.
Why not? Because you claim it's science and experiments. Let's do
Right,
them.
right.
You
Well,
don't
not
have to.
everything needs to be in a
You
lab,
can't
Demo.
experiment on anything with a globe.
Not everything
You can't
scientific
test the
needs to be
globe.
in a lab. That's
It's
ridiculous.
religion. Religion doesn't come in a lab. Do you understand?
Right, religion
It's
comes in a
it's like you
church.
trying to bring your religion to the lab, but you can't. It doesn't belong. Your religious globe doesn't belong in a lab. You see? It belongs in a book like
Not
Dr. Seuss.
everything scientific belongs in a lab.
Demonstrate whatever
Pathetic.
you're talking
Stop
about.
saying that.
Yes, demonstrate it or shut
Yeah,
up. It's real simple.
that doesn't
Quit
make any
making a claim
sense.
you can't demonstrate.
Stop asking for a
If you
lab.
don't have the demonstration or where you got it from, then shut up. If you can't test it, let's test orbit, Lagrange, little balls of
Orbits
water in
have been
diameter
tested. They work.
in a lab.
No, that
We all,
doesn't
when I went to
require a
level
lab.
2, where can I test it at in
Doesn't
a lab?
require a lab, Damok.
In a lab, where can I test how to do
Doesn't
orbit with your
require a
science?
lab. Stop
Like your
asking for a lab. It's ridiculous.
science requires a lab to test
No, it
things.
doesn't.
Okay, let's go in our backyard and test it. Where can I test orbit in my
In
backyard?
your backyard, go ahead.
Nature, yes, nature, natural science. What really happens every day, real physics. Where can I test
Well,
your real
if you
physics
stand
of
in your
orbit?
yard and you throw an object, it's in orbit around Earth. Not very long, but it is in orbit.
No. Where can I test
Yes,
all stuff?
that's literally in orbit. Throw any
No.
object in front of you, it is in orbit around
You
Earth.
stand in front of me and I hit you with an apple, and the apple did what? It
It was
shot
in
you. There's
orbit.
no orbit there. It made a beeline to you. That's not an orbit.
Yeah, it
That is
is.
definitely
Actually, it
not
is
an
in
orbit.
orbit around Earth. It's very
Orbit is
short.
not called hit the ground. Hit the deck
Yes.
is not orbit. Where'd you get? Where? What are you? I thought you were an adult. Remember you said that? You're not acting like
I
one
said
because I
it.
can't test any of your religious claims in a lab.
No, I don't. I said it doesn't require a
Your
lab.
religious claims. How can
No,
we test them out?
nothing
They
scientific
require testing for you to believe in
requires
them. How do you
a
believe in them
lab
when you can't test it
anyway.
out? So you can't test it or do it, and somebody somewhere in a wizard lab had a religious pope that you believe in, Mohammed of globes, the Mohammed ISS station shooter shot up the ISS and did what? So Jesus is walking on the globe. This is a weird religion you got here. I don't understand.
Nobody understands you either. That's okay.
So why can't we test religious claims like a globe class? Because they're not real. Because it's not material. None of it's tangible. None of it's physical.
You're standing on it.
None of it meets any criteria of any claim. If you can
Oh,
demonstrate
so
it
it's
or
not a
test it,
claim
I'll
then.
wait. If we
Right.
can
So
test
if the
any
globe is not a
demonstration of
claim, we
tide
don't
on a
need to show
ball,
you any
next
evidence
to a
then, do we?
stream, next to a pond, next to a river, on a ball working simultaneously, I'd love to see that be tested in a lab or outside in your backyard. I'd love any claim to be able to
I
be
already
tested.
told you how you can do that.
How I can test a ball in my backyard.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's step one?
Pick up an object and you throw it.
I have a ball in my hand. I want to test water on it. You don't
Okay.
tell me what I need to test. I'm going to test water. Okay, I want to do a tide next to a river, next to a waterfall on this ball.
Yeah, and make it flat.
Do what?
Make the tides flat. Show me how that works.
For your ball, you want me to do that?
No. Just show me flat tides.
Holy shit, you lost me. So you're going to demonstrate flat earth to show your ball.
Now I want you to demonstrate
That's
flat.
how a tide works next to a river, next to a stream on a ball.
Yeah, but I want you to show them flat.
I don't understand how that's going to help your ball demonstration.
No, it's not about the ball. I want you to
You
demonstrate
don't
flat
have a
Earth.
ball. There's no ball.
No, I want you to demonstrate flat Earth.
So you admit there's no ball you can test or demonstrate.
Well, there is, but you're not listening. So just demonstrate the flat Earth.
Ed, you keep going past everything I've been asking you for the last
No,
hour.
I've
You've
been
asked
actually
me to
responding
demonstrate
to
10 other
everything you
things
said.
other than the thing you haven't been able to do yet is tell me anything I can test, repeat, and prove to all your kids and siblings and grandma how water and stuff works on a ball in a lab or outside.
And I told
Get
you
them to
about those things
believe
many
how a
times.
tide can work next to a river and that can simultaneously work next to a waterfall or a still pond, right? Or a lake, right? Or a stream, right? In a big ocean,
Wrong.
simultaneously all working together on one object. Can we see this, please?
None of
You're
that is relevant.
demonstrating. Your grandma has been waiting a long time to see this. Evidence of a ball in a lab.
I don't think she has,
Show us
actually.
how the tides and the rivers work next to each other on a ball.
That has nothing to do with anything.
You
Show it
don't
to
know
me on
how.
flat Earth.
Water on a ball has nothing to do with water on a ball. Okay, Ed. We're
Right.
gonna really pass your class.
Yeah, that
Real
no,
fast.
your
So,
standards for evidence have
so
nothing
how
to
can
do
we
with
see how the air
reality.
works on a ball? How about the air? Well, we won't use water. We'll use
You
air.
want to see air on a
Air
ball?
works
Just hold a
on a
ball in
ball.
your hand and there's air on it.
Listen, your imagination is you pray to a ball. You pray that you live on a ball. We're
No,
all
I
gonna
don't
go
pray
test
to
it.
anything. I'm not
Can you
religious.
test it? Can
Stop
we test
saying I
this
pray.
religion out of
That's
yours?
ridiculous.
You're a religious glober. Yes, you are. You
No, I'm
believe.
not religious about
You
anything.
totally believe. But can you demonstrate your belief? Can you walk
Right,
on
so
water as
can you
Jesus?
demonstrate tides with flat
As
water?
Jesus said, can you walk on water? I believe in your religion if you can. If you can demonstrate any of this, I'll believe your globe religion.
All
I'll
right,
be a
thank
part
you.
of your
Can you
globe cult.
demonstrate? Can you demonstrate tides with flat water,
It won't be
please?
a religion anymore. I'll be a part of
All
the
right,
scientific
thank you.
globe cult.
That's fine.
I'll be a
I
part of
don't
the
care.
globe reality of physicalness we can touch and test.
I don't care. Show me
So
tides
right
with
now you
flat
have a
water.
big globe cult religion, and it's pretty fucking big. It's almost as big as Jesus. But here's the thing. You can't demonstrate any of it. So it makes it sad. Real sad. At least Jesus had some artifacts you could touch in a lab and test them. You see what I'm saying? So your
No, I
religious
don't think
can't get to
anyone
the
is seeing
level of
what you're
Jesus.
saying.
Yeah, he got stabbed in the side with a spear. Adam and Eve had clothes on. Physical stuff you can touch and put in a lab. What I'm asking you is for the physical stuff we can touch and put in a lab and test of a globe. See, all these other religions have stuff you can test. You can't even test any of your religion. You just got to believe Ed. Believe Ed.
No,
This
you
stuff
don't need to believe
outside,
me
Ed,
about
this
anything.
happened.
I told you
Believe
how
Ed.
to test things yourself, but you're not listening.
I'm asking you how I test how tide works on a ball in my hand.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how anything.
With a lake
That's
and a
not
stream,
that's not
don't
how any
forget.
experiment works.
Well, you guys seem to show how something works on a cartoon, but you're leaving out the tides and the streams and the waterfalls in that
No, I
experiment.
actually asked you about tides many times.
You showed me how they work. Tides on what?
Yeah.
We're not talking about flat Earth. We can test flat tides and flat water.
All right.
We
Well, then
can't test
show me
round
flat
ones in a
tides with
lab.
flat water, please.
You can test flat water all day, stupid. Don't be an
Then
idiot.
show me flat tides
A
with
mud
flat
puddle.
water.
Mud puddle. Go outside and film it right now. Sit your camera down, and that shit ain't gonna do
No,
nothing
no,
but
no,
be
no.
flat.
Don't,
We're
don't, don't
done.
talk about it.
Done
Show
in the
me.
natural lab of Demok. I just did it.
Show
Every mud
me.
puddle you've ever seen in your life. Now shut up.
Show me the
Shut up.
video.
Shut up with your demonstration of the
Show
ball.
me the video, start to finish,
You can
HD,
do it
one
yourself.
front
See,
view,
that's
one
the one
side
thing
view,
about
in a
Demok,
lab,
Ed. You
with
can do them
buckets.
yourself. Turn your camera on. Sit it next to a mud puddle or a stream or a river.
Stop
Test out
talking
one
about it.
flat.
Show me.
Show you flat waters.
I don't care about your fantasy
So you
land,
don't believe
imagination,
waters are
la la
flat?
land. Show me the video. Show me the
You
reality.
think waters aren't flat? Is that what you're telling us, Ed? You think if you film your liquid, it's going to do something other than be
Stop
flat?
flapping your lips and show me flat tides.
Weird. So your lab is asking me all kinds of weird questions about
No,
what
I
you
don't
can't
care
test or
about any
repeat
lab. I care
or
about
prove.
your lab with flat tides, with flat water, from
I've
start to
already showed you
finish.
how to demonstrate all
HD
that. You've
video,
already done
one
it.
front
You've
view,
already
one
done it
side
all.
view.
Quit trying to
And there
repeat
better be some
yourself.
buckets in
You
frame.
did it 3 years ago. Why are you going to try to repeat it now? What we want to repeat's the
Then
ball.
show me.
We don't want to. You've already done it. You can
No,
show
I
it to
didn't do
yourself.
anything. Show me.
Stop lying, Ed.
Not
You
lying.
blew on a
Show the
cup of
video
soup
demo.
one time and it made a tide in the cup. Now stop lying to yourself, dude. And it was a flat cup with flat soup in there and flat tea and flat coffee. And you blew on them to make them not hot. And they went over the edge. When you blow on a spoon of hot stuff, there's a tide on there. Now that's
Is it
flat. Now it's
flat?
your turn.
Is it a
Your
flat
turn.
tide though?
Your turn.
Is it a flat tide with flat water?
Your turn for the round one.
You didn't show me anything. You just
You didn't
talked.
show me anything. You're
You
just
just
talking.
talked about your imagination.
Get your spoon and show us there's not a tide on there when you blow
Your
on it.
imaginary spoon, there is no spoon, is
Blow on the
irrelevant.
liquid of a spoon, stupid. Spoons
There
are
is no
imaginary.
spoon.
Oh my God, are you serious right now?
Well,
This
you
is what
you
you
didn't
guys
show
want.
me
This is your
anything.
king of the globe. This is your globe king. He doesn't believe in spoons and soup and tea and hot stuff. This is crazy.
You didn't show me anything.
Yeah, okay, crazy. You're crazy, Ed.
You're just talking about your La La
I
Land.
know. You're crazy, bro.
Well, then stop talking and demonstrate it.
You're crazy, man.
How can I be crazy when I'm asking you
You
for
don't
a
believe in
demonstration?
spoons, dude. Spoons and
There is
cups.
no spoon.
Oh my God. There he goes again. Do you believe in coffee? Hot cocoa?
Yeah, I'm drinking some coffee right now, actually.
Did you blow on it?
Gay.
You did? Did it protrude or go near or get choppy
Demonstrate
and hit
flat
the edge?
tides. with
and
flat
then the
water.
action or reaction prevailed, and it
Yeah,
carried
that was
out a
curved.
ripple
I
effect in
also
your
stirred
cup.
the coffee,
So
and it
your big
made
lips,
a vortex.
your big lips that blew on that little cup was like the wind blowing
My
on the
big
little ocean.
lips.
Do you understand? Is that too
It
complex
was
for you?
curved, Demok.
There
It
was a
was not
test for
flat,
you
though.
in your own kitchen you just did. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It
Thank you. Come
was
again. Flat
curved.
tides on flat coffee.
It was
Boom.
curved.
Flat tides on flat coffee.
There was a vortex, and it was
That's
curved.
not a ball of coffee. Show me the ball of coffee you're blowing on.
No, it's not. It wasn't
Show
a
me the
ball
coffee
of
on the
coffee.
outside of that cup you're blowing on.
You think I'm having a ball of coffee? That's not
Every
not
time
how
you laugh,
anything
you
works,
laugh,
dumbass.
remember? Welcome to Flat Earth. Every time you laugh, we got you, Ed. Wink, wink. I'll keep your secret, Ed.
Yeah, that's okay.
Hey, Ed's back here being a flat earther. I
You
ain't
keep a
gonna
lot
tell
of
nobody else.
secrets, like flat
Ed's
tides
back
with
here being
flat
a
water.
flat
You're
earther.
not showing me anything. You're keeping it
I
a
ain't gonna
secret.
tell everybody else. I ain't gonna tell nobody else, Smokey.
What's that?
I said Ed's back here being a flat earther. I ain't gonna tell nobody else, Smokey.
Well, it sounds like you're smoking something right now.
You don't know the movie? Ed's over here taking a shit. I ain't gonna tell nobody else. It's a joke.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Holy crap.
So, anyone else can demonstrate flat tides with flat water? I've only been asking for 2 years. If you want to make a counterclaim, like say it's not flat, for example, that's fine. Otherwise, please demonstrate. Come on, don't be
Put
shy.
water in something and kick the bucket, and then you'll see tides in that bucket after you kick it.
And those are not flat.
They sure are.
Okay,
Show me
show
where
me.
they're round. Show me how they're round.
Well, the bucket is
They're
round.
not round. Repeat after me. The waves are not round, Demond.
They are
Waves do
curved.
not make a round shape. A
They
round
are
shape is
curved.
not a tooth. A hill is not a round shape.
They're not flat. It's curved.
A hill is a hill shape with the top of a hill and the
Yeah,
bottom
we're not
doesn't.
talking about the
Repeat that.
hills. Stop talking about hills. Nobody
We're
talks
talking
about
about
hills.
round water. Do you have any?
Waves
No.
are curved.
Go home. Go to sleep.
Show me
Get out
flat
of the fight.
tides. Come on.
Get
I
out of
am
the
at home
fight.
and I'm not
You
gonna
don't have
sleep.
any
It's the
round
middle of
water.
the day.
Round water is all we need, buddy. We'll be good to go.
Yeah, then show me.
Show you what? Your
Flat
religion?
tides with flat water.
That's your religion?
Now show me
Cool.
flat tides
I
with
like your
flat
new
water.
religion. I like your flat water religion. About time you changed over, Ed.
Well, I don't have any religion.
Sure you do. You just said flat tide, flat water religion.
No, that's your religion.
No, you just said it's yours. I don't have one, buddy. I don't
Yeah,
believe
you
weird
do.
stuff like you. You
Your
believe
religion
all
is
kinds
flat
of
earth.
stuff you can't demonstrate. That's what a religion is. Believing weird, insane things
Right.
you can demonstrate.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
like a
none of
globe
you can
with balls of
demonstrate and
water.
show the flat earth, which means that your religion.
What are you talking about? Where is that at? Where's the flat earth at? You
Yeah,
believe in all kinds
exactly.
of weird
Where's the
stuff too.
flat at?
I don't know in your imagination, apparently, until you show us.
It's what?
What the hell,
Now
dude?
I've got to
Are you
demonstrate the
okay,
flat
Ed?
earth?
Ed, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine,
Are
thanks.
you
How are you?
okay? Ed, I love you, buddy. Are you okay?
I'm
I'm
doing
your
fine,
friend.
man. How are you doing?
Are you okay? Not all right. Are you okay? I didn't ask if you're all right. I asked if you're okay.
Excellent. I'm excellent.
There's a difference, see. Everybody can play like a Glober and have different definitions for weird things like all right or okay.
Well, I gave you one definition of level.
Huh? Show me that, what that means. Show me it. I don't know what, I can't
Again?
look at a definition. I can't see what that means by looking. If I'm looking at nothing, I see air. You got to show me what you're talking about, Goofy. Show me where you got your definition from.
Oh yeah, well I told you that's sea level.
Oh, your own brain. Your
No,
new
no, no.
religion of yours.
Not
God damn,
my
we
own
can't get away
brain.
from religion, can we?
I
You
didn't
can't
get
get
the
away from your
definition from
beliefs.
myself.
Your
I did
beliefs. I
read
know.
it myself.
You agreed with yourself. You always do, and
No,
you
no,
believe
no.
it too. It's weird.
I read the definition myself.
You always agree with yourself. I agree with you, Ed. Calm down.
What? No,
It's
what?
okay. You're three personalities. I mean,
No, I'm not a
you're a
Christian
flat
God.
earther, you're a glober, you're a disagreeer, you're a religious person, you're not a religious person. You believe everything you hear. You can't test it, but you're not religious. I don't know where to go with you, Ed.
Well, you could show me flat tides.
I don't show people their religions, dude. I'm just a psychiatrist. I just talk to them about them.
I don't have a religion.
Show us that you don't have, demonstrate what your religion isn't. The only way you can show us that you don't have a religion is by physical
Demonstrate
material.
what your religion isn't.
Material, Ed. I know you know the meaning of material. You want me to read the definition of that to you? Physical, tangible material that we can
Right,
test,
right,
we
right, right.
can prove.
Yeah, I
No.
understand. Are you telling me that
So
religions are material?
get us one that's not your religion you're talking about.
Are you saying religions are material?
I'm saying yours isn't.
Okay.
Your religion is not material. In order for you to prove to me that it's not a religion, you have to bring it into material.
No, I'm not saying it's not a religion. I'm telling you I don't have a religion.
Well, then bring it into material. Bring your belief into reality that I can
I don't
touch.
have a belief.
Oh, then what do you believe the Earth is?
I don't believe the earth is anything.
Well, show me where it's what you say it is. Where you can prove that. Show me where you can prove it to everybody.
Oh,
I'm
well,
10 years old and up
nobody can prove
right now.
anything. Nobody can prove anything.
No, you can't. That's your
No,
imagination.
that's how
too.
proof works. You can't prove
So
anything
who
in
told you that?
reality.
Your imagination, is this another one of your imaginations? Is this part 7? Are you okay? I can
Yeah.
prove you're not okay and you have a lot of religions, is what I'm proving right
No,
now.
I have zero
I'm
religions.
proving you have all religions. I haven't heard you say anything but.
I have all religions.
Welcome to Flat Earth again. Thank you for laughing, Ed.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth again. This is easy. So easy.
Yeah, that's how weak the flat earth is.
And that's how weak your religion is.
I don't have a religion. Stop telling me I have a religion. I don't have one.
Give us something. Give us something we can test, materialize. Give us something that's material.
Okay, sunrises and sunsets are material.
We could test that in the lab.
Sure.
Show us 93 million miles. I'll wait.
In a lab? No, that's not how anything works.
Also, you can't scale down your model.
Yeah, you
You don't know
can.
how to do that?
Then it's
No, you
93 million
No, you
miles.
can't, liar.
Dumbass.
Show me how.
What do
You're
you
a
mean?
liar.
What?
You can
Show
never
you
make
how
your religion scale down. You're a liar. You
things
just said you
scale.
could. The claim is on you to do so. Scale down 93 million miles. What would you make that? What distance would you make that?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No,
Okay,
I don't really care.
guy. Religious people don't know much.
Yeah, it's just that I don't care. You can do it, so go ahead.
Now religious people don't care about their own religion. That's weird.
No, it's not a religion.
So now you don't know anything. Before you knew everything.
So let me get this clear, Demok. You're telling me that
93 million
sunrises and
miles.
sunsets
How long would it be?
are a
But
religion.
I'm asking you for your belief.
Are
Your
you
belief
telling me
of
that
93
sunrises
million
and sunsets are a religion?
I'm asking you how to demonstrate your religion of 93 million miles in a lab.
I don't have a
And
religion.
we're waiting for your answer. Then how do we demonstrate it's not a religion in a lab? 93 million miles.
What do you mean?
93, I don't know. It's your religion. 93 million miles. How do we demonstrate a sun distance?
Oh,
What
the
do you
distance to the sun. Okay, well, you can
Oh,
do
you didn't even
measurements.
know that's what it was?
No, you
Holy
can.
crap.
Yeah, I know what that it's the distance to the sun, but you are
You
asking
know what I
really
meant.
weird
I was saying
questions.
3 times.
Okay,
Yeah, I said
so
93 million miles.
all right,
How do
all
we
right, all right,
demonstrate
all
that
right.
in a lab?
Yeah, I get it. I get
You're
it. I get
automatically
it.
know I meant the
I
sun.
get it. Thank you. You can
So what's
do.
the answer?
Oh my God, you can do measurements.
What is the answer? Don't you already have them all? What do you mean you don't know how to divide now? You don't know how to subtract all of a sudden, Ed?
What
You
are
can
you
do
asking?
experience math, but you can't divide? Are you look,
Divide what?
Globers can't divide now.
Divide what?
93 million miles into a
Why do
smaller
I need to
scale.
divide it?
Holy fuck, now you don't know what dividing is. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
I know what it is. I'm asking you why.
Why do you keep asking me all these weird ass questions and instead of giving me one number, Ed? Why is it so hard for
Oh
you? Does
my
it take
God,
10 hours
why
for you to
do I
say one
need to
number?
divide it?
So if I said, hey, little kid, could you divide 93 million into a smaller portion and show me the distance or tell me the answer, that I would need to put it in a smaller area, like in a lab or a backyard? And a little kid that's good at math would have the answer in 20 minutes tops.
20 minutes to divide something? Are you
I
serious?
gave you a lot of time. You
Yeah,
still
but
haven't
you're not telling me anything. You're not saying how large the
It's
lab is
your
or
model, you
something.
freaky
You're not giving me
motherfucker.
anything. You're just saying
Are
you
you
need to
oh
divide.
my god,
You
you're a
need to
freak,
divide
dude.
the 93 million miles. But
Yeah.
you're not telling
So
me
you don't know how
dividing
to
it
divide, you don't know how
into
to scale
what?
down, you don't know anything now. You have no
Scale
comprehension.
down to what? Which size?
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, well,
What
I don't know how large your lab is,
convinced
dumbass.
you a scaled down version? What convinced you of 93 million miles in a lab?
Measurements.
Which ones?
Oh, you want me to show your measurements to the sun? Okay.
Oh my god, are you retarded? I want to know what distance we use to represent 93 million miles when we can't demonstrate that because it's too big. What small scale do we put it onto? What size do we make it? How many miles or feet in a lab?
I don't know. How large is the lab?
As large as you need it to be. I'm asking you, what the fuck is wrong with your comprehension
No,
skills, dude? This
you want to
question is
do the
to you the whole
experiment.
time.
You want to do the experiment, so tell me how large your lab is, dumbass.
It's not my experiment. You're supposed to demonstrate you know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
well,
It's
I
not a
can show
religion.
you measurements
You're
to the
supposed to
sun.
demonstrate it's not a religion and that you can demonstrate
Yeah, I
it.
told you, I can show you
Ed, listen.
measurements.
Ed, do you have a 3-second memory?
Well, no.
Okay, well, work with this. How did you get along in school? The teacher had to do this with you for hours? Are you serious?
I didn't
So it took you
get through
15 hours
school
to even ask the
easily.
teacher and
No.
tell her an answer. She said, Ed, can I have the answer to this math problem? You laughed at her and
Yeah,
said,
I
it's
was
a fear of
actually
God.
really good at math. I just
It
wasn't
wasn't a
really
fear to
good at
me until
anything
right
else
now.
because
It
it
doesn't seem
required
like
too
that
much
to me when all
reading.
you're doing is confiscating or
I
obfuscating,
fucking hate
being
reading.
stupid,
I get
making
easily
excuses.
distracted.
You're making excuses. You're obfuscating. You're the
No, I'm just
obfuscation
answering your
dumbass.
question.
Shit, I told you 20 minutes better than a
So
kid would have had
anyway,
it
you want to
done.
see the measurements to the distance to the sun?
What
Measurements of the
distance
distance
would
to
I
the sun.
make 93 million miles in a lab for
Right,
it to
so
make
it
it
has nothing to
believable?
do with a lab. There's no sun in a lab, dumbass. It's in space, so we measure the distance to the sun. No lab.
No, you don't measure. Show me your string or your tape measure.
Now, that's not how anything works.
Yeah, that's how everything works. Are you okay,
No,
Ed?
no, it really
Tell me
doesn't.
how you calculated your doorway in your house and stuff
You
in your
think
carpet
someone
area.
took a tape measure to measure
Ed,
the
do you know
distance
how to
from
measure the
New
floor
York
in
to
your
the
house?
UK?
How would you do that? Show us on film how you
You think
calculate it.
someone took a tape measure to
So you
measure the
don't
distance
calculate.
from the United
Ed,
Kingdom
I'm
to New
asking you a
York?
question. You said you can't use a tape measure. How do you measure
To
anything else
measure
in
the
your house?
distance to the sun? No, that's not gonna work with a tape
So
measure,
that's how
no.
you measure your house.
Yeah, my house is not the sun.
It's what, dude, we want a direct measurement. In your house, you get direct measurements. We want a
Right,
direct
but we're not
measurement
talking
of.
about anyone's house. It's about the sun.
It's about
Stop being a
direct measurement,
dumbass.
liar. Direct measurement. Proof. Backing. Proof. Proof. You understand?
Right, I'll show you the measurements then. Hold on.
No, looky Lou, you can show me Narnia all you want. You can't even demonstrate that you know how to put it in a lab. You can't even demonstrate it scaled down. You can't even do the math. You can't even divide, dude. Get out of here. Who would take your word for anything? You definitely are afraid of fractions.
No, you didn't explain to divide it into what? You just said in a lab, a lab. Which lab? How large is the lab? Which experiment do you want to
92
do?
million miles until you can convert it.
You
Don't
want to
ask
use a
guys.
lab that's
You don't
93
understand
million
the question.
miles?
You don't understand how to scale down anything but little kids do sitting here. And outdone by some 10-year-olds, some 13-year-olds. You'd be laughed out of class, dude. I'll give you a hint. Millimeters. A fourth of a millimeter. 1/100th of a millimeter. If you use a millimeter, you got to have about 57-mile lab, give or take. 57 miles. You ready, Ed?
Sorry, what's that? Go ahead.
You ready to demonstrate your 57-mile distance of your sun and your Earth,
What?
the
The
sun?
sun is not 57 miles away. That doesn't make any
In
sense.
millimeters, it is. Google it, buddy. You better
What?
redo your math. You're not good at math, are you? I told you that.
I don't
In
know what you're talking
millimeters,
about.
if we want to scale it down, Edward,
Yeah, scale it down to
scale
what?
down millimeters, 93 million miles to millimeters, 93 million millimeters. It's 57 miles. Get with it, Ed. I
Oh, I
thought you
see.
were smart. Why is a flat earther teaching you everything? That's what I'd like to know.
No,
You don't know
you're just
everything you've
making
asked me
ridiculous
every
claims,
answer to, and I've
and you're
given
not
you the answer
explaining anything.
every
You're
single
leaving out
time.
details.
I've given you an answer 15 times in a row. You have yet to give a fucking answer or a demonstration to anything. Weird.
Well, I'm looking
And you
through
don't know math.
measurements
You
to the
don't know how to do
sun, actually.
fractions. You can't divide. You're afraid to even talk about anything, any derivatives, any scaled down versions or models. You don't understand what physics are unless they're magic or secret that nobody can touch or do. Non-material religious physics that you have. Don't say that. I won't tell nobody. At least you admit it's a religious globe.
No, as I said, I don't have a religion.
Yeah, you do. It's the globe.
No, I have 0 religions.
Yeah, the globe looks like a big fat zero. We understand. It's that level thing you were talking about. Your zero. Yeah, your religion.
What?
The globe. The level 0 globe.
Yeah, that's
The level
not
0.
that's not 2-dimensional though.
Your 0 is level. That's what you have. 0.
Level to what?
There really is no globe. That doesn't exist, so we can't really put that in there. That was a joke. 0 level religion. Your religion's a 0. Like a hula
Level to
hoop.
what?
Yeah. To itself. The fuck are you talking about? Quit asking
It's
stupid
level
questions,
to
dude.
itself.
Yes. The 0. Smooth. How about that? Smooth and level.
Yeah, and no, that still doesn't make any sense.
I know you don't understand anything. Go get a dictionary.
Well, there's a lot of things I don't
Well,
understand, that's
well,
true.
that's what a dictionary and a thesaurus
But
are for.
I know that what you just said doesn't make any sense.
Dictionary, thesaurus. Come back and read
What
them
about
to
it?
me and how they don't make sense. Read everything I said, and then tell me the definitions of such, and then tell me how they didn't make any sense. Until then, sorry.
Okay, so if I want to read everything you said, you need to provide a script.
I don't write scripts, Glover. That's your religious
Then how
practice.
can I read everything you said?
I don't know how you can do anything. You need to quit asking me how you can brush your teeth and wipe your ass and drink water and stuff. Do you know how to breathe? You're gonna ask me that too. How do I breathe, Demok? Well, you go. You just do it, buddy.
I know breathing is an automated
Just
process
do
from
it.
the brain.
You just do it. Any question you want to ask me, the answer is you just do it.
I do what? Ask the question.
It.
And
Whatever
what is,
it is.
yeah, what is it?
You tell me.
You're telling me to do it, but you don't even know what it is?
This conversation is nonsense about nothing.
Yeah, I know.
You got something good to talk
Jeremy.
about, or
Well, I've been asking for flat tides with flat water, since people here want to claim that water is flat and not curved.
well, water at rest, obviously, not tidal water.
I see. So no flat oceans then.
There's waves, tides, swells,
Yeah,
rolling.
just checking. So the next time there's like a picture of the ocean and you're telling us it's flat, then I'm gonna remind you of this moment. If I can remember, that is.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Where's the bendy water, is the question.
Everywhere.
With a radius of 3,765 miles, or whatever the fuck it is.
No, that's absolutely irrelevant.
No, it's not.
No.
Bendy water can form into that radius.
Conforming
that?
to a radius.
Or whatever the fuck
that's
you
not
want to
the
say with your
definition of
silly
level, so...
changing words and all that crap, man.
Right, but what you just said is not the definition of
changing
level.
words and changing definitions and
No,
level means
you are
curve.
changing the definition, actually. Because none of what you said is in the definition of level.
Okay,
There's
your ball
no
then.
radius mentioned in any
Where's the water? Show us the water curving around your globe ball, Earth. Instead of trying to fucking trick Denmark into saying that tides aren't level or flat or whatever.
Right, so again, you mean the oceans?
Whatever, man. Any body of water. Show us it curving into a fucking globe-sized ball.
It does that everywhere.
Show us.
Oh, look at the ocean. There you have
It looks
it.
flat to me, man. Looks flat to me.
It doesn't matter what it looks
You're telling
like.
me to look for the curve, and I see flatness. So
Right. Well,
what
again,
now?
it doesn't
What
matter
now, dude?
what it looks like to you.
What now? So in reality, it's flat. So you told me to go and look
No,
at
no,
it.
no. You just
And in
said
reality,
it looks
it's flat.
You said it looks flat.
Uh-huh.
Right.
You
So
told me
it
to go
doesn't
look at
matter
it.
what it looks like.
You said I'd find a curve in water. You said go look at it, and I looked at it and it's flat. What now?
Right. So it doesn't matter what it looks like to
so
you.
you're talking shit. Yeah.
No, because it's irrelevant.
So it'll never show me curved. You'll never show me curved.
Yeah, I actually did, but it doesn't matter if
What, by
you
telling
don't
me to
want
go
to
and look
see
at the
it,
flat
or if you
ocean
have some sort of
outside my cabin?
bias or whatever. It doesn't matter.
So I see flat water that you're telling me is
Right,
curved.
and that's absolutely irrelevant because it's still curved.
But you told me I'd be able to see it by looking at it, and I can't.
Uh-huh. Well, that's your problem.
So you're telling me when you look at an ocean, you see curved?
Yes.
That's your claim? Interesting. Even most globers I speak to will say it appears to be flat.
Okay. That's
So
irrelevant.
You're special. It's irrelevant. Everything's irrelevant then. So
It's
any question I
irrelevant.
ask
No,
you, and
Appearances are absolutely irrelevant.
you're a weird guy, man.
That is weird.
Okay.
That's the weirdest
The
thing I've
elephant
heard.
outside. The elephant outside's elephant shape. How? Go and look at it. Oh yeah, it is elephant shape. You're right. The water outside's curving. Go and look at it. Did he go? Got a bell in.
It's relevant. You elephant. Well done.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
The Globe likes to use the Uno reversal card with any flat earthers say a year or two, couple of months, whatever. They'll try and switch it round and use it on us.
Well, I was just taking the level word away from the globe, so they don't got it no more. Check. Mate.
That's irrelevant, Denmark. He's telling me everything we say is irrelevant.
No, appearances are irrelevant.
I know. Hell yeah. Just like reality, huh?
Yeah, what is relevant? The curve in water that you can't show with this curve in. Is that relevant?
Did I argue?
No, I can't show you.
Listen to what you're dealing with here. I argued with this guy for one night about how you need to know your independent variable is real in an experiment, and he told me you could just do another experiment to find out if it's real or not. So I don't know where you're going to get with this.
Yeah, nowhere. I think I give up. Nice one, Jeremy.
Remember that, Ed? Remember that night over at Brandon's?
What were we talking about again?
How you told me that you were going to do an experiment with an independent variable. You didn't even know if your independent variable was real, and you told me you could just do another.
Oh, right. With the magnet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty cool. We went at it for like, I don't know, an hour. Fucking yelling all the time. It's pretty good.
No, it was silly. It was nonsense. You can't do an experiment with an independent variable and not know if it's real or not.
What? No,
you can't
no.
You can't have an
No,
independent
it wasn't
variable
about
and
being
not
real.
know if it's real.
Yeah, no, I get it. It wasn't about being real. It was about knowing exactly what it is. For example, when people first discovered magnets, they didn't know what the fuck it was. They just saw some rocks being attracted to other rocks, and they had no idea what magnets was. And my point was they can still do experiments with it. And you said, like, no, you need to know exactly what it is and all that stuff. So, yeah.
No, we were talking about you doing an experiment with gravity, and you said, space-time was bending. That was your independent variable. And I said, how do you know space-time's real? You said you didn't have to know if it was real, or you could do another experiment to find out if it was real.
I don't remember that. We talked about we talked about people discovering magnets, and you said something like you need to know exactly what it is. You need to know what magnets are before you can do experiments with them. Yada yada yada.
Oh, no, it was about space-time and you doing an experiment with your independent variable being space-time bending.
Yeah,
and,
I don't remember anything about space-time, and I don't know much about space-time, so I don't see why I would have an.
You were trying to do an experiment on gravity.
It.
You were trying to do an experiment on gravity. Do you remember that? You were trying to run me through it with your dependent and independent variable.
No, I don't know much about those things. I talked about magnets.
I know. Oh, I know you don't know much about them. I know.
Yeah, right. So that it wouldn't make sense for me to make specific arguments about it with experiments.
Nothing you do makes sense, buddy.
Yeah, well, that's cute. But anyway, I remember our discussion about.
I'll run the tape. You want me to go get the video? It's still Brandon's stuff's still up, dude.
Yeah, if you still have the video, that would be great.
I don't actually. That was after, so I'm not. I don't know if he ever posted that.
Oh.
You got a bad memory, though.
He said he recorded it, because I remember you asking him, "Are you recording this shit?" And he said, "Yeah, this is great."
Yeah, it was that silly. Yeah, I was like, "Yo, we need this for laughs later." Anyways, I mean, what do you really got, Ed? You can't prove anything, right?
Yeah, nobody can prove anything in reality. That's true.
It's crazy, bro. You can't prove water exists?
That's right. You can't prove it.
You can't prove water exists.
Yes.
Dude, I don't know how you can live like that, bro. The existence of water.
No, you can show plenty of evidence, and I'll accept it because, it's fucking there. But it's not proof.
Yeah, so there's no objective, definitive reality?
Sure there is.
And in that reality, water exists, right?
I don't know. Probably. Looks like it.
You don't know?
There's plenty of evidence that it does, and I accept that it does. But that doesn't make it proof.
See what you're dealing with here, man. It's crazy, Ed. You can't prove things. You don't know if water. You can prove water exists or not.
No, look. As I told you, you can't prove it, but there's plenty of evidence, and it seems like water exists in reality, and I accept that it does exist in reality, but it's not proof of anything. No.
So you can't prove water exists.
It's proof of water, right? Please say yes.
You are saying if you cannot prove tree in the reality, because if you see tree, that's not tree. That is something else, or it behaving like a tree.
Oh, you
see it. You see it. You can touch it. You can measure it. You can do all sorts of things.
You can name it. You can translate it in any language. It will call tree, but somehow it doesn't exist.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying you can't prove it.
That means doesn't exist.
No, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Like,
if you cannot prove it, oh really?
Oh, okay. Well, then, are you religious? Because then prove your God exists. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. See how that works?
Did I spoke about God?
No, but I'm just giving you an example to show you how ridiculous your argument is.
How do you know that I believe in any God?
That doesn't matter. I'm showing you how ridiculous your argument is.
You gave example with a God to me.
Yes, to show you how dumb your argument is.
Really? If I see the water, that means that water exists?
No, I'm telling you, nobody has ever proved any God to me. I'm not saying that no God exists.
Has anybody proved water to you?
No.
No, really?
Yes, nobody.
You don't know what is water.
Yeah, I do. Sure.
Oh, but nobody prove you water. What mean
Nope.
prove you water? How you want that
Well,
somebody prove you?
you're asking me the question, so you explain it to me, but
But you said that there is nobody can prove water. What you
right.
mean by proving water? What people should to do to prove water?
Well, that's a good question. How do you prove water?
Do you mean that H2O thing or water itself?
Yeah.
You mean H? Of course, nobody can prove that.
Right. You can show evidence. You can show measurements. You can show all sorts of things, but you can't prove that it's
But you can prove that
absolute
water doesn't curve.
reality.
You can prove
Because
that.
that's what proof is. If you prove something, then it's absolute reality, and that's
Yeah,
something you can do. You can always
That
learn
mean,
more.
yeah, you can prove that doesn't curve. That water doesn't curve. You can prove that.
Well, that's cute, but you can always learn more. So you can't prove anything because proving something means it's absolute
Are you
reality.
from people? Are you from people which one is proven evidence is different words, different things?
Well, not sure how
Are you
you are
from
using
people
it.
where is evidence and proof different thing?
Yeah, the evidence and proof are absolutely not the same.
Not the same. Can you translate me that in Serbo-Croatian, please?
In what?
I'm Croat from Croatia.
What do you
You know,
mean?
I
No,
mean
I don't
this.
know.
When I take my language, when we speak in English, when I translate in my language, prove. Do you know what prove mean? I will translate to you dokaz. And do you know what evidence mean? Dokaz. Now, how I can
Okay.
how I can distinguish that in my language?
I don't know. I don't care. I don't speak your language.
Oh, really? Why you English people have for two words different meanings, and we have the two for that two words what you have, we have the one meaning.
Because
And
your
it's the same.
your language is lacking the specificity.
Oh,
I don't know if that's even a
that
word.
means that our scientists, when they need to prove or evidence something, they use the same word.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you use the same word. It means something different.
Don't
That means that
Eskimos
our
have?
scientists are dumb.
No, I'm
Don't
not saying it's
Eskimos?
dumb. I'm saying it's lacking. It's lacking specific.
That means that our scientists are lacking of the language, and they don't know what they are doing.
No, I'm not saying they don't know what they're doing. That's ridiculous.
But they have only one word in the head that it's proof or evidence,
Right,
whatever you
right,
want
right.
to call it.
But you do realize that in the past, people used the same words for different things, and depending on the context, it was clear which definition they meant.
Okay,
And that
what is
still
proof or
works
evidence for
today.
curved water then?
Sorry,
Proof or evidence, whatever. What is
what was
proof
the
or
question?
evidence for the curved water?
Proof or evidence for water?
For curved water, not
Oh,
water is
curved
behaving like
water.
yeah.
Well, there's measurements, there's pictures, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know what
Oh,
you're
where?
asking.
Which ones?
Where? All over the place?
Are they
Yes.
irrelevant, like you told me earlier?
Measurements about curved water, you said it's everywhere.
Yes.
Who did that? Can you show me one?
Show you one, okay?
One of that measurements, yes.
Shot, give me a minute.
imagine going through life not thinking you couldn't prove anything. You know, I don't know. It's crazy. Water existing, the existence of water. It's coming out your taps and lakes, oceans. Imagine thinking you can't prove that exists to someone.
Did he say that though? Did he actually mean that?
These guys live like that. You can't prove anything because they use, they make up all this shit about the Earth being a globe and cosmology. So they say, well, you can't prove anything. We can't prove our shit, so you can't prove anything.
That's about the craziest thing I've heard in about 5-6 years of being online in Discord. That's about the craziest thing I ever heard.
Crazy, Ed. It's crazy. I don't know how you
I
look
still
like.
don't believe he said that.
It doesn't matter how you label it. If you don't have an argument, then you can just dismiss what you say.
Oh, the Earth is curving under the Denmark bridge and on another bridge. Two bridges curving on the Earth, and that's it.
Two bridges, what?
Two bridges in all world curving, and that's it. This
No.
is in Denmark. Another one. It's I forget the name. Another one has maybe it's in Japan or somewhere. I forget the name. That means two bridges in all world are curving, and all other observations showing that it's not curving.
Well, that's not true.
Oh, that's not true. How about 1,200 miles flat?
1,200 miles flat. Okay, where?
Where? Can I post it? Oh, I cannot post here anything else. I can.
If you DM it to me, I'll post it in the chat.
Nah, I'm about to give you
it,
posting permissions right now. What was your name?
I posted, but it's only a link. Professor Sash.
Who wanted to? Oh, do you have posting permissions?
Sasha.
Yeah,
He's one of the good Croatians.
That's infrared.
That's the infrared. Do you know what infrared is doing?
Yeah, it's refracting. It's light.
Yeah, it's killing all refraction. It's not refracting.
Yeah, it is. It is though. It's light. It refracts.
Yeah, it's killing all refraction. Yes.
No, it can't because it's light.
It's a light. Can you tell me what is refracting on Black Swan example?
The light.
The light is refracting. What about water?
Yeah. You mean the light?
I'm not speaking about light. I'm speaking about physicality of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, objects are not refracting. It's the light that bounces off of them that hits our eye. You know,
really?
That's how we see things.
That means that oil rigs are not there where they are.
You mean they're not where you see them to be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're there.
Sure, they exist. It's just in a different
in
location.
In which distance are they?
What do you mean?
In what distance are there?
What distance is what?
Oil rigs.
The oil rigs. Oh.
Yeah.
I think it's 6 miles and 9 miles or something.
But why distance didn't change?
The distance? You mean the distance where you see them to be, or the distance where they actually are?
Where they actually are.
No, that doesn't change, of course.
No, where they are. I'm asking you where actually are. They're on 6 miles and 9 miles. Is that true?
Yeah, that's
okay. Where we can see them on 6 miles or on 1 mile?
I don't know. That really hasn't been measured at all.
But they are on 6 miles, and we see them on 6 miles.
Really? Did you measure that?
Who measures that?
Don't you think they would know how far the oil rigs are?
No, but he's asking about where you see them to be, not where they are physically.
Where they are you seeing them? They are physically also. You know?
Well, you can see them in a location, but that's not the actual location because we're not living in a vacuum.
What are you saying, man? That's the beach, and you go to the beach and it's 9 miles and we see the 9 miles, you know.
Do you really see 9 miles? Have you measured that?
Yeah, they measured that. I didn't measure that. I was not there.
Okay. So you're just taking their word for it, even though nobody
Oh,
is.
really? I want that. Okay, I was in Adriatic Sea, you know. It's called Rovinj town, you know, on the Adriatic Sea. And I was swimming and I was not 1 foot above sea. Do you know how much I was above the sea? About 2 to 3 inch, because I was in the water. My head was in the water. And I saw the 4 miles.
Okay.
Okay?
Now
Do you
what?
want to try that? Did you made measurements?
Do I want to try what?
Did you ever was on the beach and try to measure?
Well, I've been on the beach and I've seen.
Did you measure?
I've seen
Measure?
things. Well, hold on.
Are you see? Oh, really? Did you measure?
Hold on a second.
Question.
Hold on a second.
No. Answer me this question. Did you measure
No,
ever?
I'm trying to answer your question.
No.
Just
Answer me
relax.
yes or no. Did you ever measure?
No, I'm not going to answer yes or no because I need to explain something about this.
Because I answered to you because you asked
No,
me
you
first.
did. You gave a specific answer. I need to address it.
Wait. This is very
No,
important.
I'm not going to wait. I need to
Wait, man.
address
This
your
is
answer.
very important. This is very important. You asked
Well,
me if I did
stop
that on Black
interrupting.
Swan. I told you I didn't, and you said, "Oh, you didn't." That means you are trusting other people. No, I did it myself
Right.
on
So
Adriatic Sea.
just let me finish now.
I'm now asking you. So, did you did it?
I'm gonna address your answer first.
No. When you answer this
told
question,
me
did you did it? Did you did
you
it?
told. So hold on. You told
Did
me
you
that
measure?
you.
Did you measure?
Oh my God!
Please.
Stop interrupting.
Oh my God! I will not move
interrupting.
on if you don't answer this question.
Stop
I'm sorry.
interrupting.
Let him respond.
I'm
He's
sorry.
probably not gonna answer your question, but just let him respond.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer it last because I need to address something first. Right. So just let me finish.
I didn't need to address anything when I answered
This is
to
incredible.
you.
Just let him
This is incredible. This is incredible. Why you want to address something? I answered to your question. Why you don't want to answer to me?
This is what they do. Just let him respond, because otherwise
Just
it'll
let
be a
me
shit show.
respond. I need to address something first, and then I'll answer your
Okay,
question.
address.
All right. Well, you told me you've been in some water, and you told me you claimed you could see for 4 miles. All right. So I can go to the beach and claim I see stuff in the distance for some amount of miles too. That's not really a measurement, is it? So no, just like you didn't measure anything, I didn't measure anything either.
Okay, great. That
All
means,
right.
but other people, but you, okay, great. That means you will believe the mainstream, and I will believe the people who measure it. Is it that true?
Right. So where are those measurements then?
The people from oil, people who made oil rigs, example, they measure it.
Right. Okay. Now what? No, but that's the real measurement.
I told you what. I will believe people who measure it, and you will believe the mainstream.
Right. No, those are the real measurements. I asked you for measurements, like when you.
I told you I will believe people who
it.
measure it. I told you I believe
Yeah,
people
look,
who
we
measure
got
it,
the
and you
GPS
believe the main.
coordinates. Hello.
Yes, I know
sorry,
that.
sorry to interrupt
I
you,
know
guys. Just
that.
give me 2
It's
minutes.
not about that.
Hang on.
It's not about that, Jane.
Let me finish.
But it's not about
We're
that.
talking about oil rigs.
Seriously.
Hang on a minute. I'm talking about the oil rigs. If you let me speak, I'm talking about the oil rigs. The one at 6 miles and the other one at 9 miles. Yeah, okay. Now I'm gonna set up my weapon, okay, to blow those two up. Set 2 separate missile launchers right there. They're not going to move, yeah? Now, once I fixed it, there won't be any refraction because they'll be blown out of the sea. My question is, where's the bloody curvature? I shouldn't be able to see those oil rigs from my position. Okay? That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter what you say, there's no curvature there.
It's CGI video, Gene.
You're wasting time.
It's CGI video. That's fake video. You know, that Black Swan. And all observation from people, it's CGV, not CGI, because it's image. It's video. All of them see
I know. They don't
computer
understand, do they?
generated
I mean,
video,
they're idiots.
edited video to make Earth flat. You know, because we want to deceive We want to deceive world.
Yeah. We're desperate.
People
You know?
like me want to deceive world, you know, because
Yeah.
look at this harmony, peace, and beautiful life, and we want to ruin that.
Yeah,
Ed, are
he
you
forgot,
disputing?
he
Ed, are
forgot,
you
right? He forgot
disputing?
that we
Ed, are
could
you
see an island
disputing that the?
29
Hold
miles
on,
away.
Jen.
We can see an
Can
island.
you hear me, Jen? Jen, can you hear
Yeah.
me? Ed, are you disputing that the oil rigs are 9 miles out?
No.
What's the problem then?
Oh, well, he was talking about where you see them to be.
Yeah, we
So
see
I
them to
asked,
be 9 miles out, and then we can see them from,
really?
you know, a foot above the beach.
Is that what you're seeing?
Do you see
We
physical
see the oil
water
rigs.
between two oil rigs?
Yeah, you see the oil
Do you
rigs, but
see
you're telling
physical
me
water between
specifically.
two oil rigs?
Hold on,
Do
I'm
you
not
see physical?
disputing. Oh my god, dude, shut up for 1 second. I'm not disputing that the oil rigs are whatever miles away they are. I'm not disputing that you can see the oil rigs. But you guys make a very specific claim, which is you can see the oil rigs to be 9 miles away. That is a specific claim having to do with measurements. Please demonstrate those measurements specifically.
Okay,
If you
let me
see
answer that.
something,
Let me answer that.
if
Let
you
me
see
answer that.
something,
Okay, let me
all
answer
right.
that, please. Look, I'm at the beach. I can see the orange with my eyeballs. I set my camera. I take a picture. Okay, of my for a record. Then I go to the Google Earth, or I ring them up. I ring up the Oryx themselves. Can you give me your geographic position on the ocean there, please? How many miles are you from my location? And I can get it. So we can get that information. What's your problem? We can get the information. So we're seeing it with our eyes, and then we confirm it with Google and the organizations that owns those oil rigs. Where's your problem now? What the fuck are you
Well, the
going on
problem
about?
is if I look at something.
The problem is you
Let
haven't
him finish,
proven
Jen.
that the Earth has
Jen, he got 2
curvature.
words in and you
Come up
cut him
and show
off.
me the curvature, man. That's what you need to do. Sorry.
Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead, bro.
Thank you. The problem I'm having is when I look at something, even though I know how far it is away because of measurements, I can't see that it's actually that distance away just by looking at it, right? No object I'm looking at, I'm like, well, I can say like, well, that's maybe a meter in front of me,
Yeah.
but I can't see that it is. I need
So
to do
but
some actual measurements. And then there's
yes, but
also
with the
things
oil
like
rigs,
perspective
But he
and
told you
refraction.
now. He told you.
okay.
Gene told you how he did it.
Yeah. You can always confirm this. What's your problem? You
Are you
still don't
saying
get
if
it.
I go to the Google, I'm in Coventry now, and if I look that it from Coventry to Nottingham, it's 40 miles. That is not true. That I need to measure that first.
No, that's not. Oh my God, you're.
Is
I'm
that
Yeah,
not
but you did.
sufficient?
disputing.
Is that sufficient evidence that we ring up the company? Can you give me your geographical location from my location here, please? Both oil rigs, and then they give me that
All right.
information, and
So,
then
so
confirm it with,
let's
and
do
then I
this another
confirm
way.
it. I'm still talking. I am still talking, and then I confirm it with
Fucking
Google
spastic, man.
as
Relax,
well.
guys.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry, Jeremy. It's my style. Don't tell me how to talk. Shut up and get out of my way. Now, I then confirm it with.
Hey, Jen, mind your P's and Q's, mate. Stop going off the deep end. Settle down.
Look, come on. What's your problem now? I'm not here to make friends. There you go.
Hey, well, just relax and make your point.
Don't worry. I'm relaxed. What's your problem now? I rung up Google. I Googled it and I rung up the organization. They gave me their geographic position precisely. Is there a problem now?
Yes, there
Well,
is
what's
a
that? What's
problem.
the problem now?
Well,
What's the problem?
I'll give you the example, and please let me finish. If I place an object in front of you and you're just looking at it, do you know how far away it is?
I would not know how far away it is. No, but I can
All
get
right.
I can get a piece of equipment that can tell me that distance, that can hold in my hand.
All right. Well, then, if you're looking at the oil rigs through a camera or something, just with your eyes, don't tell me you
Obviously.
see it to be 9 miles away, because as you just told me, I asked you
No, you
specifically,
cannot
if I place
see
something
that.
in front of you, you don't know how far away it is.
Of
Just by
course, you
looking.
don't.
Semantic word game
I'm
he's
not being
playing. I mean,
dishonest, am I?
obviously we know that.
answered.
Hold on, Jen. Hold on. This is some semantic, pedantic word game he's playing. Obviously,
No.
we know the.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know the oil rigs are 9 miles away. They've been measured. They're static. They don't move. So we see
Yes,
the oil
I know
rigs.
that.
They're
I
9
know
miles.
that. But it
We
has to
see the
do with
oil
the
rigs. Hold
claim.
on.
So what's your problem?
Yo. We see the oil rigs. They're 9 miles away. What's the problem?
The problem is that you're saying we're living in an atmosphere. We're living in air, so there's going to be refraction. So when you're telling me that you see something to be X miles away, that's just a ridiculous claim. And you have no measurements for that either.
So if we see the oil
What
rig
are
and
you
we know the
saying?
We
oil,
know the measurements.
so if we see the oil rig and we know the oil rig's 9 miles away, we're not seeing the oil rig 9 miles away.
You can't know that because, as you just said, just by looking at something, you don't know how far away it
Oh
is.
my
And
God!
I know this is terrible.
And also, there's always refraction, right? So
You're just an idiot.
So what is your claim? You haven't got a claim. All you do is deny that we see it 9 miles away, because it's you don't have a claim. What are you basing? You need to say something like
But it is nine. But
refraction.
it's 9 miles
He
away.
needs to say something like refraction. My claim is refraction is actually putting it somewhere else. What's your claim?
Nobody on the flat earth side has ever stated just by observing the distance to an object. Never, ever.
Yeah.
And
That's also true.
if you are trying, if somebody suggested something that in their words, maybe by accident, and you try to catch them on that this is the reality of their observation, you are trying too much, Ed.
If the
no,
guy
not
got
actually, because they literally said it.
if the guy got the Guinness record for the distance of 270 miles, why he got that prize? Because he didn't. How he knows that it's 275 miles?
I don't know. Ask him.
Ask him. But
Yeah.
he got the Guinness record for the distance, for the more, how to say it, sorry
Right.
because of English.
He did,
Yeah.
not me. So don't ask me then.
Yeah, but it's in Guinness book, you know. Why he?
Okay, well, ask the Guinness book. I'm not the arbiter of the fucking Guinness book.
Can we ask people who made all these distances, measurements or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Ask them.
When
Go ahead.
you fly, you know, from New York to UK, why it's, I don't know, that distance? Why it's not more or less?
Well, I'm not disputing that things are actually a certain distance away. What I'm disputing is that you guys
Yeah,
are
but
claiming you can.
I'm
Hold
disputing that.
on, please. What I'm disputing
Let
is
him
that your
finish.
guys are saying that you can see things to be a certain miles away just by looking.
Nobody has ever claimed that, Ed.
Well,
Again,
then maybe you're late.
Yeah, no one's ever said. Who said that?
you try to word catch
Who
people.
said I got a laser rangefinder in my eyeball where I can tell how the distance by looking at things?
So then what do you mean when you say you can see the oil rigs to be 9 miles away? Please
Because
elaborate.
they are 9 miles away.
It means we can see the oil rigs. They're 9 miles away. We know they're 9 miles away. We know we can see
Oh,
them because I know what I see. All right. I told
so
you
you
guys
can't
this is some
see them to be 9
semantic.
miles away then, can you?
I
You
told
can
I
just
Okay,
told you
see
guys
you
them.
a
cannot
minute
see them
ago.
9
I told
miles
you guys a
away on
minute
the
ago.
globe.
I told you guys a minute ago. This is some semantic pedantic word game where somebody said something and now he's taking that and running with it.
Look, you guys constantly ask for definitions, so this stuff is important. Yes.
Yeah, come on.
So we
You're
see the
wasting
oil
time
rig.
anyway. Me, you'd be
So
gone by now. I would have banned you by
No,
now
it's
because you're
fine.
just being
Next
stupid.
time you ask me
Time
for a
wasting. You would
definition,
have
I'll
been
just
gone
tell you
by
it's
now.
semantics.
Long time ago.
Yeah, you're a clever
You'd be
guy.
banned
Come
by
on.
now. Bang, goodbye,
Oh.
good luck. Into the abyss of your fantasy, confused, delusional madness with a little bit of Newtonian lunacy. Okay, good luck.
All right,
Alright,
well,
thank
back
you.
to the point. That was great, Jen. Thanks for adding that. So back to the point. We see the oil rigs. We know they're 9 miles away. Right?
Okay.
From 1 foot up off the surface.
1 foot or 6 feet?
1.
1 foot was generous. We were giving you.
Yeah, I think it's
We were
about
giving
1.
you a lot with 1 foot. We could give you 6 feet. It still don't match.
Is it 1 or 6 though?
1.
Take
If it
15.
was 6,
I will give you
you're
15.
still. Yeah, if it was 6, you're still way out of bounds.
Right. But I'm not asking if it was something. I'm asking what it actually is. Is it 1 or 6?
Lower than
So let's
6.
go with 15.
That's
So
like
nobody
lower than
knows the
6.
definitive
I
answer.
know.
That's
It's
interesting.
definitively it was lower than 6.
Right. So 6 minus or 1.
You can use anything under 6.
Look,
Anything under 6.
It's 3.27 3.333368567.
You could see his
Interesting.
camera was touching the sand. I mean, it was
Oh, really?
probably about a foot. You could use anything
But
under
what's that?
6
Is
feet.
yeah. Okay.
Use
Interesting.
any number you want under 6.
But 666 millimeters.
Well, I need to know exactly what it was, though.
seriously,
It was
Ian, you heard him
exactly.
the first time. He said 1. All right, come on, stop it. We're talking
Yeah, but
5
then
minutes
other
about
people
what it
said
is.
other things.
He said 1 foot, Ed. Go with it.
Yeah, that's conflicting information, though.
No, it's not. He
Ooh.
said 1, and then he
Right.
confirmed it.
But other
And
people
then he
say
said,
other things.
and then he said 6. Anything
And
under
I'm
6.
right. So I
All right,
asked him,
Ed,
how does he know
seriously,
that?
if you don't want to have an honest conversation, don't partake in it.
He doesn't
This
want
is an
to.
honest conversation because people
Well,
are
he
giving
said
me
1.
conflicting answers.
He said 1. You were talking
Right,
to
and
Ed.
other people are
He said
saying
1.
other things.
You're not talking
It's
to other
1
people.
foot
You're talking to
observation,
Jeremy.
okay?
All right, you're
It was
talking to
Okay.
1
Jeremy.
foot, Ed.
He said
It
1.
was 1 foot.
All right. So how do you know it's 1?
Oh my
And we
No,
could see
go
Because
it.
ahead.
We
it
could see
was,
it touching the sand.
you can see on video, it was fucking near to the sea.
If he's touching the sand, then it's 0. Right.
You know what? Maybe
Giving
it
you
was
1
not
foot
30
would be
centimeters.
generous,
It
wouldn't
was
it?
47 centimeters above the sea, you know? Listen to me again, I will repeat. Maybe it was not 30 centimeters above the sea, it was 47. That it's so big different that you cannot even imagine.
Okay.
Because 17 centimeters observation difference can change 10 miles, you know?
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Then you go 15 feet and still that horizon should not be on 10 miles. Then you go 30 feet and still that horizon should not to be 10 miles.
Really? Shouldn't it be? How do you know that?
It's saying your globe model.
Really? Does it say we live in a vacuum, though?
In a vacuum. Does it saying
Yeah.
anything that any kind of phenomena can move the horizon?
Yes. It's called refraction.
Which phenomena is that? Which can you cite it? And I want to read this sentence. Because of this phenomena, horizon extending. In any publication,
Yeah,
I will.
it's called refraction.
Yeah, can you cite or show me where it's written in any book this sentence? Because of this phenomena, horizon extending.
You want me to post an article or something?
Yeah, saying that's what I said. That any phenomena extending horizon.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's refraction, yes.
What refraction?
What do you mean, what's refraction?
That refraction, what's happening on asphalt outside, or terrestrial refraction?
No, it's just refraction.
Just refraction. No, this should be terrestrial refraction because it's about
No.
Earth.
No,
Yes,
there's no such thing.
Yes,
There's no such
there is no such thing. That means there is no refraction.
There are different effects that can occur from refraction, but there's just refraction.
How can you prove
It's
this
just
refraction? How do you prove this refraction?
Because we live in an atmosphere. We don't live in a vacuum.
Show us. How do you prove it?
No, first of all, nobody can prove anything, so don't ask me that. And second, it's just refraction, and we don't live in a vacuum.
Yeah, refraction, extending horizon. Albert Einstein, 1920, this method, blah, blah, blah. Can you do that?
I don't care.
Oh, that means you only will say the word refraction, and that's it. And
Well,
that's something.
Guy, you haven't shown me anything. You just talk.
I show you that we see one distance straight. Nothing else.
No. You didn't show me anything. You just talked about it.
No, there is an oil rig 9 miles away, and
Where?
there is an
You
oil
didn't
rig
show me
9 miles
anything.
away. If you have photographer, not flat earther, he will go to make a photo of oil rigs, and he will say, "Look, I made a photo of oil rigs." And some people will say, "No, man, you didn't make a photo of oil rig. That's not oil rig. That's a projection. There is a refraction." Oh, really? Sorry,
Okay.
I don't want to be photographer anymore.
Oh, well, that's an interesting story.
Yeah, interesting story. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not related to anything we're talking about, though. So.
Yeah. But you, on the end, the thing is great, you know. You believe people who saying that water is curving, and I believe the water itself, and we will stay on that, and then we will live our life.
Well, it's not that I
right.
believe things.
No, you believe people
can
saying
observe
that
it.
water is curving. Listen to me. This is all, people telling you that water is curving, and you believe that. And I believe water. I don't believe what people say.
It's not
That's
about
all.
belief, though.
It is about belief. You believe people who saying that water is curving. And
No,
I believe
I
only
actually
water,
observed it
man.
myself.
Water doesn't want to curve. That's
I actually observed it myself.
And?
And what?
And? Does it curve?
And what?
And does it curve?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Great. You're I don't know, you're some special guy then.
Okay.
Well, one of the one, because nobody else can do it, but you can do it. I don't know. You're
Really, nobody else can. That's a lie.
Can you tell me which other guy can show or observe the curvature?
Oh, well, I don't know their exact names, but I've seen plenty of posts in the text chat. Not just in this server, but in many
servers. You said that you can observe and measure.
Right.
How? Can you show us?
He said with his eyes, Sasha. He said he sees bending water. That's what he told me.
But he will speak about oil rigs, and he will say, no, that this is bullshit. But now he will say, I'm observing and measuring.
Hold on.
I'm observing and measuring curving, but
no,
I will not show you anything.
Is bullshit. What did I say is bullshit? I don't think you can repeat my exact argument.
I cannot repeat your exact. You said there is a refraction.
Yes, but that's not all I said.
Doing what?
Yeah, go on. Finish the argument.
Does refraction move? How refraction extends horizon?
Really? So okay, that's
how
exactly.
Refraction extends horizon.
So as predicted, you can't even repeat my full argument.
Yeah, that's great.
You're arguing. You're arguing against a really partial memory of my argument.
If you have any faith in your argument, you would repeat it so we can hear it. Let's hear it.
Yeah. So for the billionth time, I'm not disputing that oil rigs are. Oh my God! Let me finish. I'm not disputing that the oil rigs are whatever miles away they are. I'm not disputing that you can see them. I'm disputing the specific claim that was made. You can see them to be whatever miles away. Now that has already been addressed. We moved past that. Then we talked about what was it again? Refraction. God damn it!
What's your
I don't
argument,
No,
Ed?
to define
Oh,
your
this is
argument.
interesting.
I
I
remember
don't
our
remember
argument.
your argument, but interesting
Yeah,
that
Hold on,
you
guys.
don't remember your argument.
yeah,
Guys,
because you
hold on.
guys go all over the place. First it's
Guys,
this, then it's
Can you hear
that.
Jeremy,
There's
Ed?
always a fucking problem somehow.
Ed, can you
all
hear
right.
Jeremy?
What's your
Oh my
argument,
god.
bro? What's your argument? I wasn't paying attention. I was watching TikTok. I didn't hear. What was your argument?
9
You're
miles.
asking me?
Yeah, 9
Ed, yes,
miles.
Ed.
No, I was talking with Sasha. He was asking
Yeah,
me
and what's your
questions.
what's your
Ed,
argument?
No, you asked me questions.
No. You said, Sasha, don't ask me a question. You cannot even repeat my argument. Now, can you tell us your argument?
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't
what is
remember either.
what is your argument? Okay, no one remembers the
That's
argument.
point.
No,
Ed,
we talked about refraction.
that was point.
What was the thing after refraction?
Yeah, you asked Sasha to repeat your argument, but you can't even repeat your argument.
No, at this point I
Well done, bro.
forgot.
You said
Alright,
Sasha
well,
doesn't know your argument, and now you don't
Right.
know to repeat your argument.
Yeah, I
Great.
forgot it too. Yeah. That's great.
You have to laugh
But
at
it's
that.
good to attack Sasha because he doesn't know your argument.
Right. Well, you
Yeah,
didn't
that's
know.
nice. Thank you for attacking me for that.
Yeah, well, you didn't know.
Okay.
you didn't either.
I know where I am.
Yeah, no, I
You don't
forgot
know your
too.
own
I
argument.
know what I spoke, but you forget it.
I mean, I could see him forgetting what you said, but you don't even remember it. So, I mean, obviously, it wasn't that memorable.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't important then.
Well, for sure it wasn't before. But conclusion is this: the water is curving, and let's go home. People, Ed gave all arguments. If you didn't understand, that's your problem.
Exactly.
Of course.
Where you been hiding, Ed? Where you been? We ain't seen you for a bit.
Yeah. Been doing some schoolwork and just chilling.
Yeah.
Any new things going on in Flat Earth?
I mean, your boy's been taking a beating the past week in here. I got B-ball and Nidhogg yesterday, co-show a few days ago. Like, you guys are getting worked over big time.
Uh-huh.
What happened that worked over big time?
Worked over. I mean, you'd have to go
I'll tell
back.
you real quick. I just got done editing 30 minutes of Kosho explaining how GPS doesn't convert anything, and then admits to converting from Cartesian to coord.
Oh my god, bro, you're right.
Travis, did you clip the thing yesterday with Nidhogg when he told me the diameter has nothing to do with the radius?
I got bored of that conversation. I didn't think it was very interesting, to tell you the truth.
I know, but at the end, it was golden when he said the diameter doesn't have anything to do with the radius. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, it's almost as hilarious as what Kosho said yesterday. But anyway, like I said, I got done. It's 30 minutes, but at the very end, okay, so we had a 30-minute conversation. Bandsaw closed it off. There was like 10 seconds of silence, and you come in and go, "What happened?" Come on, that's funny.
I hope I had a decent closing argument, Travis.
No, I mean, you just tied the bow on our conversation with Kosho yesterday. You made a point, and you closed it by saying, "I've made my point." Silence for like 5 seconds, and then Jeremy comes in and goes, "What happened?" Like he missed the whole thing. It was hilarious. It was like crazy funny. Anyway.
Hey, Ed. You there, Ed?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, mate. Where is the center of the universe?
The center of the universe.
Yeah,
That's
where is it?
son of a bitch.
In the middle.
I
Hence why it's called the centre.
So there is a center.
There is a center? Yeah.
Yes.
Where is it, Ed? Where is it?
I don't know.
In the center.
In the middle.
Man. Oh, come on, bro. In the center. The
In
center's in the
defense of
center.
the Globers, they wouldn't know what the real center is because they don't know how far it goes. So
Is it, hold on, is the center
is
inside or
like a
outside?
guess, right?
Is the center inside or outside the universe?
Now, I guess he's asking for a direction, and I can't give that, so that's why I say it.
The center's where the gooey caramel.
Is it everywhere or is it nowhere?
Or is it just one point?
Are you asking about the center of the universe or God?
No, the center of the universe. I was very specific.
All right. Well, I don't know where it is specifically, but
We don't know
I
how
can,
far it goes. So how
I
can
can
we
give
know
a
what the center
cheap-ass
is?
answer, like, it's in the center. Yeah, well, that doesn't tell you anything, right?
So it can't be everywhere.
No, but, oh, I see what you're getting at. It appears that it's everywhere, because it appears everything is moving away from you, right? So you can look from any point and say, well, it looks like I'm the center, everything is moving away. Well, but that's not how it works. That doesn't mean everywhere is the center, right?
No, I never said anything about it. Oh, sorry, Crypto. You're really low, man. I just heard the back end of you.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you
Shouldn't
were.
be.
Yeah, that's why.
How can you know where the center is if you don't know how
Hold on.
big the universe is? How would you know that?
Yeah. No, yeah,
I can't give you a direction.
I didn't ask about the apparent center. I asked about the center, Ed.
Right.
But
Yeah,
how can they know that though?
I don't know where it is.
Okay.
But you know there is one.
Is it possible the center of the universe is outside the center of the universe, as Matthew Learns told us yesterday?
They were telling us last night it's possible that the center of the universe was actually outside of the universe.
Yeah, that's right. Like the center of a
Oh, you heard
donut. Or a hula hoop.
The hula hoop one, they had me stumped on that.
Hello.
Crypto?
I see. So you're talking about the
Ed.
center point from the.
Ed, hold on, buddy. Crypto, you trying to talk?
I was just doing a mic check. Can I be heard? Okay.
Yeah, you can now. Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, carry on.
Cool. Can the center of the universe be in nothing, Ed?
Well, the example someone just gave about a donut, I guess that's. But I don't know what shape the universe is, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but can it be in nothing?
I don't know what shape the universe is.
Well, can it be in nothing? You mean like?
Not in space at all.
Yeah.
Not
So
nowhere.
if it's like a donut shape, I guess. Does the center point of a donut lie in the? Well, yeah, it has to be.
The whole of the donut is flat Earth.
Yeah, but check it. If the universe, if space, the universe is donut shaped, where the center would be in the middle, right? Which would be nowhere.
Big black hole.
Yeah, but that doesn't really matter. A point is not specifically.
But you got to put a point somewhere.
A point is not a physical object. It's just pointing to location.
I know, but we got to put the point somewhere, right?
Pretend
you're going to make a point on a paper, right? You would put a dot somewhere, right? On the paper. You need a place to put the point.
Right.
Right. So if the center of the universe was outside the universe, like say the center of a donut or hula hoop, where would you put your point?
Well, as I said, the point is not a physical thing. It's just pointing to a location.
I know. Pretend you had a little sticker, and we were going to put a little sticker right at the center.
Yeah, yeah. That's not going to work, is it?
What if? What if? Now, hear me out. What if the center of the universe isn't a physical place or a physical location, but it's an optical location, like the horizon? What are you gonna do then?
Okay. Then what?
Center, the apparent center.
The apparent center, the refracted center of the universe.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Well, I already addressed that. Maybe you weren't there, but anywhere you are in the universe, you can look and say like, well, it appears I'm the center because everything is moving away from me. But that doesn't mean you're actually the center of the universe at that point. It's just apparent.
There's literally no way to go into that statement at all.
No, but that goes with what you just said.
I was joking because obviously there can't be a refracted center of the universe. You were being serious, and it's stupid.
No, it actually is an apparent center of the universe.
Oh Lord. Okay, hold on.
I'm just talking to you, Ed. You do come out with the most whopping lies.
No, it's not a lie. That's actually how things work.
You think that there's a refracted center of the universe?
No, I didn't say refractive. I said apparent.
That was my point. I said that, and then you said that what I'd said was true.
Yeah, you said the last thing you said before I replied was apparent center.
So not refracted center then?
No, I never refractive. Of course not. Just apparent, and I explained why it's apparent.
Right, fine. Well, maybe don't say that what you said was true when I'd said refracted center. But we can move on.
Right, but you also said apparent center, so that's
okay.
That goes
maybe clarify. Don't just assume that people know what the fuck you're talking about.
You did say it was true.
Yeah, apparent center. Yeah, and I elaborated on why. I never said refractive though.
Yeah, but when I said it, you said that it was true.
Yeah, because you said apparent center. That's what I responded to.
Yeah. So be clear with what you're talking about. We've had this conversation twice now. I don't really see a point of having it a third time.
Right. You simply don't understand. That's fine.
No. We've already been through this twice now.
Yeah, we've been through it. You said apparent center, and I said yeah.
I also said refracted center.
Right, but the last thing you said was apparent center. It doesn't matter how loud you say it. The last thing you said was apparent center.
Yeah.
Isn't it precious?
I feel like you're not listening.
No, you're yelling and you're cutting out because you're yelling so much. So calm down and just repeat it calmly.
Oh, you're precious, bro. You just.
Well, I would like to understand what he's saying, but he's clipping out because he's so frustrated and yelling.
No, it's just you're not listening, bro.
Yeah, no,
I can't really listen if you're clipping out.
Yeah, but they're trying to get you to go down the route of saying that the center of the universe is apparent, so therefore if it's apparent,
You're roboting, man.
Must be refracted.
You're clipping out, bro.
We're not trying to get him to go anywhere. We're just trying to obtain a coherent answer of where the center of the universe is.
Right, I told you, I don't know.
Yeah, no, cool. That's fairly coherent. I'm not going to disagree and fairly honest. Thank you. But also, too, you did say apparent. It is apparent.
Yeah, and I elaborated on why.
Yeah. So, now I have noted you down, Ed, because I'm writing a book. So I've just noted you down as I don't know. And we have Kosho is everywhere. Bacon outside the universe. Matthew, it's in nothing. and Ed 2022 apparent and I don't know. So I'm sure I will be updating my book regularly, Ed, and I'll be having more questions at a future date.
All right. Well, make sure to remind me every time that you're reading, making a book.
Yeah, I will.
I find it
Is he
strange
still
how many
going on
flat
about the
earthers
book?
go, I don't know the shape of the Earth, but I know it's not a globe. Which I find a really weird statement.
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
What was the question?
Yeah, explain why you think I know the Earth's not a globe, but it's not a globe.
I don't know the shape of the Earth, but I know it's not.
Okay, so you don't know the shape of something, but you're presupposing the shape of it.
No, you totally misunderstood the point. If you don't know what something is, then it's very difficult to state what it is not.
Exactly.
You definitely fight for the globe side there, Druss. So
Okay, if I never
I'm
know
less
what
skeptical of a globe. I admit that because the
no.
globe actually comes up with a lot
You're
more
not.
evidence.
You're not skeptical at all about
I'm
the globe
skeptical
side
about
at
everything.
all. You're not
hold on real
skeptical
quick.
about the globe. Go, Jeremy.
Like if I never saw a platypus, right, and I don't know what a platypus was, and you know I'm out in the wild and I see a platypus, I can look at that platypus. Now I don't know what the platypus is, but I can say that's definitely not a horse, right?
What fucking creature is this?
Right, Josh. So you can know what something isn't and not know what it is.
You want to see a platypus, Jeremy?
The problem I've got is you don't actually get to see the platypus. All you get to see is a tiny fraction of one hair
Well,
without any DNA evidence on it. And that's what you're running around with. And then you're saying it's not a horse.
Isn't that a problem in the first place, flat Earth skeptic? If you cannot see the shape of it, if you don't know what it is and what it's made of, how the fuck are you going to define what it's made of?
Well, you can see what it's made of because you can literally stick your hands in it and go, aha, this is soil. This is rock. This is crunchy
water.
bits.
Yeah.
So there's a category difference there, isn't there? I might not be able to say the whole of the earth is made of this cream cheese because I've got it out of my fridge. But I can certainly say this bit of the earth is made of cream cheese.
And how is that related to flat Earth or globe Earth?
That wasn't my last statement. Particularly wasn't. It was just a statement of fact based on your observation.
So, which part of the earth is made of cream cheese?
Bit that I drop on the floor.
Oh, right, okay.
What I'm basically saying is if you just examined that tiny bit of my kitchen floor and you go, oh my God, Holmes, what, Watson? The earth, it's made of cream cheese. Oh my God, Watson, this changes everything. Call the Queen. Oh, but she's dead. You know, and go from there.
So are you saying that we can make up shit purely about a story of
No, I was showing that is very faulty logic because you're taking a very small subset of the whole and then inferring the whole on it. The more the subset represents the whole, the more likely you are to be accurate in your conclusion because you have more data to work with.
Sure. And so how does that prove a globe?
I'm not a glober, I'm a flat earth skeptic.
Yeah, you're definitely a glober. You are 100%
okay, so
a
you
glober.
don't think it's globe either. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And I could go to every, I don't know it's flat, I don't believe it's flat, I'm not a flat earther, I'm just a globe earth skeptic. No, you're a flat earther, you must. Must answer my flat Earth questions, damn
You
you,
just
sir.
come in here with ridiculousness, Russ. You just come in here with ridiculousness.
That
Well,
was a
I'm
real
glad that you've climbed down from the positive claim of the globe Earth, and now you're kind of skeptical. That's good.
I know, and I'm also amazed at how I can use my sock account as quickly as I do to be both crypto and myself.
You do sound like crypto a wee bit.
It sounds nothing like crypto. I don't know
No,
where
I've got to
people
put my
get
accent. I've got to put my crypto accent on for that.
Well, of course.
See?
Not the same guy.
Did you send flowers, Russ? Did you send flowers?
What for Queenie? No,
Yeah.
but I did send best regards.
You did?
Look,
Yeah.
look, Bantor.
I like the monarchy.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not a Republican.
So are you really sad that Queen Elizabeth died?
I want my lizard overlords.
You do?
Yeah, dictating lenses or bust.
Yeah, I mean, Bantor, just don't be too harsh on Druss because we're in 10 days of mourning, okay? And we're very, very sad right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I did see that. I'll tone it down a little bit for you, Druss. Give me a week and a half, and I'll be on you.
I need about 2 weeks, pal.
I was actually surprised at how many people were outside the royal gate so quickly. There was a monstrous crowd.
Yeah,
isn't that crazy?
British people, even if you dislike the Queen, I mean, you've obviously got the sort of the anti-royalists who really don't. But you know,
Like
most people are you know, would at least show a certain amount of respect. I mean, for me, I just like the fact that you know there's a queen on the throne with a Scottish lineage that ties closer to James I of England than it does of fucking any other king.
Human lineage.
You're always going to get the 20 million people that think that royalty is a good thing. Like.
Yes. So anyway, enough of this diversion, Druss.
Good,
I've got a question
good for pissing off the French. Let's face that.
Yeah. I've got a question for you, Druss. All right.
Okay.
Where is the center of the universe?
Where is the center of the universe?
And I've done that.
Yes. Yep.
I don't.
Now I want a serious answer.
Yeah, I'm going to give a serious answer, you bastard.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just making sure, Russ.
Oh, sorry. So,
bastard.
From a knowledge perspective, I'd have to go. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know where the center of the universe is because you know I don't know where to point to.
Okay.
On a more hypothetical, you know, from a hypothesis perspective, if we came from a singular point, then everywhere's the center.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I'm just noting this down, Russ, because I'm writing a book. Right?
I know.
So,
why flat Earth is so silly.
There we go. Druss, I don't know, and everywhere.
Hypothetically, you don't forget the hypothetically. But...
Okay, hold on, brackets. Okay, you've got it. Hypothetically.
Yeah.
I'll quote you.
Knowledge claim does not know. Follows on.
Okay. Yes, I've got you quoted correctly. Don't worry. I won't misrepresent you too many times.
Now, Bansor, I don't know where the center of the universe is, but I know where the center of the Milky Way is.
Yeah.
It's where that fluffy nougat center.
Yeah.
Milky Way doesn't have a nougat center. Oh, actually, no, it's the Milky Bar that doesn't have a nougat center. Shit, I just fucked up my chocolate bars.
Yeah, the Milky Way's got a fluffy nougat center, and you know where the end of the galaxy is because it's chocolate.
Now, Druss,
I'd be more worried if you're ever offered a finger of fudge by a flat earther. Finger of fudge is just enough to give your kids a treat.
If we started off at a singular point, Druss, okay, and
if we did,
if we did, hypothetically, I've still got you in the category of hypothetically. Don't you worry. Okay, so if we started off at a singular point, right, and everything is expanding equally in every direction, which is what apparently the hypothesis is, that everything is expanding equally.
I'm not sure if that's true, but go on.
Oh, that's what I've been
I'll
told.
run with it.
That's what I've been told, right? Smarter people than me have told me this, that everything is expanding equally. So wouldn't that singular point be the center?
No, because you forget you're transforming from a one-dimensional perspective to a two-dimensional perspective to then a three-dimensional perspective. And that does kind of fuck you up, because if you look, this is why I disagree with your matter distribution thing, or your area distribution, is the universe seems to be flatter than it seems to be fairly planar based. In fact, you've got a stronger argument for flat universe than you do for flat Earth.
Really? The
Really?
universe,
I'm not fucking.
is flat.
I fuck you not.
I'm
So
changing my name to Flat Universa.
Make sure you're understanding this, Bansal. So everywhere is the center of the flat universe.
Yes. Yeah.
Write that down.
Okay. A flat universe. Druss 2022. I can't believe.
No, I mean the honest answer is I don't know, but the hypothesis from physics is everywhere is the center of the universe.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So a field of study has a hypothesis.
Yeah. It's actually got an exclamation mark after the everywhere.
If you want it to, Andy.
Have you put it in capital letters?
Believable. It makes it more believable.
Maybe write it in red as well.
Okay, you guys have got me doing so much work. I hate yous. I've got a highlighter.
I do feel like sometimes when Druss says these things, he says them tongue in cheek, but he doesn't admit it.
I know. I've known him for way too long. Way too long.
The universe is flat. Ha ha ha.
Flat universe.
No, I was actually being quite serious about that matter distribution. It's pretty.
I'm not sure, but you can say that you are, but I'm not convinced.
Interesting. Anyway, you've answered my question. We can move on to something else. I've driven the room crazy for the last 2 days.
Oh no!
Can somebody please unmute Elijah? I really want to hear what he says.
What happened?
Elijah got muted. Can you unmute him?
Oh, I got you, Elijah. I got it. No, I already
got
did
your back,
it,
Elijah. I'll help you out, mate.
Thank you. What does something having a center have to do with perspective?
Elijah, would you say? We can't hear you. I'm just fucking with you, bro. We heard you. We heard you.
Perspective. What does that have to do with the center of something physical?
That's a good question. We heard you.
Well, the guy said no and then he said something, perspective, something, and I'm like,
yeah, 1D perspective, 2D perspective. I was gonna tear that apart, but I missed it.
We all know when someone says something and it's like, yeah, that's true. That that makes sense. And then it's like this mental game where it's like the person that's responding to them says something totally unrelated. You know it, but they pretend it's not unrelated. And it's like, it's a headache.
Right, Bansal, you're not interested in my answer about the universe?
No, not really.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's okay. I understand where you're coming from.
To be fair, you fucking asked for that one.
Because you know my answer anyway. And as for the royal family and the monarchy and that, as an African from my parents' lineage, colonialism and slavery has left a bitter taste in my mouth. So you will excuse me if I say fingers up the royal and the royal
How much of that you
families
think
and
is fake as
monarchies
fuck?
of the world. Okay.
Hold on a second, right? Because I'm no fan of the royal family, right? But at the end, of the day, right? That's somebody's mother. That's somebody's grandmother, right? Have a little bit of
Couldn't give a
was
respect.
damn.
Hitler,
Couldn't give a
fam.
damn.
Who
Couldn't
cares?
give a damn. Have a
Didn't have any
bit of
kids and
respect
his
of
dogs
those
didn't
who
cry.
died as slaves
I
on
mean,
the slave of
what I
slave
find
Have a little bit of respect for
funny,
those
Let
who
Jim.
him
died in the
hear.
Congo.
Like
Okay, have some
here
respect,
I
man.
was about
I
to
don't hear you.
argue that
Fuck the Queen. I'm pissing
here
shit
I was about
all
to
over her
argue that
face.
the perspective
Flat
they've
Earth.
given us about slavery could very well be a
Fucking idiot.
story to keep us actually acting the way we're acting towards each other in this
Yeah,
present
I'm just
day.
got to keep a clean
What
breast of everything.
what Granny
Let's keep a
Queen?
clean breast. Remember, we're
Don't
under
say it.
tyranny. We are under tyranny. We are slaves. We're not free. We're being told to take an injection we don't want. So let's get that correct, yeah? The monarchy didn't help us there. Scumbags.
So what's your view on the formation of the West African Squadron in the late 18th century and its impact on the transatlantic slave trade, where it basically brought it to a fucking halt? And who do you think sponsored
We're talking
that?
about the monarchy and the problems they bring. Okay?
So am I. I'm talking about the monarchy.
The thing is,
Nothing
Oh,
good.
he's talking about
Nothing good
fucking
about the
slavery,
monarchy.
right? He's talking
If
about
you
the
want to
slave.
put yourself below
please,
scumbags who fucking
please
raped and pillaged
control this,
your people,
moderators.
good
It's
luck.
not a productive
I'm
conversation.
driving, but
Jen is
I'm about to
triggered.
go
Anyway,
out.
I don't feel like it.
Well, if Jeremy or Bandy are
I'm
around, they
always
can
ready to rumble, guys. Sorry about that.
yeah,
Let's
settle
go
down,
now.
Jim. Settle down.
I
It's
can
too late.
apologize for my temperament.
It's either
I can
too late
apologize for my
or
temperament,
it's
but please
early.
bear in mind.
Jin,
He's
can you
just going to keep
hear?
Yo,
going.
you're talking through him the whole time,
Exactly.
Jen.
Jin, when you hear someone else
Jesus.
talking, especially when you hear a moderator talking, right, that is the cue to button it. All right,
You
Elijah.
know me and mods, mate. You know me and mods. You know me and mods.
I don't
So
care.
there you
You know
go.
what? Keep on
I
talking.
don't care either. I
Yeah,
don't
okay,
care
cool.
either.
All right,
You're
then.
going to get beaten.
All right. We can do it this way, Jin. Very easy. Very easy. All right, Elijah.
I don't know. I just
Eli,
the conversation was just gonna go left so fast. Is there nothing else to
Okay.
speak about?
What
Everyone
are you
wants to talk
talking
about the Queen and all. Oh, so fucking.
Well, no, I just heard you say something. I just wanted to get your perspective on slavery. Since you did mention
Yeah,
it.
what
Well, I was
about it?
hoping that Eli could just make the whatever statement he was going to make, and then we can just go from there.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I don't. I
Right.
mean, the idea of slavery has got to be fake as fuck. And I'm not talking about the biblical slavery or the slavery that we actually know is going on right now. I mean, the story that we were given. The fact that I have to see a new movie about it every year screams propaganda to me. Something is off about the narrative. I'm not going to be emotionally Geppettoed. I'm just not. It's 2022.
Yeah. Good man.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the way I always saw it is that they were just ignoring. It's like there's an elephant in the room that it was always rich people owning poor people, and then they made it about race to then get people fighting, right?
Yeah.
But it was always about rich people owning poor people, which is still the case today. So what's really changed?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nada.
That's what slavery is. People who are in a position to power leverage people to either build things, get resources, or conquer. Like that's it.
It's ridiculous to think that the slavery is the domain of the white people only. That black people sold black people into slavery. Arabs sold
I
Arab
don't
people
think
into slavery.
anybody believes that it's just purely the purview of the white people. And I hate that fucking label.
Yeah, it's because it's dumb.
Yeah.
it makes no sense that you have first of all, it's crazy as hell how they'll just make it this simplified story about white people came to Africa on boats. Africa is fucking huge, fam. You're
It's very
telling
big.
me the people just rolled up on boats to this unknown place, started sharing coffee and shit. Oh, yeah, we're friends, and then just Jedi mind tricked all these
But
motherfuckers.
Elijah, it wasn't really an unknown place. That's part of the problem. You know,
Well, I
Africa
know,
was
but
a
as
known
a young
place.
child,
Yeah.
the way they give, like
Yeah.
the reason I said that is because that's the
The
way it was
dark
given to me.
continent. Yeah, I
You know
know.
what I mean?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those sort of oversimplified explanations, and I think this is a really good example of the fact that sometimes
There's something wrong with the
when
world.
educators try and dumb shit down, it doesn't actually help. In fact, it's more confusing. It's better to say I don't understand, three-dimensional orbital mechanics. But what I can understand is something whizzing around a globular object. Okay, that makes sense.
Or
But
why,
to do the mechanics is a bit more difficult.
or why would you enslave other people for profit? It
Well, you
happens
just
with
said
white people.
the answer is in your question. People
Exactly.
enslave other people for profit.
It was the thing back in the day.
I mean, we know the different types of personalities. We can call it that. We can call it good and evil. We can call it whatever you like. But we know who the assholes are from kindergarten. We know it. Like when you play the video game, when I had what game is that? Fable 2 or Sonic Adventure where you get to choose to be the villain or the hero. I've always chosen the hero first, because then you play it 100 times. You got to do something else, so you play the
The
villain. But
protagonist.
initially, it's like I want to do the hero story. I'm gonna do everything like. But there are people who literally think the opposite. I'm gonna do all the bad shit. That's just how they are. So, like, I want to get up in the morning, work, open the door for old ladies, help people with their bags, just do random shit that's like, it's out of my way, but why not? What else am I doing with my life? There are other people who literally think of ways to manipulate things to get people to have the worst days possible.
Yeah.
Not just because we just don't know why. That's just how they are.
There's a word in German for it, and it's called Schadenfreude. And that's the pleasure you derive from other people's pain.
Yep.
What was that word, Russ?
Schadenfreude.
See, I'm
SCHAD.
really. We mustn't speak at the same time, Crypto. Otherwise, that illusion will go.
Well, they can't accuse us of being the same person, to be fair.
I know.
You
It's
sound
amazing.
very familiar.
I
To be fair.
This is ridiculous. Are y'all saying that people say y'all sound alike?
Apparently.
Oh my god! In every server, is there going to be two Englishmen in which you're going to sound like one of them? Is that what's going on?
I mean, I actually think I sound like Jim Jam, but I don't think I sound like Druss or Crack or any of the others.
I don't think
You sound like Jim Jam.
I guess you do have a similar accent. It's still different though. He has more of a drawl with certain words, and you guys tone texture is just a different texture altogether. I don't
You
know.
guys can't spot the
The thing is,
difference.
though, Eli, you're very good with music, and what comes with being very good with music is the ability to recognize differences in sounds very easily.
Oh yeah. I see.
Right, I should go to the shops before it gets too late.
Too late? It's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I'm doing a roast tonight.
Oh, fair enough.
Roast pork.
Oh, it's nighttime there. It's 9:18 in the morning here. Yeah.
No, it's just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon here.
Oh.
It's all right. You're American. We forgive you.
Every now and again.
Oh, go ahead.
Look, I'm trying to get myself invited to a roast here, Eli. Stop.
It's going to be roast chicken with garlic butter stuffed inside it. Nice bit of stuffing. It's got some nice potatoes to roasty up, which I've already parboiled. Doing the green beans with it, gravy, maybe a few other bits and bobs. Depends how I feel.
Sweet.
Yeah, do good roasting. Roast's about the easiest thing in the world to cook. That's why I like them.
Yeah, and one of the most delicious things in the world to cook.
Exactly. It's the gift that keeps on giving, because tomorrow I'll make a curry. So with what's left.
Oh,
I'm
very
so
nice.
glad. I'm so glad that I stopped, because as I totally ignored what you guys were saying, I was going on in my mind about what I was gonna say, and I've come to the conclusion that it was retarded as fuck, and I must be too high.
Hey, Elijah, this is the service to the community that Crypto and I offer.
Talking over people while they don't say retarded shit. Yeah. We should charge for them.
So Elijah, were you able to see the center of your light yesterday? Did you work that out?
I can't see it until I measure it. You know that. Was it me? Like, am I slow and don't know it? Like, what's up, guys? Tell me the truth.
100% no, dude. That was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard yesterday. Then.
Wow. Were you there, Crypto?
What happened?
Well, so I forget the beginning. I was talking to someone else, and we were talking about. Am I about to mix it up now? I just ran directly into the dimensions conversation. Wow. No, that was separate. Okay, so we were talking about being able to see the center of the same thing we were talking about today, I guess. Would there be the center of the universe? And he was trying to say that the center could be outside of the thing.
What?
And yeah, right. It's like we were all like, "Whoa, what are you talking about?" But at some point, the guy enters the conversation, and I was saying, I guess you can see the center, and he's like, the center is a concept, and I was like, no, no, it's not. It's like math is conceptual, but measurement is like kind of.
Why do people in 2022 need the reason to explain their sexuality to fucking 4-year-old kids?
Who?
What?
That's got nothing to do with what.
Sorry.
That was random.
Yeah, that was fucking random.
I'm like really trying to
I'm sorry,
remember
I'm
how
sorry, I'm
yesterday went, and I'm struggling, and
I'm
then that
very
was
sorry.
Bandsaw. Can you do it for me? Like, tell him what happened yesterday.
Well, basically, yeah, we were talking about the center, and then the center was on the outside; it was in nothing. And then we were talking about shapes, and then Elijah said, "Well, I can see the center of it." And then Bob kind of chimed in and said, "You can't see the center of it. You've got to measure it."
Well, the sense of being a concept was the last thing Eli said.
Yeah, that was the first. Yeah, because it went from that. He was saying a center is conceptual, and I said not if you can measure to it and then you know it's the center. But my overall point was you can look at like things are symmetrical, and then it's just as a human I can see the center of some shit. You know what I mean? And he was like, no, you can't. Until you measure to it.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck?
This is the thing that. This is when people talk about stuff like you must have heard the phrase from like LGBTQ activists that biological sex or whatever is a social construct, right? That's technically true, but also irrelevant. And the reason is because a social construct is just an idea that's agreed upon between people, right? So that's how it's defined. So I could say that Apple is a social construct, and that is a true statement, but it doesn't mean that apples don't exist in physical reality. So when he says like the center of something is conceptual, yes, that is true, but it doesn't mean that you can't actually find the center of something. Like there are other concepts that are purely conceptual, such as, I mean, I guess sexuality would be a good example. Like, I am attracted to X. Okay, cool. Well, there's no like physical, what's the word? Compatriot. Let's just say that's the wrong word, but you know what I'm trying to say. There's no like physical accompaniment to sexuality, but there is a physical accompaniment to the center of something. You know,
Right.
Initially, you said, Elijah, that you can measure it to find the center, and then you can see it, and then the fact that you said you can measure it was forgotten, and they picked up on you can see it, and then you kind of started going backwards and forwards. He said, "No, you can't see it. You got to measure it." Well, you can see it.
It was the craziest.
It was actually crazy. Actually, it was wild for about 10 minutes. When
I'm
Elijah,
sorry that it's me that gets into these retarded conversations. I don't know.
But your initial point was you can measure it. You did make that initial point.
Yeah.
So, but it's good to see you fixed your mic. So,
yeah. That was also crazy. And
man,
look,
you got so triggered. You got so triggered.
I did. No, I can't always be cool, Eli. Man. Sometimes it's it's like Bad Boys Club. You know, like you got the chill moments, and you got the what the fuck.
It's Scooby Doo time, Elijah. It's Scooby Doo time. I'm gonna join you.
I'm human, you know. Yeah.
Join you.
Yeah. So yeah, crypto like yesterday. All right, go. Oh, please no, not where you left off. I just carry on with us.
To carry on
Please.
from where I left off.
Just carry on with us.
There's a point there. I mean, am I with you really? Or are you with me?
No.
Let's see.
I'm with the truth because that's what God put me
Trying
here
to
for.
say about the monarchy. I'm just talking about what I've learned through my 60 years. Maybe allowed to carry on before I was railroaded into the mute zone. But I'm back.
You're gonna get muted again if you do it.
Yeah.
All right. Can Jen get like 5 minutes?
5 seconds.
I was trying to have this monarchy manner, but I got railroaded. But here we go. If I may be allowed to carry on where I left off for the third time in asking.
Hey,
right,
Gin,
here we go.
Can you see this, Gin? Can you see this? Can you see it? I'm
basically,
the
as I was trying to say,
violin.
I'm not looking at the screen. I'm not looking at.
Go, Gin. Oh, now he's robot.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, basically, no disrespect, and see,
Jin.
You're roboting, Gin.
That's probably for the best, to be honest.
Yeah, Gin, you're roboting. Anyways.
Other role in your life, and my before you jump in, some of my people were okay. I'll try again in a minute.
Honestly, it's just going to end up dragging the tone down again. Like you know that band source. I don't know why. Like why are we having a rerun of the thing that we tried to stop 5 minutes ago?
Yeah. So.
And he's roboting again.
You're roboting, Gin.
Oh my god!
Jump out of the channel, Gin. Jump out.
Why does our conversation have to be affected
And we
by
must be allowed to speak
someone dying
and
somewhere
speak,
else? Who
okay?
cares?
Very much.
Come on,
My
man.
voice,
Like,
my freedom to
seriously.
speak. Thank you.
You can't.
He's gone.
Yeah, freedom of speech is a legal term. It's it's not really that applicable to private Discord channels or servers.
Hey, no. There is freedom of speech, but that comes with consequences. You can say whatever you
Well,
want.
that's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. Is like, the thing is about Discord specifically is that if you're not allowed to speak, quote unquote, in a server like this, you just go and start your own server. Like, there's no freedom of speech because you can control the server if you want.
Yeah. It's like going to someone's house, crypto, and they've got certain rules. You've got to take off your shoes, wash your hands, have a certain tie on, type of thing, before you can go inside, right? And you don't like it. You don't like those rules, and so you try and barge your way in the first time. And they say, "No, terribly sorry, sir. No shoes, suit and tie, wash your hands." And
Yeah,
exactly right. Well, you don't like the rules. Don't knock on the door.
Yeah,
yeah.
but talking about
You can't come to
what I'm
my
about to
house.
speak, but what I'm about to speak of isn't being censored. Is that not right? Or am I bringing the server into this? Am I bringing the server in disrepute? Am I? You haven't even heard what I was going to say.
Possibly,
am I bringing the server into disrepute? It is the latest topic at the moment. The Royal Queen Elizabeth has passed on, and we're talking about the reaction. I was just going to give you my point of view as to my reaction.
Okay.
So, am I allowed to do that or not?
Do it quickly, Jin. Do it quickly.
I'm going to do it slowly. I don't do things quickly unless it's sexual. Apart from that, I take my time. Now, I will take my time. All I'm trying to say is that my emotionals, my emotion where the monarchy is concerned, is one of I detest it basically. And my question is, what good have they done on the earth that we live on the flat earth that we live on? And as for slavery, I do understand that black people had a hand in enslaving my people. I will never forget. But nevertheless, it still leaves a bad taste in my mouth. That's what I was trying to get out there.
Why would you never forget? It's like the first nation to abolish slavery was England.
Well, they realised it was bad, but I'm still carrying on of the legacy that's left behind.
Check out my share video.
So something from like 1800 years ago, you're still hanging on to. Why would you do that?
Well, of course, because I'm hanging on to it because humanity is putting ordinary people who have pillaged and raped to get themselves into this raw position before them, which is wrong.
Jim, do you realize that Arabs and black people put each other in slavery for fucking hundreds of years?
Yes, I said that at the very beginning of what I was
What's
saying.
your point?
Of course, my
and
point
Indians, and
is
Japanese and Koreans and
absolutely
Chinese. They've all had slave trades.
That's correct. That's correct. I'm not knocking that.
Yeah.
All
so
I'm
what's
saying
your point?
is that all this. My point is all this hullabaloo about the legacy of a woman who like 70 years. It's not good. That's all I'm saying. Sorry she died, of course.
I agree. I agree with you. I'm no fan of the royal family either, Jim. I don't.
Right.
I don't give
That's all I'm
about the royal
saying.
family. I agree
That's
with you.
all I was trying to say.
That's a great point, Jim.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I agree. Thank you.
That's all I was trying to say. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Good
time.
luck.
You know,
And as for the universe, in my position, the universe doesn't exist. So I don't even know why we talk about the damn thing. But there you go. Carry on. Who am I?
you're an individual. You're Jim.
That's another point. That's not slavery. Well, it is kind of slavery, isn't it?
Yeah, there's different forms of slavery. You can be a slave and not be in slavery. Slave to sin, slave to money, slave to authority, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
different types.
degrees of mental slavery. Different degrees of mental slavery.
Well,
Roll
you
your
can
dice.
enslave
Take your
yourself.
pick.
You can
Say that?
enslave yourself, right? So
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely, absolutely.
good point, Jim. Man, that I'm glad you were able to speak.
Thank you.
Can't make
Don't
sense.
always.
In the end, though.
You know, whoever like Queen Elizabeth is who you're talking about, I believe. Whether I think she influenced the world or didn't influence or was bad or good or whatever, and I've had this conversation before, either in a dream or whatever. It affected people no matter what I think, right? She affected people's lives in good and bad ways, I'm sure, just like you have or I have, but to a larger degree because of the position that she was put in. So there's some respect there that should be given because there's pressure and you know some responsibility with her positions too that she gladly took on. So we should respect that.
Well, that's bullshit.
I mean,
Yeah, well, I think you should be
I
respected if you're a father or a mother. You're taking on responsibilities.
Hang on.
You do good and bad. We should respect you as you're trying to do the best that you can.
Who's paying for the big castles? Who's paying for their fucking lavish lifestyle? Who's paying for that?
Me.
Yeah, no,
Thank
no,
you.
I
We're
wasn't
under
talking
tyranny.
about that. I'm talking
Right.
about
So
her as
that's
an
what we're
individual.
talking about.
She was put into that position, and then I think, you know, she did good and bad or whatever. I'm sure she did. She's a human, but deserves
Well,
respect for you know
for
being in that position and
propping her
trying
up.
to
Deserves
do it.
no respect. There's no. I can't even
Fucking
use
bro.
the word respect with tyranny. Respect and tyranny don't go together. I'm sorry. Okay, we just come out of
No,
a
no,
COVID.
right. Hold
We've
on,
just come
hold on.
out of a
Nobody,
COVID. We've just come
Jen.
out of a COVID hoax, and yet you know you want us to respect. Sorry, can't do that
Yeah,
either.
no,
Jen, no,
I
nobody.
firmly believe that we should respect everyone for what it is,
No,
good and
you have
bad.
to earn it. You got to earn it. You got to earn it. You
Yeah,
got to
she
earn it.
served. She did either she did good or bad or
That's
both.
bullshit. She
Or yeah,
served
you're
under
so
tyranny.
emotionally charged about what
Tyranny.
you're
Tyranny.
charged up about my opinion when we let you speak, which you begged for, and now you're cutting me off. So I don't get
Well, I
it.
didn't beg for it. I just made sure I could
Yeah,
get
you
room
went
to
on
do
and
it.
on
That's all.
about let you speak, let you speak. We said great point. I'm glad you got to
Well,
speak.
exactly
And
that.
now
Hey,
and
Jim,
now I'm giving my opinion. You're cutting me off.
you got to take a
What
nice
happened to what?
man.
I
Whatever
do
happened to?
apologize. I do apologize.
Here, whatever happened to not speaking ill of the dead?
Well,
Yeah, I agree with
no,
that too. We shouldn't do that.
Dead and buried.
true.
Dead and buried.
But
Well,
you
there
need,
should be a
to calm
limit
down,
to it.
man. It's just like I don't know why people on this server, if somebody disagrees with each other, it's a fucking shout at each other. I don't understand that. It's like I've heard this so many times that to the
Yeah,
point where I actually put the headphones down, go for a piss in the toilet, and think,
yeah,
thank
great.
God I'm away from that.
It's just emotions, right? Pride.
Yeah, it's
That's
too much
humans.
emotion, bro. You gotta
Yeah,
cut
but I mean,
the
you
emotion
know,
down.
some people have
Yeah,
more
chill out
passion
and
than
watch my
others.
stream, yo. You
I
know.
like Jen. I like his passion. I just want to point out what he's doing. You know, I try not to do it to him, but I love his passion. Right? I can't
Oh yeah,
stand the person that comes here. You know who I don't appreciate is the
you.
person who comes here with no emotion and just talks like this and doesn't really
Wrong.
have any passion in what they're saying. I can't respect that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's
I
just a
do.
robot.
I do. I do. I do.
Yeah, Jen's great. He's passionate.
I just think people need to calm down, bro. It's like it's so fucking strange, right? I've come from 24/7 to here, and it's the same thing. It's almost worse. I mean,
Uh,
like people are shouting at each other all the time. Like, man, bro, calm down,
the
bro.
mods do a good job here.
Oh, they
But
do.
let's move
They
on.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Moving
Well,
on.
if it gets out of hand, they take care of it. So, what's the topic other than that? What was the topic before that?
Oh, Bentley water.
Oh, curving water that doesn't curve or water that does curve?
Uh,
Because I can give you. Let me tell you why I said that. Because I can give you a way to go rent a tool that creates a horizontal, and you can go out to any body of water that's not being like doesn't have waves. It's static, basically, like a lake that's surrounded by trees. The wind can't really, push it to one shoreline or whatever. And measure that with those tools that are very accurate, created by very, very smart engineers to be very, very accurate. And you can measure the shorelines of those lakes and go out into the middle, and they measure the same. They don't curve.
So are you a ball earther or a globe earther?
I would say I'm a biblical earther more than anything. I'm deal with reality.
Don't say biblical. Some people will fucking
Yeah.
take offense to that, man.
Yeah, I think Earth is the land only. Even the land under the water, that's Earth, and the water is separate. It's part of Earth, but it's water, if that makes sense. And water doesn't curve.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and also, if I may add this, God doesn't create a ball that wanders through space, wasting space. God doesn't do that either, I don't think. Creates a ball that travels through space by 60 years. What about the stuff left behind? What's God doing with that?
You've got no evidence of God.
Yeah, there's evidence to me.
Yes, we have.
We
have the creation Earth. We have the creation Earth. Where
I call God my creator.
The Earth. So your logic is the Earth is here, therefore there must be a God.
No, there's creation.
There must be. No
be
man created it. No man created it. So what we're doing as human beings, let me just finish, please.
Right.
What we're doing as human beings, as I am a human being, I am showing the highest respect for something I did not make, that I know man never made. So if you can call it a God, you can call it whatever, I am showing respect for that. Okay?
But God is a man-made concept.
Well, in your
a man-made concept to explain something that he had no control over. Okay?
I think the creator could have created a ball that zips around in space.
No,
I do as well.
Not by the logic of nature. Not by the logic of nature,
Having said that, I don't see any evidence for it. But I think the creator could definitely do that in the blink of an eye.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Probably, yes.
With a snap of a finger. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if he's powerful as he is, why wouldn't he have done it?
Well, we don't have evidence for it. That's the point. We don't have evidence.
If God and God's word said it was a sphere in outer space and infinite, this, that, and the other, all the people who doesn't believe in God, like this gentleman here probably, would be saying it's flat and stationary, fighting against God. That's the whole point.
That's
y'all are batshit crazy, thinking there's infinite, ever expanding space and rocks and gas giants floating in the outer space. That is crazy. It's flat and stationary. That's what they would be saying.
If that is crazy,
and
then
yet the man has never seen mass attracting mass anywhere. Not through his telescope, not in the jungle, on the streets. He's never seen mass attracting mass. Not even through the best telescopes in the world.
Hold on, I see mass attracting mass all the time. My wife's got a beautiful, massive ass, and I'm attracted to it.
Yeah, great point, man. You really knocked it out of the park with that
scientifically.
I just wanted to add a wee bit of humour there. Come on.
Yeah, you said the same thing the other day.
Only come from a Scottish man.
You haven't seen mass attracting mass in your lifetime.
Well, you did one time.
Thank you. Regardless of your wife's ass.
In your biblical studies, Rakia, that you've done, is there any indication at all of gas giants or black holes or anything of the sorts?
No, it's actually I'm sorry.
No, go on.
It's actually the opposite. The God's word teaches the opposite of chaos, the opposite of like millions of this and trillions of that and many different high speed directions and this, that, and the other. No chaos. It's civil, right? Like easy to understand, childlike, flat plane, water flows from higher elevation to low elevation. Everybody can understand that. We're the center part with everything circling around us, just like what we see. The easiest way to explain it is how it is explained in the Bible. And only the scientists, most of them which go against the creator or creation story, tell you anything other than that. They give you all the trillions of miles and many different speeds and directions and gas giants floating here and being attracted here and all this chaotic motion that can't be explained, only can be, theoretically thought about. The Bible says, beware of the science so-called. Test all things and hold fast to which is true.
Okay, that's an interesting.
Yeah, because it's probably true.
Where we're warned about the science so-called, right? The people with profane babblings of these great theories that they can't prove and that you can't test yourself. The Bible says don't trust that. Don't be deceived by that, because that will lead you away from the Creator. I'll be here all week. Tip your waitresses.
What about
10%? Is it 10% over there?
I give 20 to 25 myself, but that's my own. I don't know what the actual going, like the norm would be.
Yeah.
But if I'm at a restaurant or whatever, I do 20 to 25%, and I base that 20 to 25. 20 is the lowest. 25 would be if they're really good. That's just what I do.
Yes.
And then I often, like last night, me and my son went to eat, and we were sitting. We actually sat at the bar because there was no table. We had to wait for a table, but neither one of us drank. A man and a woman came and sat by us. LSU, Louisiana State, is playing tonight. That's the state college, and Southern University is the college. We call it the black college. Basically, it's where the minority basically went, and the minority in my area just happened to be black. But they're great people. And their football team is playing our football team tonight, and they were Southern fans. We got to talking, and I secretly bought their meal because we left first. I do that as much as I can, and what I write on their ticket is "Have a blessed day." The Creator is all, right? The Creator is the great I am. So I talk about the Creator, and I tell them to have a great day.
Nice.
So that's just my stitch. You can ask anybody around me. When we go out to eat, I pay for the meal. The other night, my son's girlfriend's birthday, all her family came, which I have no ties to. I paid for all their meal, and they were blessed because of it. And they say, you don't have to do that. And I said, I know I don't. I do it to bless you, but I expect you, right? I put this on to you to carry it forward. So buy someone else a meal later on this week or, whenever.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it to gain anything. I'm doing it to pay it forward. So if everyone did that, just imagine how people would feel about each other differently. Just a slight meal.
Yeah, I do that here in Japan. I do that here in Japan. For example, when my adult students have to work overtime, I refund every penny, every yen, so they don't lose their money. And if their children are sick, they've got a cold or whatever, can't come, again, I refund the money. That shows my appreciation, basically.
Yeah,
that's what
I'm doing too.
And I don't want people to seem like a tax. Yeah.
All my workers, I buy their meals to show appreciation for their hard work. The people that worked on my boat, I have many pictures of me cooking them steaks and myself out there cooking for the workers because I appreciate the hard work, and that's the way I show them, that I appreciate that.
Yeah, and then before coming to Japan back in 1999, I arrived here. So you can go back from 1999 backwards, 12 and a half years of working as a volunteer youth worker for the disadvantaged children of central London. And my age group that I dealt with was from the age of 13 to 23. And
there you go.
I was their sports teacher. 12 and a half
there
years.
You go.
Yeah.
We raised a lot of money through charitable means. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. We have a strip mall where we use one of the units in my strip mall to do it's like a food kitchen, but it's a a place where they can come, you know, the community can come in at any time, 24/7. We have someone that lives there, and we kind of take shifts, but we have ladies and men that come in there and volunteer to cook and serve. We bring plates of food out to the needy, but we cook every day. And me and some other businessmen, I give the rent-free unit, and then we provide the money for the food and all the, you know, stuff that we need to cater. And we do that. That happens
Excellent.
every day, 24/7, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Excellent. Putting the government to shame,
Yeah.
basically. Putting the
That's how you
government
get
to shame. Excellent.
That's how you get the best out of people too, Rikia. Like if you employ someone, or you know, you get someone to come and do some work for you on your home or on your boat or whatever, you know, work on your car, you know, and you know they come over to your place and they're doing a job, and you know, just doing simple things like offering them a cup of coffee, or you know, if you're having a meal, you know, you're getting lunch, and you know, you make some sandwiches and you go outside and you offer it to them,
Yep.
and they feel appreciated. And then what that does then, it builds the loyalties, because yes, people are paid to do a job, but so many people that are paid to do the job will get in and get out as quickly as possible. Shortcuts will be taken. But if you show that appreciation, it makes them think a little bit too, and they go, you know what, I'm working for a really good bloke here. I'm going to put my best foot forward. I'm going to do the best possible job I can. And that's what that encourages.
Absolutely. I have an ice chest full in my truck at all times,
Yeah.
full of drinks. And when I go up, like the concrete guys yesterday morning, they were delivering concrete. I offered them all drinks the entire day. Anytime I see a crew, I go up on a job to do a bid, and there's people out there, I ask them. I just kind of grab a couple and go over there, because if you ask, most of the time people say, no, I'm good. But if you bring it to them, they're usually thirsty, right? They just don't want to get, you know, they don't want to bother you or be a burden, or the, you know, whatever, pride or whatever. But if you hand them a water or a Dr. Pepper or something, they're very thankful. And it's just, it's so easy to do. It doesn't cost that much, and I think it creates a better environment. Our community is great. Like, I live in a community that a lot of people, a lot of businessmen are like that. I've shown people what I do, and a lot of people have carried that on, and they're doing it also. I actually had a meal paid for me the other day. I was in a drive-through, and the person in front of me must have paid for my meal, right? Well, you know, that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? So it made me feel so good, right? Chick-fil-A, actually, the nugget place. I walked in the other morning to get breakfast, and I handed the girl a $100 bill. I said, look, pay for these gentlemen right here, me, and whoever comes behind me. Well, lo and behold, those 5 men were just getting coffee and a biscuit or whatever. It wasn't much. My meal and theirs all together was like $19. But when I sat down to eat, they came over there personally, all shook my hand, and said they were having worship time, like they were having fellowship, and asked me to join them. They meet there every morning, and every morning that I can, I'm going to go in there and shake their hands and wish them a good day. But that's how it gets started, right? That's what they were doing there, was having fellowship and just going through the world events and seeing how they could make our community better. And when I bought their meal, they invited me to the fellowship, and there it goes, right? How far it goes, I don't know.
Yep. It's that karma, paying it forward, keeps the cycle in motion.
Pay it forward. They feel like they got a meal bought for them, so they can buy someone else a meal. It's really good.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll realise that they're under tyranny. Stop voting, because that's a real paying it forward. That's really working for humanity, I would have to say. Don't you think? When you stop playing the Monopoly game, then you start to make some inroads into some kind of change. Don't you think? No? We should just carry on?
Well, I think money is something that can be used for good and evil, and it's the love of money which is the problem. I've been very blessed since I've turned my financial stuff over to what I consider a spirit, the creator. And he asked me, you know, I call it he. I was asked to let loose of the anxiety of having to pay bills and all that. Just turn it over to me and watch me perform, right? Give all glory to me, and I will bless you 10 times. And from that point on, which was years and years ago, I've never had to worry about finances. Now that also allows me to, buy people's meals and blah blah blah. I have 3 families right now. One of them, their dad passed away. They have 7 kids, and I financially support them. They don't have to worry about bills. I pay all their bills. I'm paying for their schools and all that. They don't have to worry about that because I made that deal with their dad, which was a good friend of mine. Which, oh, by the way, he was a flat earther also, which y'all call a flat earther. We had just found out like a year ago before he died that we were both, in the same cosmology. But he 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 passed away, and his wife doesn't have to worry about anything because we made that pact together. But those blessings
Brilliant.
that have come over me allow me to do that, and I wholeheartedly don't have any problem doing it. I hope I can do more in the
Okay,
future.
but then again, God helps those who helps themselves. What I'm asking is that don't you think we should stop voting for a system that's actually bringing us down, or should we carry on lining up and voting on a ballot paper that means nothing? Should
I
we carry on with that?
personally don't vote, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't.
Okay.
I just, at this time in my walk, I don't support what I deem to be some deceptive practices. I don't want to be any part of that, so I don't vote. I try not and give any money to that type of deceptive practice. So if I can get away from not paying them a royalty or a duty or a license or whatever, and I'm not breaking the law, or they're not going to come put me in jail, I can just pay a fine, or if I get caught or whatever, that's what I do. I just don't want to support deceptive practices. So the abortion stuff, I don't support that. My dad, on 3 different properties he sold at one point, and all 3 of them got abortion clinics put on them. And it was just a strange wake up call for me to research into that. And that was 30 years ago that I started that, way of thinking. I'm like, abortions, I need to really look into this for some reason. It's being put on my heart. And, that's a tough deal, a tough topic, because some of the ladies really struggle when they, go through these issues and get pregnant when they don't want to, or, get abused and get pregnant. I can have compassion for that, but there's several ways of thinking of that. And I think abortion should be the very, very, very last option, if an option at all.
Right. Yeah. So you're not really into supporting this ecosystem where we're all voting at the ballot box. That's what
Not at all. I'm totally against supporting anything that has to do with deception. But there are some good parts of the, of our
ladies
system.
and gentlemen. You got that? Yeah, you heard that here live.
Well, let me clarify now. I live in a community where we have a governor and a mayor, not a governor, a mayor, city councilman, and things like that, school board officers. We became our own city. We broke away from the federal government, and our community thrives because of it. We don't deceive people. We're really upfront and on our financials or anything else they want to see. They can see it. They know where their money's support that.
Oh, you're cutting out, Rakia. You're roboting, mate. You're roboting, Rakia. I think we need a system, though, Jin. Definitely, but a system we can trust.
Yeah, I'm in a bad area.
The current one is totally untrustworthy. The current one isn't worth voting for because it's killing us. It's killing humanity at the moment. Okay, innocent children are dying, so scumbags can eat a hamburger and drink a shitty beer known as Budweiser. Okay, right. Not to mention the other shitty beers that are out there. All right.
Well,
so yes,
I'll tell you about the city that we broke off. It started with the busing system. They were basically busing the kids in the community off to other communities, and then busing those community kids into our community, which it just didn't sit right. Why should our kids, or why should their kids be bussed around, right? We should be proud of our communities and support one another. And that's what kind of triggered it all. So at a certain point, we broke away from the federal government, said we don't need your money anymore. We're going to take care of our roads and sewer systems and drainage and, power supply and all that. And we've been thriving. People love the community. There's more people moving in. New schools are being built, paid for. It's an amazing thing on a small scale, but I think it can be done on a, if everyone does it on a small scale, all of a sudden it's done on a large scale also.
Well, it's not that small, Rick. Here, what do you got? 10 or 20,000 people in your little community, so it's not really that small in the grander picture. Yes, it is. It is small. And then my follow-up question to that quickly would be, how long did it take your community to band together and go, you know what, we're gonna do it
Oh,
ourselves?
years. Yeah. Years
Yeah.
and years. People were aggravated and going to the school board meetings and participating and going to city council meetings and trying to vote people in from the community that they knew would not deceive them. But their hands are tied, right? Once you get in bed with the system, right, your hands are tied even if you're a good person. So then we decided to look into how do we break away, and there's ways you can do it, and you can become your own city. We're no longer a part of East Baton Rouge. We're Central City. So we're our own city now. We can govern ourselves as a city.
How many years?
Oh,
Have
it's
you been
been
your own city?
10 years now. I'd have to, I really don't remember. 10 years,
Did you
I
have
would say 10 years.
Did you have to go through the courts for that, Rikia?
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It
Yeah.
took us about 6 years. Once we made the decision to break off and become our own city, we had to petition and do certain things and meet certain standards and prove that we had the finances and things like that, and then go through the court systems and break off and do all the paperwork and whatever. I wasn't a part of that. The lawyers, took care of that, but I was on council. I was in part of the committees and things like that. Me and my brother and a bunch of the people that were already in that type of that we were committed to our where we live,
Yeah.
got together. But there's a lot of smart people in every communities. It just takes time and effort. You can really turn your community around if you take the time.
It definitely is a model. You've spoken about it before, and it's pretty.
Yeah, and we were pressured, by the federal government. We're going to pull these funds and pull these funds, but when we really, broke it down and looked into things, it wasn't a situation that we didn't think we could handle. And once we broke off, and the support that poured in after that, because people got tired of their money being wasted. So once they knew their money wasn't going to be wasted, they gave generously, right? Happy to give to their community now. You ought to see it. I mean, it's not perfect.
What's the name of your city?
Central.
Central where? Central
It's in
where?
Louisiana. Central. CENTRAL.
Louisiana.
Mm-hmm. It's near Baton Rouge. It's just a small Greenville Springs. They some of the addresses are Greenville Springs, but it's Central City is the name. But our roads are decent.
Central City, Louisiana.
Yep.
Okay.
We're building new schools. It's been a work in progress. We've had, some setbacks, and then we've had some, unbelievable, advances too. So it's been great.
You said the center of Louisiana?
No, it's in the southern region. Now Denham Springs is right across the river. I own properties there too, and they're trying to do the same thing as we speak. There's just a lot of different complications. Once you get like Bass Pro and Walmart and people like that into your cities, it's really tough, right, to fight, because they have huge amounts of money to throw at attorneys and stuff. They get incentives to come into your city, and people think it's great that Walmart's coming, all the jobs it's going to provide and all that. But the tax dollars that you just have to, just look into it. It's really not as good as people think sometimes.
Oh, Walmart killed us, dude. Walmart fucking killed us. Anywhere a Walmart goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's brutal.
They kill all the mom and pops. Some of the tax incentives that they get, your tax revenue actually goes down because you have the same sales, right? The people weren't leaving their community to go shop. They're going to go shop at Walmart now because all the mom and pop stores have shut down. So the sales revenue is the same, but the tax dollars that you're getting off of those sales are lower because Walmart worked a deal with the government or with the city to come in there, and they got tax breaks. So you don't make as much tax revenue with the same amount of sales. So your city actually loses.
Yeah, not only that though, when you go to, like, all right, let's say Walmart comes in and now they just knocked out 3 hardware stores and 4 little privately owned supermarkets or something. Those supermarkets and shit, they were spending the money, most likely in the community. I'm not saying all of it, but most likely they were spending the money in their community. Right? You go buy something at Walmart, that money's going to shareholders and in China
It's
or
gone.
something. It's gone.
Never to return. Yep.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah.
gone.
Yep.
Whereas the guy that
Absolutely.
owned the mom and pop
Yeah.
store, he would go down the road and spend it at the restaurant in the community, or he would spend it around in his community. A lot of
And
it.
people say, "Oh, look at how many people Walmart employs." Yeah, it's no different than how many people were working in the mom and pop stores around. It was just separated. It's the same amount of employment, just less tax revenue now. And then the money, the profits that's being made is not being put back in the community. It's being taken away to Arkansas or wherever.
So
Yes, sir.
I see Texas is to your west, isn't it? Texas.
Yeah, yes,
And
sir.
then,
It borders us to the west.
Right, and then you've got 29,500 and what is it? 29,560 odd population. Okay, 565. All right, that's your population. Nearly 30,000.
It was such a different shopping experience. I can remember so clearly going shopping with my grandmother and my mother as a kid when it was just little mum and pop businesses, whether it was the greengrocer or the butcher or the news agent or whatever. And every time you'd walk into the shop, you'd get greeted by name. You get greeted by name, and they knew you so many times. They'd have the paper ready for you or whatever the case may be. But it was so much more personal. The shopping back then. Now, just like the system itself, you go into these big places and you're nothing but a number. It's so sterile. The experience itself.
Yeah, the relationships are gone. I'll tell you another issue is with the police. A lot of times in these big cities or even the smaller towns now, the police don't even live there. They live somewhere else and they come there to work. In our community, we hire within. Our fire department and police department are paid for by the community, and we hire within, so they are a part of the community that they're serving. And it's a way different feeling, bro. I'm talking about it's great. So
yeah, it's funny you should mention the police, Ricky, because once again, as a kid, I remember the police were in our community, but the police knew everyone. When you the police, and you had so much more respect for them, because you were treated fairly, you were treated justly, and they would quite often come over to you and just talk to you. If you were kids, playing at the local oval, playing footy or cricket or whatever, they just wander over and just be, "How you going, fellas? Who's winning?" This and that and the third type of thing. No one was scared of them. You weren't scared that you'd done nothing wrong or anything like that, because they just kind of went about things. But
yeah, I'll tell you a funny story. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go, mate. Go.
A funny story. The other day, the sheriff's office called me, right?
Yeah.
On my cell phone, and this is such and such sheriff's office in Livingston, blah blah blah. I was like, oh shit, what have I done now? Or what is my kids, what they do or whatever. That was my first thought, but they were calling me for a concrete bid, But my first thought was sheriff's office. Crap, what have I done?
Yeah.
That's funny.
What did the kids do? Yeah, anytime something. Let me just touch on that Walmart thing though, real quick. The tax breaks they get. Yeah, they get these giant tax breaks. which is not a surprise because these politicians, this whole thing is a scam from the politicians. They lowered the tariffs on incoming goods so they could go invest in manufacturing in China and Mexico. But then you need a place to sell all this shit, and you want to control every facet of your operation, you know, from the distribution to the selling and everything. So the politicians give them the tax breaks. Like, it's a whole fucking scam. Anyways,
yeah, I mean, you find out
not a
these
fan.
politicians that are doing these deals with giving them incentives to come into their communities. Then you'll find out that they bought a lot of shares in this and they got inside information about that. And we know that Bass Pro is coming in 2 years, right? Because we're working with them and we're giving them the tax incentives. We know we're going to win the contract for Bass Pro to come in and set up shop here on Mr. Arnold's land. So what I'll do is go make an offer on Mr. Arnold's land, right, for a fair price, right? Buy it and then sell it to Bass Pro for a huge profit. You know, it's just things like that that really makes you step back and just, you know, people are taking advantage of the system, and it's got to change, right? I think it's bringing us down a little bit.
Yeah.
And it goes deeper than that. I mean, we're talking about very basic, minute sales of land and tax incentives, but it's way, way deeper than that and more complicated and goes down to different levels that you know we're not even privileged to, right? It's very secretive. Even when you, yeah.
My bad. I was gonna say they ruined the country from doing this. Right when they lowered the tariffs on the incoming goods, so they could get all that shit for cheap. Like, they ruined us because they made it, and they now have an unfair advantage. You know, we can't compete with paying some guy in China $3 a day to work in a factory. Like, we just can't compete with that. So now everything gets made in Mexico or China or something. Like, they ruined us. There used to be tons of jobs here, and now there's just not. Those jobs are just gone because we wouldn't be able to afford the products if we had to make it here.
Well, they'll make a deal with Mexico, and they'll know they'll need a port or container shipments here and there, and they'll buy up all the contracts, right? They know it's coming, so they get ahead of the game and go buy the land where the port's going to be if they're going to build one or whatever, and just rake in the money year after year after year on shipping and running the ports. Even though it's in Mexico, it may be owned by a company out of Canada that knew that they were getting the contract, right? It's kind of gotten nutso. You know, it's happening so bad. Like our fishery in Louisiana, they sell quota to how many pounds of fish they're going to catch. And there's people up north that own these quotas that aren't even fishermen, right? They're just family members of the congressman down here that knew these quotas were going to be sold at this amount, and they bought them up, right? It's nuts. And then they'll sell them back to the fishermen who they know have to make a living doing it, so they'll sell it back for a profit. And it's just where that fisherman could have come in and bought it for a lower price and supported his family more easily or made more money himself in the community that the money's being generated in. Instead, a person got an inside deal and bought up all this quota that he doesn't even fish, doesn't even live in the community, sells it back to someone in the community for a profit. You know, it's kind of, you know, it's free market or whatever you want to call it. It's good in one way, but it's taken advantage of in so many ways.
I mean, I like where we're at now with all the technology and shit. Wish we go back to like simpler times where like I go get a piece of land, you know, and I survive on it. I fish, I hunt, whatever. I grow crops. You know, it was all just easier back then and more
Well, that's
fair, I
what you
think.
should do. I have 30 acres in one spot that we have, you know, lakes and, you know, we gardens and whatever. I mean, it's doable. It's just you have to make that mindset. We own land
Yeah, I
where
mean,
we go hunt, you know.
I reckon the
that
worst
mindset
difference.
kicks in when you know you have to survive. So that mindset becomes a natural way of life because that's how you have to exist. I feel technology has come in, although in some aspect it has made life a little bit easier, but the powers that shouldn't be are using it to corral humanity, control food supply, creating poisons, poisonous drinks that are not real. There's a lot of negatives coming from the technology at the moment, and a cost environmentally. So, you know, primitive
I
man,
think,
so-called primitive man, was the best man, actually. But there you go.
yeah, I think capitalism hurt us big time because now we don't care about anything but the money. You know what I mean? Nothing matters but the money, and that's not a good way to.
We were camping in the mountains a couple months back, and we were
Yeah, I
way up in the
remember.
mountains on this trail in the stream, and I was dipping water out of the stream and drinking it. Well, my
Yeah.
my brother and his wife were up on this bridge looking down on me doing it and telling me don't drink the water, right? Don't drink the water because it has this, this, and this in it while they're drinking a Pepsi. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm sitting there going, the irony in what they're telling me. You know, don't drink this natural spring because bears shit in it or whatever. You know, but they're drinking Pepsi, and I'm like, nah, I think I'll be all right. I mean, you know, and it was just a natural thing for them to say because that's what they've been taught. Don't drink the water in the stream, which, you know, maybe it does have some pollutants in it or whatever, but that Pepsi, I promise you, is way worse.
It's worse, yeah, absolutely way worse. Yeah, you know, the calorie,
I,
the poison. It's not, the only good thing about that Pepsi was the water that they used to make it, but now that water has become poison with all the other
well,
ingredients. So there you go.
one time I Ubered a guy, and he was the guy. I Ubered him to the Pepsi plant, and he was in charge. He was the guy in charge. Jen, you got an echo. He was the guy in charge of putting the chemicals, mixing all the chemicals for Pepsi. And he straight up told me, he's like, dude, don't drink Pepsi.
Yeah, it's definitely a chemical process. You can look into Coca-Cola, how they change their formulas and stuff. It's a formula, right, of chemicals.
Yeah, mad. The guy's like, the guy was just like, don't drink it. Don't drink it. It's not good.
That's why I drink Dr. Pepper, because there's nothing wrong with Dr. Pepper.
Well, they put
I'm
so
actually
much.
drinking a Dr. Pepper right now.
I know. I still drink Pepsi and Coke and shit, but I heard this. I heard that there's so much sugar in these drinks that they actually have to put another chemical in it just so your body, like, if they didn't put this chemical in it, you wouldn't even be able to handle, like, you'd throw up and make you sick because there's so much sugar in it. But they put a chemical in it so your stomach can handle all that sugar.
Man, that's funny.
What a terrible drink.
Like, it would make you sick, and I do feel sick sometimes if I drink like a Pepsi or something. My stomach will get a little like queasy. I'm like, oh, you know.
Yeah, but it has addicted. I mean, I'm addicted, but basically, I feel the need to drink like a flavored drink with my meals. I can drink water when I'm hot, and I'm pretty, you know, I'm all right with that. But with my meals, I'm just so addicted to that
You
flavor.
get this
It's a
urge.
weird. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
you get that
definitely.
urge. I do that too. I'll be out, and soft drinks now aren't cheap. They're like you know, they're like $2.53 for a soda in a convenience store or whatever. And it's like I still go buy it, even though I'll have water. And it's like I'm just hooked.
That's cheap. That's cheap too.
Why don't you drink a cold tea? Cold tea's pretty good. Green tea, cold green
I
tea.
drink
That's flavored.
sweet tea. I'm from the
No,
South,
cold
so we
tea, no
drink sweet.
sugar.
The only
Sugar on
tea
it. You know?
the only tea I drink is that red raspberry Snapple. Fucking awesome. There's probably more sugar in that than the Pepsi.
But there's a way to enjoy your meals with water. No, well, no.
Yeah, add a sugar
I had
packet.
Actually, no. That's not even accurate. Okay, this is what I did because first of all, I definitely am. I would probably still have a Dr. Pepper today as well. But there was a time that I did do things differently, and I thought, you know, I don't want to listen to all of the things I've been taught. Like, I just want to know how to eat healthy. God, can you help me a little bit? And the answer that came to me was, well, start simple. Just eat when you're hungry. And then I started thinking, well, when am I actually hungry versus when I just want to give in to a craving. So I started just getting smoothies in the morning and seeing how long I could go. And then I realized, what if that burning in my stomach, like the movies say, when all of that happens, what if I'm not hungry then? What if I'm only hungry when I'm when I feel like I'm losing a little bit of energy? What if that's when I'm actually hungry? And I realized when I don't eat in the morning, and after that burning sensation, I actually have a ton of energy till about 1, 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock is really pushing it. But you know what? Then I started eating even more simpler. I ate like half chickens. Why? Because I realized, oh shit, without all the extra shit, the good ass rice, all the vegetables and the salad too, and all the other stuff, maybe some bread, all of that makes a platter like $20. But a half a chicken is $6. So, and that's meat. That's good sustenance. Okay, cool. So I started eating like that, and I started looking healthier, losing weight. But the bottom line is I realized I don't like sugar. When I'm not addicted to sugar, I realize
Give it
how
to Mimi.
bad it is. It tastes like syrup.
Bro, those cooked
Know what I
chickens are
mean?
banging.
Yeah, the
Six,
baked
seven
chickens are
bucks.
good.
$6, $7, you get a whole chicken. I eat that shit like I'm in a kung fu flick.
Hell yeah, so good. See, you could still put sauce on the chicken. You could do it up, you know? Like it's still but see, if you stop thinking, well, I gotta eat with my meal, you can just drink whatever you want 20 minutes after that. Like the water could be just so your throat's not dry, but then you can really enjoy a drink afterwards. But how much of that drink do you really want to drink when you're full off of food for real? Because it's just more healthy.
Yeah, I actually had water.
I feel that having a drink of water, I feel that drinking water helps to help you process the food in your stomach, helps to just liquidate it a little bit so you don't get constipated. But I gave up Coca-Cola drinking and Pepsi and all the soda drinks at the age of 15 after watching a program on the TV in London, where I saw a whole lot of fat kids who were drinking Coke at the time on a daily basis, and these were like really big kids. We're talking 1975 and 76, and the narrator of the documentary said these kids were drinking it every day, and one can had 365 calories. That's when I stopped. I stopped then from drinking Coke and soda drinks. Right, as a kid, teenager. Luckily,
Yeah,
I
I
saw
think
the
it's
program.
definitely better if you just drink water. But I lose a lot of weight when I get off the cold drinks. That's for sure. That's what I did last recent months. After my dad passed away, we went through a flood. My dad passed away, and I gained about 40 pounds that I really didn't need. I didn't have any use for, and I'm down to almost. I was up to 248 when all that happened. Especially when I hurt my back. I had a little depression or whatever when my dad passed, but when I hurt my back, I couldn't be active. So I gained a lot of weight up to 248, and I'm down to 203 right now. When I get down to 195, that's my fighting weight. Y'all better watch out.
Oh damn.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was at 203 last week, so hopefully
Oh
I've
man,
lost a few
you're
pounds
doing
this week.
good.
you're
You're
gonna be
doing
more
good.
punchy than what you are, Rakia. Damn.
Yeah, oh
I'm
yeah,
so
you better believe it.
I'm so jealous because that's my fighting weight too, around there. You know.
195, yeah. 198, I can pack on some muscle and do all that and weigh a little more, but 195 is basically my good weight for my body type. But that's what I'm trying to get down to. I think I've lost a little more weight this maybe a pound or so this week. I'll measure tomorrow morning. I'm going to a like I get a massage on Sunday morning. Weigh there. That's the scale I've been using. and I was down to 203 last week. So yeah, they were all calling me fat on the internet, and all, and I was like, yeah, I'm pretty fat, but I mean my legs are skinny. I just gained weight because of this, and this. But don't worry, I'll be back down pretty soon. When I
So
hurt
what's
my back,
sorry, Rico.
I hurt my back. We flooded and we were doing some rescue, and I pulled these people out of a back window of a truck, and I strained my back where I was really down for months, not being able to be active, and that's when I gained the most weight. It was
What are you
crazy.
about 6 foot? Are you about 6 foot?
Yeah, depending on what horizontal line you use, what shoes I'm
Yeah.
wearing. I'm 6'6", 6'1", and I got
Yeah,
like I
yeah.
said, I got up to 248, and that was fat. You know, it wasn't muscle. My face was fat. You know, my stomach was big,
Oh,
but
yeah.
my legs and arms stayed. You know, they didn't get fat, but my stomach and my face kind of gained all the weight.
This guy at my work, I think he's shrinking, right? He's getting older, right? He's in his late 50s or something. He used to, I used to be like an inch taller than him. And then, you know, the other day I'm like, dude, why am I so much taller than you? We both got boots on. And I had him stand against the door frame in my boss's office, and I drew the little line on his head. You know how you do little kids' heads are laughing. It was funny.
Horizontal line.
Yeah.
And then you measure it up vertical. Funny how that works.
Perpendicular.
Yeah. Perpendicular to the plumb.
Oh, dude, they were saying some crazy geometry shit last night. I
Spherical
can't remember.
geometry. RC says he's teaching spherical geometry in geometry class and using trig and all this. Yeah, there you
Uh,
Did you hear him this
uh,
morning on how he flew from airport to airport and got meter accuracy? Well, can I ask you if he used longitude and latitude for his positioning? Then of course he he didn't
if you
measure
say,
with his airplane. He just used the equipment that uses lat and long, right?
I went through this with RC Meisty before. I'm like, how do you know? We're trying to prove the distances, right? Because if you have a set amount of points, I think you need like 5 points. If you have 5 points and you know the distance to all of them, you can tell if that shape is curving or not, or flat, because it won't marry up the distances between all the points. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, how did you prove these points? And he's like, well, I flew over them. And so we're going into it. And he's like, well, there's wind cones or some shit on the ground, and we know they're 25 miles apart. I'm like, so why aren't we just using the wind cones? I'm like, how do they know how far the wind cones are apart?
Because they
Like,
just lat and long. He flew over a wind cone. Now think about this. He's in an airplane over an airport, thousands of feet over a wind cone. He started calling my brother, like calling us names and this, that, and the other, and because he has to, right? He has to go into that script. Oh, I'm passing the airport runway right now.
dude, all these arguments are circular. Oh, the crazy thing with Nidhug yesterday, he said the diameter has nothing to do with the radius. Were you here for that yesterday?
He's telling y'all he's here for the entertainment. He's willing to say anything to get a rise out of you, and then y'all wonder why he says stuff like that. Like he's just here to get a rise out of people for entertainment for himself. So he's willing to say anything. He knows it's wrong.
Yeah. I'm like, yo, how is this argument not circular, dude? We heard a refraction argument. You brought up the 7/6R, the radius. All right. This was supposed to be your proof of the radius. This refraction thing, right? We're proving Earth's curve. So now it's like, where'd you get the R value? All right, I got it from Eratosthenes. Well, you got to have parallel light rays. I'm like, how do you know the light rays were parallel? How'd you measure them? He's like, well, you just take the diameter of Earth. I'm like, dude, where'd you get the diameter from? This was supposed to be your thing to give me. Every time they try to prove the R value, they knock you into a next thing that has it already in it, that has a presupposition of, we know it's a sphere. You know what I mean? And they'll keep taking you down the line of things.
I'll give you
ridiculous.
another one with RC. He went through a scenario where he knew point A to point B was 25 miles. And he said if you take copper wire and stretch it out as best you can over that point A to point B, the copper wire will be 25 miles long. And I'm like, yeah, you know, that has nothing. The only way that would be true is if it's on a flat plane, right? It can be on a curved, smooth surface also, but when you're on Earth, you don't have that. You have hills. I mean, I'm in, where am I at?
That
I'm
I
in,
caught the end of
maybe in
that.
Mississippi.
I caught
Yeah.
I caught the end of that yesterday or whenever that was, and yeah, you'd have to drag that copper wire over a completely level surface. You're not going to drag that just over
Right.
the
If you go
terrain
up
or
and down the terrain, it has to be longer to make 25 miles.
yeah.
It has nothing to do with a curved surface. Their curved surface is theoretical. It's not the surface of the road or the water or anything else. It's a theoretical surface around their so-called Earth. It's getting kind of crazy, right? Take me to your 2D surface that this measurement is based on. Let's go talk right there at that point. Are you standing on dirt? Are you on water? Or are you on asphalt? Or what are you on? No, you're not on anything. You're just this far away from the center of Earth. Well, that's a presupposed radius. That's not an actual position. It's all theoretical nonsense, and that's what your formulas are based on. Of course, you can plot it. But when you plot it over a flat plane, there's hardly any difference. Like if you plot it that way up in the air and just draw a line straight down at whatever angle you want to, it's not going to be that far off. That's what I asked RC over that 300-mile plane trip. You think you're on a curved surface and it's 350 miles. Okay, over a flat plane, when you were up in the air flying over that cone to that cone, 350 miles, how long would it be over a flat Earth? You know, a plane. You know, airplane. He didn't answer. He called me a couple of names and left. Well, he appealed to Geo. See, Geo, that's why I don't come here, because these guys ask me these very, very simplistic questions that I don't want to answer or don't know the answer to. So that's why I don't come here, Geo. That's basically what he was saying.
Appeal to authority.
I
I
mean,
mean some
seriously, when I asked him that question, he goes, Geo, you see, that's why I don't come here. I'm like, all right.
Fair enough.
this shit just keeps getting crazier and crazier, honestly.
I doubt very seriously now. I'm just going to be really upfront with you. If I was, you know, a betting man, which I don't bet sports and stuff, but I would bet you, he didn't fly over a cone, mark his position, and then fly over another cone and mark his position and say, "Oh, it's 350 miles." That's exactly what the map says. That doesn't make any sense, right?
You wouldn't
People
even
just
know if it
don't
was
do
you
that.
wouldn't even know how long it was. Even if let's say he did do that. How did you measure that it was 25 or whatever X miles?
Exactly. He said he used his very expensive, right? GPS, this, that, and the other. He gave all the names for all the systems he used to digitally, right, just mark his position with Latin long and say, okay, here we are. We're 350 miles away. We're right here at this airport. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, why wouldn't he be? He's traveling short distances and trying to equate it like he's going halfway around the world, and you know he's in the wrong spot.
Oh, the day after I had that conversation with RC about because I'm like, well, you know, if you know how far if you're measuring how far you're flying, you need to be flying in a perfectly straight line, right? Whether that's a geodesic or not, whatever, that's a whole other thing. But you need to be going, you know, not left or right or up or down at all. And I'm like, you got wind up there blowing you around. I'm like, RC's like, nope, we fly in perfectly straight lines. I was like, all right,
Yeah,
bet. So I went to Gems with it like the next day. And these guys were like, you don't fly in fucking perfectly straight lines. You got to always. I'm like, yo, I know. But RC, your plane expert Glober guy, is telling me you guys fly in perfectly straight lines. So, like, that's your argument.
yeah, he said that this morning too. He got clearance to fly in a perfectly straight line from point A to point B over two airports. I swear to God, that's what he said. Yikes. There's so much wrong with that.
I'd like to talk to these motherfuckers just for 1 second. Can they give me any proof of the globe Earth? Just one. Horizon, fucking balls spinning around globes and fucking water balls and all this kind of shit. Anyone, please
I mean, they
do
got
it.
flimsy shit.
Well, I know it sounds clumsy, right? But they will
No, they
use
don't have any
maths and
science.
they will use science and they will use. Hey, listen.
No, they got no science.
See if you don't have a white coat, you ain't got no fucking science, bro. What the
Yeah,
fuck
the
you on
Glovers
about,
got
bro?
no science. No legit science. They'll got some pseudoscience bullshit. Observational science, maybe.
Yeah,
But they don't have any real deal
yeah,
natural science.
yeah, exactly. I'm pretty much my max with these motherfuckers. Right? I'm pretty fucking. I'm maxed out. I don't have any time for them anymore. If your Earth is a globe, fucking prove it.
I hear you,
It
bro.
would
These guys got
be
us running in.
super easy.
Super easy. Oh,
Guys got
If
us
water
running in.
curved, yeah, if water curved at 8 inches per mile square, it would be really easy to measure. Like,
super.
it's more easy than you can even imagine.
It should be
Not
self.
hard at all.
It should be
Yeah, it should be
self-evident.
everywhere.
Yeah, it's
There
everywhere,
should be
bro.
people measuring that shit everywhere.
So you know how Denmark the other day said, "Oh, Denmark, are you there?"
So I'm kind of done with this shit.
I, uh,
I'm kind of done with it now. That's fair enough. If you want to sit here and argue fucking refractions and Earth globes and calculations and shit, I'm done, bro. Because you don't have one proof of the fucking globe Earth. That's it.
well, when Denmark said, "How come you can't show us the horizon?" and then there's just like more stars beyond, like there's more sky than there is ground. Like why can't we ever see, beyond the ball? Like you see it's ball like, and then you see the rest of space. Well, like there's this video that I have, and I guess I'll share it or maybe even share. Yeah, hell yeah, let's do
Yeah,
that.
go ahead. Let's do it.
So basically, there's somebody that did some they did a simulator of what the Earth would look like if it was a sphere, if you were to move up in altitude. Um, and basically, it will begin to drop off the higher you got. Well, that doesn't happen in reality, because we're not leaving a curved surface. But anyway, let me find the video. I'll share my screen.
Isn't it funny how everything does not leave a curved surface? If you could prove curvature to us, we would be ball earthers again. But you can't prove that. You can't prove that.
Well, they say because it's so big, but then they'll have Soundly turn around and say it's so small you can see it from ground level with 20/20 vision. So it's a big contradiction, but I believe it has to do with perspective and refraction put together. How we see over distance through the atmosphere is perspective with a refractive effect caused by our eyes and the atmosphere. Very simple to me now that I've kind of gone out and done all the observations myself. But it did take a while to come to that conclusion. It just didn't click, the first time I took a mirage picture or whatever. But now I understand it, more when these people post these pictures of like windmills off in the distance beyond the horizon that appear lower than the horizon. Yeah, because the horizon rose towards your eye level in the foreground, and in the background, those objects are at their relative position, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. So, of course, they're going to appear lower than the horizon. The horizon appeared to rise up. So, it's
Mm.
an optical illusion. Thank you very much.
Are y'all ready?
Yeah, go.
Are y'all watching? Are y'all on? You
We're
see my
watching.
you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it. And I'm doing 80. Well, 90.
Oh, okay. Don't do that then. All
No,
right.
I have it on a thing.
I'm just tired of these motherfuckers, man.
Y'all hear that? Yeah.
Is it over?
No, not
Yeah.
yet.
Did that hurt? It is the most dumbest thing to believe that you are living in a spinning fucking ball, a big, massive fucking water ball, traveling at 1,000 miles around the equator.
I'll be
Fucking,
back. Listen to this video.
oh, shut up now.
You're cute, P-Mac.
What?
Cute.
You say that a lot of times. Do you think cute means scientific? I notice you said cute. You must have said cute about 4 times in the last fucking hour. What is cute about me?
Can you go on mute, P-Mac? Watching the video.
As a reference, this is what the rising drops would look like at 126,742 and swings of distance.
The early days, huh? You know?
I'd like to make a comment on that capsule not moving, man. I've never caught that before. There is no way that guy is up in a balloon. Like, wasn't he? A balloon was up there taking him up.
whatever a gondola is, I guess. I
Yeah, it was
guess.
a balloon that lifted him up in this capsule, and the capsule is dead steady. There is no way he'd be spinning around and moving side to side, right?
There's probably no wind up there, or very little wind, right? When you get up that high.
Yeah, but you
No,
got a
no.
stationary camera looking out at the horizon. That thing would be moving.
You know why I don't believe that? We don't know what the fuck goes on up there. We just know what they tell us because when you get on the mountain, the air is a little thinner. We don't. What do we really? Anyway, I'm not a pilot. Maybe there's other people who know more than me. But what I do know is, you know how you send the balloons up, and we've all seen that footage. Well, what happens when the balloons pop? You hear all that wind, and you hear all that wind before that anyway. It's crazy up
Actually,
there.
yeah. How high was that? How high was that Felix Baumgartner thing? Because we actually have sent.
120,000 feet.
Yeah, we actually have sent balloons up that high, and are they wobbly when they get that high? They are. They are wobbly.
They
Hell
Now that I
they're
yeah,
at
think
they're
least
about it.
they at
wobbly.
least spinning. Yeah, they sometimes spin back the other way.
You're spinning
We
around. They're going. Not only are they spinning, but they're going up and down too.
You know what's crazy? How we used to be able to find tons of those videos on YouTube. If I didn't have any of them saved in my folders, I don't know how I would find them. Like, and Globers are just like nothing to see. It's still a globe. Like, look, why are you guys always lying all the time? Like, fuck out of here.
Why you always lying? Remember that? Remember that song?
Yeah.
Why you always lie? 120
Yeah, some of
K.
this shit goes beyond. When I first got into this, I was like, "Oh, these guys are just like, confused or tricked a little bit." But now it's like if they can't see what's happening after I've explained it to them, I don't know. I feel
I
like they're
know
not tricked anymore, and
what to tell you,
it's
but
something else. What'd you say, G-Mac? Who was that?
I don't know what to tell you. If it's 128K and you can see the flat horizon when they open the capsule, I know what to tell you.
Nah. Oh yeah, in the one shot it looks flat, but the other one you got a Planet New Mexico down there.
Shit.
Right? The one camera's crazy flat horizon. The other camera,
Half of the world is made up of Earth.
no, half the thing was New Mexico. When he took off from the fisheye from the lens inside the capsule, yes, the horizon looked flat, but they had another camera that was like this crazy fisheye or something because it looked like a sphere, but it was like only New Mexico underneath him.
Yeah, and it
But it was
half
like
a sphere.
spherical.
It was almost half a sphere, and there was no water anywhere. Sure, bro.
Yeah, it was like the New Mexico and those maybe the state around it or something, but it wasn't anything close.
Yeah, I know. All I can say, right, is the reason why I paid up in the first place, because I'm done with these people, man. I'm just done. The thing is a total lie. It's obvious. It's recorded. It's easy. All you have to do is fucking trust your senses. It doesn't make no fucking sense. It's crazy what they're telling us. I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done. All right, but it doesn't. You may not be done yet.
Oh, what's
Maybe
up,
you have
man?
a couple more questions. But hey,
Yeah, there you go.
The thing that I like to debunk the globe with is the moon. Like for me, some people might see it as a challenge, but you can't. It's something you can't. I don't think. Well, you can do it online, but it's much easier to already
Yeah.
be like on at the East River. Like you see that
Oh
red thing?
yeah.
Ever seen that on the horizon? Holy shit! What's that? That's the moon, dog. Like that, and it raises tons of questions for people. I was wondering yesterday why the fuck it changes
so
it
quickly and so
changes
rapidly.
color And what I mean by that is like in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, if you've ever looked at the moon like when it comes in on the
Oh my, you
horizon,
didn't have to.
it's weird as fuck.
This shit
Oh,
does
But
things
but then
things in a day you've never seen before.
no, wait. But so it's red, then it's
Wait, hit that light
orangey,
switch.
then it's it. What I'm
Right there.
saying is, so
No, the bottom one.
they say it
No, yeah, that's the one. There you
what
go.
atmospheric.
Jeremy, you're hot micing, Jeremy.
Mm. They say it's like atmospheric refraction or whatever is why it does that. But what about after it's like over 20 degrees and shit? You know what I mean? It doesn't get
It's
fully
the same
white
thing,
until it's high.
Elijah. It's the same thing with the with sunsets and the reason why the sun doesn't, like, if the sun is at 20 degrees, there's no red, there's no orange. It only happens when it gets low on the horizon because of the excitement of the noble gases for whatever reason at that angle, man. You know what I mean? It's like if you think about, I it just came to me
Well,
this way to say it.
Well, I did say the opposite of that though, a little bit.
What do you mean?
I said above 20 degrees, the moon still changes color until it's like way high up, above 45.
Well, yeah, I was just being general, but I'm just saying the same thing. Like, I'm looking at the clouds right now, right? So it's 10:30, and I don't see any red, purple, blue in the clouds. It's only going to happen at sunset.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I think that's for some reason when those noble gases at that angle get hit with that light frequency.
that's a good point.
I don't know. It's
I,
kind of like the
that
same thing.
makes
It's
sense.
kind of like
You're
saying
saying
if,
the moon is the same way, except without the sky show.
yeah, I mean, if it's a frequency, right? If the moon's
Yeah.
sending out a frequency that excites the air that way, then that's what it is.
Okay. I'm rolling.
And if you think about it the same way that you can see a mirage at a certain angle, right? If I'm standing up straight, I don't see a mirage. Lower your eye. Oh, there it is. Same thing.
Yeah. No, but okay, I get that. But the question really is how do you work that out on a sphere? Like that shouldn't be happening, should it? You know, like what? Because
That's why
where did that explanation come in for sunrises and sunsets? And no, it's just that we're spinning away and half the ball is lit. Like, how does it all that work?
I think it works the same way, but then they just curve the light. They have to, right? If light travels in a straight line, then it's just going to shoot up over the horizon, and you're never going to see it because it's always going to be going at an angle up, right? If I'm on the ground and the horizon is however far away it is for me, then there's going to be an angle of light that's going to shoot up over the horizon and not get to me. But light doesn't do that, so they have to curve it. So to me, it's almost the same explanation, but then you just curve everything.
Mm.
And then you can do that with the math. You can do that all day long with the math. All you got to do is fudge your, tweak and massage everything.
And you curve it.
But
Yeah, no, it's right. You curve it.
so yeah, things like I've mentioned, like when I'm looking at the moon and it's 3 o'clock in the morning and the phase is still like the same, and it was due to the direction of the sun. How's that possible when the sun is like damn near about to rise to the east of me at 3 in the morning, at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning during the summer? That's what happens. So it's like, so how really is it geometrically in the
I know.
heliocentric cycle the way that they claim?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Somehow the light does the same thing on a different day about 2 months from now. It's crazy.
I'm about to get me some chicken right now. Shit, I know it's early, but like I said, I'm not on my diet right now.
It's never too early for chicken, bro. With that gravy.
Chicken and plantains, sweet plantains.
Shut up, man. Anyway, I don't understand too at the same time, right? I'm sitting at work, right? I see the Earth move across the sky. I see the moon move across the sky, right? At 6 o'clock or something, or 6:30 or something. And then the next moment, when I look around, it's behind me. I'm like, what the fuck just happened, bro? So you're telling me that the sun, the moon, is doing all this crazy shit over here at one moment, and the next moment, next month, it's doing other things over there behind me. Where is it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The whole see the whole thing going on in the sky does not make sense. Try to tell me it does. It's crazy. It's actually absolutely crazy. Like fucking spinning balls on water balls. It's absolutely fucking crazy. It's over there one stage, and the next stage. Sorry. Like 2 weeks later, it's behind me. What the fuck, bro?
Well, it's going to be up to me to get the greatest flat Earth proof, or well, the greatest heliocentric destruction proof at the very least. When the eclipse happens, because we're supposed to see the Southern Alien on the East Coast in November, I guess.
An eclipse is the most craziest thing I ever heard. There's a shadow coming down on the upside of the moon when the Earth and the sun. I'm sorry, the moon and the sun is in the sky at the same time. How the fuck does that happen? What are you talking about, bro? I suppose there's something going else up there. Something else is going up there that we cannot explain. Okay, and no matter how much they talk to you about mathematics and blah, 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 and bendy water, they're bullshitting. There's something else going on. This is what we're trying to figure out.
Mic check. Everybody quit talking.
Yeah, they've all given up, bro.
Yeah, I would too if I was them, actually, after the beating they've been taking the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, they got nothing.
It's time to tell the world, ladies and gentlemen.
You gotta respect their resilience. They keep on coming back.
Kind of makes you think they gotta do it, right?
Yeah.
I like how they switch their argument when each one's proven wrong, and then claim that they've always made this argument and not the previous one. That's hilarious.
It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard in my life.
I remember making my.
Hello.
I can remember making.
Sorry.
I can remember making my arguments about miraging, obstructing, and blocking things, and from the very beginning 4 years ago, no way, no it doesn't, no it doesn't. And now I've got people like Zanuck and Ruhif acknowledging my claim that it blocks everything, including the distance in the background. So they're now admitting. So
of
now
course
they're
it blocks now, right? Of course it's blocking. We've told you that forever, Zanuck.
Yeah, but not only that, but it is also blocking farther distance, right? So that now that because in the beginning, even when there was mirage, they were treating the limit to the water as curvature, which is exactly what Andrew Thomas Young does still in his papers. He treats the inferior mirage image. Whenever you see the limit to the water, the reason why the water's not there is because it's curvature.
Yeah, curved below that so-called hump, which isn't a hump. It's now just perspective.
It's almost like AI updating itself. It's they're adjusting their arguments, but we've known that from the beginning that they do that.
Yeah, I did the same thing with the Mirage. I went man to man, right? Zanuck, Rumpus. Do you think a Mirage can cause bottom-up obstruction? And there for a while, no way, you're ignorant, you're dumb, you're a flat earther, blah blah blah. And then slowly but surely, one by one, yeah, I can see where a Mirage would cause some obstruction, and if it was this Mirage, it would be bottom up and blah blah blah. But you don't even need that Mirage. All you need is distance and perspective, and you're going to get bottom up obstruction because you're looking at a certain angle down. If you're above the ground, you're looking down to it. Once that angle reaches a point where you can't resolve the information anymore, guess what unresolvable information looks like? Obstruction.
Yeah, but Rakia, even now in the discussion that we had this week with you earlier about that with I can't remember who it was, if it was RC or if it was somebody else, because he was trying to argue for angular size, right? If you're doing everything with angular size in orthographic or even in graphics, it's all going to change equally, right? So he's arguing for that equal, right, angular size change, but he also is thinking that even though you have atmospheric distortion, even though you have perspective with the inability to resolve those images, he still was wanting to make it equal all throughout the image. And at some point, they're going to change. They're going to change that argument as well.
Yeah, he was talking about just the blink out, right? Like as the distance increased, it would reach a point where the total object, the building in that case, would just blink out all of a sudden, like evenly. And that's
right.
That I would agree that does happen. But even when that's happening, the bottom looks more distorted than the top.
Yeah, and he
you
just
get
wasn't
that
going
sky
there.
in between the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like
he was
Kosho.
way off.
It's just like our conversation with Kosho yesterday. He's describing the conversion of Cartesian coordinates into the GPS, and at the same time denying that they convert anything.
He used the word convert.
I know. I put it up on my channel today. I put it up.
Yeah, what we do is we take these measurements that are all equal, showing that it's a horizontal line, and then we convert it and put it on a geoid, and well, it's curved. Then I'm like, you just said, yeah, you convert it. That's just him being honest. I don't know if it slipped out or if it's just, you know, that's exactly what they do, right? They use a horizontal baseline. They get distant, horizontal lines that aren't curving, and then they plot them down, convert them, and plot them down onto a geoid. Voila, it's curved. Horizontal's curved now. We've been saying that for years at best.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Yeah, we predicted the horizontal line having to curve years ago, like 2 years ago at best. Now they're moving into it pretty drastically, where they're taking straight lines and curving them, and then they're taking what they call a straight line and moving it out of the horizontal position, where a horizontal line is a straight line, but they're trying to curve the horizontal now.
Ignorance is strength. Gay is masculine.
Hey Travis, I hear you talk about this Andrew Thomas Young a lot. Can you give me like a rundown on why you hold him in such high esteem?
When this whole thing started happening 4 years ago, he was Rumpus's guy. Rumpus was the guy he's like Andrew Thomas Young, Andrew Thomas Young, Andrew Thomas Young. So when I started taking my photographs and trying to do broader research into refraction, Andrew Thomas Young has the most detailed sources. Like, he cites a lot of his sources, but a lot of those original sources are in the original language of German, Spanish, and whatnot, so you can't even read them. French, there was a couple of them that were French language. But Andrew, if you Essie, if you saw my couple of videos that I put out with the PhD that I had on my channel, where I was interviewing him, both he and Andrew Thomas Young are in the same field. They're both astrophysicists, so they both study, the night sky, and that's Andrew Thomas Young's forte. But he broadened his discussion in his papers on the SDSU site to include atmospheric refraction with miraging. So he's done a lot of research, and unfortunately, he only presents diagrams. You know what I mean? And
You mean models?
I talked. Yeah, I mean, the thing that I talked to the guy that I interviewed, I said, like, why doesn't Andrew Thomas Young give us real images of mirages? Why can't you just do that and show us what it looks like? Because the mirage that he puts up is just this triangle, and the triangle has a pattern of black, white stripes. So he'll give you a demonstration of what he thinks a mirage looks like, but then it doesn't resemble any. Yeah, it doesn't resemble anything that we look at. Like, show me a boat, show me a mountain, show me a target, a real target in a mirage. But anyway.
Yeah, sorry for
This
interrupting
dude
you,
is
bro. I
an
just want to
actual
put the Andrew
PhD.
Thomas Young. Yeah, he's putting out like models, right? So refraction is a model that these globers can go, yeah, we can quote Andrew Thomas Young. He's smart, right? But they're just models. So there's another model, which is the turbulence model, which says that, you can see a hula hoop girl, doing the dance when she's actually standing still. That's just heat waves. I'm sorry for cutting you off, bro. Go ahead.
You didn't cut
So
anybody
this
off.
dude,
Go ahead,
Travis,
finish your thought.
This dude is a PhD, an actual PhD.
Well, I mean, I didn't vet him, but yeah, I mean, I've taken his word for it. Yeah, he's like 80 years old. He works at Georgia State University, and he's on faculty there. So the guy that I had interviewed, right, is another. This is the funny thing, man. So like 2 years ago, Jose JG was doing a presentation where he was walking through a website on refraction, and when I went and looked it up and started looking through it, it was good content. But again, it was limited because it was misrepresenting what we actually see. And I finally contacted the webmaster because I emailed them and said, look, I'm just I'm a hobbyist. I take photographs of mirages all the time. I love this stuff. I think it's awesome. I said, but I think that your diagram that you present is actually incorrect. So he emailed me back and he said, well, show me what you mean. So then I started talking to Dr. Nave, and I got online with him or on Zoom with him, and I walked him through what I saw. And when I showed him what I had in real time with what he was diagramming, he made the change on his website and corrected the diagram and then gave me credit for it.
I don't think they're all like assholes, like assholes. Like I think that they're really looking for the truth. It's just the bias that some of these people have, right? And then their egos and all this stuff, and then the sunk cost fallacy and the anchor fallacy. And I'm sorry, I meant to say bias, sunk cost bias and anchor bias. So I think that like Witsit doesn't think that he's wrong on the ether thing, and QE doesn't think that he's wrong. Like they're not trying to deceive people. They both think that they're right. But not to start a fight over the ether thing, but I think we should look at both sides on every situation, look at both sides of the coin, and no matter how preposterous it might seem, that we should, listen openly because we all suffer from bias.
Nice try.
I just want to make a point on that, Larry. Not only do we look at both sides, but we look for a third, fourth, and fifth alternative, because if you look for them, you find them.
The thing that I was going to say is I would love to go back to find some original sources with why the Greeks interpreted the ether the way that they did, right? Because no one was getting up into the sky. All they're doing is looking up and postulating about what they're seeing. You know what I mean? So when you do a Wikipedia on the ether, it just gives you this generic, inept, sterile, clinical description of this is an ancient, but it doesn't give you the guy saying, the reason why I think this is because I saw this, I tested this, like we don't have anything like that. So, I mean, the stuff that Austin says is interesting. It's thought provoking. It's provocative. But there's certain limitations to, where we're at to take it any farther.
Yeah, I agree. That's why QE has to bring balance to the conversation.
I don't think he's the guy to do that.
Well, okay, pick another one then, right? But if you're listening to Witsit and not QE, or you're listening to QE and not Witsit, I think you're doing it wrong. That's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, you can watch. Did you watch Austin's stream with Brian's Logic?
No, I did not.
So you've got Brian's Logic, who's gonna give you the representation of the Huey and Nathan Oakley side, right? But it was a couple hour stream he did just the other night. It started out pretty amicable. They got a little bit testy with each other later on, but they had a really, really good conversation.
I want to hear QE versus Witsit on this ether thing.
I don't think you will be able to hear.
How would you want to do that? QE would just blow up.
Yeah,
I know he's got to try to keep it cool a little
Why
bit.
did we let Jeremy in here? Why is Jeremy still a member here?
I don't know.
Listen,
he
as far
interrupts
as
all the time. He never adds anything. It's ridiculous.
As far as that Andrew Thomas Young thing, Go ahead.
Here he goes again.
I think there's enough information out there to make up your mind and not continue to polarize the situation. QE did his live stream. He said what he had to say. Austin, prior to that, did his presentation, but also after that, his rebuttal was a straw man video. You guys can check that out as well. Like Larry said, man, you're not doing it right if you're listening to one side or the other. Just listen to both and then actually think. Take your emotions out of it. Take your feelings. I mean, at the end of the day, both guys are talking to each other like they've been talking to Globers all this time. So let's not act like what they're doing is different. You know what I mean? Like, let's just listen to the content, make up our own minds, and move on.
Yeah, I can relate to the ether more than I can anything else. But I don't think, like, I don't say the ether is, the ether is the ether or whatever it is. I mean, I think it's just a word that describes, the medium, so to speak. That's all I think. I think both people have to have a word to describe it. One calls it ether and one calls it, well, I don't even know what QE calls it, right? Base? I don't know. I like QE on a lot of his parts. I don't like the way he handles people too much. I think Witset's got a better approach now, with being calm, cool, and collected. Bev taught me that. Bev is actually good at, just not really getting right. Nothing really bothers him anymore. But I don't know. The ether is just a trigger word, it seems. I don't view it as a trigger word. I just view it as a word describing, what things are traveling in or moving around or whatever.
I view it,
Well,
Makia, as a building block, like the very first building block that was put in place for whether it's magnetism, electricity, or whatever to work within. So it's the conduit in which all this can move.
Exactly. Conduit. Yeah. Current.
Yeah.
When he describes the negative flow down the ground, right? You have, as you go up, it gets more and more. So it's going to attract towards the ground. That makes sense to me because I see things attracted to the ground. I know what current is in a conductive medium, which he calls ether, but you can just call it a conductive medium. And when you lift an object up into that medium or put it in the river, the current, right, it's going to flow back. It's going to flow towards the way the current is going, just like in a river. So it's going to flow back towards the ground. So nothing, the basketball or the baseball, whatever you throw up, doesn't have to have charges and particles and bubbles. It's just in that current created by, that positive and negative and ground creating that current. That makes sense to me. Lo and behold, we call it ground, and lo and behold, we can measure this, these charges that get higher and more and more as you go higher and higher. That makes sense to me. I don't need anything else to explain it. I don't need to be scientifically in my terms, or that just makes sense to me.
Well, I want to
I don't
say
know.
that, Nikola Tesla, just real quick, Nikola Tesla was asked once, hey, you were a good looking man while you were younger. How come you never got married? He said that women were a distraction. So if this dude is fantasizing about ether instead of rubbing one out, and he's coming up with all these inventions, like, at the end of the presentation that I just heard QE give on his channel that he just did about Witsit, he was talking about all the inventions and the science that came from it. And it's like we got all this technology from this guy, Tesla and Steinmetz and all these other, pro ether people. It's like if they were fantasizing about ether while coming up with these great inventions, by all means, boys, play away.
Yeah, but Tesla doesn't even have to be real to start understanding that if you have a positive and negative flow or current down to the ground, that if you put something in that current, it's going to go to the ground. It's going to, if you have a current river, a river current, and you put a boat in it or a toy or a leaf, it's going to flow with the current. You don't need Tesla or Witsit or QE or me or anybody else to explain that to you.
I'll say it again just because I think it's worth saying. If we can manipulate the weight of something by alternating charges, then that's all we have to do to go to a different latitude and a different elevation. So if I move to this latitude and I move to this elevation and the weight that I'm measuring changes, then if I can manipulate the charge or the pressure in that area and show that I can bring it back down to, or give it more weight, so to speak, I don't know why we can't and shouldn't be doing that.
You can do it. Get yourself a electrostatic generator, whatever they call it, a Tesla coil or whatever. You can hook it up to a balloon or some like light things. Now you can't hook it up to your toes and levitate yourself because you're more grounded than those other objects. Like it takes more energy to do it. But like, you know,
That's what I'm
when you
saying.
have a rocket on the ground and you want to go against the current, or you have a boat on the river and you want to go against the current, it takes more energy to go in that direction. Turn around and flow with the current and use the same amount of energy, and you're going to go a greater distance quicker. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, let's do this shit, man. Like, it's absurd to me that we spent the whole year talking about one observation. You know what I mean? Like in the grand scheme of things, it's like I know it's a simple way to get the information out there, but what I'm saying is, how come just off of the knowledge of that, there weren't like thousands of other sources that were just was so great that there was nothing that YouTube could do? Like, why didn't that happen?
They
You know
can
what I mean?
easily with AI control that information. It's hard to find the videos that I was talking about now, like that I saw 4 and
Yeah, I
5 years
guess you're
ago.
right.
It's hard. You can't even find them now unless you have them saved. Someone commented a while ago the video that he
That was
played.
me.
If you wouldn't have recorded it, you wouldn't be able to really find it right now. I'm the same way, man. I'm not a great researcher, but I used to be able to find these things easily and show people. Now I go to look for them. I'm like, shit. I mean, where is it? And so the information is easily, persuaded one way or the other, biased. You know, we know they let a little of the stuff, small amounts of the stuff out, but the majority of it is suppressed. And they even said in Congress why they're suppressing it, right? Or how they're suppressing it. It's, it's not hidden anymore. That's a dangerous thing, right?
Yeah,
when a
Yeah,
company
suppression
of
is
free
one of the
speech, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, suppression is one of the main things that I use in my definition of racism. So, the definition of racism, in my opinion, is unwarranted animosity, suppression, oppression, right, based on perceived race alone, right? So,
Yeah,
perceived
own
race, that's
race. Yep.
important, right?
Perceived race,
Because
right.
there is no race, it's just the human race, and
The
with
human
subsequent
race.
tribes, right? So, that's racism in a nutshell: perceived race, animosity, unwarranted suppression or oppression. So when people are like oppressing each other and suppressing each other's free speech, it's like that's tiptoeing pretty close to some really wicked shit.
It's dangerous, right? That's why I use the word dangerous, because it causes, it causes this society to break down. It's the breakdown of society when you limit speech. And I used to be racist. I'm gonna be honest with you. When I would see a person of color in my community acting up, let's say, acting crazy, I'd be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And when I would see a person of my same race, my same color, which is Caucasian, basically, I'm Indian mostly, but Caucasian, I would be like, oh man, they're having a great time, right? That's ignorant, right? That's plumb stupidity on my part, and I've learned that over time. But I think a lot of people feel that way, and I think the people that we're dealing with here have this biased opinion of no matter how much education, how successful you are, how great your family is, where you go, your world traveled, how many languages you speak. If you claim to think the Earth is not a sphere, you're ignorant. That is dangerous, bro. That is ignorance on their part. That's where they fail. That's their downfall, right? Because you underestimate your opponent, you've already lost 90% of the time.
And look where it's coming from. It's coming from the top. 2 presidents used derogatory statements against flat earthers. Presidents. That was written in the speech. Thought of, planned. Yeah.
Planned ahead of time, written down on paper and practiced, right? And read out in front of the nation, in front of the world. And it's weird. But I'll tell you another thing about how we're being treated. Like, they're walking up to a person on the street and they're seeing, maybe a shaved head with some tats, and cauliflower ears, and this dude's bucked out and he's wearing war boots and he's got gloves on, and they're going, yeah, I don't think that guy can fight. It's
Let me give
ignorant.
you some advice. If you see a guy with cauliflower ears,
Don't
walk
mess
the other
with him.
way.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And that's my whole point. They're seeing the cauliflower ears on us now and hearing it, and they're still going, yeah, he can't fight. He's ignorant. That is amazing to me. That's a psychological problem, right? If you go up to every guy on the street with cauliflower ears and say he can't fight and pick fights with him and lose every time, that's a mental illness, right?
Good analogy, bro. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Esty. I'll be here all week. Hey, tip your waitresses, will you?
Same here. Don't
And your
forget to buy us
drivers.
drinks.
20%.
Well,
The waitress ain't worth
20%
20% unless
if
you.
the waitress is like so-so. That's a baseline. You can go
What
up
are you
from
going to tip your
there.
drivers that
And
actually
don't
use
be cheap.
vehicles?
yeah. These, and about 3 years ago, I was like telling my family, y'all be careful, man, because out on the road, these people, they're either all on drugs or they're just doing it on purpose, right? It's like bumper cars out here, and that's the way I feel. These people are driving, man. They're teaching school. That's
all
exactly
Neil
why I
deGrasse.
didn't send my kids to public school. Say again,
Word.
Jeremy, as you cut me off again.
That was me, dude. My bad.
Oh, sorry, I was just joking. Actually, I thought
I
it was
know.
Jeremy. Word.
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 To quote a great thinker and researcher, word.
Quote one of the great researchers of our time and a great thinker, free thinker. Word.
Word.
Yeah, and if you think you're going to
I'll
outwit
get that.
people like this group, you're going to outwit us or outthink us or out like common sense us, you better pack your lunch, son. That's a word.
I just saw fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to explain away the James Webb Telescope observations that absolutely falsify their theory of expansion, right? Because their predictions to their hypothesis is that their observation will show magnified more because of the expansion. A magnification happens with the light that will show bigger and fuzzier galaxies. But what they found were that the galaxies were absolutely following the proportionate law of angular size, meaning that the further they get, the smaller they get, just like they should. And they're seeing that also these further away galaxies are equally as developed as the closer galaxies, fucking them up bad. This is not good news for the Big Bang. But see, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's in there with this control shit going, oh yeah, it doesn't debunk anything. What it does is basically it just largely incorporates, just that we need to add more to the theory. He's literally conditioning the fucking idiots to get ready for some ad hocery. We're not going to scratch our original idea like we would in any other scientific theory when something like this falsifies it. We're going to ad hoc it right the hell in and pretend like there's nothing to see here because it's settled science. He was telling you, it's settled science, the Big Bang.
Are you talking about the James Webb, the new discoveries they found?
Well, I'm talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to explain away those discoveries as if they don't debunk, right? But and all he did was it was rhetoric, it was ridicule,
little bit of talk about some of the housewives TV show. I mean, he literally did
Wait,
not talk
can
about
you back
one.
up?
Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson did not
What
talk about
y'all
one
talking
specific
about?
thing. He didn't point out one issue with the problems. He didn't even hint to us that he even knew what the fucking problems were with the observations. But he was there to do.
What problems?
Oh, the problems with the observations from the James Webb Telescope that falsify the Big Bang and the expansion.
Where? Oh, I missed the whole conversation, I guess.
Oh yeah, the James Webb Telescope showed images of smooth, well-developed, small galaxies the way that it would be in a non-expanding universe. What they expected to see were magnified, rougher, and collisions. 10 times more collisions was predicted in this, because they set their telescope to look back to a certain time, they say. And this certain time, it's all set up through their predictions of the Big Bang. So it's to the 17th decimal point, man. It's going to be perfect, right? But then it wasn't.
Basically, they just found them more developed than they should have been in their theory to make things simple.
Yeah. So now either it doesn't take 7 to 12 billion years or whatever for galaxies to form. Now it's within a million or two.
They're gonna make new bullshit up now. Grim, watch.
Yeah.
They're gonna make new bullshit to say, yeah, we expected this. Yep. Science keeps improving, keeps changing, but that so-called telescope keeps proving them wrong. It found like 9 or 10 anomalies that go against the Big Bang. You're aware of that, right? That's not the only one.
Oh yeah, I'm just talking about the most obvious and unescapable one that they have on their plate right now, and that's the expansion. Because if there's no expansion, then obviously there's no Big Bang expanding out, right?
Yeah. You know what they're saying now to counter that? I heard it yesterday and I fell off my chair. They're saying that the Big Bang didn't happen at one spot now. They're saying it banged everywhere all at once, bro.
Oh, I
Is
know.
that like
That's what
banging
they've
your
always
wife
been
like
saying.
over
Kind
and
of.
over
They've
again?
always
That's
been
big
saying
banging.
It's
they've always
insane.
been saying that basically that the universe itself entirely is what Big Bang, and then it's been expanding ever since. So the expansion would be on the edges. It wouldn't much mean that there's a center for that.
Yeah. But Grim,
That
hold on.
expansion.
The original cosmological model of the Big Bang is right at a center. Everything started in an unimaginably small space, and then it banged it and expanded around evenly, right?
Right.
That's
I
the
mean,
original statement.
yeah, and any Cartesian map, we would be able to center that, right?
Yeah, well, that's gone bye now. Now, what I hear is, because they got to make up new bull for this stuff that you just been talking about, is they're saying that, I heard it the first time yesterday, that the bang happened everywhere.
Well, I've heard it that way like for years, but I mean, I don't think they changed it. It was just the way that they had to clarify for people, because we end up interpreting it that way because of the visuals that they give us, right? But their explanations always have been that it expanded, the whole thing expanded, not from a center point, but from the outside edges, basically the whole area itself.
Yeah, but where have you heard that before? You've heard this before?
Yeah, but I mean that's what the original fucking, since high school, that I understood, that it wasn't like expanding from a center point, that the whole thing expands together. Like
No, not that. Not the
expands
expanding part. The bang part. Were you not taught that everything started in a small, unimaginably small space and then it banged?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but they're changing that now. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well,
the bang didn't happen in one little place and expanded.
Well,
the
they're trying
bang
to change.
happened everywhere, and it's expanding from everywhere.
Yeah. Well, because what space did it expand into? What?
That beats me. Ask Jeremy that question. He likes that one. The space.
Yeah, which
right,
space
Jeremy?
is it expanding into? Like, there had to be room for it, right? Or are you making room for
Jeremy
it?
calls it the outer space or something.
Yeah, nothingism.
No, it's a joke, man. I mean, they don't know what it is. Nobody knows what it is, how it banged, how it started, and that's just it, man. It's just people getting paid, making up theories. That's it.
Exactly.
I would
So I
be.
want to point.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
brother.
just real fast. Yeah, just real fast. I wanted to point out that Neil deGrasse Tyson is the janitor for the nassholes, right? He's not trying to convince you that the puke is clean. He's trying to convince you there never was any puke. So anywhere he goes, like Katy Perry accidentally read "The Earth is Flat" when she was like live streaming, and then one of her like people commented "The Earth is flat," and she read it out loud. Next thing you know, he shows up like 2 days later. You could tell that she's been practicing for like 3 days without any sleep, and you listen, you watch that interview, and you're like, dang, like she fucked up, like she almost lost her career. If Neil deGrasse Tyson would have come, saved her, and put everything back on track. And there's nothing to see here. Katie didn't puke out, what she really said. But yeah, I think he's just a janitor. He's a glorified janitor for NASA.
You should have saw
Funny
the
enough, I
video.
was just talking yesterday that I watched Neil deGrasse Tyson, believe it or not, has a PhD. I kid you not.
Yeah, well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but he couldn't get. Go ahead.
there's a lot of people with PhDs, but it doesn't mean shit, man. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I agree. I agree. Like, I think the guy is,
even it's in something else, right? It's in like writing, journalism, some shit like that. Like,
he
No,
did
he's a
a
legit
thesis. He did a
PhD
whole
in
bunch of
astrophysics.
mathematics. He did a whole bunch of. It's not like you guys think that he was like some bozo, in school. He wrote a PhD thesis.
no, nobody's saying that. That doesn't matter to me, that part, because I mean, you know, uh, there's a lot of psychotic people with PhDs. I mean, you know
Yeah,
what I
yeah, no,
mean?
but I'm saying the ballers threw him under the bus, right? Oh, he's just a communicator. Well, no, he's a PhD. Sorry.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they don't
I
like
didn't
defending
realize
the Coriol
that.
struggle.
There's
Personally, I love this guy. You know what he says about the tides? He says the tides don't go in and out. The tides are always there, and the Earth rotates underneath them. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
what the hell does that even mean? That's so stupid.
The Earth
Well, that's weird
rotates in
because
a
the tides
bubble of
don't follow
water,
the spin of the Earth.
he says.
Yeah, there's a tape of him saying it on YouTube. He does a series with this comedian dude. I forgot his name. Says a whole bunch of crazy stuff. I recommend that to anybody if you want to get some laughs. Yeah.
Well, that would make sense, right? If the moon and the sun were basically pulling on them, right, and then the Earth is rotating, then it would be that the Earth rotates faster than the moon and the sun orbit, or that the Earth orbits, right? Or either one, the moon orbits the Earth, or that the Earth orbits the sun. The rotation is faster than both of those orbits, so it would follow that the spin of the Earth, the pull of the planets wouldn't. It would be that the spin of the Earth, it would move, you know, separate from the tides. Basically, it would follow that the you know what I mean, that the Earth would turn, but the the sun and the moon both still continuously pull on the same spot that they're in. So as the Earth moves, it moves. You know what I mean? Under the
Yeah, but
tide.
think of that. Think that through, bro.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm
He's saying,
saying.
Grim. He's saying that there's a bulge of water on either side of the Earth,
And it
and the
rotates
Earth rotates into it.
underneath it. Yeah, exactly. And
But,
away from it.
yeah, but
Both.
if the Earth rotated in a bubble of water, like he's indicating, we're in a bubble of water rotating in it, right, separate to the water, it would create absolute chaos in
Yeah,
all the waterways.
catastrophe.
It would
Yeah.
create chaos. It's absolutely absurd to even
Well, I guess it's
suggest that we rotate within a bubble of water.
no, that's not absurd, really. If you
Yeah,
think
it is.
about it. Well, I mean, just think about it like I don't know, like, okay, so just think of like if you had like a sock around the ball and you put a fishing hook on each side of the sock representing the tides, and the fishing hook goes to the sun, the string, and the other fishing hook goes to the moon. Let's put them on either side, like a lunar eclipse, and then pull on them, and you'll see that the sock stretched like the tides right there, and then you spin the ball inside the sock. That's what's happening. The ball would be the Earth, and
Yeah. And
So I
then
mean,
the
I can
ball,
understand what they're saying, modeling
yeah,
it
yeah,
conceptually.
but then the ball would grip onto the sock and twist it all the way around out of
No.
proportion.
The balls you put your hand in the sock and spin the ball free of the hooks. It's not hooked to
So
the
the
hook. Only the
so the
sock
ball
is, which is the
so the
water.
ball ain't touching so the ball ain't touching the sock.
Well, it can touch the sock, but it slides in the sock. It's not hooked, fixed. You see
Yeah,
But
but
remember
but it doesn't
what?
slide without any friction. You can't do it if it's touching the sock and you rotate it within the sock. It's
Yeah,
going
that's
to
why we
create
would get
some.
tides. That little bit of friction would also cause, the a little bit of current and shit too. I mean, it's only very little, right? I mean, it's a very minuscule force acting on a large body. I mean, so it seems like it must be a powerful force, but I mean, it's, you know what I mean? It is if you collect all the matter in one, you know what I mean? But compared to the other forces around, it's a very weak force. So it's,
I
minimalistic.
posted the video, him saying it, so you guys don't think I made this shit up.
Oh, I believe you do just about
42
everything you
past
say.
the hour.
Nobody thinks that you made it up. It's just the idea of like, are you going to take an Earth-centered perspective, or are you going to look at like, hey, what's the actual cause in the center of the entire system in and of itself? And I mean, it's not an insane idea to just simply say, hey, having an Earth-centric view with its rotation, it's not the only way to look at it. That's all it's representing with that.
Oh, when it can be demonstrated that a ball can spin within a body of water and it not create chaos,
It
then
didn't
maybe
say
on
that it's.
board.
He did not say that it's spinning within a body of water. He says that the bulge exists, right? And as the Earth rotates, that
You're breaking up, RC.
Oh, you had to tell him.
You're breaking up.
I mean, the first time Bandy talked,
You're roboting, dude, so we're not being
but
rude.
that's all right, RC. Just
remains
come back when you
relative to
can.
the entire system in the same
We didn't hear any of your cut
spot,
off that time.
Start over,
but
please.
because
Okay, let's start over. Bandy, start talking. Have RC interrupt with a better mic. Let's go.
I'm pretty damn sure that he said that Earth rotates in a bubble of water. Now, he might not have said bubble, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he said.
Yeah, I did kind of, because I was trying to simplify the idea, but obviously water doesn't uncover the entire planet's surface, right? So, I mean, obviously we know that's not a bubble of water and blah, 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 blah. But I mean,
Yeah, no.
you can
And
think
I
of
know
it
he
as
was being
that
very.
for the oceans for a second, right? But
Yeah.
once it gets over the land, then obviously it stops because it's not strong enough to make the land do tidal effects. Or is it? No, I'm just kidding. But so, yeah.
But all the oceans are connected, so you can kind of consider it a bubble of water with a little bit of land popping out here and there.
Well, think of it like this: puddles of water, and they're still pulled. They're pulled. The puddles of water are still pulled by the same string in the same sock, but when you get over the land, obviously it stops. You're not pulling the water anymore because there's no water.
I don't know that this is actually simplifying it. That it's just simply saying, what are you looking at as the center reference point of your system that you're trying to analyze? This is not like all I was saying before, apologize for roboting, but like It's not an insane idea. He's just simply saying, hey, don't think of the rotating surface of the Earth as the center of your reference when you're thinking about this. Look at the system as a whole. That's not a weird thing to say.
Yeah, it's, I can follow with that. I can follow with it. And anyway, it's just an idea that all I'm trying to say with it is I can conceptualize how they could be saying that, right? Like without a lot of problem.
So you can envision a wave being 15 feet high and all of Earth rotating under that? How?
Well,
No,
because
it's
it's not a
not the
wave.
idea of Earth rotating
Because it's
under
not a
it.
wave.
It's just
It's a
simply the
tidal.
idea of like, are you going to look at the surface of the Earth as the central point of your analysis, or are you going to look at the center of the entire system as the central point of your analysis? And
Well,
like,
here's the thing, right?
Both. Do both.
Here's the thing. We know that doesn't line up.
Which part of that you don't get?
Right, even though we're playing around with the idea, a lot of us have actually looked into the tides, right? And we know that the tides actually do not line up with the sun and the moon the way that we're trying to explain it in this conceptual idea. So therefore, there's still something else at play, even if that was partially correct, because there's no way to determine that that's actually correct from our standpoint, especially being that they don't line up. I mean, the sun, the peaks of the tides don't always face the sun or the moon. So that's
I'm just
technically true.
trying to dispel this idea that like somehow he's saying we're rotating inside a body of water, as someone said beforehand. It's like, no, that's not what he's saying.
He did.
That's what he said.
He said
He did
that,
not.
RC.
He did not say the
did.
words rotating inside a body of water. That's not what he said.
Okay, what did he say, RC?
You already posted.
What? Let RC repeat what he said.
You already posted.
Did he? Yeah, but let's hear your version of it. You say what he said.
So rotate into the bulge that exists.
Which means moving
into
towards
the bulge.
It. Yeah.
Which is a.
I don't get how we have.
Which is a correct statement.
It's similar to the same idea, though, because you're not encompassed with a full bubble, but it's if you treat the oceans like the surface of the bubble, then that idea is still
all the center of the system. So what I'm saying is, oh my gosh, why is
just for the sake of the conversation, let's cover the entire Earth.
Your mic is shit, dude. You're cutting out. You're cutting out, RC. Take it as it may.
Oh, am I interrupting him? I'm sorry, dude.
So
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, but he's roboting really bad, and he thinks we're talking over him. We're not. I've actually gone on multiple times because I knew you wouldn't concede, like you wouldn't stop talking. So we're not trying to overtalk you. You're just cutting out. Your mic is.
All I'm simply saying is that he said that you rotate into the bulge. That if you look at the center of the two system, like the center of the two bodies of the system, rather than the surface of your Earth as your center point of analysis, then that is a true statement. That's all he's saying. Just don't do the Earth-centric surface analysis of it, and analyze it from the surface of the Earth, which is rotating.
That'll be your reference.
Try to look at the center of the system.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. We'll just talk about the surface being the central reference point.
No, but the point
Are you talking again?
Is he still cutting out for y'all? Because he seems to think he has to talk every second he's here. Like, it's not all about, like, we're all trying to talk here and talk about this topic. You don't have to give the total opposing view.
Dumbass, I've been on mute. Mute because Dale started talking.
Right, that was quick. Your mic is shit, dude. You're cutting out. Yeah, he called me a dumbass.
I've been on mute, Rakia. Stop whining.
No, listen.
Yeah, we can't tell if you're on mute or not because you're cutting out.
Or you can just right in the middle of a word. You can just look at my thing and see that I'm on mute.
I'm driving. I can't do that, guy.
You muted yourself in the middle of a word, though. You were like, bah, and then all of a sudden,
somebody else started talking. I was trying to be nice.
Yeah, but you have been cutting out and roboting. Do you understand?
Oh my gosh,
are you smart enough to understand?
Go on Jerry Springer about it, Rakia.
Yeah, you've been cutting out, so we can't tell.
All right.
Notice, just Mandy, hang on. I want to say something.
Yeah.
Just notice again, he's come on here and caused, he's given his input, right? We've heard him. We went on mute and heard him. We didn't interrupt. He's now cut out so much, we can't tell if he's on mute or not. And because of that fact, we're civilly telling him he's cutting out. He's saying we're dumbasses, and he's causing this to go to shit.
And you
Where
know how
are
to
you?
beat his ass. You know how to beat his ass in real life. As soon as that dumbass motherfucker said that shit to me, I would have knocked him straight to the ground.
He actually
Just saying,
says
there's just
we
weird behavior on this
the
fucking
bulge.
computer,
That's
bro.
what he says.
Was his exact words, Vandy? Say it again, because I don't think RC said his exact words, did he? And I'm just saying that because I know RC. He's not reading it, maybe, but I haven't heard it either way. So what are the exact words?
Okay, the exact words. You know what? I'm gonna get them exactly right now. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back. The exact words. Give me 2
Can
seconds.
you play the video? It's like 40 seconds. It's a short, so everybody can. Is there a way to do that?
RC thinks we're at his beck and call. I'm driving. I can't see his icon. I want to hear things because I'm driving. I can't read them. Go look at the video and all that. So
Do we need to mute
that's
the
why
live?
I asked.
Do we need to
Well,
mute the
that's why
live?
I asked if they could be written out or we can listen to the video.
Sorry, dude. Are we...
No,
I think Andy's on it.
Do we need to mute the live, or is it cool to play that?
No, just play it, bro. It's a 40-second
well,
thing.
It's 40 seconds. What can they do?
Well, no, yeah, it only takes 28 seconds, right? Of a.
Oh no, you can't play it. No, because it goes on YouTube. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. They're gonna strike Geo.
Mute the
When
live.
Bandy comes back, tell him not to play it. Just mute the
Mute
live.
the live show.
Yeah.
Mute the live show so we can watch it for a second, and then unmute the live show.
Yeah, he can do that. Yeah, mute the YouTube. Yeah.
Because if he says it rotates within the bubble, that's in the bubble. I mean, that's
what he says.
In water. RC trying to describe it a different way, and that's not the way I would hear it if he says within. I'm going to go with
the exact words, but that's the gist of it. Yeah.
Well, if Bandy says it's Easter, you start dying eggs. I trust him.
Oh, now that's the gist of it. I get it. Yeah.
Well,
Dude,
Q wants
click
exact
on the
words.
freaking
Everybody's
video. Shut
arguing
your
against
mouth
the gist
and
of
click
it.
on the video. How
Everybody's
about that?
arguing against the gist of it.
Zip the lip and watch the vid. Zip the lip and watch the vid.
Even if he did say it that way, I mean, I wouldn't have visualized it as exactly the way he said it, because I don't see that as part of our model, right? So I don't see that he's actually, I wouldn't expect that he's going to actually add an extra, dimension or feature to our own model. So I would imagine that I would just colloquially take what he said and try to fit it into the idea of what it is he's saying. And
I hear you. Hey, Andy, don't play the video,
I'm
eh?
back.
Don't play the video.
Okay, yeah. No,
Just
I'm
wait.
not. All right.
Mute.
This is what he says. There is a bulge of water either side of the earth, and the earth turns within the bulges.
Yeah,
that makes
There
sense.
you go. I don't talk for nothing.
That's
not a bubble.
Problem. Hey, are
It's
you
not a
guys going to
bubble,
let me
though.
respond, or are you guys going to? So the original argument is underneath, is what everybody was saying beforehand, right? And the answer is no, that's the incorrect way of saying. He said that there is a bulge, right? And then there's rotation. So the idea here is that you're using an Earth-centered, surface-centered perspective on your analysis. He's doing something that makes a lot of freaking sense. He's like, hey, why don't you think about it not centered on the surface of the Earth? Think about it with the whole system. That's a very wise thing to get people to think about.
What does that even mean?
So then why isn't the water also in lockstep with the water? Like the atmosphere is in lockstep, but no, we now have two separate entities, one being the earth, one being the water, and the water actually rotates within the water, not in lockstep like the atmosphere at all.
Where did you hear him say
separate identities?
You said the water rotates within the water?
No,
That's
the
not what he
Earth.
said.
The
He said
Earth.
the water
The
rotates.
Earth rotates within the water.
No, he said it says rotates within the bulge, right? But
Same
the
This is
thing.
water will.
water.
Bulge of
Are you
water.
going to? Hey, are you just
My
going to Jerry
God.
Springer freak out? Or are you just going to let me freaking finish?
It is
No,
a bulge of
calm your
water.
tits.
All
Calm your
right.
tits. So here
It's a bulge of water.
he says,
RC.
if you rotate within that bulge, right, the water is affected by that bulge that exists because of the gravitational forces. Now,
What's the bulge made out of?
that would be not centered on the surface of the Earth that is rotating, right? That we typically think about it with, right? Saying the tide's going in and out. He's saying, all right, let's look at the center of the system and see, hey, relative to these two bodies that are existing, there's a bulge always facing towards that one body. Yeah, the other body is rotating, but that bulge is always facing that other body. This is just a non-surface of the Earth centered way of talking about it. This is not a weird thing to say. And you continue to Jerry Springer it all the way to your freaking therapist.
Well, if that's
No.
true, why are
Stop
the
your ad
tides not
homing.
always
Stop.
facing the sun or the moon?
I said, oh,
I
facing the
know, but if that's
bodies that are
true,
involved. I didn't
why is it
always
the
say
tides?
sun or moon. I say facing the bodies
Jesus
that are
Christ,
involved in the
dude.
system.
Those are the bodies that are involved in the system, by the way, the sun and the moon. So
Yes,
anyway,
sun, moon,
why are
and
the
Earth.
tides? Yeah, back to the point. I was just trying to make the question. So if that's true, then why do the tides not stay high on the face of perpendicular to the sun or to the moon? Because they would, if that were
What do you
the
mean
truth,
perpendicular?
then it would be high tide at noon for everybody, where noon is.
No, because it's a combination of the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon.
Oh.
Well, for example, that's why you have the difference between like a spring neap tide versus just a regular tide. Like there are differences simply because when you have, for example, like a new moon in the spring, like you have a neap tide that's going on, like that is going to be a different tide because the bodies that are involved in the system are in different places relative to each other.
Alignments, correct, right. So why doesn't especially during that time, why don't the tides sync up with the sun and the moon?
What do you mean sync up?
Sync up, like if the Earth is rotating underneath the tide is always high because of the bodies that are external from the Earth. Then why don't the tides stay lockstep with the other bodies as the theory predicts they will?
You have to explain more what you mean by stay lockstep. That's no technical term that means anything.
During a new moon, where the sun and the moon are both on the same side of the planet,
okay,
why at noon is it not high tide for everyone at noon? I mean, that should be that way.
Because only one side of the Earth and one part of the Earth is facing it. Depending on whether you're in the summer or the winter or the spring or the
for the
fall.
people on
That's
the
why spring neap.
Hello, hold on, buddy. Wait a second. I don't need you to go. Hold on, I'm stopping you right here.
That's why spring neap tides in the north are so much more like they're so
You're
much
not listening
potent
to
and they're
me,
much
man,
bigger.
at all. You're trying to escape my fucking point by
No. I'm trying
rambling
to
on.
explain to you how it works, and you're refusing to answer because you don't know what you're talking about.
Actually, I'm the one who asked you the question. Right?
No, I'm saying you're
not
refusing to respond
answer.
to what I'm saying.
Wow, you're confused about this conversation, aren't you? Because I've asked you a question, and then you said I won't answer.
Get back
That's
on track,
weird. It's like a projection right out
I
of the
said you
fucking
won't
theater.
answer to what I'm saying.
Back on track.
I'm on track. You don't know what a
give
spring
each
neap
So
tide
why
is.
isn't it high tide at noon for everyone when noon comes for them? I'm not saying
one at a time, boys. One at a time.
Exactly. I'm not saying it should be high tide.
Can you guys? Am I deaf?
Hello? Am I?
Am I mute? Am I muted?
I thought I was
No, I hear
muted.
you loud and clear, Bandy.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to get some control here without having to mute people. Seriously, can you guys give each other some space? You're making audio chaos to both of you at the moment. You've got to give each other space to talk. Thank you.
I've been muted for the past 30 seconds while he's been like freaking out.
Stop your whining.
I'm not whining.
Just do what I requested.
I already did. I was muted for the past 30 seconds if you would pay attention.
God.
So my entire
Go, Grim.
Anyway, you misunderstood my point. I didn't say that it would be high tide for everyone on the planet at noon in my location. It would be high tide at noon in my location, not for everyone on the planet at the same time. Now, 1 hour over, when it's noon to my buddy to the left here, then he should then experience high tide in that season. And then when it's noon for the next hour over to his buddy to the left, then it should be high tide for him during this season. And then so forth and so on until the moon has changed location, got enough angle away from the sun to stop being, this treating it like almost one body as one, one vector, so to speak. Right. So that's the problem. We don't have noon for azimuth during those seasons at high tide, or high tide at azimuth during those seasons for everyone. Like we can say on an equinox, oh, well, it's going to rise to the east for everyone and set to the west for everyone. Well, I mean, there should be something to the tides that's a little bit less chaotic for that theory to be true, I would imagine. So there might be another action or mechanism at play that results in the tidal force, or the tidal observations that we get.
Yeah, but think this through, guys. If there's a permanent bulge of water and the earth rotates into it, right? Are you just envisioning the shores? Because you got to envision the rest of the earth, the cities, the mountains, the valleys. The water is going to go through everywhere on earth, not just on the beaches. If that's what you're envisioning in your mind, take that out of your mind.
I mean,
No,
they
you're not
have the
seeing it that way.
atmosphere.
They
have the atmosphere. Go ahead, Manta.
I was just going to say, before we get on the RC.
Hey, I've been
Seriously,
muted.
it doesn't make any difference. I was speaking, and it doesn't give you the right to talk over me, RC. All right. SC, can you imagine all the mountains and crevices underneath the oceans, that moving within the water? Can you imagine the amount of pressure that would create on the water and the size of the waves as a result of that pressure as it's rotating within that water system, pressing up against it, causing huge tsunamis everywhere?
Yeah, that's my whole point, brother. Yeah, exactly. This is what they don't get.
Hold on, I don't understand
that's
why
why
they
I
would
pointed
say.
it out that
Hold on, man.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was trying to get in before. I know you guys heard me and Bandsaw try to get in, and I stopped to let him go. So I don't know why they would say the Earth is rotating, in this bulge of water. When I would have Neil deGrasse explain the atmosphere after that. Well, why does the atmosphere rotate with the Earth then? You know what I mean? Because the water would be doing the same. Why is the water different?
Good point, Jeremy. Very good point.
Well, yeah, but that's what Grim said. But Grim, to answer your, first of all, does somebody have their mic open? I hear this clicking. Anybody hear this clicking like it's?
Oh
stuttering?
shit! Oh, my bad. Thanks for unmuting me. I was muted. My bad. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all right. But Grim, I've asked that question just in general about it, and the answer that I got was that the gravitational pull that the moon exerts on the tides isn't immediate. It has to catch up. So simply because you see the moon there, you're not going to have an immediate attraction.
Right, but that's 8 minutes away, right? So in 8 minutes after azimuth, you know what I mean? I should see my top peak result. Oh, I'm sorry, not even 8 minutes. It's a minute and a half or something like that for the moon, and like 8 minutes for the sun, right?
Yeah, whatever. But that's light. I don't know that has to do with gravitational pull, right?
No, that's what they say, that gravity is at the speed of light, and nothing can go any faster.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they say that gravity and light speed are both. It's limited by light speed.
Right. So here's the thing that I've put out, and I usually hear the opposite reaction, the opposite answer to what I would think. Intuitively, to me, if I can see the moon in the sky, then the water should be being drawn to the moon, which would make it low tide. The water is being drawn away from the shore toward the moon. But I've had numerous times when I've been shooting in the morning on
Ventura, and it's high tide, high as it can go, and there's the moon. Moon's right there. So you have an opposite physical phenomenon than we're told.
Yeah, I was pointing that out. That's what I was saying. Like they don't match up because I've gone through the tidal times and the sun and the moon data, and I tried really hard, man. I was like, well, they don't peak out, dude. They don't match up. Something else must be at play here, and why, you know.
Grim, can I just point something out? You just said that. Well, actually, I think Travis pointed this out about it takes time for so the moon's in a place, and then it takes time for the gravity to catch up, right? Because it takes 8 minutes. The problem with that is, of course, that if you're seeing the moon, light to hit your eye would be the same amount of time as the quote-unquote gravity would travel to the Earth. So actually, from your perspective, they would line up.
Yeah, that's a good point. They should line up from our perspective in that manner, you know, since it does take that. Okay. Right. And it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be 8 minutes from the moon anyway, because the moon is a lot
yeah,
closer than the sun.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 back and forth. So a minute and
could it possibly be that it's your understanding?
It's like if someone won't stop talking, you just barrel through it. Go ahead, Highlander.
You kind of did the same to him. You should have just let him finish. Should have been quicker.
Yeah, go ahead, Highlander.
Could it be that it's your understanding of how the gravitational forces are working with each other? Because if the Earth was stationary and flat, would the oceans not eventually come to rest and be at a standstill?
No.
It would need gravity.
No. Right. So what's making the tides happen on flat Earth then?
Convection.
If the Earth is... It's what?
Yeah, how many people here don't know water moves when it boils or heats up, contracts when it cools? This is common knowledge.
Yeah.
Huh.
It could be many things. We don't know. Like, I don't know that anyone's actually made an assertion.
I know, but I offered that as because we can demonstrate the movement of water under heat. I'm offering that.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
I said that.
There could be like a central system in the North Pole that's causing it. There could be.
It doesn't need one.
I mean, like, yeah, basically pick
just
a possible explanation.
It just follows the heat source, dude. It's really that simple.
Yeah, with the sun.
Water expands and contracts due to temperature. It's that simple.
Yep.
A rise in temperature can change the volume of water in the body. So it can also answer high tide and low tide. So this entire conversation could be thrown out real quick, but I don't want to stop your conversation. I'll just butt out.
How hot does the water have to get, and then how cool does it have to get to cause such high and low tides? Because as far as I'm aware,
you mean what type of? Oh my God! You just asked a question.
As far as I am aware, the temperatures of the oceans do not fluctuate that much.
Okay, let him answer now. Take a breather, let him answer.
Well, I got another question. How much is that much? What kind of differential or measurement is that much?
You're the one that said...
No. I ask a specific question. What's the difference between low and high? What kind of fucking measurement is that much, dude?
Jesus Christ!
Don't be asinine, dude. Back what you're saying.
Yeah,
he's trying to clarify your question.
How that works? You ask a
question. Oh my God, you're a fucking moron, dude.
Hold on, don't call names. Yo.
How much is that much? How much is that much, guy?
Don't call. Let's not call names. And Highlander,
I heard you the first time. Yeah.
Highlander, you're trying to just clarify your statement or question or whatever it was. What's that much mean?
How much is in the measurement of differential?
You got to let him respond now, though. Go ahead, Highlander.
I am still going.
Again.
Hey, grow up, dude.
Every time I try and speak, he jumps in.
Every time you try to speak, usually somebody's already speaking. You're an annoying guy and always have been.
All right, guys.
Come on.
Come on,
Settle down. Yeah, hold up. So his answer is belligerence for a measurement, like he always gives.
Just let him answer. Let him answer.
He won't let me answer, so I'm not going to fucking
Highlander,
bother.
I've given you space. So answer.
He was the one that claimed that it's temperature that makes the water fluctuate and move. Yeah. So I'm asking. I don't know which temperature he's talking about. Is it Fahrenheit? Is it Celsius? Right? Because as far as I am aware, right, the temperature of the oceans don't fluctuate that much. Right? They only go up by a small amount and come back down by a small amount. Yeah. So how much temperature is needed to cause these massive tides to rise and fall?
Can I offer a scenario to stop this back and forth? So in the northern hemisphere, you'll know, being from Scotland, you'll notice that lakes freeze over in winter. Okay, you'll notice this. Now, what I notice in England is that lakes freeze over in England. Now, what happens when water freezes? Just as an example, this is one of many things that could be going on. But well, when water freezes, it gets bigger because ice has a slightly higher volume than water, correct? So what happens then? Well, the water next to it that isn't frozen has to be displaced. What's going to happen to that water? Well, it's going to cause tides. It's going to be pushed out in all sorts of different ways. That's one of many different possible things that's going on.
So how do you explain that in the summer then, when there's no ice, when none of the water's frozen over?
There's winter somewhere, always, right? When there's summer in one place, there's always winter in another place.
So how does winter on the other side of the planet affect the tides in Loch Lomond?
What? Okay. Did you hear what I just said?
Displacement, simple answer, right? And thank you, Crypto.
That's one of many things, right? So now he's saying, you've given me one of many different possible options. How is that affecting things that it probably wouldn't affect? Well, I didn't answer that. I'm just saying that displacement is one of your answers.
Okay.
How about the rising and how about the movement of the sun? Heating up a certain part. And of course, we know that's going to cause movement. How about that one? Pressure mediation. Call it what you want. Yeah.
And what's funny about this one, this is just one possible thing, which is the displacement, convection, the kind of movement created by warming and heating, right? So freezing and heating. But that's not the only. It's not the only option, you know.
Yeah. Well, temperature can affect pressure and volume also.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So I like that he was tying that in there, and thank you. Thank you. You actually have a little more tolerance for that guy. I can. He's always been belligerent, man. Someday we got to grow up and put aside childish things. Or you'll never.
How was that a childish thing? All he asked was, if the Earth is flat and stationary, what causes the tides? How is that a childish thing?
No, that's not the portion we were talking about. I just asked what type of differential, and it wasn't that hard to say maybe 4 to 5 degrees Celsius as a change in differential a day instead of trying to minuscule things, add a little specificity to it.
Michael J.
And
Smith.
how about the wind? There's another one. How about the wind?
Yeah, I just want to say, Michael J. Smith, hey, it's good to hear your voice, bro.
Thanks,
Thanks, Larry. P-Max got a buzz and he's listening to music,
Shut up, I do, the man, listen, man.
Did I peg it or what? I love you guys. Just so you know, even you, Highlander.
I do love it, man.
Yeah, Highlanders. As I say, for all the Globers here, I think Highlander's one of the better ones for sure.
He is no homo. I'm just picking on him.
Yeah, I know, but maybe he doesn't know that. Like, you know, there are some guys in here who I have literally no time for, and they probably know who they are by now. I think Highland is decent. He tries to get involved in the conversation, and it's passionate conversation. Yeah, why wouldn't you act like that? But yeah,
yeah. The one thing that I don't like in this conversation is that we're talking about specific things, but then people ask really vague questions while they try to minuscule an attribute or a variable. When if we can't even get specific on it, we can't call it minuscule because we're not calculating that variable. We're not considering it.
Yeah, you're just discounting it.
All I was trying to do when you said it was temperature that could possibly make the tides go up and down, right? I'm accepting that as one of your theories of what causes tides, right? But all I was wanting to know then was how much temperature is needed to cause that tides. That's all I was asking.
Yeah. Well, like the North Atlantic current, for example, I said convection, and that's the distribution of heat, thermal energy through a cold state to a hot state. And as you distribute heat through it, you cause movement, just like the North Atlantic, South Pacific currents, you know? So it's just one example. You know, the North Atlantic current is caused by temperature convection, hot going to cold, cold going to hot. And it's movement. It's a current of the ocean. So we absolutely know the oceans wouldn't sit still. The Earth doesn't have to move for the ocean to move. Heat makes the ocean move.
And if you think about the tides on a let's just say an earthly scale, they aren't there. They're only there because we're on such a very small scale that we see them. But if you think about it on, like, whether you think the Earth's a globe or flat or whatever, it's enormous. So relative to the size of the Earth, the tides basically don't exist, right? So it's not that difficult to think that that enormous volume of water with a little bit of convection would cause tides.
Yeah, it's
Really
logical to think that the thing that affects life here on Earth the most, which is the sun, it's like natural to assume that would be the driving force, the heat, right? Just heat up a pot of water, not enough to boil in. You're going to see there's going to be movement starting. You're going to actually see that movement in the water.
I just want to say that my questions weren't leading to a gotcha or a whatever. Yeah, I was genuinely wanting to know how you thought it worked. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, just in case anybody thought I was trying to lead somebody down a path. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think everyone here has accepted that, and I don't think anyone thinks you were trying to do a gotcha. What I would say, though, I do find it quite interesting how you get, like, globe Earth responses to certain things. They would say gravity causes the tides, right? But they admit that gravity is a really weak force. So weak, in fact, that we can't really tell that it's here. But the sun, which everyone, you know, when the sun's out, everyone's like, "Oh, the sun's out. It's warm. It's that's an obvious effect."
Exactly.
And they say, well, that obvious effect can't be causing it, but the effect that no one can prove exists must be causing.
That's got to be the one. Yeah.
Hey, you know, water isn't the only material that expands and contracts due to temperature, right? Most other most all materials on Earth do this. Heat and cooling causes movement, one way or the other.
Yep.
Your body does it.
Yeah, everyone knows that it's a dynamic system, and heat and temperature, you know, pressure. There's so many different factors to consider. It could even be an element of air pressure that's causing the tides, because if the air is more compressed in a certain area, it's going to force other stuff out the way. That might lead to, you know, a pushing of the water as well. Who knows?
Yeah, well, that brings up a good point, because, like, what if it's like a multifaceted, complex, like, sort of thing, right? So we're so quick to point at it and be like, "Oh, it's just this one thing that causes it." It's just gravity. You know, it's gravity.
So, you know, oceanographers are studying the hydraulic nature of underground water and the effects of heating and cooling on high tide as it pushes underground levees into the oceans and the rivers because of expansion. You warm the ground, you expand the water. That makes water underground take up more volume, and it has to push out from underground reservoirs and eddies.
Yeah.
So they actually, the scientists are actually looking at the hydraulic nature of tides right now due to heating and cooling. That's the newest form of study for tides.
Guys,
Well, there's big problems with there's big problems with them too. Like if we take a look at like the Black Sea. The Black Sea doesn't have the tides are negligible at best. Like they range from like 9 centimeters to like 20 centimeters. That's like the tides that the Black Sea apparently experience, which is it's still connected to the ocean.
Yeah,
so
and
it's like how is
Mike? Let him finish, man.
Go ahead.
Come on.
Yeah. I shut up. You were late, dude. Go ahead.
Go on, Simon.
No, that was it. That was all. I was just saying that the Black Sea just was sketchy, and there's multiple places on the earth that the tides just like don't. There's just infrequent. They're all different everywhere. Some places there's none. So it's a very complex thing, and I think to say it's like one. It could be a multiple faceted factor. It could be like you're saying, it's like an air pressure thing for all we know. For perhaps the bottom of the seafloor is doing some extracting and expanding itself to force certain areas up. When I don't know, I mean, there could be many different things. I definitely don't think it's just one thing. The tide phenomenon thing. I think it's I don't know, exactly what it is, but I think it's multi.
I agree.
I was watching a program a few years back, and there was a scientist saying that he was looking into that as one of the reasons for causing tides, because he didn't believe that the sun and the moon caused the tides, and he was looking at things like underwater volcanic eruptions and things like that might, be the cause of what's happening with the oceans.
Yeah, and that doesn't. I mean, that could even be true in a globe Earth. That's what I find interesting. Is like we're not even saying that this proves the Earth's flat. It's just a possible explanation if the Earth is flat, right?
But it could be a possible explanation no matter what shape the Earth is.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
He did a.
Yeah,
So what do you think causes tides?
I'm only trying to point out that tides don't require a globe. That's just the assertion or the explanation we have, and it's not really backed by science or demonstration.
100%.
How about
My
the
little
theory that
on
the tides are permanent and the Earth rotates underneath them? How this all started?
Yeah.
Have we demolished that thing, or?
Oh my God! Are you on Coriolis of the tides? Oh my Lord! I've never heard this one.
Oh yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson special.
Shit! I'll have to shut up.
Let's see. Don't you mean Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, we should rename him.
Them tides.
Here's my theory on the tides. The sun heats up the elements in the ocean that do expand, because there's more than just salt and water, right? And when these elements get heated up, they're going to expand, and it's like the sun is causing the water to breathe in and out, much like the sun causes the seasons of the earth, the different so-called hemispheres, to breathe in and out.
Yeah, when I first heard Tyson say that, I was like, what? Did he just say that? I rewinded it, and surely enough, he says there's permanent tides and the Earth rotates into them.
Are you saying we need oxygen to survive?
It's complete nonsense.
Good song. Whoa, 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 your love.
Yeah, don't play music because he's gonna get a strike, guys. Come on.
Oh yeah, you're live streaming it. Come on, with the angel of the morning.
Hey Mac, come on.
Haven't we lost enough flat Earth servers in the past few days?
Yeah, I was gonna say my angel of the morning goes away every time I wake up. Christ, come on, quit reminding me, P-Mac.
Yeah, what happened with Betty's? Anybody have any news?
Butthurt Globers complained and got it shut down.
Some bitch.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything, but I already know that that's the case.
Whose server was that?
The one that Nathan Oakley did the show from.
Oh.
That's the scientism or pseudoscience versus science, whatever.
Is there someone evidence of someone complaining, or is that just the idea that what happened?
What, on Tides? Or
Yeah,
on the, on the server. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So why would it be shut down if no one said anything? Left lane.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I just wondered if somebody had found out that someone complained, or if that was just an idea that what happened.
No, what I'm saying is that's the only way it could have been shut down.
Yeah, we have no science on this, and we can't tell you whether or not complaining will get your server shut down, but you should take the complaining.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can think of another way that servers get shut down other than complaints, I'm going to assume it's a complaint.
Well, don't they have like algorithms or bots or something that watch for certain terminology and phrase?
No. Oh shit.
Yeah, I think they do. Certain discussions,
Hey, chill out
certain
with that music.
words.
Talk over it at least. Sorry, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. I was trying to talk over the music, not you.
No, I was just gonna say they do have algorithms that pick out words and certain things that
They do have bots, but you have to add those to your server. A Discord TOS bot, you can add that to your server, but
So, speaking of jurisdiction, I want to change the subject. Now that the Queen is dead, apparently, like, all these people are, like, going to England and saying, hey, remember that land you stole? Well, the bitch is dead now and I want it back.
Well, I didn't steal the land. You can fucking have it all back. I didn't want it to be stolen in the first place.
Right. The Queen's Falls in Tanzania, we don't need that shit no more. It's all yours.
Without turning it into a whole big colonial thing, like, I think people don't realise that under colonialism, there were still two groups of people in England. There were the rich who massively benefited, and there were the poor who paid for it all, right? The poor didn't benefit ever from colonialism, ever. Now, if people want to assert that they did, I would like to know how, because all I can see in the past is that the poor paid for it and the rich benefited, which is always the case.
Yeah, you can't blame a group of people for something a government did, obviously. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's not what I was going at. I was just saying that, some of these lands, they need to be given back.
I wasn't having to go at you. I'm just saying that the narrative itself is very weak.
Right, but Tanzania, the falls there, they're not the Queen's Falls. They never were the Queen's Falls. I think that they're Tanzania's falls. That's just, I don't know, call me crazy.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course they never should have stolen land. I mean, that's obvious.
Well, I'm sure everybody could agree that.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, it wasn't you, it wasn't me, it was something that's done in the past, but it's kind of like, I've heard people say that, like, if your great-grandfather steals my grandfather's car and, like, all this time has went past, well, it's still stolen property, so you should give it back. And that kind of makes sense to me. So you guys got to remember, I'm not just British Isles, I'm also, like, 3/16 Native American. And I look at both sides of the coin on everything, and I think that I think the Queen was delusional. She thought she owned a lot of shit that she didn't own.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think that the reverse of that as well is very dangerous, saying that, well, you had a colonial past, so now you have to deal with all of these current day issues that we have lumbered on us as English people, which is basically endless immigration from everywhere. That's not fair on us at all. So there has to be a middle ground where you say, right, all of the shit that the rich people did and stole goes back, and then the poor people who had to deal with the consequences then, i.e. paying for the expansion through either like labor or money or however they did, which they did in many ways, they don't have to then suffer twice. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, how do you give some of that land then back to crypto? How would you go about giving some of that land
How
back?
big is the British Bandy? How big is the British Empire now?
Well, it's huge, ain't it? It's huge.
Let's give back Australia. We'll start with that. How about that, Bandy?
They had a vote in Australia. Bandy, you may have even participated in this. They had a vote in Australia years and years ago. Do you want to keep the head of England, like the Queen of England, as the head of your state? And they went yes. I was like, all right then. Well, that's your decision. That's your decision, bro.
Oh yeah, no, 100%, 100%. But now when we're talking about stolen land and giving it back to people, I'm not just talking about stolen land. Say, what the Poms might have done, but we have the same sort of argument here with our Indigenous people, where they claim stolen land, and they try and put rights on certain pieces of land that are being used today. Like, so what do you do with these bits of land? Do you just give it back to them? And then what happens to that land that is being used in a very productive way for the general public? You just give it over to them, and then they then get to decide, what's on that land just gets pulled down and destroyed, and we now decide what is going to be done with it. Like, how does that work?
As an Occidental, I have to ask what gives you the right to build on another man's land just because you're the lord over it based on treaty or contract?
Well,
there is the question.
Yeah, I feel like Bansaw's actually asked a separate question to what the original question was. Yeah, so the original question seemed to be, well, if the Queen and her soldiers go somewhere else and steal their land, what do you do with it? Well, you give it back. That's the moral thing to do.
What is he pissed off because he has to pay
for it?
Now
you're talking about two competing tribes in a single place, right? That's a very different question. I just wanted to clarify that first.
Huh? What? I mean, don't pay for it then. I mean,
well, couldn't it be argued then that we are the Queen's tribe, and under the Queen's tribe that we then stole the land underneath the Queen's tribe?
Yes.
Another tribe?
Yeah. I had to pledge allegiance to the Queen here in Canada.
You didn't act out against it. Yeah, and we can go to the Occidentals in Canada because those are my people if you want. But if listen, bad people prevail when good people fail to act. If you didn't act, that's just the same as saying it's okay.
Well, no, because the Australians actually a very different issue. Like, we actually used it as a prison island.
Mm-hmm.
So those Bansor and his descendants, they're not conquerors. They're prisoners.
Oh, I know. So they didn't really mean to shit on the Aborigines, and I'm sure the Aborigines get that. But I know the Ojibwe don't want. If we got our land back in Canada, we would not, evict all the people, or we wouldn't tear down your structure, see, because you're honorary parts of the tribe already. You're parts of the family. You have our blood in you, whether you want to recognize it or not, okay? And the people we would want to leave, we know and identify as royal bloodlines, divine rights. Those who say the Great Spirit gives them the right to rule over other men. They got to go. The rest of you can hang out. You just got to live in harmony with nature. That's it. That's our only requirement as Ojibwe or Anishinaabe or First Nations people. We just want you to.
Here's the thing, right? And that people love to make this argument about America and Australia. You know what? I get it. But I think America and Australia are different. Here's another way of looking at it. Does the population of England, who are the quote-unquote Aboriginals of England, have the right to evict all non-English people?
If by the law of first seizure, when God said, be fruitful and multiply. If they went out and seized that land first, yes, the land owes them as much as they own the land. They've lived and died there, blood, sweat, and tears there. Their forefathers are there. The DNA is in the soil. So yeah,
Well,
yeah.
see, I don't know how to answer that question, but I certainly know that the people who would say that the Queen's God, or however you want to put them in Australia, have to leave Australia, they wouldn't be supportive of England kicking out all of the non-English, right?
Well,
and I find that very interesting. Let me just finish. I find it a very interesting double standard when these conversations come up.
Yeah, my only question would be, what was the Queen's family before they were English, and is that truly their Occidental land?
They're not English, they're German, by the way. They're German.
Yeah, that's the point.
The Queen is a state. So the state itself is separate to the nation. Nation is people, right? I think you would agree with me on that. The nation are people. Now, just because someone turns up and says, I'm your king, and if you don't do anything about it, then I'll stay that way, and if you do, then I'll kill you, right? That doesn't make it. That doesn't make it legitimate. Now, just because they come from Germany or somewhere else, that doesn't mean that the English people don't exist, right? So that's a very
yeah. I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Yeah. We 100% a nation is a people. A state. Yeah. A state or a legal fiction is a governmental property.
Exactly. So my point is obvious. Like, if you are okay with saying, well, the Aboriginals are the original Australians, so bear in mind there are black people in Australia now who didn't start there. There are Indians in Australia, Chinese in Australia. None of them are, the original people of the land. If they all have to leave, then why isn't that true everywhere?
Yeah, my people just feel like the people who actually harm the land and harm the people, they should be shunned from the community, as the Great Spirit told us. So it's not really an eviction of anybody. It's that we would live by a new standard. And if people didn't do what's, look at your actions. As Native Americans, we look at our actions as what good did that do for the world, for nature, for me, or for my people? And if the answer is nothing, then your actions shouldn't have been done. And they would shun people who just continually could not say their actions were good for any of those. We'd kick them out of the community, or they just wouldn't be talked to. So,
well, how are you supposed to reconcile it moving forward? What's the answer to move forward so everyone is then happy? Right?
Yeah,
because we all live in one community. Okay, then, but we want to try and make these great divides. So, what is the answer today with people today that weren't technically involved in these things? How do we live harmlessly? Harmoniously.
Yeah, harmoniously. So, Larry says it right. To live in harmony is to love each other and give them the same respect you would want yourself.
Okay, then. So then when people are asking for their land rights back, okay, how is that living in harmony when they are demanding their land rights back? Like, why should I be pushed off my land because
the two don't go together. That's the thing.
They don't, do they? They don't.
No, the two don't go together. So to have my right to my land back means I can ensure that my land is ruled by natural law and by love of other men. So, and I'm not asking, this is why I try to stress this over and over again. Every white person here is welcome at a powwow on a Native American reservation in America. You just don't know it. We don't want to evict your people. We want to evict your rules and your laws that are contrary to what's good for man and mankind and earth. We all live together. What we do to earth, if we poison earth, eventually will poison us. Piss and shit in your waterway. You're pissing and shitting on yourself. Poison your waterways with fluoride and all that crap, you're poisoning yourself. So it's not the people's. I'm so tired of hearing that eviction. It's not. We don't ask. What Native American in America has asked anybody to get the hell off their land? We have had commercials where we shed a tear when white people litter our land, and that's that's to promote people to not litter, which is a good thing for mankind and Earth. So we don't want to. It's more that we want to remove stinking thinking,
and not harmony. A weird word, harm and money. That's a weird word, harm money. That's just weird.
Yeah, so I would say more that we live in a natural state by natural law.
Yeah, but
I've always been an individualist. Like the whole flat Earth. Go ahead, Mark.
I was just gonna say they say the word harmony, and we're like thinking, yeah, good, well off, being good, and then you take the two words, harm and money, and it's like, what the? Who did that? But go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually money, harmony, not money. And if you could show me the word etymology for money that goes back to economical money, then I might play that word play with you. But that's all just word salad that keeps people arguing and not acting. So it's real easy. It's real easy to respect your brother no matter what word they put on that.
Oh, I know, but I'm just
harmony is a musical term.
It's real.
So
it is.
100%. I just don't like the word. So
okay. Well, harmony is a musical term. So basically, if I'm playing the bass with a guitar guy, and he's playing a G chord, I'm supposed to find that root note, so the lowest possible note that I could find that he's playing, and then I'm in harmony with him. When I hit my G note, it matches his G chord, right? But if I were to say, well, that's a G, right? So what if I play A? It's going to be like a horn that has two different frequencies that's disharmony, and that's what lets you know, hey, get the out of my lane, you mother. So back when I was saying, I never joined any groups. Like I've always been like an independent thinker, thinking for myself. And I don't know if I really joined the whole flat Earth thing or whatever, but yeah, I guess I'm guilty by association. But the way I see it, like, it's all about individual liberty. I said it yesterday. Like, I have the right to shoot paper targets, but if a vagabond was thirsty and he came onto my land and I couldn't see him, I couldn't hear him, and he stood right in front of my paper targets, I no longer have the right, because my right to shoot ends where his right for life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness begins. And it is my duty to fetch that man some water and make sure that, is there anything else I can do for you within reason before I send you on your way, or offer you a place to stay, depending on how I feel about it.
Amen. I couldn't have said it better myself, Larry.
I still don't like the word harmony because, like, the word Egypt, where's the E from? Harm on E? Man, these words, I just don't like them.
Wait, hold up. Did you just attach E in Egypt to harmony?
Yes, hell yeah.
Well, the E comes from the alphabet. Well, the E comes from the alphabet, and so does the word Egypt. No shit. Man made the alphabet so he could communicate.
They made Egypt and harmony.
Oh my God.
So what's that mean with sound? When you have harmony or disharmony, which would you rather have? If you ask me, I'd rather have disharmony than harmony.
That's why I fight against wordplay, because wordplay is just disharmony.
If somebody made those words, somebody played with them before you ever got a chance to be alive. So sorry, that's not.
I know it doesn't take away the power of what I say when I speak it, unless you're a moron that can't get what I'm saying because you're too lost in defining fucking words.
Okay, you're the fucking right to keep talking over everybody, for one, and to tell people what they think or how they're supposed to say a word. For one, I don't like the word, and I don't care what you feel about it. That's your opinion, and this is mine.
Oh, it is, but does it take away from what I'm saying is my point. Hey, listen, bro, don't start talking tough like we're face to face, because I don't give a fuck about you either, dude. You need gas money? You need gas money, bro?
Hey, both of you.
Little guy.
Guys, Michael, can you hear me? All right, quit it, both of you. All right.
Michael, he thinks the server all of a sudden. That's the only voice I've heard.
Hey, holler me in my DMs, bro. Tough guy.
Come
on, guys. Guys.
Hey, I'll apologize to y'all.
I'm just saying what's up. Sometime.
All right, let's move on. Hold on.
Yeah, can I apologize first? I really don't like to get dragged out there. I just don't like my words twisted, and I think we can all agree with that.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
don't like mine twisted either. We can all agree on that too.
You can both apologize, and let's move on, please. All right. Let's not
I never had a problem with anybody. I just didn't have. I didn't like a word.
Right. All right.
Yeah, I would like to hear anybody who disagreed with what I said about the man with wanting water. Can anybody think of a reason why I should not allow this man, you know, his fill in water? Now, maybe if he asks for food, right, I could maybe see you saying no on that. But water, like everybody has the right to water, right? Does everybody have the right to water? You got to produce your own food,
Right to
right? And if
everything.
you won't work, then you don't eat. But when it comes to water, like everybody has the right to water because it's like stinking cheap out of the faucet, right?
It's everybody's, yes.
Oh, sorry.
So when it comes to land, like that's private property, that's like different, right? So banks can't own land because the bankers' practice would leave everybody homeless within a matter of a century, and that's why it's like British rule that the banks can't own any land, right? So what's happened is that there's been so much like land confiscation and then like massive buy-offs because the banks can't own the land, but the people can use the banks to get like zero interest and they don't have to pay taxes because of loopholes with interest and I don't know exactly how that works, but I get the idea.
The real estate
But
companies and stuff.
but yeah, so basically real estate is making it to where like I was paying $550 for a 4-bedroom trailer and now I'm paying $1,100 for a 3-bedroom brick house. It's like within a matter of like 20 years. So it's like double. My rent has doubled.
Yeah, it's crazy how they do that. It's basically the same as a bank. The realtor gets to play, they just get to have, or the bank gets to own a realty company instead too. So it's like the bank doesn't own it, but they do. It's
But I
crazy.
was listening to my preacher. My preacher was saying, don't own land because if you own your house, you got to repair it when you break it. But now I'm looking back like, man, I fucked up. I should have bought a house or two by now.
But everyone has the right to food, shelter, and safety, don't they? Everyone.
So you got the right to my food then.
Hmm?
Like if I put in sweat and tears and you watch me work all season, and then come harvest season, you're hungry, you ain't done any work. Do you have the right to my food?
Nope. That's an interesting question. You don't have the right to go and steal it at all.
Right. You better go to the church and hope that they're feeling, conviction. Right.
Yep, most definitely. But
Yeah. I mean,
if you saw someone that was in need of food, right, regardless if they're a lazy sod or whatever the case may be, you might decide to give them a bread roll or a sandwich.
Yeah, but that'd be your choice ultimately, wouldn't it? Like
Exactly. Yeah.
What he's saying is that that's not an obligation.
No, I'm not saying you're obliged to do it, and that person doesn't have the right to go steal it from
But
you.
by saying that people, so Bandy, by saying that people have the right to food, then you are saying somebody is obliged to provide it if they don't.
Well, I think okay. I'll rephrase it. A fair opportunity to obtain food, shelter, and safety.
So the thing is that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Might be better.
No, I'm just saying that's a different statement, isn't it? But yeah, go on.
Yeah, definitely. I just reworded what I said.
Right, so for me here in Texas, like everybody is hiring, like except for maybe like some of the really high end jobs that are already filled. But everywhere I go, there's like hiring signs. So when I see the Muslim family on the side of the road asking for money, I'm only going to give it to them once. Like just because they're there for like 5 days doesn't mean anything because that's an able-bodied man right there, right? He can go work for a farmer or whatever he has to do. Maybe he doesn't have all his paperwork in order, but there's plenty of work where he can go, mow a yard, rake a yard, something that he can do because he's an able-bodied man. So I'll give his, family a one-time gift, but I don't feel obliged to give him anything else because I see an able-bodied man. Now, a woman, on the other hand, right? Call me a sexist, but if I see a woman with children, That's different, right? I might give her money every single day that she's out there, but she's a woman. So you can call me a sexist or a bigot or a racist or whatever you want, but men and women are different. If I see an able-bodied man, sorry about your bad luck, bro. Better pick yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what I did. But, you know, an able-bodied woman with children, she needs a little more assistance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that may be the case. I think what's interesting is that we love to bang on in the West about the equality between the sexes when there's absolutely no reason to believe that it's true and no demonstration of it being true. And that's not even a bad thing. You know, the fact that men and women are different is actually wonderful. And I mean, in a broad sense and in a narrow sense, like, you know, for instance, women tend to be more, let's say, arts and craftsy than men, but men tend to like to work with buildings more than women. So you tend to find men in construction, and that's not to say that women can't do it, like the best women can't do it, or whatever. But like, it's actually fantastic that men and women have these different skill sets, so they can provide the society. And then we complain endless. Well, we don't, but you know, the powers that be complain endlessly about the differences. So no, the differences is what built the society in the first place. You can't live within a society built by those differences and then complain about it afterwards. It doesn't make any sense.
I think those differences should be encouraged, though, instead of being discouraged.
Accepted. They don't need to be encouraged. Exactly. They need to be accepted. It's fine. It's not an issue. It's like
I think sorry, Crypto, you're cutting in and out a bit.
Sorry, go on, mate.
No, I was just going to quickly say that I think one of the worst, I think you've heard me say it before perhaps, but I think one of the worst things for modern society is the advent of feminism and the message that a woman's value isn't at home raising a family. It is out there in the workforce, because you are considered beneath a man if you're at home and raising and nurturing your family. You need to get out there into the workforce and demand your equality and your equal pay, because you are not valued within the home. I think it's one of the worst things ever for modern society, the advent of the feminist movement. And I'm not saying at all that women are not equal to men and don't have equal rights or anything like that. But yeah, I see it as a breakdown. I see it as a breakdown of the family unit itself, the way society's going, and women and mothers being encouraged to no longer be a mother, get out there in the workplace.
I mean, if you believe Aaron Russo's account of his conversation with Nick Rockefeller admitted that the Rockefellers intentionally started feminism so that they could tax more of the population. They saw that they were only taxing less than 50% of the population. So they pushed first wave feminism in order to get women involved in the workforce so that they could tax them.
What was the other reason?
If you're selling in the government for the government, so you have a huge incentive to get. I've always said that, you know, I feel like the women's rights movement was, you know, controlled opposition, because you wanted those people spending money, buying your products or services, paying taxes.
Another reason. The dude that was the Rockefeller that was talking to him, he said the one reason, and then the other one was he said, so we could only tax half the population, and this got the children in out of the home, so we can indoctrinate them much faster. Yeah.
And to turn the lady into just as well as what a male is, like they do today, and they try to compare a male to female the whole time when they shouldn't. You should never compare something slightly different to something slightly different. It doesn't even make any sense. Of course, a girl can do whatever she wants, or a lady, or a woman, or a man, or a kid, or a boy, or a guy. They can all do what they want, but you shouldn't be like, oh, they're the same thing. I mean, to me, that's weird saying a lady is a guy. What does that really mean? I heard somewhere that when they got to this point, when they could say that the slave, lady, and guy are the same basic thing, it's basically way back in the day when they had the idea, it's basically we're a robot now, but not a robot. But we're like, step by step by step, we get closer and closer to acting, performing, and being the robot. And then by the time they know how to build the robot and the robot can do what we do, if it can, then they're good to go. And they have male, female, woman right there in one thing. They can do everything, no matter what it is. From have a baby to fix your car to build a building to swim with just whatever they can do.
Well, I've noticed that my wife is really good at doing certain things, right? She could do the dishes in 15 minutes that would take me like 45. And, you might say, well, Larry, why do you suck so bad at doing the dishes? Well, I'm 6'3", so I have to reach down to get to the sink, right? When her sink is like right there in between like her elbows and her hips, right? So for me, I have to reach down to my hips to get to the sink, so I'm not very efficient at it. But I can lift like 100 pounds, no problem. 100-pound dog food, I could catch it midair.
Oh, but you're a guy. You're supposed to build a better fitting sink for yourself.
What if you're writer? What if you're writer, only writer, and you don't even earn money, and your wife is the best tennis player in the world?
You're probably going to get divorced.
I was going to say we got a few different words for that in America, but I'm too nice to tell them to you.
And you stay at home with your kids and spend your time with family, and your wife is taking all trophies and taking care about family.
He said if the wife takes care of your family?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
No, I'm asking. Because of that, some women, take a part of that, and they're doing the same way like a man's doing.
Oh, man, there's a lot of ladies that take care of the house, more than you'd think.
Well, I'm doing that.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of guys do too.
I also want to say this about my wife. There's no way that she would have been able to change that A-frame that I changed on my car. She would not have been able to.
That's also true.
I wouldn't want to change the woman's frame from my frame. I want to keep a woman what a woman is and a man what a man is. That's the reason the woman's liked as a woman and a woman is a woman, and the reason a man's a man, for whatever that means. I might sound stupid here, but for whatever that means to me, I don't know.
I'm just saying, I had to beat that sucker into position, and it was not willing to go easy.
Hey, Larry, my ex-wife asked me to put bigger pipes on her Corvette, right? Side pipes. And she burns her leg all the time on the ones she's got. And I thought, well, you burn your leg all the time, but I'm not going to say shit. I'll get the biggest damn side pipes I can get and put them on there for you. Cool. Does that make me mean? Is that wrong? Should I tell her no? You should get smaller ones so you burn your leg less.
Put a cover on there so she doesn't burn it.
Man, dude, DMOC side pipes will just burn anything you put on them. It'll burn it right off. I literally have to repaint the edge of the car twice a year just from the pipes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't know why she likes the pipes, but I've said it. She's not my wife no more, but fuck, I've been with 3 women in my life. My wife for 27 years since high school, my ex-wife. But I've told her that they're just for looks for a car. Personally, I don't believe you put pipes on a car you're going to drive. Because
unless they make the loud, crackly, cool noises, then yeah, it's not really.
Well, they do, but they're gonna burn the shit out of you, DMOC. There's no way around it.
Right,
you're gonna,
you gotta sacrifice, and yeah, I see what you're saying. She likes the loud, crackly noise over getting a little.
Bro, I'll take a picture next time. I mean, it's purple and it melts flesh and it goes deep. I don't.
Melt it, but I do like the sound of a good motor. You know what I mean? The good output of a motor. Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter rides in the car, but my daughter's smart. I've told her, no matter what your mom's doing, take the T-top out your side. That way you can stand up and walk out of the Corvette. Because literally a Corvette sits so low and you set flat. You're sitting on the floor of a Corvette. So you have to roll out of it, which makes it.
Your leg. Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes it even harder, dude. And you know what, bro? No offense. We should have been able to just discuss that ourselves. I've never banned you, man. I'm sorry my friends have, but it's just
Oh, that's no big deal. I figured I know there's a couple dudes in there that ban me from everywhere I go when they're there, if they're a mod. For some reason, I don't know why they don't like me.
yeah.
And when I talk about words, I'm not doing to be weird like saying I don't take it as far as other people. No way, shape, or form. I stay right with that one word and I just say how it doesn't make sense, and then I'll show you why. Because it is, I mean, nobody finds it weird that the word is called Egypt with just a big E there, like Egypt. And then we have all these things in with the, and it sounds just like you're just saying the E, like literally, like so. Back in the day, when all the stuff came about, and you're like E this and some E, to me, if I was a dude back in the day, I would have put that together. Like, well, it seems like the same type of thing they're doing there. Like sound and phonetics can harm you. So harmony,
I agree.
that can hurt you or cure you. I'm not going a weird way with it. I mean, 100%. The acoustics in those buildings, the churches and stuff, they cost a lot of money to have to even go record the sound of that exact building the way it was built, like just to have that sound that way. So the harmony.
Well, we've seen what happens. Well, we've seen what happens when you play certain sounds to water droplets and then you flash freeze it.
I was just wondering, like the harmony, right? It's got the word harm. For whatever reason, I didn't make the word. I'm just going over it on E. So harmony, the sound, harm on E, harm on the energy, harm on the electricity, harm on the exchange of the fucking sounds.
Harm on everyone. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with
frequency, and you put it out. You like the towers do, like anything now. You got to
yeah. I follow that. I can follow it. I can follow that, bro.
So
I'm with you.
With it. I can only take it to where it makes sense.
It makes sense in that light, because I believe words are binding too, and they cause things.
Right, there you go, like a magic spell put into play. So if these things do, like from certain, I'm sure if we went over to a group of people who had a different language, I would make no sense in doing this. I wouldn't even try. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even try. But when you say harmony, and then Egypt, and then money, and like everything sounds like it ends in an E, I just find that weird.
Well, I do believe they split our language up so we speak only Babel and we're confused. We don't understand each other. Right. And that's kind of what wordplay does it to me. That's why it's frustrating, because I try to form a coherent, cohesive sentence that comes to a point, and all the words work together to form a point and a meaning. And that gets taken away when we play with words. So I actually don't mind if you replace my word with a more specific word, because I just want to get the point across, you know what I mean?
100%. You don't want to mix, you don't want to say smooth, level, flat, round, whatever, and all these words.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I get you. Trying to do. But okay, now think about this. The J was around the 300 years, whatever, right? If you have a Jamaican, what were they called before the J?
Jamaican. Yeah. That's it.
A Yamakan or a Yamakan.
That's good.
I'm just saying, like, think about this really. The H, the J, right, and the Y are all interchangeable. So why not the E and the? I'm just saying, these things are interchangeable, and somebody made them that way. The V and the B, it used to be livery, now it's library. And I'm not lying.
Oh, yeah. And that's libel. Those are legal words.
Five-o goes west, Bible goes west. Same fucking word. They play all kinds of weird shit on us, man. Yeah, it's weird.
So you like that paint, bro? Them pipes are too much for me, but the paint.
Smaller, like the loud packs in the back would be good for me. Yeah.
I'm big on my paint. The bat, that's a 70 Stingray. It's a special edition, but it's candy apple red sprayed over gold. And this Camaro, the 69 RSSS, the one's my ex's and this one's mine. I've had it since I was 17. I bought this in a field. It's candy apple sprayed over white. So candy apple changes depending on what you spray it over, the color. You spray it over black.
Yellow, yeah, I know what you're talking about. My grandpa had some, and the other dude I knew, he was a painter. He used to paint these beautiful murals all over the car.
Yeah, see, look, this paint job is my 17-year-old daughter's idea. She says, "Well, Dad, what color are you going to paint that Camaro? You know, the RSSS?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I haven't picked yet. It's been a fight over my lifetime of high gloss black or candy apple red." And she said, "Well, Dad, can't you just spray the front candy apple red and then fade it to black?" And I was on it. I was smoking weed. I was like, "Oh, that's a good idea."
My grandpa had the one that was like red, orange, yellow. They're like faded all three. It was like candy apple red, orange, yellow. It was pretty nice.
Yeah,
I like that white to black. That white to black thing sounds dope.
Dude, with the new candy coated thing, there's a group of people in my town. We got House of Colors, Candy Colors, Ambient Clear Coat, Flip Flop, High Metallic, and we're in a constant battle to see who can use the entire spectrum in one paint job. And I didn't do it here, but I could. Obviously, you could take the front at the beginning of the spectrum, start from the greens, and go all the way through the rainbow, and fade it to black.
Have you ever thought like a pair of Umbros? I've thought of this, taking each square individually, like grid it out into squares, and each square do a different type of little thing and texture with the color. Like go blue, green, you know what I mean? And then like each little square.
Yeah, like pixels.
Yeah, that would be pretty neat. And it would all fall in together as you back up. That'd be badass.
That's a ideal. That's definitely an ideal. I paint a lot of cars, man. Believe me, if you give me an idea on paint, I think about it.
Well, think about this one. Like literally, this one it's like pop out art. Like if you got a flat picture in your hand, and each little picture is actually a pyramid or like a little design with 4 pictures on it, really, and you tilt it up, you see that picture. You tilt it this way, you look that way, kind of like, you see what I'm saying?
Oh, I do, because I can even make the color tones change as the angle of light changes with the ambient or fluorescent clear coat.
Little square gets 4 colors for each square, if that's how you want to.
Yeah, because
a triangle or a 4-sided. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, you make a flip-flop paint job by clear coating and putting multiple colors in the clear coat. It's called an ambient clear coat, but
your rear boots are too wide on that last one, Michael.
The rear tires are too wide.
Yeah, too wide. It looks disproportional.
It is, but for that 600 cubic inch LS6 that I'm running in there, all computerized, I need it to hook, or I'm just going to sit there and spin tires.
Yeah, they need to be poked in a bit. You need to tub it in.
Well, that's a different. No, I'm not. I refuse to tub that car. That's why it's like what it is.
Yeah,
I will not.
Fair enough.
I will not. I will not tuck it. But if you see it from the rear, it's got ladder bars and a torque conversion set up for the rear end, and it looks really mean.
But do some wheelies.
But I mean, I got a tubbed out 67, and it's a drag car. But I don't want to do that to that car. That car has no metal replaced in it at all. It's all original metal. And if I start cutting out the tubs, I'm ruining a perfect car that could be taken back to classic, because it's all original metal. There's not one cut, seam, or weld on there, not even in the floor.
Nice.
I found that in the barn. And then he pushed it in the field.
It's every original, everything like you said, nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, it took me 2 weeks to get my dad down there. I was like 17. I said, "Come on, Dad, all you got to do is get the motherfucker to fire up, and I can drive it home." And the brakes were out. And as soon as he got it to fire up, he said, "All right, get out of it. We'll fix the brakes." And I drove the motherfucker home. I was like, "Fuck you, we're in the country. I ain't got to stop till I hit the barn, you know?" It goes
guys.
home.
Quick question, guys. Has anyone ever heard of something called Godwin's Law?
Is what?
Has anyone here ever heard of something called Godwin's Law?
Godwin's law?
No, Godwin's. G-O-D, as in God, and then win. Godwin's law.
I've heard something about that, but go ahead, bro.
But yeah, there's a thing called Godwin's law where basically what it states is that the longer a conversation goes on, the probability of eventually talking about Hitler reaches 1. There's also Michael's law, which is that as long as Michael is talking, the chance of him talking about cars reaches 1.
Oh, that's funny as hell, bro. How about the Hitler of cars?
Yeah, I mean, Hitler did have a brand of cars called Volkswagen, but no one seems to have a problem buying them. So,
yeah, I was gonna bring up the Volkswagen. God, he's on me every step of the way. No, go back to flat Earth. My bad, Geo Crypto. Go ahead, guys.
I'm totally taking the piss, man. Carry.
The light. You know the light, how they say the light hits from Cyan to Andrea when they have he has a flat cardboard and he bends it, Carl Sagan. He has this big tower and he explains they're 800 miles apart. We were just arguing the other night, or not arguing, debating, talking, wondering. Light. If it comes in as one amount, right? One amount to the little grain of sand of Earth. When it comes into the Earth's atmosphere, if Earth is a ball, right? And the sun is always facing one direction to hit the object, and it's actually at a distance away and not just up in the air. Like if an object is up in the air facing down at something, it has the ability to create 4 shadows on that one object. It can hit it at a way to where it can give it 4 shadows because it's right above.
Yeah.
But an object that when you shoot a flashlight directly at the jug, the front of the jug where the light hits will never put off a shadow, only the portions that are blocked by the other portion. You see what I'm saying? So whatever direction that the light hits any object, the main source of light coming in, if it's hitting from that way, that source of light hitting it from the first point cannot ever cause a shadow. Only once that object gets touched by the light and blocked, and then the preceding light on the other side of it will be the shadow. Now, if the sun is 93 million miles away and the light hits us as one light that comes out from the source, right? So we got one light, it hits our stuff and it scatters. The scattering effect, when it comes in, and the idea of parallel, from the top down, that scattering effect should cause 4 shadows off one stick, right? Now, a close and local sun will never give you a shadow off the side that it's directed at if it's close and local. Because it's in the medium, even though it shoots out and scatters, it's still hitting from this one side and going around it. That's why they got to wait till high noon or whatever. And at high noon, it's no different than, if you guys are still with me, than putting a pillar in my room that lights where it's at up on my ceiling. It's not moving. That's high noon for them. So no matter where you put a stick underneath that light, it's always going to give you that same shadow, and that doesn't mean anything other than the light's hitting that stick from the same way above. Now the light, you see what I'm saying? And the topography of the ground wasn't even in play. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually funny you should mention that about shadows. About a month and a half ago, we were driving back from Adelaide, and it was a fairly overcast day, but occasionally there was a little break in the clouds, and I was following the car in front of me, and for some strange reason, right, there was a break in the clouds, and the sun shone through, and there was a very distinct shadow on the left hand side of the car, as well as underneath. And then the clouds moved over, and all of a sudden now the light kind of got diffused. And it was very interesting to note that for some strange reason, I noticed that not only was there a shadow on the left-hand side, there was also too now a shadow on the right-hand side. And they were both the same shadows, like both the same darkness, for want of a better word. The shadow underneath the car was definitely darker, but there was a shadow both to the left and to the right, and slightly but behind as well, all of equal intensity.
In front too?
Yeah, well, in front, I wasn't in front of the car, but it was behind. But there was like a shadow of the car all the way around it. When the clouds moved over. But all of a sudden, when there was a break in the clouds and that sun poked through, bang! All the other three the two shadows that I could see on the right hand side and behind disappeared, and now the shadow was underneath the car and to the left of the car. Okay, and it was a very interesting. I've never noticed it before, actually. I don't know why I noticed it this particular day, but yeah, I definitely did notice it. That when the sun went behind the clouds, there was a shadow on both the left and the right, and also two slightly behind. And I was mesmerised by it. Actually, I was just kind of watching the shadow. And, oh, okay, then that's interesting. But then, when the sun did poke out, um, you know, this kind of disappeared. And I hear what you're saying about this close and local kind of sun, like it was far away and kind of everywhere all at once. It might be multiple, shadows all the way around the object.
Bandy, did you have sunglasses on?
I've always got sunglasses on, especially at night.
So I can see.
Mm-hmm.
The visions in my mind.
That's an MTV meme right there waiting to happen. I wear my sunglasses at night. But I do it so I can see my cars right.
Well, I was just thinking about that shadow though. So, because if if you got a ball and you take the source and you put it high noon, no matter where you put it high noon on that ball, if it's a clear day, whatever stick you put there, it should show the same shadow for that stick, but it should show shadow on all four sides. And that's another thing. You cannot prove something by that shadow, because when the source hits the air, that's when it spreads out even more.
Yeah, it's scattered
even more.
Yeah, the idea that light is parallel in our atmosphere is such a joke with scattering, and polarization. There's no way it can be in straight lines. It gets scattered the minute it comes here, so it's going to be presented from multiple angles, period. Just like an ambient clear coat. It's scattered. That's what ambient clear coat does to it. It gives you the flip-flop because it scatters light at multiple angles. And what gives color to color, that keeps it true, is light. So if the light's on even, yeah. So if the light's on even, then the color is not going to be even. It's not going to be uniform. So you just redirect light, and then you end up with multiple colors.
But where have they put sticks on a ball, and then sticks on a flat, and then had a light source really far away, and said, okay, here's this slow 15-degree spinning ball with the shadows, how they work on it, and here's this flat surface with shadows.
Yeah, I've never seen that either. Yeah, no.
I mean, they haven't done anything really that makes any sense. They don't do any experiments on a spinning ball. No Foucault's pendulum on a spinning ball. They say, why wouldn't we? I'm saying, well, that's your claim. That's what you're trying to show us. So why wouldn't you have a little one in a lab?
Right.
Oh, gravity. Well, gravity. You eliminated gravity in that lab. So you should be able to show the Lagrange point, all kinds of different things. If you eliminate gravity, that's the Lagrange point itself, right? I mean, hold on a second. The Lagrange point is, in fact, gravity fighting gravity, where gravity is diffused by itself and no longer exists at that point, called the Lagrange point. And supposedly, there's billions of those points everywhere, just willy-nilly, just because a certain amount of mass and a certain amount of mass. Doesn't matter the gravity that's going on, right? Because that causes the effect. The mass causes the idea of gravity, right? Because if mass attracts it, that's one form, and then space and time warp stuff around it. So you're warping stuff around it.
Does light have mass? Does it have matter? I know theoretically it does at rest, but
Yeah, the Goldilocks zone, that perfect point.
Yeah, the Lagrange point is
Yep.
now if they can't do a Foucault pendulum and have two balls spinning somewhere where they release the gravity of those two balls, but they have two big balls spinning, and instead of putting this ball on a string, the one in the center, it holds itself between these two because they eliminated gravity out of this. They have a cage, they have a Faraday. There's no gravity getting in there to affect that, right? From what
If
I've been
the
told.
Hey, Doofus, if the no shadow thing is fake, then so is the equinox. Just saying.
Well, how have you got rid of electrostatics by putting a Faraday cage around?
Oh, I don't agree.
I don't think you have. You only trap in.
Add it. I think it's a conductor as well as a transmitter. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Big, just like a vacuum chamber, Bandy. It becomes a capacitor. Yes, sir. It
I
becomes
think what
more
it's
of a
supposed to do, the Faraday cage is supposed to take like high impulse to where you're not receiving 100% of the pulse of the electromagnetic field. Because the EMF isn't so bad for you, it's the pulses that are bad.
It is, but it doesn't eliminate the pulses that are inside whatever's wrapped in the cage. So if it's created inside the cage, it only keeps it from getting outside of the cage.
It intensifies it.
You know what I mean? So like if you have moving metals in the cage, just like if you pass an electrode in front of a magnet, you're creating electricity that's wrapped in the Faraday cage. Now that electricity and its EMF is just trapped inside that Faraday cage. That's it.
I find it weird to be called a Faraday cage, and they think they're eliminating the magnetic effect when a Pharaoh's wheel or Ferris fluid is a magnetic fluid. So really, what they're doing is intensifying the magnetic effect.
Yeah, and it's a cage, so it traps it.
Eliminating the resistance of. Now they're getting rid of the outside resistance and creating and intensifying the inside effect.
I agree.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what they're doing. They created a ferro field around it to stop the outside stuff from interfering because they don't want it to. They want it to work stronger and to show you more of a, because if they don't, the outside air and everything is going to diffuse their shit. It makes it not show the right results every time. Because you can't really control like the airflow and certain things outside of that cage or outside of that room, right? Doing it outside on the ground is going to be a way different effect than up on top of the building than down in the basement too. And that's another thing they didn't do. I've never seen it done on first floor, below level, and on the top of like a mountain level or something high, like the Burj Khalifa building. Do it in top, middle, bottom, and see if they all match up because that's the same longitude latitude point. They didn't leave any focal point. Now if it changes with elevation, then we can't trust it for longitude and latitude either. That's the problem. Yeah, but a ferro fluid and a Faraday cage, I don't know, man. These words, I'm telling you.
Now, I got a question. When you smoke cigars, don't inhale. Do you still get a little buzz because tobacco is a stimulant?
Do you get buzzed?
Yeah, because I don't smoke cigarettes, so I feel like just a tiny little buzz.
Yeah, I get a buzz off a good expensive cigar. Yes, even though I smoke cigarettes and weed. Yes.
Well, this one ain't an expensive one, but it sure tastes expensive to me. I love it. I didn't know that cigars taste this good, so I found one that's like a lighter color, and it's bourbon. So it's like
Put a tip on there. Don't be getting no lip cancer from those big things.
Well, it's only my second one.
Oh, okay, you're good then. Never mind. I'm sorry. I seen the older dudes, man. They have like 8,000 cigar butts out by their house, like the half cigars. I remember just seeing them mostly when I was a kid, not really nowadays. But when I was a kid, dudes used to always have those big old cigars sitting out of their mouth. I live by a golf course, so yeah. When I was little, I stayed by one. Yeah, I just seen all the dudes having big old cigar hanging out. So they was getting high and playing golf, huh? No wonder they wasn't hitting the
Yeah.
ball right.
Hey, that goes with asphalt, man. I always seen my dad riding the paver with his big ass cigar in his mouth, you know. And I figured by the time I get to ride the damn paver, I better be smoking them big $100 cigars like my dad. Seriously.
Yeah, nowadays they'll be more than that.
Yeah, I've seen some right next to what I bought, and they were like 124.
Yeah. Yeah, $100 cigar is like $1.40 right now, and a $25 cigar is like $60. COVID, man. I don't get it, but COVID.
Yeah, I used to have people bring me like boxes of different kinds of like a wooden box with just different kinds, but they'd be like somebody saved them for so long when we got them, they were just you couldn't really smoke them. I'm like, fuck.
Oh, they didn't take care of them right. They weren't in a humidifier, you know.
That's what they were in a humidor. It was a small one, but I think it just messed up. Yeah, it malfunctioned.
Well, you got the humidor. You gotta keep adding moisture to it, and then it distributes it throughout that sealed environment.
Yeah, I got sprayed while I was in there. I sure enough got sprayed by something.
Yeah, so when mine dry out, I put a cognac in a cap, and I put the cap in the humidor, and I try to give moisture back with the cap. Now my son
they brought them to me, and by that time,
Hey, my son did this one thing last spring. I had some that were dried out, and he made tea out of marijuana leaves from Granddaddy Purps. He literally boiled the leaves in water for a long time, and it got real green and dark. And he put that in the humidor, man, and them cigars came out the bomb. I was like, man, that was good thinking, kid.
Yeah. Resonated, yeah.
Yeah, and he keeps the water. Every year, he waters his plants with cannabis tea, sucker leaf tea.
Exactly right. Warm cannabis tea. Yep.
Yeah, it gives back all the food and electrolytes that he extracted from the leaves. Gives it back to the plant. Now, isn't it funny that plants and trees are carnivorous? That they shed their own leaves every summer and they eat the byproducts from their cell the next spring.
How much gas and how flammable leaves are?
Yeah. So here's another one. People talk about the tides, right? And they also talk about lava. They say we can't have the flow of lava without a globe. But do they know we live on a compost pile? And have you ever seen a compost pile just spontaneously combust? So what happens is you have, a chemical reaction there from things breaking down, dying and rotting. So you're having a chemical reaction there. There's already heat. The only thing you need is for this to happen underground and hit a nitrate pocket. The minute you have nitrate, it can burn.
It sounds like dog poop is nitrate.
Yeah. So once you hit a nitrate deposit, now you have a molten flow. My compost pile caught on fire one time, and the fire department, they don't even try to put it out. They push the forest back all the way around it, and they let it burn. This shit burned until it was a puddle of molten crap in a 20-foot hole on my land, dude. I had to fill it in and shit. It literally burned for 2 months. And people are like, you can't have lava without a volcano. Well, you're just full of shit and naive. No offense, I won't say full of shit, but ignorant, naive. You just don't understand that the forest, the earth, everywhere you live, you're on a compost pile. Things are dying every day. And that means they're deteriorating.
Everything breaks down and takes a form, and you just like a cake, everything has ingredients and it comes together. If you bake it just right, you're exactly right.
Yeah, every chemical that's
lava, whatever you need.
So you're going to get nitrate, phosphorus, all those nutrients that are actually heavy metals and flammable out of every living thing on Earth. Earth is a compost pile. Things live and die here every day. When they die, yeah. Oh yeah,
the wind. The wind will move water, and water does what when you do something to it? Like if I push the water with my hand, what does it do? It reacts.
Currents, yeah, it reacts with currents.
And then it keeps reacting for a while.
But dude, heat. That's my whole point. If you got heat and moisture underground with nitrate, you have spontaneous combustion. That heat and moisture together from bodies rotting. A rotten body, dude. You can heat your house with rotting vegetables, poop,
that's what I was saying about the leaves.
compost. Yeah. In the winter, people wonder why leaf piles. When the first snow comes, the snow will melt the next day, and it's generally you see big leaf piles and stuff. That's because those leaf piles are all denigrating, and there's chemical reactions going on there that cause heat. So you can heat your house with that. It's called a compost heater. So what you do is you build boxes all the way around your house. You put a coil network in there and you fill it with compost. Then you'll pump through a solvent that doesn't boil to like 280 degrees. And as you pump it through, you'll pump it through the compost pockets. It heats it up. And then you also pump it through your walls and it warms your walls. So you can heat your house with, deteriorating shit. Literally.
Yeah, I was just looking into that last night because they were talking about the national grid bill going up. And I saw a video where a guy was heating his house with compost.
Right. Yeah. You can do that. Corn heaters and compost heaters are the two growing things here in Michigan.
What about all the expanding gases when you sit stuff out in the sun, or you sit it out and you have something in the container, and then you have it half full, and then the container looks like it's going to explode? Like there's a lot of gases that get released just by stuff.
Well, that's another variable, and decomposition actually adds to that. It releases those gases at ground level.
Yeah.
And then with decomposition or deteriorating bodies are causing heat and vegetation, well then convection comes into play too, and then movement also. Because you got to understand, heat is energy, and when you excite matter and particles, they vibrate. It's that simple. So heat causes movement. Cold promotes
technology.
Yeah, cold.
You meant to say movement.
Oh well, now we're into the what's that? Wilkinson effect or whatever.
Mike meant to say movement causes heat.
No, heat causes movement. If you sign, listen, it's a two-way street. I meant what I said. If the sun shines on water, the heat is energy. It's going to be transferred, and it's going to cause movement of atoms.
All right, no doubt.
So I literally meant what I said. I passed physics with an A in college. It's just a two-way street. Yes, energy is shared both ways.
Yeah, motion causes heat and heat causes motion. Yes, agreed.
Well, friction causes heat. Motion usually has resistance and friction, so yes.
Friction's the result.
Y'all keep talking about all this. All I can think about is my wife.
Larry's he's in a hurry to get home. You delivering right now, bro?
Yeah, I got the morning shift, so I haven't been on 24/7 because when I get off work, I'm just not on the computer or the phone or anything. So I think 24/7 is going to disown me. I'm going to go over there and hang out with them.
Well, listen. I've done it after 16-hour days, Larry. I love most of them guys, but it is a stressful environment after a long day's work.
So yeah, I was looking into ways to heat my house, and my wife won't let me do anything too crazy, of course. But you ever see the tents they make? They'll make a tent, and then you put clear plastic on the front, and you put an emergency blanket at an angle, and then inside of the area you made with the plastic and emergency blanket and shit, you got to really warm. It gets hot, like it can get unbearably hot.
Yeah,
I
you
wanted to
use
do
it.
that.
Yeah, you use that the same way you use a compost or a boiler system. You heat something, a fluid generally, and then you pump it through your walls and your foundation. Those are all viable ways to heat your home, dude, which saves you a lot of money. Literally, don't stop doing that. I run a boiler system. So, I mean, I got mine continuous. I start pine trees and from acorns and walnuts, I'll start black walnut trees and maple trees. And so when I cut trees down for wood for my radiant heat system, I actually plant new trees on my land. I maintain my land, so. But as long as it's not really viable, because as long as it takes to grow a full tree by the time I've replaced every tree on the property, you know what I mean?
Oh,
I'm
hemp's legal now,
actually surprised we don't use. I'm actually surprised we don't use bamboo.
Yeah, I think the
shit
corn
like that, because there's some but there's some bamboos that grow like 6 inches a day or some crazy amount.
Well, dude, I grow feed corn. I'll have enough fucking corn in the silo for 60 cows all year long, and then have corn left at the end. And you can just burn feed corn, so I can just grow extra corn. I'm gonna switch to a corn burner for my boiler system. It'll heat the fluids that
Like a
maintain
pellet
my
stove,
boiler.
but like a pellet stove, but it just drops corn.
Yeah, it's a wood burner that's screw fed. A screw turns, it goes from a hopper, the corn goes down, it's fed in by
Screw fed, yeah, all right. That's awesome, yeah.
It's a pellet feeder, and then you figure out how much corn you need to feed it per hour to maintain a certain temperature. Because I got hot water all the time. I mean, if I want, I can turn the system up and I can have boiling water coming out of my spigots, but that's pretty dumb, so I don't do that.
Yeah, I think the best way to heat and cool, like we're really looking into it. As soon as we get our roof redone, we're going to get some solar panels thrown up there. But I mean, as far as heating and cooling, that's a crazy amount of energy it takes. I'm looking into like a geothermal system or something, because I think that's the most like efficient way to do it. Because once you set that up, you really don't have to do anything else.
Yeah, my brother, he runs a wood burner, but he has heating mats in every room he has, and he lives in a big farmhouse, but he only heats the rooms he uses unless he feels like burning the wood burner, which heats the whole house. If him and his wife are in the front room and the kids in their bedrooms, they got individual heating controls for the heat mat in their bedroom. It's like you're living on a large electric blanket. But that's solar power, dude, and actually they work pretty good. So, but he's only been using it 2 years, so I'm kind of waiting to see how the maintenance works out on it. How often does it have to be maintained?
So I do research on like alternative energy, and one of the best things I saw is that people throw away them old like big screen box televisions from the 90s. It's like dime a dozen. You can get them for like nothing. People just throw them out. And if you get the magnifying glass out of there and you take the lens and you focus the beam where it's out of phase, right? You're not trying to burn ants. You're trying to heat your house or grow a garden, right? And you point that at, your garden or, something in your house. Like, let's say you had like a, I don't know, a big metal wall in your house, right? And you were to like point it at your house, like you would be able to heat it for your house pretty easily.
Yeah. Hey, the easy way to do that is, just like I said, stick a container of antifreeze outside. Antifreeze doesn't boil at 180 degrees. Put you a bunch of magnifying glasses on it, warm it up, run it through a coil, and pump it through your house.
I actually used to have a heliostat, and it was called the Sunflower, I think, or something. Little cheap rinky-dink thing. Really didn't do much, but it would track the sun all day and like bling the sunlight into a window, and that would give you some. You need a ton of those though. They looked cool. It was neat. That Fresnel lens and the.
I kind of wonder what it would be like to get like a hyperbaric chamber and fill it full of like CO2 that comes out of your house, and just like pump the air, from the thing back into your house. So it's like a constant flow of like air. But I don't know how you would like split the CO2 of the oxygen, keep them separate.
Oh, you're saying that little pipe that spits the air out of your house, have that run back through the house, and then have it spit out like the other side or something? I've seen cool shit where people do wood stoves now, and instead of having normally a wood stove, you had a pipe go straight up or out to the wall or something, and it just goes up and out, so the smoke can go out. But nowadays, people are doing it. They'll run that shit under the floor throughout. They'll snake it through the house, and then which is probably a nightmare to clean, but that way it like heats your house. They use like a little bundle of sticks to like heat their house all day.
You mean a
What
faggot?
about ground? What if you took ground instead of hitting it all the way to ground? You hit it to a source that heats your house, and then hit ground with it. Why hasn't anybody done that? Ground is just a waste. Everybody's got a ground. They all got, like in America, you got the 3-plug system, positive, negative, and ground. If everybody took their ground, right, and after everything ran and was getting used and running the whole time, that ground was fused through a wire to heat, or the source to heat or to power the warmer, you'd be good to go. Like the metal wall, like.
How do you plan on heating that wire? How do you plan on heating the ground wire there, Demo?
Hello. Somebody's either hot
Hello.
micing or you're really low.
Yeah, I just want to say that I went to Corpus Christi and couldn't detect any curvature. So for everybody out there, I don't expect you to believe me. That would be foolish. I would wish that you'd go like check for yourself. And I was checking day and night, and I could see the lights during the night, and I could see the reflection off the buildings during the day. So if anybody was wondering, where's the curvature, you're not the only one.
And if you fly up and fly up and up and up and up and up and look around, everything's vertical. Everything is vertically awesome. And you're always in center frame. You'll never be able to find a real live footage of something start to finish to where you're not in the center frame. I'm not talking any NASA garbage, any Sandra Bullocks in space. I'm talking real human, you do it yourself, anybody in the world, anywhere. You'll never find the edge anywhere of this so-called ball. You'll always be in the center of it. Always. And everything is vertical.
So I guess, Demok, you won't answer that question on how to deal with that ground wire and warming it up?
You don't know
We
how
didn't
to
really hear you say that because your mic's mad low. Why don't you ask it again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Say it with
Okay.
your chest.
Demok, I was asking you, you were talking about warming up the house with the ground system or the ground wire, and I'm wondering how you're going to heat up that ground wire.
What are you talking about?
You were talking about the 3-prong plug that after you got everything running, you had that extra wire to deal with, and you could use that to warm your house. I'm wondering how you're going to warm
going to
up.
heat up the ground plug that's already got electricity running through it? How am I going to heat it up?
Well,
What do you
why
mean?
did you bring it
What do you
up?
mean heat it up? What am I going to heat it up
Just
for?
as I thought.
Why would I heat it up?
Well, why did you mention it?
What am I going to heat it up
So
with?
you're denying that you
You want me to
mentioned
light it
that?
on fire?
Okay, so now you're lying.
Okay, I'm going to heat up the wire.
Heat's already been generated, isn't it? So it's utilising the heaters that has been generated already.
But there's no
through
heat
that
in the
system.
ground wire. The ground wire doesn't warm up even when you have electricity running through your other 2 wires. That ground wire is only for one purpose, and that's to basically ground out any shorts through the grounding system so you don't blow out your fuses and other parts of your house.
You're getting movement, aren't you?
And
You're getting
protect you from
motion.
lightning strikes.
You're getting aren't you getting motion?
On the other two plugs, yeah.
So no motion goes through the ground
No.
at all.
Not unless you're getting hit by lightning or you have a back surge coming from whatever you've plugged it into.
What's the reason what's it grounding out is the question to you. What do you think that wire's doing in the first place? You think it doesn't have no point, doesn't have nothing going through it? What's the point of it being ground itself? What is it grounding from your house? What's it taking from your house? What's going through it?
How many times you got to answer that question? Okay, to answer your question is, first, you haven't answered mine. Second, you haven't admitted that you were the one who brought this all up in the first place. Third, I'm not going to go ahead and entertain your trolling attempt to divert. So I'm going to tell you flat out, you don't know what you're talking about. You didn't know what you were talking about when you first mentioned it. You got caught in a lie, and now you're going to sit there and
what's
not
going through the wire, and you keep talking.
Hey, hold on, Democ. Angelo, he didn't lie. He posed an idea, right? So it was far from a lie. So just refrain.
But it wasn't a lie. It was a lie, and here's why. Because the minute I asked him about it, he said, "How do you heat up the ground wire?" When he was the one who brought up the idea, and I'm asking him how. He won't answer my question. My simple question was, how do you heat up that ground wire if you're going to use that to warm your house?
I don't need to heat it up. That's what I told you. I'm not going to light it on fire, buddy. That's your job.
You see what I'm talking about, Bandsworth? And you wonder why I get a little, bent out of shape?
It's bandsaw, not bandwidth.
Sorry, bandsaw.
And I did ask the question, isn't there some sort of motion going through the wires already? I don't know. I don't know how you could do it.
Yeah, there's no current. There's no current going through the ground, the ground wire at all, period. There shouldn't be any current. If there is, you got a problem.
All I know is everything's got a ground, and that ground's carrying something.
So if I hooked up a meter to a ground wire, I would get absolutely no reading, right? It would read 0.
Who's the bitch now?
Is that what would happen? It would read 0?
I don't think so.
No. I don't know. I haven't tested it.
I think that's how they calculate what you got to pay, like the rate going in versus the rate going out.
No, if everything is good, Bandy, you shouldn't get a reading at all off your ground wire.
What is it for then? What do you need a ground wire for?
It's a safety, pretty much.
Safety for what?
Keep you from shorting out and burning your house down.
From shorting out? You're going to burn your house out from shorting out. Shorting out means not working.
Well, then why do you have safety switches and fuses if all you need is a ground?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like we have the fuses and safety switches in place. So if there's a fault, they'll either blow or the safety switch will flick. So then why do we need then the ground?
Yeah, maybe we call it a double redundancy. If you have a motor that burns up or the bearings are locking up and there's drawing more amperage than it should, then you're going to either blow a fuse or trip a circuit breaker. And
I'm talking about electricity, not a motor.
Well,
the ground
motor
wire,
is
man.
electricity.
The ground wire. The ground wire. We're asking what the ground wire. What's the point for the ground wire, buddy?
Well, the thing is, if you're reading electricity on your ground wire, something is wrong. What I'm saying.
What is the point for having it is the question. We're not asking you about the reading that we know it contains. We're asking you where's the reading from and why does it occur?
Like, isn't the ground there to take the excess? If there's an excess going through?
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider. Yeah, I'm very limited. I mean, I've done a lot of wiring and stuff like that. Just knowing this wire's hot and this wire's common, and on your 220 you've got the ground, and things like that. But I understand the ground to be pretty much a safety issue, but I don't know exactly. I do know if you're reading current on a ground wire, something's fucked up.
Okay, well, what it says here, to put it simply, the ground wire is only used when there is a fault or other problem in the electrical system when having excess electricity that results in a spark or damage to the device. So if you're trying to pump, I don't know, excess through that particular line, it will avoid that from happening. But that's what I thought all your safety switches and fuses to stop that.
Yeah, but you don't use the ground at the very end of the source, remember? You want to use the ground at the very start of the source from all of your items. So you got positive, negative going into them. Then all the ground from your TV, from whatever, you don't plug that in. You hook it to the thing, all of them, to one little thing on its own. And that's the thing that uses the electricity to do what it's got to do. Then you put it to the ground, then it leaves when it needs to. There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah.
So bypassing it all going straight into the spike, before it goes into the spike, all that power goes through another wire or
Yes,
whatever
sir.
system, and then from there goes into the ground.
Yes, sir. That's the Democ way, baby boy.
Positive,
Bypass.
and negative on an AC current.
Yeah, now you don't know anything. We know. We know. You know it all to jump in, just like the other guy, but now
I'm
you don't understand
asking.
what ground does or anything else, right?
I'm asking positive and negative on an AC current.
Why would the smart guy who knows everything to come in and correct us be
I'm not
asking
an
these
electrician.
questions? You should just. Then what are you talking about?
If I
What are
can
you
ask a
asking for if you
question
don't
and educate
understand it?
myself, I mean, is there something
well,
wrong?
Let's just.
Okay, you heard me explain it just like everyone else. What don't you understand?
I heard you explain. You said that there's a positive and negative current going through there, and there
What
isn't.
part
Not
don't you understand about that?
It's alternating current. You don't have positive and negative. Direct current, you do.
Dude, what part don't you understand about two prongs plugging into the wall and power comes to them?
Right, but you said it was a positive and negative, and that there was
Listen.
a third. There was a third plug had a charge also.
I didn't say any of that at all. I said.
Oh, okay. Would you do me a favor then and just clarify
I
it
didn't
for me?
say any plugs have any charge.
That's fine. Go ahead and clarify
I
it
didn't
for
say
me.
that. That was your words exactly 100%. I never said the word charge. Anyway.
You didn't say positive or negative.
So, keep lying. So, I said positive and negative. Yes, sir. Those two words, right?
Where's the positive
and then
negative?
what else did I say? What else did I say? Finish the rest of my
Democ,
statement.
I'm asking you to clarify it. If you don't want to clarify it, then
You
okay,
don't even
fine.
know what I said.
Obviously, you don't know what you're
Clarify
talking
what?
about.
You can't remember the sentence.
What's the difference between positive and negative charge
That's not what
in
I
an
said.
AC current? So,
all right.
That's not what I said.
It's dead end.
We're not getting anywhere.
I said the positive and negative. I'll explain it one more time. And you just don't have to re-ask whatever you're asking. It makes no sense. The positive and negative go into the wall. You take the ground and don't plug that into the wall. Do you comprehend that? And there
you're talking
you
about
have
a
your
two-prong
power.
plug or a three-prong plug?
I just told you what I was talking about.
I'm asking a question. Clarify. Is it a two-prong plug or a three-prong plug you're plugging into the wall?
You plug the positive and negative into the wall.
There is no positive and negative when you're plugging anything into an AC outlet.
You plug your big one and your little one into the big and little hole.
The big and little hole.
You don't plug the round one into the bottom round hole.
I understand that. You can actually break that off.
Now you understand.
I understand that you're plugging two plugs in, the left and right plug, and one of them happens to be larger because of the new standard that's out, but the old standard didn't require a size change. You can plug them in reverse if you want. It doesn't matter because it's alternating current. It's not positive and negative, which is what you had mentioned
for your
earlier.
opinion. Well, that's a good
No,
opinion.
it's a
What's that
fact.
got to
It's
do
not
with anything?
opinion. It's just plain fact.
What
Alternating
is your
current.
point?
My point is it's not DC current. If it was DC current,
What are you
okay,
talking
you
about?
wouldn't even need the ground.
What are you talking about? What are you even talking about?
I'm responding to your statement. That's what I'm talking
You're not
about. Your
making any
statement's
sense. I don't
incorrect.
know what so you don't know what you're talking about yourself.
No, I know exactly what I'm talking about. What I'm trying to tell you is that AC
You're
current
talking about
doesn't
a
involve,
response.
hold on, AC current doesn't involve a positive or negative charge. It runs the current through the two wires directly to your device. Your device actually converts that AC to DC in most cases, especially computers and even LED lights and so forth, all get converted down either to 12 or 5 volt current, DC current, which has a positive and negative charge. But the rest of but that's done through the transformer in your device. So whatever you're plugging into the wall is AC current, and the ground has nothing to do with the current. The ground actually works two ways. My understanding of the ground was, one, it prevents surges from happening, like from electrical strikes, lightning, and so forth, and the other one prevents surges from your transformer backing into the wall and so forth.
I don't like your understanding and so forth. I like mine and so forth. Fifth.
I understand that you like your understanding, but I'm just trying to
Right.
clarify something.
What do you clarify? I still don't understand what you're talking about. I don't even know who you're talking to. I didn't say any of that. I didn't say none of that. Just
You
repeat
never.
what I
Okay,
say
I understand.
after I say
Hold
it,
on,
and we'll be
Demok.
clear.
Demok, I understand you're going to deny whatever you said, and you do this all the
You
time.
can't
Every
repeat
time
what I
somebody,
said.
I just did repeat what you said.
No. Whoa. No, you did not at all. I said none of that.
You didn't say
Not
there
one
was.
iota.
So that extra electricity that is coming into my home, Angelo, right, is going into, whether it's through a lightning strike, right, or from the power grid itself, right.
Right.
So I have my fuses and all that sort of stuff, but anything excess, right, is going through the ground. Yeah.
No, actually, that's
No,
not
it
true.
doesn't.
Okay,
It doesn't.
the power surge from the pole will go through the two wires, the two AC wires, into your device. And if you don't have like a power surge, power protector or whatever that cuts off that surge, your devices are going to burn out. What protects you from the from power surges coming in from, like, your house gets struck with electricity, it'll go into all of the wires, including the AC wires, if it finds an exposed wire, and then your device is going to get hit that way. Your power surge, again, protector will protect you from that end, and the ground wire will also distribute some of that back out through the ground and into help it get to the ground, because all the lightning wants to do is get down into the ground and equalize. Problem is that if you
We
don't,
can even use that
you want the power
surge
surge,
too.
you want to have the surge protector protect your device from having all that coming
No,
through
you
the
don't.
AC plug. Yes, you do. And then the
No, you don't.
ground
You want to
wire
hook it up
is
with your
to
ground.
direct it. The ground wire is to direct it from your device down into the ground, so it avoids going through your device.
Yeah, but you would have a
Don't
tolerance.
trust this gentleman. He said before he doesn't know about electricity, so I still wouldn't trust what he's saying myself personally, just my opinion. You can if you want. But what I would do is if there's a surge protector, I would add that to my ground idea also. I would put the surge to the power too. And instead of having it being a surge protector, it takes the surge and uses it for energy purposes.
Can I make a comment, please?
Nothing wasted.
Go ahead.
We refer to it as positive and negative as layman, but it's neutral and hot. It's basically the same thing. It's just AC. It's just terms that we use, but you can refer to it as positive and negative. It's hot, which is positive, neutral, which is negative. He's just trying to make that other guy sound kind of weird.
Yeah, no, well, we all know what we mean when we're saying positive, whether it's hot or round or whatever.
But do you get the concept? Like, instead of everything that you has radiant, you even have radiant energy from everything that gets plugged in itself. Condensation, heat, transfer. Uh, so instead of that little prong ever touching any plug-in, all those little prongs can hit a box that is the heat box that's coiled everywhere or whatever for the heat pad, and it powers the heat pad, and then you ground that, and you're good to go. Ching.
I can definitely see if there is a flow that goes into the ground, and like I said, I don't really know one way or the other. Democ never looked into it.
Right.
But if there was a flow, right, a continual flow all the time, like it seems foolish, perhaps, not to be able to utilize that energy, that free energy
And
that's just
waste
going
it.
exactly right. So if you've got this flow, this motion that is going to create heat naturally anyway, you may as well utilize it. You're paying for it.
But
Yes,
this is
sir.
in the
So you
negative.
have an electrician come and take your grounds and hook you up to the source, your heat pad, put your heat pad wherever you want it, and then you plug it in.
But there's no
Boom.
current in the ground ever. I mean,
Yeah, cool story.
the only time the ground is ever going to have a current is during a power surge or in the case of a lightning strike. So
That's
where are you
cool.
going to get the current?
Where are you going to get it? You don't worry about what I do.
Okay, you're the one who brought your idea up. That's what I'd like to know is how is with your
I don't know what
idea,
you're
because right
talking
now,
about.
basically, you're trying to grab free energy from something that doesn't
Basically, you
even
don't
have
have a
any energy
comprehension
in
of
it.
anything I'm saying.
I
You
just
don't
gave you.
comprehend what I'm saying, and it bothers you.
No, it doesn't bother me. I'm just, when
So
you
what's
get
the matter?
when somebody asks you a question and you
Yeah,
refuse to answer it because you don't know the answer, or
dude,
maybe
I
you
laid
don't,
it out.
maybe you have an answer but you just refuse to. No, that
Why
all you
does
did was
everyone else
lay out a.
understand what I
Hold
said, but
on,
you don't?
Yamok, you laid out a projection. You said I want to basically take electricity from the ground and warm
I
my
didn't say
house
that.
with it.
No,
Well,
I
he
didn't
did
say
not
anything
say
about
that.
taking anything from the ground, dude.
current from the
What is
ground.
wrong with you? Are you
Hold
okay?
Yeah, hold on, Dem. He never said that at all, Angelo. He said utilize the energy before it goes to the ground.
There's no way you can do that.
To
There is no
you,
energy before it goes to the ground. If any energy is going to go to the ground, it'll come during a surge. If you're grabbing the surge and
that's
trying to
what you keep
utilize
saying.
that
Prove
energy,
that.
then why don't you
Demonstrate
put
it.
up a lightning rod
Why
and
don't you
run that?
demonstrate what you're talking about?
Put up a lightning rod, wait for the
No,
lightning
I'd
to
rather you
strike, and run that
demonstrate your
current.
claim.
Damok, you're talking over me.
Well, you're
Yeah,
making a
don't.
lot of claims.
Yeah, no, we'll just you got to just back off a little bit. Yeah.
All right,
Correct
so
him when he's
anyway,
finished.
yeah,
Correct him when he's finished.
if you put up a lightning rod and you run a current down through your house in such a way, run that rod through your house in such a way that it coils around, a heating pad or whatever you want, and then down to the ground, you will, for a brief moment, take a lot of energy. If you don't burn it out, a brief moment, take in a lot of energy that you could probably distribute as heat. But that is such a short amount of time, and probably not worth the expense. Plus, the amount of heat that
To
it
you,
generates
you're the one
is
that
going
keeps making up your idea,
to.
whatever
But
you're talking about.
it's
You show me how
instantaneous.
you wire your house, and then I'll show you the way I do it. And
But do you make it last?
Yeah,
You,
were
you
you
know,
done? Were you done, Angelo?
yeah, I
Angelo,
am
were you
kind of
done?
done. I'm kind of done. Yeah.
All right. I wasn't sure if you were done or not.
Well, the amount of electricity you generate is so short over a short amount of time. Even though there's a tremendous amount of heat, it'll dissipate within minutes, and you won't be heating anything.
I haven't seen your demonstration. Are you done?
Go take and fly a kite with a metal string. Okay, you'll
Fly a
find out.
kite. That's the energy in your home. That's ground.
No, I'm just
Okay.
trying to show you
Thanks,
how
buddy.
short that. I'm trying to show you how short that amount of energy is. It's not something that's
By
long
flying a
lasting.
kite.
Well, Ben Franklin demonstrated that. Remember?
No, Benjamin Franklin didn't do anything with any power in your home. No, I don't remember
I
that.
said he demonstrated electricity coming off of lightning strikes.
No, I wasn't there. Can you demonstrate that? He
Well,
didn't. He
the
didn't
next time
demonstrate
I go to
anything to
the
me.
Amazon, I guess I could check and see whether or not that could possibly, last more than a half a second or more. I doubt it.
Amazon. You're supposed to do it in your home, dude. What is wrong with you? What part about your home don't you understand?
I have a home in the Amazon.
So you're going to do it in your house, but you have to do it in your house, not outside. Though is what I'm saying. You can't do it to the jungle. Is my point. That'd be kind of weird.
So what the ground does, the ground takes the unstable current away from your electrical system. Now I know with my electrical system, Angelo, that it is very unstable. Right? I can see what is going into it at any particular time. Now we're on a 240 volt system here. Okay, now I can look up at my little meter and I can see anything up to I think it's 268. I think it's set out, but it fluctuates all the time. Right, it goes down to about 227. I think I've seen the lowest to about what I said it was. So it's very unstable and it fluctuates all the time. So this fluctuating current is being directed towards the ground, from what I can quickly Google. But I could be wrong. Maybe I need Grim here. Grim's the electrician.
I'm looking up ground wire and how effective it is.
Not indicating that we've got like 240 volts running through. It's just whatever small amount that's there, maybe just utilizing it.
Yeah, just like a plug-in would. Like if instead of plugging it in, you got the energy already there that would supply the plug-in juice. Yeah, exactly. You don't need tremendous amounts of anything.
If
You
you're
just need to
bleeding
plug
off
something in.
if you're bleeding off either your hot or neutral, you're still bleeding electricity off of whatever's coming into your house. So you might as well just get a radiator and do that. It just doesn't make sense that the ground wire, which has no current in it whatsoever, unless there's a surge, would help utilize.
I don't know why you keep saying that.
But I'm going to go back. I'm going back to the hot wire.
Hold
Hold on. I'm going back to the other two plugs. If you're trying to bleed off any extras that are coming through the the hot and neutral plugs, in other words, the AC plug part of the plug, you're not going to get any extra unless there's a surge, and at that point, it's pretty dangerous. The surge is short term. It's going to go where you maybe run it to a battery. To charge a battery, and you could use those small spikes to charge a battery, and then drain the battery into a heater. But I think that would take an awful long time because the spikes aren't high enough for you to generate any extra. If anything, the spikes go down. Most deviations in your electricity because of the transformer out in your pole, whether you're getting 240 or 120, is going to go down rather than spike up. It doesn't go up above 240 very much. The few times that it does, that's the only time you're going to gain any benefit from it, and maybe go ahead and bleed that off.
Show us. Mine's just an idea, a theory. You're stating like things that are supposed to be factual or something, like to prove me wrong.
I like
wish
the
you
idea
would
of
just
free
turn
energy.
your camera on and show us.
Demic,
Show
I
me
like
how
the
I'm
idea.
wrong, though.
Demic, I like the idea of free energy. Everybody does. The problem is it rarely works. And
Yeah,
this
you
piece
fight it
here,
every day, though.
it's free. It's free in a sense that if you do have spikes, a lot of them, you could probably pull something off of it. But in most cases, a good grid would not have those kinds of spikes, and because it wouldn't be efficient for the power company. And that's the problem. The power company is going to try to be as efficient as possible, keep a continuous current going to your house that's stable. If it's spiking all the time, then it's not running efficiently.
The only thing the power company cares about is reading how much power you pull into your house to charge you for, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Because it's on the hardware that they use to get that power to your house. If there's a lot of spikes, it'll burn out their hardware, their transformers, and so forth. So they don't want to have spikes
How would it do
either.
that? Why would it burn anything out if everything's great on the system? You shouldn't have no surges, no relays, no backlashes, no outputs. The system's
Interesting you
good.
say
The
that.
grid is awesome.
Interesting that you say
awesome,
that.
right?
If the grid is awesome and doesn't have any surges, you have no extra power coming to your house that you can grab onto to use to heat your house.
How do you even have the system if there's no surge and no power to work with ever and no spikes? What is that system to begin with that's even spiking anything to your house or surging it there?
It's
what
what
are you
you
talking
brought
about?
up. It's what you brought up, not me.
I know.
didn't bring that up.
Where are you getting these surges from to get the power to your house? Where does that surge come from?
It's coming. It comes from the source, which is the power. The power company.
Right. It's free, unlimited. They
No,
always surge you up
no,
with
they don't.
power from the power company. They
Oh,
plug
wait.
you into a big power cord. That's an unlimited amount of power, and it
Not
surges.
unlimited.
What do you mean? Go touch it.
It's coming in at by the time it reaches your house, it's coming in at 240 volts.
You stop that power somehow from coming in and stop and whoa.
Okay,
This is weird.
Come on, we're going to give each other some room to talk. Come on, guys.
Bandsaw, right? But if you plug a cord in and you don't have to pay a bill and you're connected to the power company, it's unlimited power. The power company has unlimited power. They pay no one.
Oh, okay, I get your idea. Run a wire from the pole rather than from your house, from inside your house, and grab some extra electricity off of the pole. Is that what you're saying? So you want to break the law, basically.
Nobody ever knows what Enoch is saying.
Yeah, every 10-year-old knows what I'm saying. Listen, the power from your Xbox, when you touch it, it heats your hand up and gets it real hot. When you have your cell phone in your pocket, it heats up. You're not going to tell me that things don't have extra energy at all times forever to be permeated and put through back into the system, and you can use that to then power something else. I don't know where your guys' comprehension is, but my mind works a little simpler than yours, and it's able to power everything.
Mike, I understand that, and that's exactly what if that's what you mean, I can give you a wonderful example here in my house where I heat my house with extra heat bleeding off from, my transformers and so forth. Both of my computers are in the same room that I sleep in for a reason, because I want to keep my room warm. I don't have air conditioning and I don't have a heater in this house. I don't need it. But I use the heat from the computers to keep the room at a certain temperature. They run all the time. And the fans blow out the heat out of the back of the computer, warms up the room just nice.
What do you got, a little crypto mining operation going there?
It sounds
Not
like
quite.
it, doesn't it?
Right, but check it out though. Now take the source to your computer and hook one of them to power the thing, as well as power your computer, or take the ground so you get the power to your computer. Okay. Take the ground from your computer directly and from everything in your house directly, right? Instead of letting it touch anything. Run it straight to the damn little thing that warms your house. You need it mainly only in the wintertime for 3 months.
The ground from my computer is never warm. The ground from any device is never going to be warm. Except for the brief second there's a power surge. Boom, it'll warm up. But other than that, it's never going to be warm. It's going to be at room temperature.
So what's the purpose
because
of
there's
having it?
nothing going through it. Again, the purpose of having it has to deal with dealing with
at the beginning of your system.
Come on.
You have a surge protector.
Don't ask a question if you don't want the answer.
Yeah,
I wasn't done. I was talking about the surge thing. I had to put the point. He said there's a surge thing at the beginning of the system, so why do we need one at the end?
Actually, the surge thing is at the end of your system.
So
it's
why do we?
Right before you plug your devices in. The main reason for that is to prevent surges from the outside coming in and blowing up your stuff on the inside. It shuts down the current, and it's a rapid reaction that senses the change in current and quickly shuts it down, so you don't get an overblown system. All your computers don't get blown out. Your television doesn't get burned out. All that stuff. But that has nothing to do with the ground. The ground is entirely independent of that. But
you just
it
totally
doesn't generate
the whole
any
purpose
heat.
of what I said, and then said
No.
what I said was right, and then you said it didn't make no sense what I said.
No, the part that I said you were right. Hold on.
What's all that energy? What's all that energy you're dissipating?
Okay, I'll tell you.
To not burn everything.
The part I said that you were right on is that all of the electricity in your house that you're consuming and actually using for your devices, those devices bleed off extra heat as they use that electricity. And that extra heat can be used to warm your house, as I demonstrated what happens in my room here with my 2 computers. And if I include the tablet and the charger that the tablet is hooked up to when it's on low power, that charger warms up for a brief time. But it's not a very efficient way to heat my room because I have to expend a lot of electricity running the computers. Thank goodness they're doing something to hopefully make money back.
I'd rather see.
Yo, what are they doing? What are they doing? You're asking. Hold on, Democ. What are the computers doing?
They're rendering my animation right now.
It's fucking gay. All right, go ahead, Democ.
Yeah, it wasn't cryptocurrency.
I want to see a meter on the ground coming from all your computer, and I hook everything up in your house to one little thing, the little ground thing, and let me see how it just does nothing and nothing goes on ever.
What little ground thingy are you talking about?
The little thing on the plug where you plug stuff in from your vacuum, your air conditioner, your TV, your computers, your washer, your dryer. Hook all those little prongs to one little thing, one little wire, make it all the positive for one wire.
All the ground plugs,
Or the
or
power.
all? Okay, you have 3 plugs. You have the two, your hot and your neutral, and then you've got your ground plug. Are you taking all the ground plugs and hooking them up to one thing, or are you hooking all the hot all to one thing, or are you hooking all the neutral to one thing? Which one are you picking?
I'm picking the ground.
Yo,
There is
Angelo,
no
you got a
current in the
mean like
ground.
echo.
Sorry, I
Angelo,
have
you
an
got
echo?
some weird kind of reverb echo thing going. Somebody
That's
does.
weird.
I don't know who it is, actually. I
Yeah,
don't
no,
think it's you.
I don't think it's Angelo. I think he's.
Who is it?
I don't know.
It
I'll
looks
check.
it looks like Dimmock is lighting up when I'm hearing that.
Demok, your
It's
mic's
Angelo's thing. Angelo's thing is so loud it just
mic
comes
check.
through my mic.
No, it's you need to fix your thing because you're echoing. It's not Angelo's mic. You're not echoing because Angelo's talking loud. That's not a real thing.
Echoing right now. Do I talk?
Keep your mic open. Is your mic open? Check, check.
That's you guys coming through it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's your problem. We found your problem. Hooray.
That's not me
Turn your
echoing. That's
speakers
you guys
down.
echoing.
Don't use a headset or turn your speakers
I
down.
press mute when I'm done, man. Listen.
Dude, I don't know. You got to fix that,
You
bro.
don't know?
You know, he does
No, I
press
know
mute
that
when
you
he's
got to.
done. He's pressing
Anyway,
mute when he's done.
I know, but still, I know he might press mute when he's done, but still, while it's out, whenever it's open, it's
Nobody should be
crazy.
talking when I'm talking, right?
Yeah, that doesn't always happen, though.
Well, it should.
all right, to answer Demok's question, he said he's going to connect all those grounds. There's no current in those grounds. There isn't any current 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, unless you have a surge coming in from the outside in. And that surge would be in the form of a lightning strike or a burned out transformer coming in from the wall, whatever the case may be. That's where that extra current comes from, and it doesn't come through the ground unless there's a short. And that's what the ground's there for, to protect you. It also protects you from electrocution, during a lightning storm. So the whole point that I'm getting at is you can't really generate any efficient energy off of that. You might get it for a brief second, and if you want to figure out a way to do that, more power to you.
Said the non-electrician. I just want to point out he is not an electrician.
Okay, yeah, no, that's all right. That's all right that he's not an electrician. Your point probably being, Angelo, that there's so little of it. Even if there was some going through it, it's so little. It probably isn't worthwhile. That's what I'm
It's very
gathering.
inefficient. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Don't
I've
know.
never
I
seen
just.
it.
Well, I live in a neighborhood where everybody steals electricity from the power company except for me.
Oh.
And yeah, when you're living in a poor country, that seems to be the way it goes. But
Where do
the
you
first
live,
thing they
dude?
know, I'm in Peru.
Oh, no doubt. Fuck
Yeah,
you doing
I
down
work
there?
down here. I work down here. I'm retired and I'm doing a little extra work.
So you get
No
the
doubt.
power
It's
free
mad cheap.
anyway.
No, I
Yeah.
don't get the power free.
Well, I mean,
Is
the other
it
guys
mad?
do. The ones that still. Sorry, Joe.
The few that do get caught every once in a while. I mean, because you notice that your bill goes up, so somebody's stealing electricity off of yours, or rarely can they get them directly off the pole because the power company comes through every twice a week and checks all the wires and sees what's connected and what's not.
Well, I think we need to hook up a meter to a ground and see what happens.
Yeah, that
Actually,
would be
that's actually interesting. I think Rakesh just put something in the chat there. Extra current can also come from your device, and the ground gives that current a place to go to. So the resistance,
yes,
which makes sense. So we need to be hooking up some meters, people, and work out what's going on.
Well, I'll give you a very interesting situation that happened to me about a year ago. Half a year ago, until I moved into this room. I had a concrete floor, and if I was ever using my keyboard and had my bare feet on the floor, I'd get a little spark coming off my keyboard and hit me into my fingers if it was anywhere near with the metal part of my keyboard. And that's because underneath the concrete was rebar that apparently was near wherever the grounding wires were and ran a current directly through my body into the concrete. The only time I'd
So
get a
in my
shock
case,
is if I wasn't wearing shoes and I was barefoot, or if I had my hand on the wall, I'd get a shock.
because that concrete's a conductor too, as well as the rebar to carry it
All the
through.
rebarb in there, yes.
Yep, I know. But I'm trying to
It's a
tell you
ground is
something.
what it
The
is.
city and all the cement, all the rebar, all the shit that's under your shit, the tires are rubber, everything conducts the current, the flow, the connection, the static, the kinetic energy. Think about it. Just think about it.
Thinking about free energy and trying to get it from every source or trying to be as efficient is a very good thing to think about. Even your phone chargers, those little itty bitty phone plugs that you put your 5-volt line into to charge your phone, and they're plugged into the AC, they create heat as your phone charges up. If you were, trying to figure out a way to drum off that heat or bleed off that heat, I don't know if it's very efficient, but yeah, you could get heat from there.
So if you instead of you getting shocked with your computer keyboard, maybe if you had my system, maybe it would just
It's a
use
poor
that power
design
to warm your
keyboard.
house up.
It's a poor design keyboard. That's why
Well,
there's
that's
a
good.
short
That
there's a
helps
short in
my
the keyboard.
idea. Hey, more power for me. Short it out, baby.
We've got a free clothes dryer. It's absolutely nothing to run.
The wind?
No,
The
no,
sun.
no. Wow, it actually does cost us something to run, but we've got to have hot water anyway. So the hot water tanks in the laundry, and in the winter, we just I've got a couple of lines in there, and you hang your clothes in the laundry, and voila, wake up the following
You know
day.
what I've
That
you know
sounds
what I've
cool.
seen people do for some neat extra free heat? In the wintertime and in the summertime, they'll have two different connections to connect their dryer up to. Right? So in the summertime, obviously, you don't want that heat in your house. You pump it right outside as soon as possible.
Yeah.
But they've started making things for in the winter where you can snake it through some thermal mass, maybe like a 55-gallon drum or something. And that way, all that heat doesn't just shoot right outside. You're making a lot of heat when you do it. That's good heat right there. That'll heat some shit up. That'll heat a room up right there. So they'll snake it through the room, maybe through some thermal mass or something. A 55-gallon drum, and then shoot it outside.
Yep, heat pumps. Just utilizing the heat pump and the air that comes off them.
Yeah, it's how you
I've also
convert it. It's the
seen.
same idea as what I'm doing with the electricity. Just convert it the other way and then let it go out.
Nah, you ain't gonna get shit off the ground. Electricity from the ground wire.
Until I see it happen.
What's up?
The Wright brothers is all I got to say to you.
Well, I mean, put
You'll
a
never
voltage
fly.
meter.
You're never gonna fly, Democ. You'll never be able to get that airplane off the ground. Okay.
Put a meter to it. See how much electricity is coming off it.
My brain is enough meter for me, man. All I got to do is have enough thought process to understand how it works, and I'm good to go. The rest is for you guys.
Just a warning: don't pump your dryer into your house. It's damp. It's like you make your house so humid.
Which is good for that's good for the summer or for the winter.
For mold,
You want
that's
that
good
in the
for
winter.
mold. No, that's good for mold growth. If your house is humid, you're gonna get mold growth.
I mean, they sell humidifiers.
Yeah, for dry places like Arizona.
It gets dry in the winter time.
Is that right? The hand.
Also, I wasn't talking about pumping your dryer inside. I mean, it is inside, but it's still in an enclosed thing. Ultimately, the actual air will go outside. You never have the air.
The energy is what he's speaking on, not really the air itself.
Yeah, the air still goes outside. You just snake it through some thermal mass or something before you do that, so that it retains like the heat off it. But they do make ones. They do make for people that don't have a hole to go outside, so you can vent it outside. They do make one you can buy in like Lowe's and Home Depot and shit, where you still have a hose, but it's like just sets near the side of it, and it goes into like some water or something, and it's supposed to catch all the dust or something. But I want to use that. It's not an event outside.
Listen here, Jeremy. All right, the best way for free energy: just get a couple of 44-gallon drums. You know those plastic ones? Cut them in half. All right.
Don't start. Don't start. You're already hooked into the grid. You should be doing this right now. Okay? I don't know why you're not out buying 55-gallon drums right now. You're on a beach. You got a probably nice breeze all the time. Those things would be spinning 24/7, dude. You could just watch them. Watch your money ticking.
TikTok.
Okay? You'd be fishing off a yacht. You get about 500. Yeah. You get about 500 of those 55-gallon drums. You'll be fishing off yachts and shit off the coast there.
Big boats too much anyway already.
Yeah, but don't they buy it back, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying you produce so much that they won't even buy it back, or you just produce too much for yourself?
They buy it back. No, they buy it back and goes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what they do. But we can only put X amount into the system, right? It's capped, right? So there's no point.
Are you at that? You're already at the cap?
Yeah. Oh, we go over the cap. We go over it. So it just reads nothing.
Yeah, but hold on. But during the day you go over the cap. But when that sun sets, now you're saying there's a cap for the day or per hour?
Yeah. Well, no, it's any time. So during the day, obviously, with the solar panels, we reach that cap even in the winter.
Oh, you're saying you can at any given moment you can only be putting this much electricity.
Yeah.
I got
you.
So you need to get bro. You need to get the wind things, because now when the sun shuts off, why aren't you doing this right now? Go.
Well, you never told me about it,
Go
Jeremy.
do it.
You never told me.
Oh my God, I've been telling you for years. Seriously, the sun goes down. I mean, you could be looking at an extra 12 hours worth of electricity cap. Think of how much more you double your shit.
We make about probably between 1,600 and $2,000 a year from the power.
That's it.
Yeah, it's sweet.
I mean, that's not bad. Yeah, no, I'm not knocking. I thought it'd be more.
Little vacation money, not bad.
Yeah, no.
Next time, you get these little couple 55-gallon drums. Next year, you'll be getting 3 Gs, $4,000. Double your shit up.
Don't you worry. My half acre is just going to be nothing but bloody 44-gallon drums spinning.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's a nice little way to save money, actually, and have that little holiday, or you want to buy some Christmas presents and all that sort of stuff. It's just builds up and up and up.
Oh yeah, that's huge, bro. 2 Gs a year, that's no joke. You could do something with that. I do shit for you know what I do. I do shit I get $3 a year on.
Yeah, tap. Yeah.
No, I got the shit going all. I'm back to work, so I got the shit going all automatic now. It's only like $2 a day or something. So I've been buying a lot of stocks and passive crypto shit and whatnot. You got to get that money ticking in, right?
I'm going to hook up a dynamo to my wife's treadmill, plug it straight into the system.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah.
Get the kids on it.
She's a
Everyone's
beast on the
fitness.
treadmill, an absolute beast.
You could do other shit off of wave power and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him do waves, and just in like a lake, and they got tide ones,
Yeah.
tidal ones, and wave ones.
That's what I need to do. Put one of those wave generators down at the beach, and then just run a wire up to my house.
55-gallon drums and just fucking no room for any wildlife at all.
Yeah.
Because it's all moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
Are the drums going to be solar panels, or what are they doing?
No, the drums. All right, imagine you have a 55-gallon drum and you cut it vertically down the center. All right, don't ask where the center is or what, just don't worry about the center. We're just going to cut it down the middle.
Yeah.
And then you stack those pieces on top of each other. Keep them vertical. You stack them on top of each other at a 45 at a 90-degree angle. So they're like perpendicular from each other. So one open face is one way, another open face is perpendicular from it, basically. And then you just hook a little motor or whatever they use, alternator, the recipe and shit. But you just hook it all together, and that thing will just catch wind and just always spin if the wind's blowing.
Right, right. Like those little things that you blow when you're a little kid and you sit them in your yard and they keep spinning. Yeah.
Yep.
Why couldn't you make the outside shell of them with that the paint they use for it's for solar panel paint, and just spray paint them with that too?
Solar panel paint.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't. I thought I've heard about it years. They actually came out.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no, it's out. You should be painting your whole house in it. Your
Why
roof.
aren't Tesla?
Everything.
The question I've always had is why aren't these electric covered in solar panels? Like the technology we have now, your door panel, the hood, the roof, the everything,
fence?
every part of the
Yeah.
car, every part of the
Oh.
solar. That only makes sense.
Yeah, we've all pretty much probably asked that. Like, why would you not? Why wouldn't it be kinetic energy yet? I've seen so many video games and things where you get on the motorcycle, you get in the car, and you go, and it's got 2 meters, one for the fuel amount of electricity that it has stored for just a initial amount that you need to get out of the lot and to have you a full tank, right? A full charge. And then from that point, anytime any of these magnetic parts and copper parts or gold or whatever part you have, the material you use every certain engineered situation or angle or degree of like movement next to each other, all are connected to the system with the wires and the way that everything's put together. It's all connected to the system. Everything's a ground to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing, goes into the next power box and just keeps recharging itself. I don't understand why they didn't do this also, along with wind power, because like, aren't you going through the wind and you don't need motor and all that. You can hollow out your car like a straw. You can use that
Yeah,
along
I've
with
said
the
that.
kinetic energy.
Hold on, man. You're making a lot of points. I've always said that straw thing through the car. You make a tube or something going through the center of the car because, and you have a fan in the middle of it, and then the fan spins and it generates electricity because the air is going to hit it as you're driving. But they always say that would cost more energy than it took. But I don't understand because let's say you didn't have the straw there and you just put a panel there. I guess it would make it less aerodynamic and shit.
No, it's all in what you're doing. You don't necessarily need a fan in there, right?
Well, you need something to move to create
How
electricity,
about
right?
your little tubes, your little bucket idea, little bitty ones on the inside of the straw going around the inner line, and then the air gets to go through freely while spinning those against the thing, and each tube is like copper or little magnets spinning next
I think
to the copper tube.
it would create drag. It would create drag and be less aerodynamic than if you just had a panel over the front.
Well, you can still, you can still put a little panel over the front and still get wind in there. But I'm saying that's just to make it more aerodynamic in the first place. Just put a tube just to make your car weigh less. You put a tube in there. You're in a tube. Your whole car is a tube. The outside of the tube is a solar panel, and everything that works on the inner workings of this tube is kinetic energy.
Well, I'm just wondering how. I'm just wondering how we don't know the most aerodynamic shape for a car yet. Like, they keep making cars different shapes. Like, how have we not figured out what the most aerodynamic shape actually is? Like,
That's what pisses me off.
Actually, yeah, I gotta call you out on that. So there's a Lexus car, the SC430 or something like that, and they say that it's like the most aerodynamic car that you could get. Basically, like, so what they did is they had, the Japanese guys, they went to like a Richie Rich place in France, and they was looking at like the Richie Rich yachts, and this SC400 Lexus, it's like almost like driving nothing with it's zero resistance. So that would be the most aerodynamic a car could get, I think.
There you go. Hollow it out. Make it all what you need. Just copper.
I feel you.
magnet.
I feel you. They got this Lex that's the most claimed to be the most aerodynamic car. If you're another car company, why aren't you just making your car that shape? Like, all cars should. Like, how long did it even take them to figure this out? Is what I'm saying. And why aren't all other? What? Is it trademarked or?
The most aerodynamic cars are F1 cars. So that's what the cars would look
Okay,
like.
now you're not talking about street legal cars now,
Well, who
right?
cares
We're
what
talking practical use. Right, but we're talking practical use.
aerodynamics? Bro, aerodynamics don't give a shit about legality.
No, I'm just talking about the cars we drive every day to work or something. I don't know. What did you say the most aerodynamic one was?
The Lexus, I think it's SC430.
The
What up?
SC430.
Yeah, it's a
Well, what
beautiful convertible car.
Yeah, like, wouldn't if you're like Ford or something, wouldn't you be like, oh, that's the most aerodynamic shape? Let's use that.
What if you had
Especially this
stock
day and
wheels,
age.
right? Like, so you
Yes,
sold the car, and the more gas it used, the more money you made. Wouldn't you be kind of like incentivized to not make it aerodynamic?
I have no doubt big oil's been stifling everything from solar panels to batteries to the car industry, everything. Big
Speedometers.
oil, everything. Wait, what? What was that last one? Speedometers?
Bro, just get a horse. Picture a horse, right? It's
Speedometers. Yes,
self-driving.
sir.
It runs
I
on
Odometers.
don't know about.
sun. What is wrong with a horse? It's free energy, dude. And then you can eat it when you're done with it. Can you eat your Tesla when you're done with it? No. Does your Tesla give you a brand new leather jacket when you're done with it? No. Come on. God already perfected the system.
Yeah, but if you take a look at the spine of cowboys and cowgirls, they're all like really bad. What's the word for it? I don't know the technical term. I'm just going to say holy, because riding a horse for like all those hours on end is just like wears away your spine. So I'd imagine they had quite a bit of back pain. Well, the
No,
comfortable
you let the
Lexus, I
horse
guess, if
pull
you're
your
short
car.
enough.
Yeah, you let the car pull your
Oh, I see.
Lexus. The horse, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
The horse won't have any resistance. Just make it a plastic shape like
There you
that.
go. See?
Yep.
Now
Yep. The
so we're
the
going back to like the
resistance-less
stagecoach.
buggy for a horse. Yeah, resistance-less stagecoach. And every time the wheels turn, they produce power. And it's a solar paneled stagecoach. Yeah, now you're talking. You watch TV. The horses don't want to wreck and die. They're not going to really try to hit anything crazy.
I seen this guy. He took that motor, that V8, out of that Lexus. So it's a 430, so 4.3, right? And he put it in a damn Toyota Celica, like a 2001 model. And I'm just like drooling, right? Because he was an engineer that used to work for Lexus, and he takes that motor, V8 in a Celica. Oh my god, that just ain't right, boy.
You guys hear about how all these Teslas are catching on fire? Pretty much just exploding.
Again.
Dude, all over the place. It's happening quite a lot now, and it's starting to get me to think that all these electric cars and these electric bikes are weapons. You know what happens when you try to put out a lithium ion battery fire with water? It doesn't. Yeah, it's not good. And I was just thinking, so like, okay, electric cars are the future, so we're going to have electric fire engines, electric police cars, electric helicopters. What's going to happen when we need to fight forest fires and there's no, electric charge up in the middle of the woods? What's going to happen during a blackout with emergency vehicles? It's just really, it doesn't make sense.
Well, the first gamma ray burst that comes from space will short out all the electric cars anyway.
When was the last time that happened?
You'd have a massive solar ejection. That happened just like 4 months ago.
And it
everything electric stopped.
Yeah.
No, not everything stopped. But I'm saying if you have a big enough one, you could theoretically, wipe out whatever's facing the sun, whatever side of the Earth is facing the sun, will definitely shut off.
What shut off from the last little one? Like what little thing?
Well, the most famous ejection I can think of happened in, I think it was 2012. Several satellites got taken down. The grid on the eastern coast, the power grid on the eastern coast, was interrupted in several places. These electromagnetic surges can devastate. If the grid's not hardened, you could have power outages, and you could have.
What if I said sometimes the sun ejects gas and it smells like I farted? Would you think that the sun did that, or would you just think like I farted? Right. So like, if the grid goes down, are we supposed to believe it was like people running the grid or the sun?
Well, I'm not going to get into the conspiracy ideas, or for the matter, whether the sun actually exists or not, as far as being being able to put out that kind of energy. All I'm going to get into is that when you do have a big solar ejection like that, it can threaten the power grid.
I'm just saying.
So is this a magnetic field? Sorry, is this a magnetic field coming from the sun?
Electromagnetic field, yeah.
Right. So why do you guys say the electric universe theory is like stupid? You guys always say that it's been debunked.
I'm not familiar with that topic right now. Hang on, I'm choking on my food.
Oh, I ain't trying to kill you, fella. Take your time. Eat your food. Live to see another day, bro.
It's stew.
How you choke on stew?
Go on that for a minute.
Well, guinea pig stew can choke. You can choke on it if there's enough
You're
spices
eating
in
guinea
it.
pigs right now? Stop, dude.
Yep.
What the?
Oh, that's funny. I mean, he's in Peru, right? When in Rome?
Are you the mayor of Peru or something, or like the ambassador, or like the top dog? Like what? What do you even like?
Nope.
What do you like about Peru? What are you there for? Like, is it just
cheap.
fascinating?
No, it's cheap.
It's cheap.
The women are
Cheap
beautiful.
women, cheap food, cheap living.
One man's pet is another man's stew.
Oh
right.
man.
Yeah, that's true.
One thing
Do
they
they?
don't eat here is dogs. They don't eat dogs.
I was
The
just
dogs
about to
are
ask.
everywhere.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of
Dogs
dogs
and
there.
cats.
Why don't they eat the dogs and the cats?
Well, the cats keep the rat population down, and the dogs are definitely useful for guard dogs. I mean, every street has at least 5 dogs on it that literally live outdoors out in front of the house, and nobody walks down that street without being noticed.
That's interesting.
Guinea pigs are rats, aren't they? Of a certain type.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why not just eat the rats and you won't eat the
rodents.
cats?
Do guinea pigs have hoofs?
No.
No, they have claws that need to be trimmed ever so often, or it'll grow right back into the bottom of their pads and it'll cause infection. They'll die.
Oh, that's terrible. I hate it when that happens.
Well, actually, it would be a much better life than in the wild because they usually die pretty quick in the wild. So if a guinea pig were to actually live that long in a cage, it would be a much longer, I don't know about happier, but more fulfilling life maybe than just living like 2 or 3 months in the wild and all of a sudden there's a coyote. Bye.
Well, that's the price of being free, right? The guinea pig in the cage has free housing, free security, free food. But is he free?
Well, the thing about the guinea pigs, we give them all sorts of, like the leftover rice from our meals, the corn, whatever, whatever we have leftovers, and you can raise, hundreds of guinea pigs on just the leftovers and then eat them.
But isn't it? I mean, it just seems like such a laborious process to like skin them and debone them. I imagine the bones are real small. How long does it take to fully gut and
20
skin a
minutes,
guinea pig?
20, 25 minutes total.
It's like they're
You
like
do, you do
squirrels.
6 or 7 at a time, because yeah.
You do it where you cut a little notch on the spine and then just pull back from each end.
I'm not involved in that. That would be my sister-in-law who does that. I haven't hung around to watch because I'd rather eat the thing than look and see how it's processed.
That's fair. I probably wouldn't want to look at that either.
They're domesticated. They're relatives of the capybara, and
Dude,
that entire family. If I think
there's
it's
now a
Aviomorpha is I think the name of the order or whatever.
there's a capybara population living in northern central Florida. They estimate there's like about 200 of them in this one part on the Swanee. You heard about that?
They should probably control that population quickly.
Dude, no, think about it. Free food. I mean,
It's
Florida's
gonna
got
have a
so
huge
many
The,
wildlife
the guinea
problems
pig's a
already.
rodent. It's a rodent.
Dude, they've
Like a
got the fucking python overpopulation. What else do they got down there
But
that
they also have open
they don't
season on
need?
pythons, and a reward for everyone you bring in. Anacondas and pythons are, if you bring one in, you're going to get a reward. So they're trying to control it, and having a non-indigenous species invade or an invasive species like the capybara that breeds very quickly. If there's plenty of food available for them and there's no predators, then you're going to have a problem. Plus, there's the possibility of introducing new insect species like the fleas that are indigenous to that animal might jump over to another animal, causing problems where it passes diseases along. So you always there's consequences for introducing invasive species.
Oh yeah, be like
No,
us
I
trying
know.
to introduce the cane toad. Follow our lead.
Yeah, that's one of the things where so I watch these First Amendment audits, and anytime you're like going across state lines or country lines, like you gotta like let them search you, and it doesn't matter if you have the Fourth Amendment because your Fourth Amendment right is not as important as making sure that you're not carrying over an invasive species. And you know what? I totally get that. Like even though I'm like trying to like I don't know say that I'm like for the Constitution. Like they're not actually like searching your butthole, right? They're just searching your trailer.
Yeah, they're also very specific on what they're looking for. They're not going to nail you for other things if if you're specifically bringing in like fruit and stuff like that. They're going to nail you for that, but they won't nail you for like your prescription drugs don't have a label on it for some reason.
Why is it called a cane toad?
Lives in sugarcane,
Sugarcane toad.
sugarcane fields.
It's called
Yeah,
cane
Australia.
toad because they introduced it to eat a particular beetle, I think, a cane beetle. It was a fantastic idea, but the cane beetle, which lives on top of the cane, not at the base of the cane toads couldn't get to, and they have no natural predator here in Australia, and they are going they're out of control. They are literally out of control. They are spreading right across Australia. They're very, very poisonous. They've got a poison that they secrete that is poisonous to other animals and wildlife. They're a huge problem.
Yeah, they're very distasteful. Most animals won't even eat them. And
Well,
yeah,
all you gotta do is bring up over another species and take care of that one.
Yeah,
Right, and
that's
you're
what
all
they were
set.
trying to do. Yeah, that's exactly what they were trying to do, which makes a
And then
lot
you're
of
going to have
sense.
another problem with that
Yeah,
species.
yeah.
Then you're going to have another problem with that species.
I
And we're
know.
like, oh shit!
you know,
Next thing you know, you got like lions running around
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
it's
You
interesting
We
that
got
have this in a
a
little
lion
kid's book.
problem or a hyena problem or something.
Yeah.
it's interesting that you bring that up because in biological control of insects, a lot of people thought that was a good idea to bring over a particular insect to feed on certain kinds of mosquitoes and so forth. But then when they found out that it didn't not just eat on the mosquitoes, but it ate on some of the beneficial pollinating insects, then
Yeah.
all of a sudden you have an insect that's going to need a wasp to come in order to
Yeah.
parasitize it.
Yeah.
And gee, there's no natural enemy for that wasp.
Exactly. Exactly. There may be this funny
Now
popping sound too.
now you got to bring birds in to take care of the wasps. Then and now the birds are a problem, and you're like, oh, snakes eat birds. Let's bring in snake. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know,
Yeah, the birds are eating a certain kind of lice that, oh, gee, I actually, it also feeds on humans.
You just
Uh-oh.
made a jungle.
Here we go.
Diversity is diversity is fun, but unfortunately, meddling with diversity can be really dangerous.
Yeah.
That's very
Nobody
true.
Nobody remembers that book we read as little kids where the lady got the thing to eat the thing and the goat, the cat, the dog, and the hog, and the whatever. You don't
you're
remember that
saying you
book?
weren't there once was a lady who swallowed a fly. She swallowed a fly. I don't know
Yes.
why. So you weren't a fan of affirmative action then, Angelo?
In the insect world?
Oh no, I was just what affirmative action is, right? Where they were
Yeah.
messing with diversity.
Yeah, it's a different subject entirely. I don't want to get into it.
Well, they were messing with diversity.
See, diversity is dangerous until you get to the human population. Then it becomes a strength, Jeremy. You have to understand that.
Well, no, he said it was dangerous. He said it was dangerous when we mess with diversity, and affirmative action was obviously us messing with
Talking about
diversity.
biological diversity.
Just go to Google
What's
and
up?
type in diversity is a strength. Oh, got him. Don't you love it when somebody that's speeding gets pulled over right in front of you?
No,
Isn't
I don't want them to
evolution?
get pulled over at all. But I was going to say that, Jordan Peterson, he talks about collectivist individuals, and I agree with a lot of stuff he says. But when you look at nature, the red birds flock with the red birds, and the bluebirds flock with the bluebirds. So why is it like all of a sudden wrong if like white people want to get together and use their right of association to buy land next to each other? And same thing for blacks. I wish that black nationalists were more successful in getting together and forming trust and buying up land. That way, when whites do it, it's like, wait, these guys are doing it. Why can't we do it?
No, they
Isn't
can.
Go ahead.
No, it's all right. You go for it, bud.
Isn't diversity an enemy of evolution, though? Because I mean, your evolution shit wipes out. Well, yeah. I mean, if this butterfly has the what's up?
The diversity issue in biology, when you're dealing with the more species you have, the more speciation you have, the more varieties that you have, it drives evolution because you have some that are not making it that are being overtaken by others that are making it, and then populations are coming up that are finding little niches and every in the Amazon. What I find interesting is every place I
Hold
look,
on.
from the smallest little crevice in a tree to the river itself, I find an enormous number of different kinds of animals that have taken advantage of each of those niches. And
Yeah, I
that's
know.
where
So
the diversity comes in.
So I know. So in evolution, you have a whole bunch of diverse. You got these. Let's say you got moths, right? And they're all diverse, all different. And then the best ones get to reproduce, and evolution wipes out the diversity and makes them all be towards the same, less diverse.
No,
I
no,
don't know why
because
you're
you have
arguing with me over
no,
this.
because you have different food sources and different ways that the diversity comes from. Not all
Do you
moths
disagree
feed
with what I
feed
just
on the
said?
I disagree. Yes.
So that's not how evolution works, by that
No.
making us making them less diverse.
No, it doesn't make them less diverse.
Okay,
In fact,
well, and the way I think
competition drives the diversity.
the way I think of evolution is you have a whole bunch of this creature, and they're all diverse, they're all different, and then evolution only lets the ones that are good or that can sing the best or that have the longest necks mate, therefore making them all the same, more towards the same and less diverse.
And guess what comes along and
You not
sums
understand?
back up?
Do you
I
not agree
understand
with
that.
that?
Yes, I agree. What you're trying to get at is that if you have a whole bunch of different kinds of rodents, and all of a sudden the most successful one happens to be the rat, what you're overlooking is that there are predators out there that are not related to the rat, such as snakes and so forth, that will take advantage of that pinnacle population, trim it down so that now mice, which are smaller and harder for the snake to get to, will suddenly increase in their populations. Those populations don't go completely take over entire environments. When that happens, disease kicks in. There's other things that nature brings along to the table to help fight back, an overrun of one particular variety or another.
So
diversity is the best thing for evolution because it allows evolution to
it's
have
no,
many chances to find different ways. You're trying to find the dominant.
Hold on, man. Let me respond.
Go ahead.
Please. You said a lot of stuff there. Evolution works just this way, right? I described it a minute ago. You'll have a whole diverse population of something, and evolution will make sure that diversity stops and they all merge towards one particular trait. So they will be less diverse and all have long necks, or all have this one trait, being less diverse, right?
For one,
it knocks diversity
species?
out. Evolution hates diversity. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, the diversity part of what you're getting at is for the individual species. The evolution of that individual species tries to become the pinnacle of whatever niche it fills. But if there's a food source that, like a plant, that suddenly realizes, we've got apes, for instance, who can't climb trees, and they can't reach the fruit. They eventually learn to climb trees, or they build, their long arms get longer, and they no longer walk upright. They now climb in trees to get the fruit. Now they encase the fruit. The plant eventually evolves to encase that fruit, and keeps challenging whatever species is attacking, the source of the food source, and so that species also has to change. So when you have a variety of apes, though, some of which climb trees, some of which are on the ground, each one of them finds their own food niche and helps the environment, because without those extra populations, you're going to have a whole series of animals that cannot take advantage of the death of those animals, like, for instance, the carrion eaters and so forth. Those who lives depend on the waste products from those animals and so forth. One pinnacle species will wipe out all of evolution, and then you'll have a problem. That species will also die because there won't be any food for that species to eat. Evolution constantly checks itself, has a checks and balances system that keeps itself from doing just that. Technically, from genetics, yes, you would want something like that. You're driven to survive, and if you become the pinnacle species, you have a very good chance of living for a long time if your food supply is constant. But the food supply changes all the time, forcing you to evolve again.
Yes, making your whole. So you agree that, and I mean, you've gotten a different species, but we're still within one species. You're trying to take it to this broad range when you haven't even gotten out of one species yet, because evolution is the enemy of diversity within a species.
Correct. But if you talk about the changes, let's take Neanderthal versus Homo sapiens. Neanderthal used to be around right along with us. Something happened. Either we interbreeded with too many Neanderthal, or basically Homo sapiens just overtook all of their invaded all of their territory and were stronger and smarter for some reason, and able to wipe them out in that direction. You still had two species. There was diversity there. but one eventually came to the pinnacle. But that was aided by intellect. You take all the animals that don't have that kind of advantage or that kind of development over time, and you're going to find that diversity works much better as a checks and balances against having one single species. Because you'd have one that was of herbivore pinnacle, you'd have one that was of carnivore pinnacle. The carnivore pinnacle would be feeding on the herbivore pinnacle, and you're down to just two species. They're going to die out. And the reason why they're going to die out is because there's absolutely no incentive for them to improve.
I just got misgendered, so I made sure to cancel like all of their credit cards and their bank accounts and
How would
social
you get
medias
misgendered?
because
Did they hear you talk?
I know, right? Some people say "thank you, girl" or "love you, girl." You know, they put "girl" on the end of the. She was an older lady. I didn't really care. I was just being funny. You know, when a woman is like nearly 80 years old and she misgenders you, not really that big of a deal. But I like to make fun of the
I'm not about to start
super
flexing on some
sensitive.
80-year-old.
He gets a
I'm not about to
pass.
start.
Right.
Can we go back to the evolution
Yeah,
thing really quick? I got a
go ahead.
question. What's up with the whale's fins? What did those used to be in its evolution? Were those like legs or something, or how did that work?
Well, the morphology of whales I'm not 100% familiar with, but I do understand that yes, they used to be appendages at one time. The fins on certainly the pectoral fins, and even in some whales when they're born they still have vestigial hind fins, and where the hind legs used to be. So yeah, that's exactly what they were. They were originally a land species and some people I think that they might have been in the same group as hippopotamuses, but I'm not sure. I have to go look that up.
So, so they climbed out of the water and grew legs, and then they went back in the water, and those legs turned into fins.
The mammals, no mammal started in the water and then climbed out and then went back in. Not originally. The original mammals were offshoots of reptiles that basically became had basically body structures that increased metabolism and retained heat and so forth, and then also had produced eggs, but also produced milk, and then eventually the eggs were internalized.
I'm sorry. Hold on. You're saying that
basically
reptiles became mammals? How did that happen?
Well, again, I'd have to go look exactly because mammal evolution is not something I specialize in. I specialize in insect evolution, but the mammals came from an ancestor that basically was close to like a platypus or some interspecies in between from original reptiles. And the same with birds. The birds were originally, dinosaurs in every sense of the word, and they were warm-blooded. They probably were the dinosaurs that had mostly featherization, because all the other dinosaurs, very few had scales. Most of them had either some rudimentary form of hair or no hair at all. And so again, this is speculation because they're not certain yet to the connection of where the mammals came out of. But mammal evolution, is definitely from the reptiles, though.
Yeah, I'm just not buying it. I mean, I don't subscribe to evolution, but the idea that something came out of the water and grew legs and then went back in the water and had fins, and that something, went from being cold-blooded to warm-blooded.
Well,
that's just very far-fetched.
And homothermic transitions are easy to explain. It can be done through climate. It can be done as a result of, climatic changes can inspire an animal to no longer be, heliothermic and become homothermic. In other words, be warm-blooded, because in order to maintain enough metabolism to stay warm, it increases its internal metabolism, and obviously needs more food to do that. And birds are, if you ever look at birds, they have to eat constantly because they have such a high metabolism. They're not, they're not sitting on their asses. Yeah, apparently somewhere around the I can't give the exact dates, but it's the Pennsylvanian and Carboniferous periods that synapsid ancestors were the ones that we came from. So I just looked that up right now. Yeah, mammal-like reptiles, Plagiosaurs.
So when it comes to the this is older than goodie, but when it comes to the bacteria in the termite stomach, which one evolved first?
Well, we're not sure. The termites actually weren't the first to utilize bacteria. In fact, a lot of insects do that. The bacteria probably came first. They probably consumed the bacteria. The earliest insects and the earliest arthropods consumed the bacteria at one time or another, and the bacteria, in order to it found a niche inside the digestive tract of whatever animal it was, because it's, the symbiosis seemed to work out better than being out in the environment, and so the population stayed inside the stomachs, and the animal kept eating, and so the bacteria fed on the food that the animal was eating, and the two of them coexisted. In the case of for termites, it actually breaks down the cellulose, the bacteria does, and that it aids in digestion of some very almost impossible to eat food normally for most animals. And so, yeah, it's very possible. But the bacteria was first.
Okay, I got another question for you. Can I be heard?
Yeah, Larry, go ahead.
So,
You're breaking up now. Larry, you're breaking up.
head back up toward.
Hank, you're breaking up, bud. Anybody seen this stuff about panda bears? Anybody come across this? Kind of along the same evolution topic. Basically, panda bears were just bred to look like that, and they would never be able to exist in nature on their own.
Really? So they're like designer bears.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're actually raccoons.
They're raccoons.
I know, dude. When you start looking into pandas, you're gonna start finding all these videos. Dude, you'll see all these. They can't handle hills. They can hardly climb trees. They're always like falling on their faces. They only ovulate once every 2 years or something like that. They are really not made to be on their own in the wild.
But they're so
like
cute. Everyone
should
have one.
That's the point. That's the point. They're just bred to be cute and be shown off at like a fair or something. Pandas do not exist in the wild on their own.
Well, it worked. They definitely look cute.
Yeah.
Panda bears' lives matter. Get onto it, Platypus.
Dude, I'm on to a bunch of different little topics that no one's ever heard of. I mean, but I'm learning every day. Like, somebody sent me, when the Queen died, somebody sent me a text message saying it had been 1,776 days since the QAnon's first post. And I'm not a QAnon guy. I don't subscribe to that. But I did look into it, and she did die 1,776 days from the first QAnon post, which is fucking bizarre.
What's that? Is that your independence or discovery?
It was the day that America was formed. 17, or not day, sorry, the year. Excuse me. Dumb American here. Excuse me, please.
The first European that set foot on, not that was
Plymouth Rock?
No. America was founded in 1776.
No, the United States was founded in
The Declaration of Independence,
Okay,
1776.
Yeah, the actual country was.
No, you're right.
1779.
It was founded. We declared our independence in 1776, and then shortly after that, we got the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, all that stuff.
Yeah. Very weird.
What?
And she passed away 3 days before 9/11. Whatever that means.
Nothing.
That means nothing.
1776 days
kinda
means
like
nothing.
one day I asked
3
Pete
days
Shea.
before 9/11 means nothing. 9/11 itself means nothing.
One
Well,
day
I don't
I
think
asked Pete
9/11
Shea because he
itself
was getting
means nothing.
ridiculed. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I asked Pete Shea, because he was getting ridiculed in Jim Pandas, for some of the connections that he makes. And I think those things are brilliant. Like, if you can make connections like that and, it's like interesting connections, maybe there's nothing to it, but, maybe there's an investigation there, a rabbit trail there. But yeah, I said, Pete, I just happened to pull out, 33 cents out of my pocket. What do you think? And he said, maybe we need to realize the importance of that number. The Illuminati and, they realize the importance of the number. Maybe it's, time that we realize the importance of the number. I said, what's the importance of the number? He said, it's the year of the Messiah. And I was like, wow, I didn't think Pete was a very religious guy, but I liked his answer. And then the Panda crew, they were like perturbed that I liked his answer. Like, I'm a follower of Christ. Why wouldn't I like his answer? Try to be anyway. I am at work on Saturday. So I'm not the
got some
best.
wacky ideas, but some of the stuff that he says is actually quite interesting too.
Yeah, like he used to get mad at me in Flat Earth Debate back in the early days because I hadn't done all the research that he had done, and the whole idea of Jackie, pulling the blood thing and Kennedy's head exploding wasn't real; it was all an act. Like I hadn't come across that, and he's like, I feel like you guys are all ganging up on me, and Hank, you should be on my side. And it's like, I haven't done the research yet, bro. I didn't tell you it was wrong. I just said that I haven't been to that website that you keep telling me to go to.
Well, don't worry, Hank. The psyops will continue, just like the beatings, and there'll be plenty more to come. We'll be able to spot them together.
Have you guys heard about the Vatican calling in their assets?
No.
Oh yeah.
Really?
By the end of the month. Yep.
Searching.
30 days. Yep.
Enhance. Hold on.
Yeah, they have to do it by September 30th. Everything they have from all countries. They want to send it into the Vatican.
Shit's about to go down.
What? Yo, the Vatican currently has some 5.1 billion euros in assets under management and reported 18 million euros in profits last year alone. Uh-oh.
Yep. Get ready for margin calls and the like.
Well, I'm going to be eating meat. I guess. A lot of it.
You better start growing rabbits.
Nah,
'Cause
dude, I got.
meat ain't always going to be on the shelf unless you've got it in your backyard.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Guinea pigs grow quicker.
I got about 1,600 pounds chilling in some freezers, and
Nice.
enough salt to where if the power goes out, we're just gonna salt it and dry
How do you
it.
unsalt it when it's time to eat it? You just dip it in the ocean, rinse it off? How's that work?
No, it just depends on what you're doing with it. Like if you're making charcuterie, it'll be like 15 days on salt, and then you just shake the salt off. You can reuse that salt for a different cut, and you just hang that piece of meat. And like depending on what the recipe is, it could be ready in like 2 weeks or a year. You know, we got meat hanging that's been there for like 16 months right now. Delicious. It's like Parmesan cheese.
Dude, I love me some aged Parmesan cheese. Whenever I go to like Costco, they got like this. It's like nearly $30 worth of like aged Parmesan cheese from Italy, and I'm like, oh man, we go through that shit. So good.
Nice.
Yeah, I know how to smoke things. So technically, I could make smoked turkey jerky, right? If I got a hold of some turkeys. There's no wild turkeys around here. Lots of wild pigs, but I don't know if I want to eat a bunch of wild pigs.
Well, when you're hungry, I mean, it might come down to it. Have you ever processed a pig before?
Dude, I've never processed anything except for fish.
Okay. Well, it's like a big fish, kind of. Smells different.
Oh yeah, a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got enough survival gear to let's say get me past 3 months maybe. If we take it easy on the water and the working, we won't have to leave the house. But when it comes to needing like essential proteins, I got lots and lots and lots of 22 shells to go harvest more protein after 3 months.
Dude, I always think about what's going to happen to the alpha homeless during an apocalypse situation, or just like a grid down. They're going to be top dog on the streets of big cities. Better watch out. You better be nice to your
already
your
know.
local hobo. Yeah.
Yeah. They already know how to live, how to survive.
Yep.
Well, I think that if shit ever did hit the fan, that all of my family would probably move into one house and just, we would have shifts. You're going to be awake during the day and you're going to be awake during the night. If you hear anything like broken glass or somebody breaking in, you hit the blowhorn. What they call them, the air horn that they use on boats that are like really loud that wake up everybody in the house after like 1 second.
Foghorns, I think.
Yeah, that's it. We would have to have some kind of system like that because I ain't finna go down because you didn't stock up on food and you didn't hear the warnings that were put out there. It's like, that's not happening.
Dude, I've never seen this picture of Michael Jackson like dancing on the Twin Towers and pointing at 9/11. What the fuck? Is this real? This is not real. Are you serious? On the checkerboard floor. What the hell is this? Pete, is that a real pit? Was that real? Hold on, I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah, to answer you, since no one else is, yeah, it is real. Go to Wikipedia. It's on, but they took that and they put Twin Towers in front of it and a clock and all that stuff. But the actual song Michael Jackson is real.
Okay,
But
yeah, the blood on the dance. They photo. Okay, They
They
photoshopped the Twin
Photoshop
Towers.
Twin Towers and the clock.
Got
But
it.
I mean, if you look at it, it could kind of represent that, I guess. But
Yeah, that's
that,
just
that's stretching though. That's stretching.
Yeah,
yeah. Well,
I
that's one of
think.
his famous dance moves. He used to do that kind of move all the time. So
Yeah, but he is in New York, or well, that is a New York skyline. And I mean, if his hands were on a clock, that would be 9 and well, maybe more 10:45 ish.
Yeah, that's a yeah. Like I uh, like A for effort, but
Yeah,
that's
but it is a checkerboard, and it is
yeah.
Michael Jackson.
I thought that was like the original picture for a second there, and it's like La La Land. That was nuts.
It's always someone stretching sometimes.
Yeah, that's just not good because
yeah,
there's enough of that 9/11 pre-prediction programming already,
Yeah.
and I
You
don't.
don't
Yeah,
need it. Yeah, you don't need it. You don't see, but then that becomes disinformation, which is kind of like the psyop of it. Like,
dude.
because then
Yeah,
it discredits the real shit that's going on. So
yeah,
I,
exactly.
you know, you got to be careful of why would you have to if there's fucking proof already. Like you don't have to add anything that's false when there's facts of information. uh, but anyways,
Yeah, like the Back to the Future pre-predictive programming for 9/11 is pretty crazy.
that is, yeah,
That's
it's the twin pines, and then it's the
the
one,
Lone
like
Pine.
all that shit, dude. Everything about whoever realized that and put it all together must have been like really high or something. Like, I don't know, like that's
Not
who
just
even
paying
like
attention.
notices that. I mean, hey, that's on a whole nother level of just digging deep and putting pieces
Dude.
together.
Yeah.
Got to go deeper.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
But nonetheless, it's good though. It's good that there's people out there searching and digging and exposing and bringing the light to the darkness and truth to these lies that are spewed.
Boy, what you doing with that pickaxe? We brought shovels.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the information that food was about to go up and the scarcity and all this stuff. I mean, it's obvious. My Sharona, that famous song from the 80s, it was definitely like giving everybody like a fair heads up. So when it comes to, people have the right to water, I'm down with that. But, do people have the right to the food that I worked so many hours for to, store up and preserve and make sure that it's all wrapped properly and, duct tape and all that stuff? Like, nah. While you were sitting down enjoying your paid vacation, I was working my ass off for the whole Sharona scam.
Yeah. It's just interesting that like where everything's at right now and where the writing on the wall is, leading us to. It's just it, it's it's like like I don't want to see it, but I want to see it. Like I don't want to be around anymore to see it, but I do want to be around to see it because it's really intense. A lot of stuff is being reported, and things are things. So many things are happening in the shadows that I don't know. It's just going to be interesting to see what actually comes about.
Well, I've got this sneaking suspicion that all these things that have been planned were planned way, way in advance. I mean, at least 100 years in advance, some of this stuff. And I don't know how they're able to do that, whether they're passing the plan on from generation to generation of, elite, or they've found a way to extend life so that you could actually live long enough to see a plan executed. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, I often think about, like, am I going to see how this plays out? Like, what's the end game here? This is crazy.
Has any of you seen that there was this TV series that was pretty interesting to me? I watched it. It was pretty good, but it was about these people who are from, it's like the future. It's a sci-fi TV show, and they land on this planet, and they come across a people that all the people of the village or whatever, they worship these these like group of people, just a few of them, as gods, but all they are just like they're also advanced more than this planet, and they learn that you could, like, with a chip in your brain, you can just take your consciousness and plug it into any body. So what they would do is, like, they would have a ritual where the king, or the man who rules all of them, and his wife, the queen, they would just choose, like, the most attractive man or the most beautiful woman and say, you've been chosen, and the spirit is going to embody you, so this is something special. And they would be all excited and like, yeah, I've been chosen. But all they did was this: they just killed her or him, and they took out the chip from that older body as it got older, and they put it into the younger body, the good looking younger body. And that's how they've been living for hundreds and thousands of years on that planet. And then these people that crash landed on there or whatever, they exposed them and, like, hey, these aren't gods, like, there's no gods here. And they expose them to but I've been trying to find that TV series online, but I cannot find it. Do any of you guys ever remember a show like that, and what's the name of it?
I don't know if it was like a planet thing where they landed on it, but there's this very similar plot to that. And it's something carbon. And it talks about how, like, there's a certain group of people. Yeah, altered carbon.
Altered carbon, yeah, sorry.
Was that what it's called? Altered carbon?
I don't know. The way you described it, there was some similarities, and then it was a series, though. It wasn't a movie. It was a TV show.
We're supposed to be carbon, and they're alternate. Sounds good.
Let me see it. Altered Carbon on Netflix. If I could just see some of maybe the actors or the images.
Well, the actors changed. The first set of actors are completely different from the second season because they altered their carbon. So
yeah, they call
the
bodies.
Girl and go ahead.
Sorry, no. They call the bodies sleeves. They have these discs that they insert into the different sleeves, and then I'm not sure if they have like a limitation of how long
like a CD player.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, so I'm looking at it, and they're in a city, and it's not like that. This show is just like, it's probably like similar, but see how he's overlooking like a huge city with like skyscrapers and stuff? No, the one I'm talking about is they were like in a forest, like it was primitive. The people were primitive, and these people from a more advanced civilization though had taken advantage of them, and they're gods to them. So that's not it.
Well, I hope you find it, because I'd like to check it out, because there's like another thing that's like not copywritten.
Yeah,
like
maybe
from it, but it's like the same idea.
Yeah,
yeah. It's called The 100. That's the one you were talking about. I was listening on Discord now.
Oh, maybe that was it. The 100. Maybe
Yeah,
it was.
And I think it's the season 6. Yeah, it's got to do with those people that were staying in the spaceship and
yes. Yeah, this is it. You're right. I'm looking at it. Thank you. I forgot what it was called, and this is it.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna hop back onto YouTube. Just that I'll let you know.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, so in the 100, it doesn't start off at that point though. Like you said, it's like later seasons later, like they end up like crashing into this planet. And the first season though was pretty interesting. There's like 100 people that were like chosen to be, like to continue the human race, I guess, because of problems on Earth or whatever. But anyways, and then like this war breaks out and they start fighting on there. And then anyways, seasons later, so that if he's saying it's season 6, that's when they land and they find these gods. That entire season's pretty cool, and they expose them. Anyways, you should check it out. It's called The 100. Awesome. I'm glad I totally couldn't remember the name of it.
That sounds pretty cool, man. Nice one.
Yeah. Thank you, Beer Man.
Well, if you like that movie, you might like Altered Carbon.
No, I have seen
there's a
Altered
little
Carbon.
bit of nudity and sex scenes, and just kind of fast forward through that part. It's not that bad of a film.
Yeah, no, I've seen. I watched our Altered Carbon. Yeah.
Only
Because
watched the
when I
first
looked at it, I
season.
remember that actor. Huh?
Only saw the first season. I didn't watch the second.
Yeah, I watched. I watched all the way through on Netflix. That was an interesting show too. That was interesting. Kind of along the same premise.
Just for the record, I don't pay for Netflix. I get it for free because my children have friends with extra passwords or whatever. So
You know what
I would
sucks?
never
Remember,
give them my money.
you know what sucks is remember when Netflix first came out. Through Xbox, you could watch shows together with people, and I used to have like I remember like watching like movies and TV shows with like females that I would meet on on Xbox, and we would like kind of like a little movie night, date night type thing. But they live like like back east, and I'm on the West Coast. But they took that away. Like Netflix stopped that, where you can watch a movie together with someone else. It's in another house, and it plays at the same same speed or whatever.
So it's owned by Freud's descendants, or not? No, Edward Bernays. So it's owned by his family. So Netflix is always pushing that weird agenda bullshit. So I don't like Freud. I don't like any of those fuckers from the Frankfurt School. If I ever go to Germany, I want to piss on that bitch.
You don't hear about the Frankfurt School very often. They were pushing some really weird stuff, weren't they?
Yeah, the Kalergi plan, like fuck all that bullshit. There's Freud, of course. We all know that he was a pervert who said that every man wants to kill his father and sleep with his mother. Like, nah, bro, you're projecting. You're disgusting. Shut up. He was right about some things, maybe about the subconscious. But as far as other things, like he was a disgusting animal. Edward Bernays, of course, we all know what happened there. I think it was discussed not that long ago, right here on this Discord. So yeah, fuck all those fuckers.
Remember the long conversation yesterday? Time for the new one. What's intelligence?
The opposite of you, where
So what is intelligence? The fact, okay, the ability to say, hey, maybe you know something I don't know. Let me look into this. That's what intelligence is.
Well, I mean, can a rock have intelligence?
I don't think so. It's not really an attribute of a rock when I think about it.
What about a
Now,
USB? USB just sitting there. Well, I mean, information, stuff that you store in there that you can pull out and decipher, and it says stuff, to the other computer. Like if I put it in yours, like is that intelligence in that stick that I'm removing? What is that? The information.
Well,
What is that like?
I think it's like QE says. It's like military intelligence. It's like an oxymoron.
Right, but like, what is the thing, intelligence itself, that like we're taking around, or whatever this thing is that we call it or declare it? Like, you know what I mean? That little
Depends
energy
on if you're
surge.
talking military. It's like military intelligence would be like, yeah, we got some new information on Iran. It turns out that they got like this underground blah blah blah. They're trying to power their cities with, nuclear power. It's like we gotta stop them. That would be like military intelligence. But when it comes to like, the layman's understanding of what intelligence means, it's like, I can't think of a good definition other than the ability to learn something new and apply that knowledge to its full extent, maybe?
Yeah, but like, what is it in you that is reacting or acting or ciphering or deciphering this thing called intelligence? Like, what is that thing? Like, where does that come? What is that? Like, the ability to have it or use it, or like, what is it? What's it come in the form of? What's it flow in the form of? What's it like? What is it? Can we manipulate it?
I don't know. I wish somebody would look up the Oxford
It's
or Cambridge
it's
definition of intelligence.
it's literally the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. So you can't really call it something like as if it's water or wood. It's not a physical thing. It's more uh like calling someone dumb. Like, what is dumb?
Well, basically, maybe I mean the word consciousness as
Yeah.
intelligence also like intertwined. So, like the idea of consciousness, what is that? What can or can't have it?
Oh, so so for instance, when you asked, does a USB have intelligence? Well, it can have data that can be used, and interpreted and applied from a conscious being. Yeah, but the USB itself isn't intelligent, quote unquote, because a USB is a USB, and it's not applying or acquiring anything other than what a conscious being is putting into it, but it can't do it in it of itself. So maybe plant life can be called intelligent because they are able to, they move towards the sun. Like, obviously there's some intelligence in there where it can do something to better itself on its own.
Bro, real quick, I joined just to tell you this. That show is the 100. It's like I think third or fourth season of the 100.
Oh, cool. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, they someone pointed out earlier, but thanks for jumping in. That's cool.
Download or to upload, whatever that thing is. What's the upload source of information or intelligence or whatever that is, the soul source or like energy, like life, like what? They all intertwine.
Well, the download would just be transferring of this data or information, but it's only information to a consciousness, to someone that has a mind to even deem it as information. Otherwise, it's just words and sounds and colors, and if when you transfer a digital, let's say a video, after it's been converted and you transfer it into your computer, it's that data, quote unquote, isn't anything to a another laptop. Let's say, like, if you have a laptop on the table, like, the laptop don't even know what it is, because a laptop isn't thinking like that. It's not. It doesn't have it's not conscious. Now, if you have an AI that it knows what data is, and it like the way we understand it, and it could apply itself. It could even search for data. Like it could even search for things on its own now. Like we're getting way too beyond in robotics. Like by the way, it's getting crazy. But what I'm trying to say is it takes a mind, or like you're saying, a conscience to even take that data and make it be information or intel slash intelligence, like that. We have to interpret it. Does that make sense? Or does that answer your question, I guess? DMOC, did that answer your, would that suffice, or are you still trying to wrap your head around it? Did I drop? Hello? Did I drop off?
No, you're loud and clear, dude.
Oh, okay. He just went silent. Everyone was just dead silent. All right. I thought I got kicked out or something. I was just looking at a screen.
No, you're good. It happens.
Maybe DMOC lost his signal or something.
Maybe. I'm reading right now. It looks like some Greek ships opened fire on a Turkish cargo ship a few hours ago in international waters. Kind of interesting.
Just the beginning.
I mean, I know that they had a war like in the 70s, right? And then they had the Greco-Turkish War of 1919.
Mm.
I don't know. Wars and rumors of wars.
Right. It's just, yeah. I mean, if you look back in the news, it seems like Turkey and Greece is always going. They always going at it. There's always disputes between them.
Mm-hmm.
There's just always conflict, and it's always being driven by these sick people that are behind everything. They profit off these wars.
Yeah. Sometimes I do wonder if they're people, though.
Right.
Because I don't think we're alone here. Not really. Not at all, actually.
Yeah. I think there's plenty of not, I guess you could say it's evidence. I think there's plenty of evidence that would suggest that there are things built that I don't think we would have built, or maybe other extraterrestrial, meaning extra land, people that are more advanced. Maybe not as, like, think about it. Remember when they wanted to do like stem cell research, but the government voted it down? They're like, no, we can't do that. But think of like if that would have advanced us to a certain part in medicine. But what other things? Like, let's go back before our grandparents were even here, before any of us were here, so we can't even speak on it. But let's say, like, 200 years ago, they were gonna, like, some dude like was like, oh my god, eureka, but they shut it down, and they like stopped us from it, advancing even that much more. And then just go back further and further and further. And how much has been stopped in, in our history to where we could have been more advanced, perhaps. But let's say like these other traveled to or whatever lands that may or may not possibly exist beyond where we can explore. What if they didn't? What if they didn't? They weren't stopped, and they went forward and moved forward, and that's why they are quote unquote advanced.
Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I think that I call that like the little general population. Like we're in a big fucking prison. I've definitely thought of that. That there's like
Yeah,
civilizations beyond the ice wall or something,
yeah,
or
because
in the hollow earth. I don't know, something like that.
yeah, because you I mean you look at every time the government said a UFO, they're just saying like that's not ours. We I don't know. We don't have that technology. Like if you look at some of the reports that are declassified from like as early as like the 60s and 50s, and they're reporting these vessels or unidentified vessels. Like I don't know that if there's somebody more advanced than us out on the outside, I mean, it makes sense that they would be able to travel so easily over here, check things out, then leave. I don't know. It's no different than like when um, civilized nations go to people that are not as civilized, and like think about like people in like Bushmen seeing a fucking jet flying over them. They're probably like, "What the fuck? What is that?" Because they're over there still like primitive, living in the fucking woods. So I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of the same thing. We could be treated as the same way. Like there's more advanced than us. That's beyond. We just haven't, you know, for whatever reason, we're not privileged to that information for some reason.
I think the answer is pretty simple. It's just that if you are living in the system, the human system, if you're going to be a good servant, you're going to pay your taxes and make more kids to perpetuate the system. They can't have you thinking that there's something more powerful than humans, that there's an alternative, right? We need to believe that the humans are the top dog. That's why, I mean, yeah, I think the rebranding of UFOs to like UAPs and the declassification of all these reports, it's very, very deliberate. They want to distance themselves from the fact that the government has been covering up UFO phenomenon for the last 100 years and call it something else. And yeah, they
This
want
is
you to.
their way of washing their hands clean, and to get
Yeah.
away from it.
Well, and in maintaining the public's trust. They renamed it because if they're going to declassify it, which they had to do because everyone's got a camera now and everyone's getting, footage of these things.
Yeah.
They don't want people to think, "Oh yeah, they were lying to us for the last 100 years." Every time you see something in the sky, which is happening more and more.
Yeah. And then you have a lot of reports of people being visited by government officials after certain events have happened, and like the thing is that there were groups before they even had to finally release all this stuff and say, "Oh yeah, that would be like." It's almost like they. I'm pretty sure those people that have been like with their online websites saying like UFOs are real, like trust me, believe me. I think they must have been dancing like so excited when the government were like, okay, yeah, we're declassifying it. This is real. Like that
Maybe
brought some closure to them, so maybe like validity. They felt valid in their stories finally.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I have one homie. He's pretty old, actually. He's probably like 60, closing in on 60 at least. But he's been a flat earther for like 20 years, like some crazy shit like that.
Mm.
And every time something comes out in the media, he's always got a hot take. It's very interesting.
That's good though.
Dude, yeah,
You know,
they think outside the box.
yeah. You know what's interesting is I've been thinking about it, like how long has flat Earth been around truly? Because there must be like families that still like teach their kids and their kids teach their kids and they're like against science. Like let's say, you know, like there are people that are generally against science and don't believe anything the government wants to try to push upon their children. There's got to be someone out there somewhere, even if it's just one person that's like they've known like all their life. Because I like, for instance, I have a girlfriend and she's like, I've never questioned the earth. She goes, that's not even something I've ever done, because for her it's always been as it was explained in the Bible. She never believed in space. She never believed in it being a ball spinning. Like that's just her saying, I've never believed any of that. But because she's so into the scriptures, and her mom had taught her about the foundations of the earth and Sheol below, and so like that archaic belief is what she actually grew up believing in the household. But it was never called flat Earth though. That's the thing she was telling me. She goes, she goes, what are you talking about? Because this is when I first started talking to her about like flat Earth and stuff. And she's like, what do you mean flat Earth? She's like, it's always been as it is in the scriptures. And that blew my mind that like, wow, she actually is someone that just always believed it. It's not like she just barely learned about it. She grew up as a child being told, you know, there's that picture in some Bibles that shows the flat earth, quote unquote. Like that's how she understands it to be. And she's always understand that. Here, let me find that photo and I'll post it.
Can I be heard? Mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
Cool. So I've met two people. One of them comes around quite often. His name's Crackville. According to him, he grew up as a geocentrist, right? And there was another lady that was on maybe a little less. She was a native Canadian. I think she was a pilot. I can't remember her name. But she said that she grew up. They were basically like that pilot, but I haven't seen her on at least maybe 4 years.
Hank, you are roboting so bad, bud. Sorry. Be the one to bring the bad news.
Yeah, that was hard. I was really trying to make out what he was saying.
Yeah, I was straining as well. But to your earlier point, I've also met people where when you grow up in a different paradigm, you can see how thin the globe lie is, and it's really easy to just like I told some Amish people about like flat Earth, and they were not even phased. They were like, "Oh, the government's lying to us." Well, yeah, obviously. Oh, that something that's not in the Bible is fake. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Pretty funny, and like it was almost like a nonsense point that I made. They were like, "Duh." Funny.
Yeah, like you're the stupid one.
No, literally, he was like, "Oh, you used to believe that?" Oh, I was like, "Oh yeah, I did." Like they don't even think about it.
So apparently this is like in a Bible, in some Bibles. I posted a picture in there. And this is how they describe, like in the Bible, there's this picture that they explain the scriptures as it is written, you know, and this is how they have it. So she grew up knowing it to be like this. So when I said flat Earth, she was like, "Wait, what?" Like like I was the stupid one. She's like, well, of course it is. I was baffled, and I think it actually made me fall for her even even more. I was like, wow, that's so cool. Like you're, like minded. And then she was explaining how no, well, the science we have today is it's evil. It's all evil. It just takes away from creation and a father and and everything that you would believe in on the religious aspect of it. But it's just pretty interesting that this she was raised that the earth looked like this as a kid, not a ball, not a ball spinning, not the famous blue marble, because
The
You just
word
gave
science came from the word seance, to hold and repeat, 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 and believe. Believe, repeat, hold hands, and maybe it'll happen. Maybe it'll be true, become fruition, become belief.
yeah.
that picture that I posted in the chat is just a drop of water when it hits the surface of other water. Kind of interesting. Makes you think.
Yeah. It's funny as I have a friend. He's not he believes in heliocentrism, and he was like, this was his argument. I said, he goes, you know how I know the world is round? I said, well, tell me, how does water, um, stick to a ball while it's spinning? And he's like, I know because when I blow a bubble, it's round. I was like, dude, you're stupid. And I was like, he's like, because water naturally takes a circle shape. I said, okay, but what happens if you like blow it like really hard? Doesn't it? It'll pop, right? Like then we got into the stupid discussion, but it was funny though. But he was like, that's his proof to a globe Earth is that a bubble. He's all bubbles take a round shape. I'm like, dude, you're dumb.
It's air. That's electrical continuity discharge from the other electrical potential, which is liquid. But either way, water and air. The air bubble is not water itself. What's that? What even does that mean?
I don't know. It was funny, but he did make me start really thinking about like bubbles in general. Like that's amazing. Like that's actually pretty cool that the water you when you put air into it and it stays you form a thin layer of it and you could actually
Inflation
make it,
resistance is a sphere.
it,
Yes.
it's honestly it's actually pretty cool. It's really a beautiful amazing thing in creation, a bubble. But a bubble has air in it. Show me the air in the middle of the earth that's holding it. Because the water's on the outside, the air's on the inside. So just his whole argument was just stupid and retarded. But it did make me think about like, no, actually bubbles are pretty cool though. One of those lazy day type conversations.
You can have water inside the bubble, but it would only be level at the bottom portion of the bubble, and then it would actually drip out, and it would only hold a certain level. So if you have like a soap bubble or a bubble on the end of a faucet, and you have water going into it at a real slow rate, it'll fill up to a certain amount, and it'll keep that level, and any excess will drip right through the bubble itself, the soap, and it'll keep just filling to that level and stay at that level until the bubble pops, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Have you ever seen like when dudes blow smoke into bubbles? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but doesn't liquid act exactly like helium when they put it under superfluid circumstances or experiments? It leaks out of the stuff just like condensation. I mean, what's the difference here? If you have a cold cup of soda sitting outside and it's got leaking liquid all over it, is that helium? I mean, is that superconduction? Is that what do we got? What do you got going on here?
It's interesting you said that. It's so interesting you said that because just last night I bought like a big gulp from 7-Eleven and I have the cup. So and I put ice in it and some iced tea. And then all of a sudden, like all over my nightstand, it's like all wet. I'm like, what the fuck do I have? Is the cup have a hole in it? So then I lifted it up, and there's just like all kinds of water, bro. And I'm like, damn. Then I start again thinking about science. Like, man, that's amazing, man. The way that how did the water get on the outside of the cup and it built up?
Differential, temperature differential,
Hey, dude,
condensation.
it's so honestly, dude, stuff like that is so awesome, dude. Like the way it's I don't know. I think we take it for granted how amazing the world we live in and all the interesting things that go on. How like
That's
you
why.
know, go ahead.
Why keep it simple?
So like
But
that means that there had to have been water in the air where I'm at because how did the water from inside the cup?
it's separating it by temperature, by the differential. Cold, cold, cold in the cup, ice, 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 and then hot. So you add ice in the middle of a hot room, and you have conduction, differential, power, flow, whatever.
Yeah, and then
Cause
it just
water, you create water.
yeah, it literally it created water on the outside of itself because it was so hot out here and so cold in there. That's just like, come on, man. That is awesome. Water made from the air. Just
That's why ants got it down pat. They use air to cool or heat whatever they got to do, and it's a badass cycle. And they use the spin like a tornado idea too to compress it, so it starts out as a small portion, it gets wider, 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 and then they do the next one wider, wider to a small portion, so they can compress or decompress the air as needed.
yeah, that's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting to think that animal life, who taught them how to do certain things? Like who taught
That's why I
Okay,
brought up
can I answer
intelligence.
that?
go ahead?
So you basically got two genetic codes, according to the geneticists that talk about epigenetics or genetic expression. So one of them is written in like pen, like you can't change it, like your eye color or your hair color, this sort of thing, right? The other one is going to be off of your experience. So the thought is that when someone is traumatized, that experience would be passed down to like 3 or 4 generations. That's why when you put a cucumber next to a cat, for a split second, the cat mistakes it as a snake and jumps like 4.5 feet off the ground, right? It's because like it's genetically programmed by the experience that that thing has had. Or monkeys, they're scared, they're afraid of snakes too, right? It's like you get programming and you can actually turn certain things on and off. For example, if you got two twins, right? And one of them is couch potato that plays video games all day, and the other one goes outside and like is a carpenter. They're going to start off exactly the same, identical codes and everything, because they came from the same zygote, and like,
Yeah.
but their life experience is going to give them like totally different like things, like experiences. So Freud was kind of right, and we are a product of our environment, but also at the same time, we're also a product of our parents.
Mm.
Where does that experience upload and store at? What's that material?
I guess that would be genetic code.
In the cloud.
In the cloud. Apple. Fucking Steve Jobs. Jobs, whatever.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying we're made of liquid and skin and bones and blood, so I mean, so it's liquid. Liquid is the genetic source of the code. Life of liquid. The crystalline liquid that we produce and then we secrete and then we have a baby. Like that liquid right there, that has the code in it, right? So the information or whatever. So it has its own epi or whatever you said, right? And then it gets older and then it can learn or upload. What's it uploading it into? It's not uploading it into the other code that was epi. It's adding it to. And where is it adding it at? Is my question. Like, what is that material? Liquid, brain matter, fat, cornbread? What is it?
I don't think it's a material. I think it just gets uploaded into the genetic code. So when I was researching this stuff, it talked about Well, this epigenetics is separate than trauma. So trauma will follow you like 4 generations down. So that kind of reminds me of the Bible when it says the sins of the father affect the children. But there was a woman who was like deathly afraid of like ice water. She would never go ice skating, and even though she lived up north, she would never get on it. And one day she told her grandmother she had like this terrible fear of like ice water, and she goes, "You know, it's funny you said that because when I was like 4 years old, I nearly died because I fell on the ice." And it turns out that like, yeah, these experiences that we have, if you have it, you know, the trauma, and then you have the children, the trauma gets passed down to the children somehow. And it turns out that our memory with emotion goes way back further than our regular memory. Like I can remember my second birthday running my fingers through the cake, right? But emotional memory goes all the way back to the beginning, right? That's why some parents say, you know, when you give birth, you know, don't get excited, don't cry, don't scream, because your emotions is going to affect the baby for the rest of its life. That's why people do that.
So what is that thing that's carrying the thing from the mom that passes to the baby? Is it the liquid, the egg, the blood? Well, I mean, what is that?
The genetic code, I guess.
I know, but what's it carrying through? I'm asking you. I hear the code. I hear that word. I got you there. I'm saying, where's it traveling with? What's the carrier of it?
The mitochondrial DNA, the cell.
So you mean blood and the liquid? So a father, he has the same experience. How does he pass it on to his kid? Isn't it the sperm that he shoots
The
out to
regular
make the
DNA.
baby?
Yeah, yeah, it's in the sperm, I
It's
think.
in the liquid, right? Yeah, there we
I don't know
go.
about liquid. It's in the
So in
egg.
the
Or no,
liquid,
sorry,
the
the
liquid
sperm.
carries the information. So when you learn stuff, the upload has to go into the liquid. That's what I'm taking.
No, the cell.
Yeah, solidified liquid. Yeah, which produces the cell in our bones. And yeah, I got you. It's all the same thing. Broken down or broken up, added together. It's all the same stuff. Solidified liquid or liquefied liquid.
Yeah, if anybody were to like be like curious enough to look at this epigenetics thing, it basically says that we have the ability to adapt and under any circumstance almost. Like you can't obviously adapt to survive, you know, frozen to death, right? But the monks in the Himalayas, they got like a different, more complex cardiovascular system because they grew up in the mountains at the high altitude, right? So they're up there doing kung fu and whatnot to keep the Chinese from kicking their ass off the mountains because that's all they got left is the mountains. And the Tibetans are always having problems, so they're constantly training, but they're up on top of the mountain. So it's kind of like when, you know, Hitler or Napoleon went into they went into Russia. It was like, fuck, it's cold. Like, oh, you didn't have enough time to adapt. Sorry about bad luck.
Does it remind you of microdosing, adaptation? So like little by little by little by little, you can do it. And like over 1,000 years, these people that are there and posted, they've already weathered
No,
that storm.
not
Now, when you try to go
what. Yeah,
introduce yourself just a day out of nowhere, you're gonna be like, whoa, I'm shocked. No, I can't do it. Yeah, it's like,
but they're
yeah,
not
but
gaining new
microdosing.
information. They're not gaining new information like evolution. The information was already there. So Wim Hof has set records for being the Iceman for swimming the furthest distance under a frozen lake. But he also set a record for running a marathon in the most hot desert in the world in Africa without water. 25 miles without water. How do you run 25 miles without water in the desert? But he did it. So he's unlocked something.
I can't run 0.25 miles without water.
I think he just mimics another race of people he learned it from. And he slowly but surely just did it little by little by little. And he did 10 miles and 20 miles and 1 mile. And then he got to 45 and he's good to go. He microdosed the mile.
Yeah, I really do think there's something to that Wim Hof breathing method too. I try to do most of it through my nose instead of just like taking it in and then letting it fall out. But yeah, I really do think
Do
there's
you
something
think
to that deep meditation breathing.
Yeah, of course. Meditation's good. But do you think at like 10 years old or 7 years old, he could just do all that stuff automatically? Or do you think he had to slowly but surely just build up the process, like I'm saying, microdose?
Well, I think you found a shortcut with the breathing thing. Because okay, if your body uses oxygen as like a fuel source with your muscles and stuff, and you're like overloading your body. Because I used to do something very similar when I would swim. Because I would try to swim the width of the pool, Olympic size pool, under water, not diving in, just pushing off the wall, off both walls, there and back. So not the length, but the width, there and back, underwater, one breath. And I was kind of doing the Wim Hof method when I was like in my early teens, and I could get further and further every year, further and further. And it's just something that you can build up and do. It's mind over matter, and that's what I was learning. That's what I was teaching myself. Mind over matter. I don't have to go up. I don't have to go up. And I never drowned. And I was really good. I could do about one there, one back, and half away, and then I would come up for air. By the time I was like 18, I stopped doing it.
I think you were microdosing matter. And I think Wim Hof did the same. I think you have to build up that process. Like if you want to be a marathon runner, you just don't go out today and run the marathon. That'd be stupid. You do little by little by little, and you gain that information slowly but surely. It's like microdosing the experience, and then all the experiences that you do, they add up. And then like if you go into shock anyway or something crazy happens, you didn't microdose that. That was a shock amount. That was a supercharge, a surge, right? So you remember the surges. And then when the surge hits, it gets passed down through your liquid. If you have an offspring, they remember that surge. And they can microdose and do different things too. So if you breathe underwater, you do it 10 minutes and then 50 minutes and next year 80 minutes. Like, who knows? Who knows what's possible?
Well, I definitely know that I am a product of my environment because I spent a lot of time in the woods, playing in the woods, building forts, little houses or whatever, or carving out paths. And to this day, like I can run through the woods like full speed and like dodge all the bushes because I can see them and identify them. Except for I know that I'm not allergic to what is it, poison oak and poison ivy. Like I can literally rub that shit on my neck. But I'm allergic to regular grass, like the stuff that I'm walking on right now in someone's front yard. I'm allergic to that stuff. It's crazy.
Crazy. You know what? I think it's the reaction between the two because when people are allergic to the one, they're never like in a way it's weird. It's like they're never allergic to the other. But when they're allergic to the other, they're not. You understand what I'm saying, right? Whoever's allergic to the grass, like you're saying, isn't allergic to the poison ivy, and whoever's allergic to the poison ivy can go roll around in the grass. That's weird. I mean, that's what I've noticed most time when people tell me that. They might actually have a relationship, cause and effect. Like that poison ivy might not like the grass. That's weird.
Yeah, but I'm serious about that poison oak and poison ivy. Like I remember
Oh,
like
that's awesome
testing
though.
it. Like I can rub it on my neck, on my arms. Like I don't ever
I
get it.
can
It's
I can smell that shit from a mile away and not walk near it because I hate it. I hate that stuff. I can feel it in the air. It feels like fuzz coming near me. You ever walked in the woods or walked near that grass that you're allergic to and felt like a little like a vibe that you know you're getting ready to walk near something that bothers you and you know you're allergic to it, like you sense it?
yeah, dude. When I'm delivering pizza and like people are mowing, I'll just like roll up my windows and like take a deep breath and close my eyes, get through the cloud, and then
Yes.
like open my shit up on the other side.
It's like your body and your skin and everything, like you said about the shock thing. You know what's going to happen when that, the reaction from it. So you act accordingly. Yeah.
So I've heard if you're allergic to something, like slowly, like if you're allergic to cats, get a long haired cat because they have less dander than the short haired cats. They cause like a lot of problems. So get like a long haired cat, and then eventually you won't be allergic to cats no more. Well, I've exposed myself to grass, and it makes me break out in like little uncomfortable patches. But if I get that shit in my eyes, they'll swell shut. Like it'll look like I got styes and cysts on my eyes, and eventually they'll just like swell up until I can't see. But I've never had poison oak and poison ivy after playing the woods for who knows how many hours. Because when I was younger, I was an outside type person. Like I had a Nintendo with Mario 3, but I only played with that shit on the rainy days, snowy days. Like I was always outside the woods next to my house. I just saw that Witsit has posted a video, and I think it's a response to the video that I watched this morning. So I do recommend everybody look at both sides of the argument on every argument. I'm not really a dogmatic person when it comes to the ether. I like to explore certain thoughts, and like I said earlier, apologize for anybody who's hearing me repeat this. If Nikola Tesla and Carl Steinmetz and Maxwell, if they were all fantasizing about ether while they were making these great inventions and progress in technology, let the boys fantasize about whatever. Who cares? Hank out. I mean, Larry out.
Oh, why is it so quiet in here?
I think everybody's just a little tuckered out, maybe. I don't know. What's good?
Not much, man. I was confused when I looked at the people in here. I was like, am I on the right server? I just kind of looked a little bit like the other server. Man, just good. Just watching the chemo was in a debate earlier in TikTok.
Yeah, I hear he's over there. I don't use TikTok. That's Chinese spyware, in my opinion. But I know I'm missing out. I'm not saying I'm not missing out. I also happen to be missing out on the Chinese spyware, which I don't want. Give them my data.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit of a cluster though, and it's like no real moderation or order because everybody can just speak whenever they want. So it gets a little bit of a shouting match, and it goes everywhere. Can't actually make a point.
You have a husky?
No, but he it's a Doberman, but I'm kind of feeling like it has a husky spirit.
Yeah,
He
for
cries a
sure,
lot.
dude. Definitely.
Yeah, I used to have a husky. Oh my god, I cannot bath that husky. Felt like somebody was about to murder him or something. Yeah, he's in the kennel at the moment just because he must have ate something not good for him. He's having some loose stools.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, he's not waiting for us to take him outside, so he's like keep him in there and he'll cry when he actually has to go. Yeah, so they're about to take him out. Anyways, yeah. Oh, every time I used to bath my husky, oh my gosh, like he would freaking cry like he was getting murdered. I used to live in an apartment. He's just scared they're gonna call the cops on me because he was bad.
Yep, they can be real vocal. I just lost my husky after 6 years.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's still a little tender.
My husky ran away. Well, I had left and he got out my house, and then my sister came to pick him up because somebody called. I told my sister to pick him up. She put it in her backyard, and it got away from her house.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, it's been a few years though. Yeah. They are escape artists.
Yep. Yes, they are. Great hunters too.
Yeah.
Mine, she took down a deer when she was like 2 years old.
Golly.
Yeah, it was fucking nuts. I couldn't believe it. She
Y'all
was
ever
only like
wonder if dogs
60
suffer from
pounds.
Stockholm syndrome?
What's that?
I said, you ever wonder if all dogs suffer from Stockholm syndrome?
Nah. I don't think dogs came from wolves, personally.
No, I said, do you think they suffer from Stockholm syndrome?
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. What do you mean by that?
No,
It means
Stockholm syndrome when the uh let's see, like somebody that's kidnapped starts getting feelings for their kidnapper.
Mm-hmm.
It means maybe they like love their owners because they're kept.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that's how it went down.
yeah, huskies are not like that though. Huskies fucking don't give a fuck. They leave.
I think it only
But
seems like dogs are like subservient because humans control the food. You can still have a working relationship with a canine and have it be like independent to go hunting and stuff.
How do you control the elephant though? That's the masterpiece.
With the food.
Not just for
I mean, you can say the same thing about your kids then.
Yeah, you could. But I mean, humans aren't animals, so it's a little different, in my opinion, at least.
psychologically.
put a string on them when they're little bitty and they remember and remember and remember. And then when they get, I mean, a chain. So, oh, I'm sorry. I almost said that wrong. And they know that they can't break it, can't break it, can't break it. And then at a certain point, you can replace that strong chain with a little bitty string and they won't break it anyway. But always to an extent. Now you make them mad or hit them with something or go, but you know what I'm saying? Then they're going to go against that. So you need restraint. You need the restraint ability. You need the psychological, and you need the food.
Yeah, I think there's like a psychic connection between humans and animals that plays a big part in it.
I don't think fish have a 2-minute memory. I think they're just real hungry.
Tomorrow is the 21st anniversary of the September 11th attacks. So get all your memes ready. Okay. Anybody here heard of the dead internet theory?
No, man. What's that?
kind of this idea that most, if not all, of the internet has pretty much been taken over by artificial intelligence. Kind of been around for a while, but
Oh yeah, that guy did the one real good documentary. The internet is fake, or fake internet theory, or something.
dude, I haven't seen that, but I'm actually I scrolled past it like 20 seconds ago because I was looking into
He
it
did
again.
2 parts. He did 2 parts. It was real good.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna look into it because I've been thinking this for a while. Like how many bots am I talking to? And I don't mean like on Discord over voice, obviously. Like Twitter and
Yeah, like
forums, whatever.
yeah, tons of just fake shit
Bakeries.
going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of stumbled upon it when I was looking into this. Jeremy, you remember John Benet Ramsey,
Yep.
that little girl?
Yeah.
Dude, have you heard that she never even fucking existed?
Oh, I never heard that. I saw a whole forensic files or something, all those killer shows. I saw a documentary on that. I mean, I was alive when that actually happened.
Yeah, yeah. There's some pretty interesting. I don't know if you want to call them theories or whatever, but like her dad basically owned this company that was the leading developer for like computer generated facial imaging and stuff like that, and just like creating. Have you ever seen that website? This person does not exist. It's like an AI that just generates human faces, and they're completely fabricated. Well, anyways,
I
his
never
his
heard of it.
company ends up getting acquired by Lockheed Martin for an insane amount of money shortly after John Benet Ramsey was allegedly murdered. And there's just like all these pictures of her at these pageants that like you look into these pageants and they're all the pictures of the pageants are like these really weird photoshops. It's pretty creepy.
Man, human, male, guy, female, woman, man, woman, human.
There's no food scarcity.
What does female mean versus woman? How are they different?
Females when you get an email, but it's about flat Earth.
Well, the word male means black. That's a Greek word. I was just always wondering, like, why we had a separation of guy and girl, woman and man, like female and male. Like, why would that ever even exist? Why would you just have? There's another man and there's another woman. I'm a man. There's a woman. Like, why would you have it separated?
Because it's like probably from French or Latin or something. And that's what's cool about English. It's English. They used to say it's like the language of the fairies and shit because it like it's the language that incorporates all these other languages, like you know, and the masculine and the feminine concept of language because people innately recognize the binary nature of things.
So the word "fee" means what, and then male means what, or male itself, like a male or a female. What's that mean? Like, break it down.
Well, I mean, like it's as simple as girls, boys have whatever and girls have whatever. It's like same thing with plants. In fact, like terms like what was it? Like fuck me, what's the name for it? Like control of like population or something like that. Like why can't I think of it? It's like this term to like control plants. Um, Forgive me, I'm cannot think of the word, but it's like a what is it? Ugh,
The
populare.
meaning, the meaning is it Google. Just Google it.
No, well, right, but it's like populare or something like that. I'm trying to think of the actual term, but it's like to control. You know what I mean? To control the population, kind of a thing. What the fuck is it?
Female means to control. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. I'm just getting at the language, the idea that like these kind of things just come from like the nature of things. There's like two different sets of things. Like women, are one way and men are another way. And like in the plant world. And,
I'm talking about a word called female, the origin of it. Read off the etymology, read it off, break it down. It's too, like, what are you talking about? I'm not talking about you.
well, I started off with a joke
I'll
anyway.
find a rabbit. I don't want him.
It's all good.
I don't want him to get hurt.
Nobody knows the word female. They can't read the Greek term, I feel like this is pretty weird right now.
Well, female FE is Iron, so it's Iron Man.
That's what I was saying. If you get an email about flat Earth, it's called female. But like yeah, it's just it means male is what you're getting at, right? To some extent, because like
What does that mean? What does male mean? The word male, where did it come from? What does it mean?
I didn't know. I just looked up the etymology of female. Actually,
Well, it doesn't mean man.
we could. Well, it says in one of them. It says male. You know what I mean? So let's see what male etymology
Like
means.
melanin, like the word melanin.
Male, masculine,
Yeah, it's a color.
Malay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too bothered by it. I don't know.
Well, it means black. It's pretty simple. It means black. It means black man or black woman. God damn.
What do you draw from the significance of that?
You're not a male and you're not a female. You're a woman or a man, depending on what you pick, right? I'm not going to guess your gender or anything like that, but I'm just saying. I'm just trying to break it down for you.
That cleared it up. What's good, guys?
Chilling. What up, Jeremy? How you doing?
Chilling.
Like a woman or a Roman.
Trying to get shit done around the house.
Yeah, I feel ya. It's like mowing a fucking lawn. It's like, oh god.
I just got done weed whacking, yeah.
Yeah, good for you, brother. You're a better man than me today.
Dude, the crispy edges, bro. You could swipe a credit card.
Nice.
I'm meticulous with that shit. I got like OCD.
Yeah, I get a little bit like that, but then after this long in the season, I'm like, suck me nuts. You know, my neighbors could just go fuck yourself.
Well, the word
Right, like it's
Mel,
pretty
what's
much a
that mean?
wrap. What's up? What's what mean? Mic check.
Yeah, you're good. I didn't catch it either.
Words can be great. They can teach hate or they can be great. Words are a mofo. They can relate.
That mock, you're hot mic freestyling or something. I don't know what's going on. You trying to freestyle on us? Right now, I'm just checking out some stocks and crypto shit, trying to get my passive income up a little bit, a couple bucks.
Buy some Chinese yuan, man.
Some what?
Chinese yuan,
I don't know what that means. Does it give passive income?
RMB.
Does it give passive income?
It will when it's worth a lot.
That's not how passive income works.
Yeah, you buy it, the price goes up, then
Yeah.
you cash it in.
I know there's nothing passive about that.
It's passive. It sits there in the bank. The value goes
Tell
up,
the-
and the value goes up, and then you cash it out for your dollars.
I mean, I guess you could look at it like that. It's not really what passive income would be in the financial sector.
Well, food's not a scarcity over there, man. They're now growing tomato plants that can do, one plant can produce 3 ton of tomatoes per year.
You know what, chaps?
Chemo, what up, Chemo?
God save the king.
Just have you guys heard of this new bill in Illinois in
Yeah, man.
2023? Is that a real thing?
It's crazy.
Crazy
It's
shit.
true.
I have no idea if that's real or not, but that can't be real. I don't know.
They're all going to be
I don't.
walking in the streets, man. All the criminals are going to be out looking for your daughters.
I mean, that list was crazy of the crimes they would just let people out in the street that committed that crime. Like, that's crazy.
Kidnapped, armed robbery, second-degree murder, drug-induced homicide, aggravated DUI, threatening a public official, aggravated fleeing. Well, yeah, and then they can break into your house and into your business, and you won't get done for trespassing. And it's up to the owner how they deal with it.
I mean, armed robbery is crazy, bro. And if they're not going to let you out on bail, I mean, if they're going to let you out on bail for that without any bail bondsman or anything, that's crazy.
Purge is coming to America.
I don't know if that's even real.
It's definitely an April Fool's joke for sure. Otherwise, we're living in a fucking different dimension, man.
Yeah, there's going to be I think a lot of trespassers are going to get shot. Probably, right? What's up, Chemo? How you doing, brother?
Hey, sir. Chilling. Just thought I'd just mention that report. So
Yeah, no, it's funny as you were saying. I was a little busy, but yeah, it was. I heard of the report. It's funny, like this morning or something like that, and the guy reading the list of the shit, and yeah, it's crazy. But I mean, like, I don't know, man. It's so crazy. It's so
you got to
stupid.
look into the reason behind doing it. What's their reason? What's their motive?
George Soros getting funding every single police department probably in the area, and like taking over the legislative branch of the local government and shit. Paying for elected representatives to fucking defraud election results, probably. That's probably the cause of it. Because nobody fucking agrees with that bullshit.
or they want you to kill people and then make a
Well,
decision.
I mean, dude, like, you can't trespass, man. You know what I mean? Like, and like, think it's kosher, dude. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's like once you lose manners, that's why I always think like how cool we have an ecclesiastical system because they'll represent. They know you have right to property. Somebody's trespassing and they've left without fucking. If they're getting notice, it's on them. I'd say probably just post it. Trespassers may be shot. You know what I
No
mean?
way.
Because if you post it, then everyone has been given advance notice that should you come on that property, and it actually makes it, something that's like that'll stand in court because it said on the fucking sign, you may be shot, and you took that risk, and that's the agreement. That's a contract. You came into property that it said you will get shot if you come on here and you don't leave, and if you're not invited. That's a legal standing. You have standing in that. That's why some people put a notice. You know what I mean, on their door to like.
But what usually happens? Do you call the police if someone trespasses?
Well, it depends, right? You know what I mean? Like if somebody trespasses and you're looking at them right in the face, you're not going to be like, "Let me call the police right now." No, you're going to fucking deal with the person on your fucking lawn, right?
Uh,
Or, you know. But I
yeah.
mean, and it depends what state you're in, and it depends what kind of person you are, right?
Mm.
Like it's like I'm not going to ask the rhetorical questions, but what would one do? You know. I don't know. What's up to them? But that's
Chemo,
what
I
even the
see
guy.
you
That's what
out.
he. Oh, forgive me. That's what even the guy said. He said it'll be put in the hands of the people to respond. And judge the law the way they see fit. But sorry, Jeremy.
So all that.
Chemo,
Well, oh, go on.
I was gonna say we see you out there, bro. I see you out there. I'm trying to get on that panel, bro. Them guys you're going against are just, whew, that's
So
rough.
yeah. Yeah. Crazy
I
out
mean,
there.
that list was more than trespassing. That list was armed robbery. So I mean, you go commit armed robbery, and then what?
Kidnap.
They're not gonna hold. They're not going to hold you. They just process you and let you go.
You know
That's
what
insane.
state was it though?
Illinois. Is that how
See,
you
like,
say it? Illinois?
yeah,
Illinois?
Illinois, yeah. But that's, yeah. I don't really know the gun laws out there, but like, you know, here's the other side of it: is like, you know, less government, man. Less government means more responsibility for the people. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, it's less government. If they're going to say less government on their behalf, it's not their responsibility. Then it's put upon the people to deal with it.
Mm.
Which is like, you know, what people kind of argue for.
Gonna
But
be
like,
chaos.
what's unfortunate is this is about strictly like they're also not going to let you. You know, they're going to try their damnedest to. You know, dude, that's what I meant. Like, this is like a George Soros funded operation to, like, you know, like run a psychological op on mass population. You know what I mean? Like this, that's the problem, is that even if as soon as somebody does defend themselves, they're going to be hung for it.
You're gonna have people coming out of town just to come in, cause trouble.
Well, I mean, Illinois is where Chicago is, dude. Like, I mean, it's fucking already savage up there. You know what I mean? Like, how many people shot every fucking weekend, dude? It's like, and then they're saying they're not going to respond. I mean, you know, and then the people have defunded the police. I mean, what are they? They're trying to create like a Hunger Games scenario in certain sections.
Yeah,
I
you've
don't
Do you
seen
know.
guys
the
have
you've seen
do
the
you guys
bird.
have the same problem in your countries? In New Zealand, what we have is people doing legal shoplifting every single day. So like they'd go into the supermarket, fill up their trolley, not pay, just walk straight past the self checkout aisle with a full trolley and just walk out, and the security guard just stands there watching because they can't do anything, and it happens all day. Sometimes the same guy would walk in and fill up his bag with meat and just walk out and just ignore the people calling him, and they can't do anything. They can't stop him. It's just people walking out with free food everywhere, and they know that they get away with it because that's what the policy is. Is it happening over there?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
people are doing that in America. There's places in America people are doing it.
Because they know they're not going to get tackled or stopped. They just walk out like with a whole box of beer in their arms. Cheers, bro! And they come back about 8 hours.
They ma-
They
they made it
recognize it, hold on, and they don't stop them.
they made it so that if it's like under $1,000 in certain places, like it's not even that serious of a crime, or they can't stop you or something weird. So like people just go take like hundreds of dollars worth of shit at a rip.
I,
One
I
guy
was
got
I
one guy
was
was smart. One guy was smart. He actually priced all his goods an extra $1,000 over what they actually were, and then when he went to ring out, he had $1,000 coupon for every item he would give you. That way, if somebody stole something, you could charge him with the thing because it was over $1,000, no matter what.
Yeah, I was literally standing at the aisle, and this guy walked out with a full trolley, and I watched the security guard saying, "Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me," and he just walked out. Cheers, bro. And he just casually walked to his car and lifted up the trunk of his car and filled up his car and drove away while they're all watching. No one even taking photos, like not trying to get his identity, his number plate, nothing. Just bye. Fucking insane.
What's been good, Chemo? How you been doing? Yo, we've been killing them over here, bro. Ho Show took a beating, Nidhogg, B-Ball. Been putting in overtime.
Yeah, it's
How you been making out?
getting easier, isn't it? It's not getting any more difficult. So
I think they're getting worse. The Glovers are somehow like devolving in this.
They know they've got nothing, Jeremy, so they're just on borrowed time.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You gonna start putting out YouTube videos again or what, man? I miss your videos, bro.
Well, probably not.
No?
Well, I mean, we don't, well, probably not, no.
Bro, you could take audio from here if you want.
I know, but I think everything's covered, really, so, I mean,
It's all
unless,
covered,
like,
man.
it's got to be, like, interesting. They're kind of the same. But you saw on TikTok, you say, what did you think of that?
You're good. You're nice. Them guys, also the Globers are just suck. Not even good, bro. I mean, them guys are like worse than Jose's Globers. You're killing them now. I wanted to jump in there, man. They say so much wrong stuff. It's crazy.
I mean, I think they just say it out of habit now. Yeah? It's like a habit.
Just to try to win arguments and shit. To just say anything. I had a guy, I think it was yesterday or the day before, told me the radius of Earth had nothing to do with the diameter of Earth. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, Kosho saying all kinds of backwards ass shit, contradicting things. It's nuts, man.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's all been covered though, man. What are we gonna do now, Chemo? We're all looking at you, bro. What do we do now?
I'm looking at Isa.
What was it now?
What's next? What do we do now?
Oh man,
We
that's where the
covered it
shit.
all. Now what?
Well, dude, that's where it's like the Mount Meru festival. I'm waiting for everybody to get ready. You know, that's the move. It's like
We're gonna shoot up to the North Pole.
well,
I
you know,
think we're
it's like
going to the North Pole.
well, I'm saying wherever. I feel like wherever I'm at is fucking Mount Meru, baby. So fucking, wherever we're going is wherever it is. You got your physical Mount Meru, and then you've got your spiritual Mount Meru, right? Because there's like a duality. So like time and place and location are irrelevant to the real Mount Meru. That's why it's like subliminally like it's like the sun and the moon and everything is like a metaphor for the beauty of the spiritual Mount Meru. Everything else is just pedantic. But some people can't even get the joke. So until they do, me and Chemo will be united with Jeremy like Care Bears. You know what I mean? Spreading the love out of our chest. You know what I mean? Like stopping our friends from being under mind control and coming back to the Care Bear way. You know what I'm saying, dog? But like ninja Care Bears, you know what I mean, with guns and farms and homesteads and kids and shit. You know, that's the way. All right, Chemo, you got to write a rap song about it.
You're
Tag
top notch, guys. Ty, I love you so much. You're so real. It's so forward thinking. Good. That's why I say I look to Isa.
Boy, chemo. If chemo gives it a pass, then I know it's good.
It's all good. Hook.
Yes, sir. Yeah, chemo been in the nitty gritty for a minute. For sure, man.
Never give in.
I know. I spent some time in the trenches with him.
Oh yeah, chemo is steady. That's where I met chemo. I don't think chemo is like Leon Edwards. Yo, chemo, are you in love with Leon Edwards or what, King?
Who is Leon Edwards?
Oi. Seriously, go look up Leon Edwards, man. He's the UFC 170-pound champion right now, welterweight champion right now, man. He was getting beat in this 5-round contest against who people were saying was the best pound for pound fighter. He caught him at a minute 30 with a head kick and knocked him cold dead. And his fucking thing, check this out. Like after he won, he's like, and he's from England, I guess Jamaica wise. And he fucking was like, boom. He's like, from the trenches, from the trenches. That's like, yo, dude, you don't even know, dude. And it was actually so fucking real because he's really like just been dominating everybody and patiently waiting his shot while everybody else is like full of fluff. And he comes through with the most amazing head kick probably in UFC history, bro. Leon Edwards, man, he's representing Great Britain right now. He's a fucking savage. Fucking awesome story.
Chemo's definitely kicking him in the head over there on TikTok.
That's what I mean, dude. You need to fucking, you know what you need? You need a soundboard. you need a soundboard with Leon Edwards sound bites from after he won the fight. You need a little soundboard so when they like, when you get him in one, you just like boom, headshot. Because he was over there, like, it was so good, dude. You need to peep Leon Edwards, chemo. He's representing their turf pretty fucking well. Yeah, what's it like in Great Britain? Everyone all you know, bugging on the Queen and the King was it King George now? Or is he king now, or how'd that work, bro?
So he's rejecting the WEF.
Prince Charles is king. Or King Charles.
So it is King Charles.
Yeah.
And
We'd rather William though. So.
Do they do a coronation or is it just passed on?
He signed something. They might do. I don't know. To be honest, waiting for the funeral really.
Oh, to me.
Yeah, first things first.
So
yeah, that's wild.
What's this about Charles rejecting the WEF?
Yo, I heard actually Prince Charles was the first one who posted about the Great Reset. Funnily enough. First person to ever post anything on Twitter, I guess, about the Great Reset was Prince Charles.
What's so fucking great about it?
I mean, that's just the title. Yeah, but yeah, these bastards fucking. Yeah, it's wild. I wonder what's gonna happen. I mean, interesting couple of years ahead.
I mean, I don't know if I'm rooting for it, but I'm kind of like I thought there might be the possibility that the lights would go out and gun flashes and all sorts of cool stuff happening, but I'm not seeing it.
You don't want that. Nobody wants that.
No.
I don't think anybody's ready for that or wants that.
Oh, just within their little capsule, I'm saying,
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, right, yeah. Who knows? Fuck me. God bless. I mean, hey, man. That's something you got to respect about Great Britain, though, is they're the first country that ended, or abolished slavery. I think partially due to fucking Gandhi and all that shit in India, probably.
Oh, Magna Carta, all kinds of good shit came out of there, man.
Wow, Magna Carta, don't get me started.
So someone would make the argument that slavery never ended, right? It just got changed, right? They were just ahead of the curve on how to kind of soften the view of slavery, right, and kind of just manipulate.
Well, look at the language, man. Look at even in our own I don't know, in our own documents, like the 13th Amendment says that there shall be no involuntary servitude, which implies that there can be voluntary servitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yep. So,
you volunteer for the servitude versus like an imposed
Yeah, if you're
servitude.
dumb enough to
they were
fall
just
for
the
a
first to get hit
contract
with
that
that.
is
Exactly. They were the first
bad
to
for
like
you,
start.
that's on you.
Oh,
Because
sorry.
Right,
you,
but the idea of like equality, let's say, like, like I don't even know so much about the idea of equality, but the idea of not fucking enslaving people was first put in law. You know what I
Right. The
mean?
idea of requiring free will to enslave people, yeah, was first put in place by the British. Yeah, that's awesome.
Right,
They were ahead of
then
it.
the U.S. I think was the second country. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep. And then you can actually go back in U.S. It's a lot easier in U.S. history and find the very first states that were like outright. All right. So funny fact, right? The states that had the most slaves, like official slaves in the United States, New York, New Jersey, and I think one more. But if they'd be all states that you wouldn't even, and maybe California much, but they all would be states that you would be like, no fucking way, not those three states, right? They had more. I think New Jersey, New York had more slaves than the rest of the country combined, right?
But people also make
Now,
the
when you take
argument
a
that's because of the port nature of it. But yeah, go on.
but now when you look back at these states that had the most slaves, they were the first states, like they're the bluest states around, right? So they're the first ones to figure willfully, and then they came down on all the other states saying, "Look at you having real slaves, come here to us where it's free." So they figured out they were the first to figure it out in the United States.
Well, the Democrats were always pro-slavery. They've always been the ones of the slavery party. The Republicans were the ones that were the abolitionists, and they wanted civil rights kind of thing.
Who's gonna? I mean,
It's kind of
and I think
self-evident when you just like step back and look at it and be like, wait, you know what I mean? The Democrats wanted slavery, and then you look at the way they got it now. It's like they've destroyed these areas.
You got a
but nobody would suspect that New York and New Jersey, little tiny New Jersey and New York City, had more legal slaves, than the entire country combined. It's like New York and New Jersey versus the entire country combined, and yet we think Texas is like the slave state or something. I don't know, West Virginia, some shit, Georgia, and they're all Republican states. Yeah.
We got a new guy in here, Cyrus. You want to give me a mic check real quick?
Yeah, good call, Jeremy. I just saw the message, Cyrus.
Oh, what's up, man? What's good?
What's up?
There we go.
Thanks for the verification, dude. Appreciate it.
Are you a glober or a flat earther?
Let me troll you for a second. Earth is a ball, bro.
Right.
Can't you feel the gyrations beneath your feet?
I feel it.
I know, me too. Like my cup of coffee, which I didn't make yet, it always shakes, man, because of the rotations. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, Cyrus has Coriolis insurance. He's covered.
Good one, dude. Coriolis insurance.
No, about time for
definitely
Coriolis.
not ball earther, bro. I'm a level waterist. That's the thing.
I feel you. A lot of people are that.
I know.
It seems to be a paradigm shift going on. Everybody's got their new fancy pronouns. Yeah.
Yeah, I need 1,000.
You can call me sir.
Level water, sir.
Or they, them, it. I'll take that too. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Yo, Chemo, in order to get on that panel, bro, I got to get 1,000 followers.
Yes. Well, no, if you want to... Oh, are you talking about TikTok?
I don't know. There's a panel. Chemo goes on a show. There's a panel.
Oh.
And I don't know. I can't get on it. You need to be like live verified. I don't know what it was. You can like request to get on the panel, but then it tells me I'm denied or something.
Hey, in the lull, real quick quiz, pop quiz. In the heliocentric model, when with the tilt, when the Earth is tilted toward the sun, what season is it?
Towards and the north would be summer, south would be winter. Well, the part that's bound down to the sun is the part that's sunny, so it's summer.
So when it's closest, technically.
No, because the orbit is furthest at that point for the part.
Yeah, it's actually it's like
Yeah.
reverse. It's like at the
They say it's close.
Okay, so that so that's what I was trying to remember in our. I was trying to remember.
They say Earth is closer. Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead.
No. Okay, so the tilt, it's tilted close. It's tilted toward the sun, but the orbit has it farthest away.
Correct.
Yeah, because they say it's closer in the southern summer. They say it's closer, right? Which doesn't, because actually helps us for why Antarctica doesn't match the North Pole as far as like climate.
Most
Like,
globers claim that the distance of the orbit is just so small that it doesn't matter. It's all that matters is the tilt. So you can, as far as mainstream goes, you can just forget about the orbit and how far that places it, right? So it's all about the tilt.
What is it, like 3%? Like
it's like 3 million miles.
It doesn't matter. Yeah,
like
3%.
It's not that small, man.
Well, I mean, it should be
perihelion.
warmer. It should be warmer though, because if you get 3% closer to a fire or something, it's got to get warmer, right? If you got a fire going and you got
but see, that's the whole right. That's the whole thing. So whatever in my YouTube feed, this explanation for the seasons came up, so I started watching it, and he doesn't mention the position of the orbit. He only mentions the tilt, and his whole position of the tilt is because it's tilted closer to the sun. It's warmer. It's hotter.
No, they claim, the globers typically claim that because it's tilted, it then makes the rays of the sun kind of expand. The angle of the sun's angle. Then it decreases. So when it's tilted, the north is tilted towards the sun. They say it's winter, and then the angle on the south makes it the summer.
Wait. See, now this is.
You said it backwards. You said it backwards.
Is it backwards?
When in the northern hemisphere, when it's tilted towards the sun, it's summer. Because you have a broad facing angle of the sun on you.
I'm going Google.
Yeah, that's what Google will say, man.
Whoever
summertime, we're furthest in the orbit in the north, but we're tilted towards the sun. That's why we have summer.
Yeah, but Jeremy's point in terms of nodding closer to the fire, even if it's a little bit, you're going to get warmer. So there's an aspect. So there's an aspect in our discussion. So I'm trying to nail this down, and just from what I remember now, because.
Hold on, let me just add something on that fire thing. If you were 1,000,000 miles from the fire, like I don't think 3% would matter. You know what I'm saying? Like I think your distance to the fire would that 3% is going to be a huge difference if we're talking you're 20 feet away, but if you're 100 yards away, it might not be that much.
So is Copernicus having like a Mandela effect thing happen, like where you're pretty sure that the argument was one way and now it's somehow switched the other way?
No, I just remember our discussions where we typically were trying to poke holes in the model was because it's at one point it was summertime, but we were farther away from the sun. So I'm just trying to hear what you guys are saying because I am trying to refresh my memory. Because the video didn't mention anything about the orbit. It just mentioned the tilt. If you tilted closer to the sun, it's going to be hotter. If you tilted away from the sun, it's going to be colder. But if there's an aspect in which the orbit brings us closer to the sun and it's winter time, then to me, that's going to go against his statement that tilting closer to the sun is going to make it hotter.
All right, but
Because
then it's like Jeremy said. So then after so the distance doesn't matter. It's like Jeremy said. It's the how do you word it, Jeremy?
No, he just said that if it's 93 million miles, a small fraction of that isn't going to make a difference. But to me, that's actually a non sequitur because the guy
There's many variables in how much that 3% matters. How hot the fire is, how far away you are.
Right, but the guy, I'm just trying to say, the guy is being as basic as possible, and he's saying the tilt brings you closer to the sun. He didn't bring up a fraction of 93 million miles or anything like that. He just said the tilt closer to the sun, summer.
When he says that, it means like your daylight hours. During the daylight hours, yes, you're going to be closer to the sun than the south.
Yeah, but there's a few things at play, Copernicus, right? So there's a few things. There's how this in the winter and the summer, where in real life, where does the sun appear, higher or lower, right? So why is it lower due to perspective, right? Versus so there's that part of the argument to go by, right? And then there's the like I thought what I was looking for, Jeremy, was when you were describing the angle of the sun rays spreading across the surface. That's their main reason for
It's the angle at which they hit the earth, right? If you're in the north and you're and you got like a 90 degree to the sun, like when it crosses the tropic, now you now have a better angle to 90 degrees on the sun everywhere north of it. Whereas before, when it was south of the equator or whatever, I meant to say equator, not tropic earlier. When it's south of the equator, you don't have as good of a 90 degree angle on it anywhere in the north. All of the south has a better angle. They say that it's all due to the angle. That's probably why he didn't mention the being farther away than 3 million miles. They say that's negligible, or minuscule or something. So.
Which does prove sort of true when you go to thermal heating, right? And putting an angle, then heating the surface at an angle does have a larger, effect than how close or far something is. Yeah.
Like it's possible that whole thing's true because that would be a valid reason if that's what was going on. Well, I'll tell you what doesn't add up though is the temperatures in the north and the south. That doesn't add up. They got a few excuses they use to try to get out of it. They'll say there's actually land under Antarctica. That's why it's got 2 miles of ice or whatever on top of it.
Could be land. I don't know. Why can't it be?
Huh?
Why can it not be land?
No, it could be. Yeah, it could be. There could be land under there, absolutely. But it doesn't change the fact that you're getting sun for 24 hours. Like it should be melting the ice. You know what I'm saying? The ice should be melting because it melts in the north. Everything's nice and sunny in the north. It's nice. All the ice melts. I mean, when I was growing up, I thought Santa lived at the North Pole on this ice thing, and I even saw globes where it was like the top was like covered with white. Like you just always thought there was ice or something was there, but in the summertime, nothing's there. It's just water, they say. So that doesn't match Antarctica at all. They have to be getting the same. They get the same angle. So like the angle is not a factor because it's a sphere spinning around the sun. So they're both getting the same angle throughout the course of one whole year. So they should be getting the same kind of climates, and they don't.
Yeah, I'd have to refer to an expert glober on why they would, what reason they'd have for that. Yeah, I don't remember. I can't remember.
Well, they'll say even the average. The glober's argument is there's land under Antarctica and there's no land in the North Pole. However, the average temperature for the whole globe in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere don't match at all.
Yeah, but why don't they match? I'm trying to think of what the argument could be.
They'll say in the South because there's more water or something
Oh,
covering
right,
it. You know,
yeah,
So
there's
right.
more
in
land.
Antarctica, it's because
No, it's typically because. Let me
in
try. Come
Antarctica
on, I'm
it's
trying
the
to
elevation.
brainstorm. Let me try.
It's
It's
because the
the
elevation in
fuck
Antarctica.
you. No, that's not it. I don't think that's it.
Yeah, the
I think
elevation
it's
because
It's
there's land. Because there's land.
no elevation is almost 8,000 feet. You lose about an average of 1.5 degrees Celsius as you go up every 1,000 feet. And so, well,
are you a
actually,
Glober?
He
what?
is. He is. He's
Yes,
a
I
All right.
am.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Just checking. I don't insult or anything. Just checking.
I didn't say it was. I was just, that's why Antarctica is so cold, is because it's very high up.
It has nothing to do with the temperatures coming from the water, the oceans around it.
I didn't say it doesn't have anything. I'm just saying one big reason that
I got
the North is, but like the North Pole, particularly, like the geographic location on the surface, is much colder in Antarctica is because the elevation is really freaking high.
So why? I mean, right? The elevation is gathering high because it's freezing there. Why is it freezing there and not at the North Pole?
The North Pole, it does freeze in the North Pole
Why are they so drastically different?
because Antarctica has a huge elevation difference.
Yeah, but it only has the elevation because ice is building and building because it's freezing cold,
No,
right?
it's not because of the building and building. It's because there's land there, as Jeremy was saying, and that land is very high. It's very mountainous terrain, and it's a huge plateau there.
There's no evidence of this, right? There's just claim. There's some claims, right? There's
Well,
no evidence.
we
How
know
much
the topography of Antarctica. Like
how
that's
much
not a
ice do they
secret.
dig through?
It depends on like the ice is not uniform across Antarctica. Some of it is very thick. Some of it is not at all.
Okay, so where did they dig through to confirm this land, and how far down was it?
You can see the land.
The mountaintop?
Yes,
Yeah. I mean, is that just dirt that they blew on top of the ice and started going from there?
this huge freaking like you can see it's mountainous terrain in Antarctica.
You can see that? Oh, that's cool. Didn't know though.
Yeah. So how does that affect the shoreline being frozen?
It's not. Nobody said anything about the shoreline, dude. Like I feel like I'm like either you're on acid or I am because I'm
We're
saying
both
things and you're
on
saying
I
acid.
like acid.
So if we're both on acid, how is the shoreline and everything surrounding Antarctica?
Nobody said anything about the shoreline.
I mean, I feel like I'm saying the word shoreline, but I am on acid, so I don't know. But like, I could have been imagining it. Right. So it's drastically different, and it's right. It's drastically different than the north, and
Okay,
it's because
let
there's
me
a
give you an
mountain in the
example.
middle.
So let me give you an example. So my Mount Tyree in Antarctica, it's like nearly 16,000 feet tall, right? There are precisely 0 mountains at the North Pole, right? And there's no landmass. Elevation is 0. So compare 16,000 feet tall to 0.
Yeah, I mean, have we gone to the North
Like
Pole?
yeah.
When?
If you fly from Chicago to Delhi, for example, you're going to go really, I think, probably within about 100 nautical miles on the North Pole, to the point where, like, at 35,000, 40,000 feet, you could see that far. Like, you could see the North Pole. I've flown over there.
All right, Meister, I have a question for you. Why is it when we get closer to the sun, temperature drops, like elevation wise? When you go up in elevation, you are getting closer to the sun, but temperature falls off.
Because the air is thinner.
What does the air have to do with photoactive radiation?
It's not photoactive radiation.
Well, what's
It's
heating up the Earth?
So the reason you have temperature is because there is matter there. When you have less matter, you have less temperature.
When you have less matter, you have less temperature. You got a citation for that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, you can. I was.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Literally
Give me a
just got
citation.
you. Yeah. So if you would like one, if you
Yeah,
just
post
go
it.
to.
Citation is not yeah. And then
Oh
you keep
my
talking.
gosh!
You copy paste the link.
Are you just going to talk over?
No, I
Or
want a citation
oh
for
my!
your stupid claim.
So if you go,
Listen,
for example,
I might agree with. I might agree
dude,
with
like
you. I mean,
what are you scared of that you just keep talking over right
no,
now?
I was talking. I was agreeing with you because, like, in my bed, when I put lots of blankies on, I'm warmer. So I agree.
So when
No
you have,
blankies, I'm
That's
cold.
insulation, though. It's not what he's saying.
Oh.
Has nothing to do with more matter. You can put
oh my
more
gosh,
copper on your jack
so
and you'll lose more heat. Has nothing to do with the matter.
oh my gosh,
I
it
mean,
does have to do with the matter, and the
go
very
ahead.
easy way that you can see this, right, is if you everywhere around the Earth, you can go from, for example, like 29.92 inches of mercury at sea level, which is average. You will drop for every 10 feet you go up, you will drop 0.01 inches of mercury.
If you're
Okay?
correct, the thermosphere wouldn't be
It's a
2,500
can I
degrees C,
finish
would it?
my can I finish my sentence?
Okay, go
Why
carry
are
on.
you like I don't know
To
what
be
you're
fair,
supposed
it
to do.
sounded like you were done, but let's let RC continue.
So the point, and this is exactly how altimeters work. It's by air pressure that is outside. This air pressure is because there is less air, uniformly less air, as you go throughout the entire Earth. So you drop about 0.01 bars, or sorry, 0.01 inches of mercury for every 10 feet that you go up. And all you can see this throughout the entire world, and it's because there is less air as you go up. As there is less air, that temperature drops off also. That lapse rate is the exact same throughout the entire Earth. So, thus we see less air, less temperature.
Not in the thermosphere. That wrecks your theory.
That
So
doesn't
what's
wreck
up?
any theory. That
Go ahead,
wreck
carry on.
any theory. That doesn't wreck
Okay,
any theory.
explain
You can
it.
get a basic altimeter out, and you could watch this, which is just like a
We're
fancy
beyond
barometer,
altimeters now.
right?
I'm
We're not
agreeing that
beyond,
the
yes, we're
pressure
beyond
drops,
any
bro.
altimeter. So
Oh.
now that we have established that yes, less matter in the air will equal less temperature,
I
that was
never
the
agreed with
entire
that.
point.
I just agreed there's less air, and it does get cooler as the air content drops. But then you pass this magic line, the air starts heating up again, and it still continues to become less and less. But now it's 3,000 degrees C. What's up
It's
with
not
that?
actually 3,000 degrees.
You want me to pull it up for you?
What's the actual temperature then? I didn't know they were giving us a not
Hang on,
actual
give me one
temperature.
second. Give
That's
me 1
weird.
second. I need to,
Go
What's
Google.
that?
give
What's
me
the
a second.
actual
I need to
Google.
take
temperature
a
of the?
call real quick. Give me a second.
Okay, all right.
Let him Google some stuff.
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is the.
they'll find it.
I'm
They'll
sorry.
find it. He'll find an actual temperature and come back. I didn't know. Yeah, like I thought it was like 2,000 degrees or something crazy. Like I thought they were giving me the actual temperature. I didn't know they were giving me I don't know, the not actual temperature. It's weird.
But he did refresh the argument that is the those are the global arguments I've heard before. So the temperature coming from the water combined with the insulation of matter and land and at the South Pole that we never visited. Those are the
Or but
common arguments.
yeah, but now we're on this argument of it getting colder as you go up. Yet we have a not actual temperature of the thermosphere. Soon to get an actual temperature when RC gives it to us. I'm sure.
Yeah, upper
Of it
space.
getting hotter. The higher you go up. It doesn't always get cooler. Sometimes it gets hotter.
Jeremy, you don't know how bread works.
Yo,
Come on, man.
cheese, fucking cheese. What were we? Peanut butter and jelly, motherfuckers. You don't even know how peanut butter works, or bread, or nothing.
All right. Sorry. Do you guys hear me now?
Oh, we hear you.
All right. Sorry. I had to get.
So what we're looking for is an actual. Just to catch up, we're looking for an actual temperature of the thermosphere because apparently they've been giving
What?
us not actual temperatures of the thermosphere.
Why have we gone to the thermosphere? He won't even acknowledge the basic fact
I
that
did.
the
Yo,
barometers
what's the
measure the
temperature
amount
at
of
the
air.
thermosphere, though? What does it
Hold
mean?
on, guys. Guys,
Why
hold
are you
on.
why
I
are you
got you, RC.
scattergunning to the
RC.
thermosphere?
Jeremy,
Why?
was it
Hold
the
on.
argument? Was the argument that temperature changes are caused due to matter?
Yes, because you have
I don't.
less
The last
matter.
thing I heard.
The entire thing was about Antarctica and the fact that because you have things like 16,000-foot mountains in Antarctica, you are going to have colder temperatures. The average elevation on Antarctica is about 8,000 feet, if I remember correctly. They said, why would that make it colder? I said, because you have less air. As the higher you go up, you also have less pressure. That less pressure, together with that less air, means that you're going to have lower temperatures.
Yeah,
The
that's
matter
awesome.
heats
The
things up,
last
and
thing we
because
left
there's
off on,
matter
though, hold on
there.
a
Go
second,
ahead.
please.
And then
Hold on,
they
hold on. No,
scattergun. Then
RC,
they
I didn't cut him off
scatterguns
to let you
to
talk again.
thermosphere.
RC, let's go one at a time, bud, please. So the last thing we were on was it always gets colder as you go higher. And we had the thermosphere. We gave you a temperature of it. You said that's not the actual temperature. So I'm just wondering, what is the actual temperature of the thermosphere?
You scattergun to an issue that we weren't actually talking about in order to avoid the issue we are talking about. So if you want to go into a new, issue, the thermosphere, I have no freaking dog in that fight. However, if you want to actually talk about Antarctica, why it is colder, let's talk about that. But you
Can I
scattergun into the
explain?
thermosphere. I don't know a lot about this thermosphere. What I
You're
can
done,
tell
let me
you
know.
is how the freaking barometer works. Why it's colder as you go up, because there's less air. You also want to test out the fact that there's less air. Try to go up to 14,000 feet for 30 minutes. Your ass is gonna get real dizzy.
Can I
Well,
explain
we've
to you
got
how it
people
wasn't
surviving.
scattergun?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to follow with the logic that there's no scattergun anything here. So we were talking about Antarctica. You said elevation causes temperature drop because of less matter. I agreed there's less matter, but I didn't agree to the cause that's what's causing the temperature drop. And then you were like, as you go up, you can measure it and you go up, whatever. I got Mount St. Helens over here. You're right. You go up, it gets cooler. Awesome. But then I keep going up. Then at some point, it starts to heat up. Why does it do that? Because
The argument
destroys
did
your
evolve.
theory.
The
Go ahead, bro.
argument did evolve to this going up and getting colder thing, and I feel like that's where we were. I don't know why you want to change the
And you also
thing.
ignored the first part, which is the idea of why is Antarctica colder. And no one will, this guy over here is denying basic physics and basic knowledge that we have here on the Earth, which is as you go up, there is less air.
Who's
Less
this guy
air
that's
means that
denying that?
there is less thermal energy because there is less matter to hold that thermal energy.
Who?
Thus, you see it
But that's
naturally
not.
about 1.5. Well, you see about 1.5 degrees Celsius per 500 feet as you go up uniformly around the
And
Earth.
that
That's also why altimeters work the way that they do.
But
and
he
that's
said,
where
he,
we
I
were
think
when
he's,
we and that's
I
where
think
we
he's
were
aggressive.
when we left the argument. Hold on, guys. And that's where we were when we left the argument about it gets colder as you go up. That's not always true because we have this example of the thermosphere with a temperature, and you said that's not the actual temperature. So now we're looking for what is the actual temperature so we can verify that it does get colder as you go up.
If you want to talk about the thermosphere, that's fine. I have no interest in talking about the thermosphere. You can find somebody else talking about the thermosphere.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then
You told us that wasn't the actual temperature. So I mean, are we confused or were we wrong? Were you wrong? I'm just wondering who's.
He did say he doesn't
Hold
have a
on.
dog in the was making the claim. Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's
now
not
I'm
the
wondering if
actual.
I'm wrong and I don't know the actual temperature of the thermosphere. So I mean, are we wrong, RC, or were you wrong?
Here, from NASAforchildren.com coming up. There you go, RC. 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. I think it's like 3,000 C, roughly
But
2,800
what is the thermosphere got to do with why it's colder
I
in
don't know.
Antarctica?
That's where
That's what the
where the conversation evolved to. You go higher, it gets colder. We've now
Pollution's a
found out
lie.
It's not true.
that's not true.
Yep. See, Jeremy's following perfectly. Like, thanks, man.
I don't know who can't follow this. Who's not following along here? Do I need to put dots on the screen with the words like a sing along?
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, it is where you left off, and you thought you were going to get an answer, but
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
What's the temperature? What's the temperature of the thermosphere?
Yo, just can we have RC just answer my question? Who was wrong? Were we
I
wrong?
think he
And that's
did.
not the actual temperature?
I don't see him in the
He
panel
didn't.
anymore. Yeah, he's out.
He didn't answer it. He left.
Oh, he
Okay.
left. Yeah.
We
So
didn't
I
get
mean,
an answer to that. I don't know. Now we're never going to know if we're wrong. See, Mikey's wrong about
Google's
the
always right.
actual temperature.
So that's
Yeah. So
current. That's why it's colder.
RC got caught up. I
yeah,
held his toes to the fire and he bounced.
those are the true Globers, right? So that's what I
We've been
was
killing them,
aware.
Chemo. You got to start coming through more, Chemo. We've been killing them.
As far as I was aware, it's the currents from the ocean that they say keep that, and combined with the matter. But then he's claiming that matter makes things hot, right? And that's why it's frozen. Is that what he said, or did I miss?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He's saying there's not enough stuff in the atmosphere to get heated up, to be heated up.
The funny thing is, air has, like, when air and temperature, it's only when you talk about heat transfer by convection. So he's an idiot. Heat transfer by radiation has nothing to do with molecules. So it's like, this is where he's actually missing proper globe knowledge. It's like he needs to go home and study.
Let's not call names though. I
Yeah,
know
sorry.
we all know RC, but
Yeah, I know him for a while.
try to
so.
keep it cordial. Yeah. Oh man, this shit is getting just silly. I had a guy yesterday told me the radius didn't have nothing to do with the diameter. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, it's half the diameter, bro. It's like, come on, man.
So the reason that we can survive on Earth is because we have the exosphere protecting us from the from space's terrible storms, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
storms.
seeing as that we're made of matter already, right? Like, how is it possible that we could leave Earth at all anyway?
Yo, you just hit me with a revelation, dude, with what you were just talking about, and it's kind of off topic, but kind of not, right? Because they talk about global warming and how the sun is the enemy, and then they talk
Yeah.
about like Donald Trump, like orange man bad.
I've never
Like
heard any of these things, but go ahead.
they just hate anything to do with the sun, and I don't know, forgive me, dude, it had nothing to do with it, but he got me thinking about how like orange man bad and climate change somehow like they hate the sun, it's orange. You know what I mean? Then they gotta
And I
like
think Donald Trump
personify
has
it.
a son. I think he might even have a son or two.
Yeah, I'm
So
not gonna get into that, but it's just so stupid.
All the colors. All the colors.
Elijah, please carry on and forgive me for interrupting you, bro.
yeah, he has a son.
I'm just saying that the energy that I mean, it would just like straight up nuke us, like
I mean,
regardless.
have you seen these? Have you seen these space storms, or is it all like in black matter form so you can't see them?
I've never seen one. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking,
What's
there's
that
this
called?
there's
What's
this
that
Van
called?
Allen
Above lightning.
radiation belt. It's like, why is it the rest of space that? Like, why is it just this small portion right outside the Earth that we supposedly can't get through anyway? Like, it's so many. I mean, shit, can't
We
get out
can't
any.
we can't get through there because there's no air, not enough air to create friction to keep going. Yeah. We can't carry enough air with us to create the friction to continue to have something to push off of.
Yeah, I don't like that push off of argument, man. If you throw something, there should be an equal and opposite force. So they should make that rocket go, regardless if
You
it's got something to push off of or not.
You don't need any.
measured it. You've measured the equal and opposite every time in all situations. It's always equal.
Yeah, but
No, I'm just saying
don't push out the air.
there's definitely something happening there where when when you throw a bowling ball, they use a bowling ball on a skateboard all the time, right? Like what's pushing off of when you throw the bowling ball?
Basically, what's happening is inside a rocket engine, you've got a pressure chamber, or the combustion chamber, I should call it. So what's actually happening is those gases are extremely, extremely high pressure. You're talking thousands of psi. So essentially what's happening is you're pushing off, it's the own pressures of the gas molecules. Okay, so you get that equal and opposite reaction. That's basically what's happening.
Look, real quick, I posted a diagram that the Rumpus made us. All right, in case anyone's confused, that should clear it all up right there.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much it. Yeah. So you don't. So with the rocket engines, it's different from anything else because Because I mean, don't forget, a spacecraft's not flying in the sense that you had an aircraft flying, right? Because obviously, with an aircraft, you need wings and you need aerodynamics in order to keep lift. But what a rocket engine is doing is just providing a force to push you in a direction. And then you control that direction by either gimbaling the engines or with thrusters to, maneuver along each axis, whether that would be the y-axis, x-axis, or whatever it is, pitch, roll, and yaw, if you know what I mean. So it's different from an aircraft in that respect.
Yeah, still though, the flat earthers got a hell of a case where rockets don't work in a vacuum. Hell of a case, man.
Well, not really, because the reason why
There's
they
no
do work, the reason why it does work in a vacuum is because in order for it to work, they take liquid oxygen, an oxygenator. That's it. That's the only reason the argument.
Yeah,
It
I
doesn't
know.
work
I've heard all the stuff. I've heard all the stuff, and we've got Rumpus's diagram, right? But that doesn't make it so, does it? Like, do you have an example
Why
of
doesn't
a
it make
rocket?
it?
Words and drawings, doesn't
Well,
make
I mean,
sense. If you draw you a unicorn and tell you about it.
If you look on YouTube, there are demonstrations of rockets working in a vacuum, and they actually
through them all, bro.
hold on, and they actually measure the force that it actually provides.
Yeah, pushing off of the sides of the container. Yeah, they're pushing off of the container.
No, it's not pushing off the sides of the container.
Well,
the other way to think about it is
if it's in a vacuum, it's not going to push. If it's in a vacuum, it's not going to push off the sides.
It's not in a vacuum. It's not in a vacuum, is it?
What in a vacuum
Definitely
chamber?
not one.
What happened?
Definitely not one akin to
What
space.
happened? What happened?
How is a vacuum chamber not in a vacuum? How does that
When
work?
the rocket is turned on?
Why are you talking to me like that? I'm not going to respond to you. You're going to speak like that.
What happens
He was
when the
getting
rocket is?
We
What
all
happens
know
when the
what
rocket
to
is?
do now.
Exactly. What happens when the rocket is turned on?
What happens when the rocket is what?
What comes out of the rocket when it's on?
What comes out of the rocket? Combusted fuel.
Exhaust
gases, exhaust gases.
Into the vacuum chamber that isn't actually an infinitely expanding.
No. The vacuum. No. Right. Okay. Well, the vacuum chamber is a vacuum. So I don't know where you get that from.
Until all of the fuel fills it, right?
Yeah, if you got a vacuum chamber, it's going to fill with some gases. Yeah.
Exactly. So then it's
what does that
eventually not a vacuum.
Well, not to mention these vacuums aren't anything akin to the vacuum that space claims to be, right? 10 to the negative 17 torr. What are you guys pulling?
Well, what does 10 to the negative 17 torr mean to you?
There's very little stuff in there. That's what that means.
So what? Okay, what kind of number is 10 to the negative 17?
Torr, you want it in millimeters of mercury? I can give it to you in millimeters of mercury if you want.
Hang on a minute. There's several people talking at the same time.
I would say they pretty much very low pressure.
Very, 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 very small number. Exactly. Very, very small. And it's not a negative number, so therefore it's not a negative vacuum. I've heard that so many times.
It's not a negative number.
Correct.
We understand
it's not a negative.
It's not a negative number. But do you have any vacuums that are?
What I'm trying to.
Do you have any vacuums that are?
Hang on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish what I'm saying. The reason why I said that is because quite often there's a claim with flat earthers that it's a negative vacuum. There's no such thing as a negative vacuum.
I know. We know that it's not.
No one claimed that.
We know it's not negative. We got that all cleared up. However, you don't have anything. I know some do. Yes, some people are very confused on Earth. I believe you. Now, however, if we can progress this, you don't have any vacuums that are akin to the vacuum space claims to be. Right? Not all vacuums are created equal. Right?
No, because there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum either that we're aware of.
Correct.
That seems like an obfuscation point. Do you have any examples of rockets working in vacuums?
Yeah, look at YouTube.
That are akin to. Hold on, I wasn't done with my sentence, man.
Okay.
We need an example of a rocket working in a vacuum where the vacuum is like the vacuum of space, 10 to the negative 17.
Okay, so what would you accept as a demonstration for that?
A rocket working in a vacuum that's something close to that, at least closer
So what
than
would
you have. You don't have
so
anything even close.
so I'd repeat my question. What would you accept as evidence for that?
Something, evidence of what?
You would have to hold on. Let me try to answer.
You're asking for
I'll tell
demonstration.
you.
What would
I'll
you
tell you
accept as
what
a
we
demonstration?
want. You're saying
No, I want
the
to reply to Jeremy. It's Jeremy that's asking me the question, so I'd like
yeah,
You're
him
yeah,
next,
to
I'm
answer.
Eli.
a
Eli,
part of
you're
that.
next.
I'm
You're next,
following.
Eli.
I'm
Eli,
but
you're next.
I'm following. I'm
Yeah, no,
following.
I appreciate you are, yeah, but it's just that Jeremy was asking me the question, so because you're
I'm all
saying
done. You're
we,
next, Eli. Right after this guy. Go ahead, guy. What's your name?
like I said, I'm asking
No,
you what would
I'm responding to him. I'm in your place. Is that okay?
go ahead,
Yeah, but
Elijah, go ahead, okay, go ahead.
Okay. What we would want is validation of the claim. So there's supposedly a vacuum out there with so little stuff. Yet, well, actually, no, because they've never they've never gone that far. But however much pressure there is by the moon, that's the kind of vacuum that we're to believe that rockets can fly in. So we need something with somewhere close to that little amount of stuff for the
Right,
rocket to traverse,
I can
for us
answer
to
that
believe.
question. And we can't produce that here on Earth. So that's why I was asking you, what would you accept as a demonstration, right? Because I can say a
Yeah.
demonstration is much. Hold on, let me finish. The demonstration would be say, well, okay, well, we've got evidence that they actually flew out to the moon, went to the moon, right? But you're not going to accept that, right? That's why I'm asking you, what would you accept as a demonstration? I can't demonstrate that to you here right now while we're sitting on Discord.
That's pressure
And we
without the
can't, hang
container
on,
would be nice.
and we can't produce that. We can't produce that
Why
here
are
on
you
Earth.
chatting about it? Is obviously we all know that you can't. We all know
No,
that there's
you
no
know.
answer
That's
to
what
that.
you know. No, you say we all know. No, that's not true. You can't say we all know. That's not true.
How many of you know that there's no answer to that question?
Me. We all
Well, the
know.
thing is,
How many?
just because there's not a response to your extraordinary requirement doesn't mean it's not true.
It's
An
an extraordinary
It's
extraordinary
not.
claim. That's the
claim
whole thing.
requires an extraordinary requirement, Howard.
Yep.
It's not an extraordinary claim, though.
It's not
You
an
should take
extraordinary
issue.
claim.
You
It's
should take
simple
issue as well
physics.
with the idea that
Exactly,
you
it's
can't.
simple
It's
physics.
so simple you can't do it. But yeah, yeah, it's
Well,
so simple you
that's the
can't
thing.
do it. You should
Well,
take issue with that, but you don't, and that's okay. And
but
just
here's the
admit from the
thing.
jump that you have
You
no
are.
demonstration of it.
But
It's super
here's the
easy.
thing. But here's the thing. It's not
Simple. Here's
super
the
easy
thing.
because
Here's
here's
the
the thing.
thing.
Guys, we
Guys, I can't hear
cannot
anything. Hold
hear
on.
both of
Hold
you. You
on.
guys
Travis,
need
I
to
got
not
it.
talk over
I
each
got
other.
it, Travis. I got
But
it.
here's
Thank
the
you.
thing.
Guys,
You're
one at a
asking.
time. Hold on,
Okay,
man.
here.
Just please,
Hey,
guys, just
can
go
you?
one at a time. Guys,
Yeah, can I
go
go?
one at a time because if hold on, man. If both you guys talk, no one can hear anything. All right, we just one. Somebody's gonna. Okay, go ahead. No tanks, and then Matt, you're next.
Hey, I just want you to settle down, brother. That's all. Being passionate and excited is great, but you've cut everybody off at every chance. Just settle down. That's all.
Who you throwing that to?
Okay, go ahead, Matt. Your turn. Your turn.
Okay.
Let's get back to the.
My point is that quite often you ask for almost impossible things to demonstrate. You often sort of say, and particularly people like Democ would say, well, show me this, demonstrate this, show me this in the lab and all the rest of it. You know, you're sitting in Discord and you're having a discussion. But what that does is when you ask for these impossible things, it just derails the whole conversation. So that's why I hate these kind of things. That's one of the reasons why I was asking you, what would you accept as a demonstration?
Well, what if I
Because
told you unicorns exist?
if you can't accept my word or the word of
That's right
scientists
there.
or the
That's
word of rocket
what I
scientists,
was
then
like, kind of
we
warning you
can't really
about
have
that.
a conversation, can we? That's the reason why I was
Okay,
saying.
well, it's an extraordinary claim. These rockets working in this vacuum. What if I told you
It's
I had a
not
unicorn
extraordinary. It's
and I
physics.
couldn't
That
prove
right
it?
there. That
It's not.
What if
there.
I
That's kind of
told
what
you I
I've
had
been
a
like warning you
unicorn?
about.
Hold on a second.
Here we go
What
again.
if I told you I had a What if I told you I had a unicorn, but I couldn't actually produce a unicorn?
Well,
Are you
we
cool?
know that.
Unicorns exist.
Well, no, of course
You
not,
don't know.
because
I'm telling you, I got
no.
one right now.
Well,
I
okay.
have a
Well, I don't
unicorn.
know, do I? I don't know, do I? Because I'm not
Yeah,
going to
I
ask
can't
you.
produce one.
Well, hold on. If you've got it there in front of you right now, then you can put you switch your camera on, couldn't you? You know, it's that simple. But what you're asking for is the impossible. You're asking
let
me
me-
to
No,
demonstrate a rocket working in the back.
I want to jump
I
in,
can't
please.
do that right now.
Go ahead, Travis.
That's why I figured you derails the whole conversation.
Hold
Well, you
on.
can't say
I
it's
was given
impossible
the
essay.
floor.
There it is.
Go
There it is
ahead.
again.
Go ahead.
No tanks. You're next. Or
Okay.
whoever.
I'm only here to like point out the interruptions now. Now I'm just here to critique.
No, don't. That doesn't help, bro. That doesn't help.
All right, I was
So-
going
Thank you.
to do
I just
that.
had one comment. I just had one
Hold
comment
on.
to follow it. Matt's saying that it's an extraordinary claim or it's an impossible ask, but then he's saying it's simple physics at the same time. So that doesn't add up.
Okay, just real quick. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Listen. We are always going to go in circles about these particular arguments because they cannot be falsified. They cannot be produced because of the great scale negation. We have to learn to simply attack the primary claim, the major premise upon which the entire heliocentric model depends. That is the only argument we need to address. So, Matt, I've tried to ask many people this question, and they never seem to be able to answer this. So, in your model, what must absolutely be true about the world in order for your model to work?
Okay, I'll answer that in just a second, but I just want to address what somebody said just a moment ago and said that.
No, that's all drama. Dude.
I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you. I just want to address.
You just want to be dramatic.
Oh, Jesus, no, I don't want to be dramatic. I just want to address what somebody said previously to that, and then I'll answer your question the best I can. So if you give me a second, if you don't mind, okay, I will do that, right? Okay, what I wanted to say was that said that it can't be demonstrated. What I said was I can't demonstrate that. That's what I said. I never said it can't be demonstrated. I said it's simple physics, yes, and it can be demonstrated, but I can't demonstrate it. So, going to your question, can you repeat your question just briefly?
Are you
No. In order, Matt, in order for your model to work, what is the major premise about the world that you believe must be true?
What must be true? I'm not sure I understand your question. Sorry.
Okay, look.
Genuine
You have, we'll call it the heliocentric model.
Right.
We all live on the Earth.
Right. Okay.
All right. You have a primary claim about the Earth. You have a major premise upon which all of the other science about that Earth depends. What is the major premise that you believe must be true about the Earth in order for your science to be true?
Physics 101.
Yeah, I would agree what Skyline's just said there. Yeah, physics, maths.
Okay, hold on. Listen, that's, in my opinion, that's not that's too general of an answer.
Okay, well, to be honest, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really fully understand what your question is trying to get at. To be honest with you, I'm only being genuinely honest with you. I don't fully understand where.
Well, honestly, I just want to chime in here. I'm, the Earth is flat, and there's an upper space, and you can keep going up and up, and we can figure out more things to go higher and higher. I don't know what that has to do with the Earth being a globe.
I don't want to. I don't. No. I'm trying to. That's going to detract from it. I really want to try to.
Let me interrupt a second. Let me interrupt just for a second, if you don't mind. I was literally just talking about rockets and things like that. I'm not very good when it comes to things like the science behind the shape of the Earth and all the rest of it. It's not my argument. It's not something I really want to get into, if you don't mind. Okay, it's really not my thing.
It's no. That's why I'm trying to stay away. That's why I'm trying to stay away from those tertiary issues that you and I possibly can't even address. Okay, so so instead of arguing about how Santa Claus can get into my house when I don't have a chimney, right? That whole tertiary argument about Santa Claus getting into my house, first of all, depends upon a major premise way before that. The major premise is that there actually is a Santa Claus.
Right. Yeah. I see where you're coming from, right?
Okay, great. So the science that we often get distracted by arguing rockets can't fly in space, blah, blah, blah. That actually isn't a primary argument in your worldview. Your worldview begins actually with a basic premise belief about the nature of the world. The world must be this in order for your science to be true. What must be true about your world that you live in? What must be true? Where must you begin?
That is a really good question. Honestly, it really is. And right now, I can't give you an answer. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Be perfectly
Okay, well,
honest
see,
with you.
that's really interesting because I've been trying to refine my question because every time I ask it, it seems to throw you guys for a curveball.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. It does throw a curveball. It's something I need to sort of think about. If I came back to you maybe tomorrow and had a good think about it, I could probably give you an answer rather than a generalised answer. When we said science a little while ago, I'd be genuinely like to if you give me time to think about it.
Well, hey, then if you can remember,
Sure.
DM me here because who knows when we're going to come across each other's path again.
Yeah. Okay. No, honestly, that is a good question. To be honest with you, genuinely good question.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I would say though, on the flat Earth side, maybe that the thing that must be true is that our primary sensory perception would tell us something essential about the world we live in.
Except that we can't trust our senses.
Yeah, but just because you can't always trust your senses doesn't mean you abandon all primary sensory abilities.
Well, nature doesn't lie, men lie.
Which senses are we not trusting now?
Trust your senses, young one.
I mean, I don't know how you guys get away with this all the time. Just because you can't always trust your senses means, oh, your senses are no good. Just doesn't tell you anything about where you live. How do you get away with that?
Howard, listen very carefully. Your entire science is built on observation, man. Your entire science. Listen.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't trust anything. But the thing about it is, when we get into the discussion about motion and we should feel it, we could be moving so slowly that we can't feel it. Right?
Okay, listen. Okay, but listen. Hold on, please. Okay, look. Hold on. I'm sorry, Issa. I'm sorry. Right. So look, Howard. Again, if you want to bring up a particular claim to demonstrate something that we can experience, where we are confused about our relationship to motion, that's one thing. But for you to then extrapolate beyond that and say that's what the Earth is doing when you can't demonstrate that, that is not logical.
I can demonstrate it. You just don't accept it.
You cannot. No. You cannot demonstrate that the Earth is moving in the same way that you can demonstrate that I'm not moving in the truck next to you when you let off. Well, I've got my foot on the brake. You let off your foot. You start moving, and then I freak out because I think I'm moving. You, Howard. Okay, listen to me. You cannot create a scenario where I can experience the Earth doing that.
Why would you freak out if your senses weren't telling you something was going on? I mean, trust your senses, man.
Okay, have you never been sitting in the car at traffic and your foot's on the brake and the person next to you moves and it makes you...
Yes, but I didn't continue as left lane is saying and just like think I'm driving for a half an hour when I wasn't. Like
that's
within
extreme.
A split second.
Travis.
Within a split second, my senses kick in and tell me, "Oh, check this out. See what's going on."
Yeah, momentary lapse of reason.
Yeah,
doesn't equate.
I don't continue sitting in the middle of the street while cars are going by me. Like I must be driving right now. Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's getting us in. So Howard, do you see that you can only suggest that the Earth is doing that? You can't demonstrate it.
Well, we have to put other observations in with it and see what if those things are congruent.
But those are all
practical explanations.
But those are all also observations that depend upon our senses.
Well, it's like I use the stars. If you stand in your backyard at night and watch the stars literally move across the sky, are those stars moving so rapidly that you would think you would feel it if it was you moving?
Hey, yo, you know what, though? That is Cyrus made the greatest point. If you were sitting pulled over next to a highway and all the cars were going by you,
it's not a good point.
You think that you're going back?
I wasn't Cyrus.
Would you think that you're going backwards? Would you think I must be going backwards because all those cars are going by me that way? right? I mean, it's brilliant, Cyrus. Holy shit.
Yeah, Cyrus,
Was it
good job.
Cyrus? I didn't hear
No, it
Cyrus.
wasn't.
It was
He's much
actually,
smarter than that.
yeah, we got a heavy hitter in here though, Cyrus. I wish he would speak up because welcome to the show. Good to see you in here, bro.
Fuck yeah, dude,
Again,
that
these
thermosphere is a great point. Oh yeah, whatever.
yeah,
Bernie's go on, brother.
no, that's all right. Again, these discussions of our senses fooling us again is a tertiary argument. It's not the primary claim. We're ignoring the primary claim upon which Howard's worldview depends.
Well, no, Howard's rational. He just happens to accept the mainstream narrative and likes to challenge flat earthers on that narrative, right, Howard?
Well, I don't know. I don't just accept the mainstream narrative.
Fair enough. Forgive me for painting you that way.
Yeah,
I don't think you're
yeah.
that kind of guy.
And I'm
Well,
not saying that Howard's not rational.
I agree with Travis, but also at the same time, no, I can't allow people to say that we can't trust our senses. That's not true, because every time you say you can't trust your senses, it's typically just one sensed examples that you use. No, when you have an experience with two or more senses, things make sense. Give me an example where you have an experience with something using two or more senses and you were fooled.
Yeah, that's a really good. You've made this point before, Elijah. I think that is an excellent response to this argument.
But there also is a primary claim, obviously. If we live on a ball, it's got to be ballular. There you go.
Ballular. That's a good one.
And the stars rotating as with this time elapse camera, when you shoot those stars rotating, and you see those perfect concentric circles, like the stuff I just posted in the live stream. It's an old argument, but it's a good one because it's not comparative. You can say that it's either us churning or the stars churning, but it's not just us churning in one consistent motion. We got the orbit around the sun. We got the sun pulling us at 500,000 miles per hour over an 8-hour period. You're going to have a lot of different vectors in a lot of different directions over thousands and thousands of miles, which would not produce the same result no matter how you calculate it. You can use your vector mass to make it make sense mathematically in your head, but it really is not an equatable challenge there. If you have that camera, if you bump it just a little bit in that 8-hour period, you're going to notice your camera fucked up during the shoot. You can't say, oh, we can go thousands and thousands of miles in different directions and it's just the same thing as the stars turning. It's not the same.
Yeah, I didn't hear Left Lane's other examples of not trusting our senses. But
No, that would have been one that I used, the one that Travis talked about in sitting in traffic and the truck next to you rolling and you think you're the one rolling. You actually feel it. You actually feel like you're rolling when you see that truck rolling, even though you're not. And that's just an instance of your senses being fooled.
Like
right, but that's all you
or
got.
something.
That's as good as you got. Just because you can go on a plane that's like not you can't feel the exact speed of the plane. You use those small little examples, and then that must be our whole reality that we can't sense. It's
now,
really
going
a jump. It's a
going
leap of
in
faith.
the plane. Yeah, going in the plane is a whole nother example that most people don't experience. When you go into clouds, flying an airplane, if you can't fly by your instruments, you'll crash because your senses get all fucked up.
Anyway, so yeah, you take those small little examples where this does seem to be the case for a minute, or for the time period in one linear direction. It seems to be that you can't sense the whole motion. But then to say, again, to jump like thousands of miles in different directions and all that is just the same as that is really crazy, once you realize that that's not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could say Left Lane. You could say, well, like when you're in your car, you don't feel going in a straight line. You don't feel like you're moving, and that's kind of like the Earth. Or we could just say, well, you're just not moving, right? And all you're describing is not as the feeling
Would
of
you
not
feel if you're
moving.
upside down or sideways? Would you feel that?
I didn't hear you.
If you were upside down or sideways, would you feel that?
Sure you would. Unless you were in an airplane in the clouds. In an airplane in the clouds, you could be upside
In
down
an
and not
airplane in
know
the
it.
clouds, if you're upside down, you wouldn't know. You say.
No, if in an airplane you can be upside down and you won't know it.
So I tell you,
Really?
I've seen Daffy Duck do it. So
Oh, wait. Howard, are you telling me that you don't think that you would feel the pressure against your seatbelt as your body?
Really?
No, you get all screwed. That's called spatial disorientation when you fly into clouds. And pilots, it's the number one killer of pilots, actually.
You would
Flying
be
into
walking on the
instrument
ceiling of the airplane. Come on.
conditions and
So-
not being instrument rated. You lose orientation and you'll fly the plane upside down, straight down into the ground.
Okay, so there's no quote unquote gravity at all on the plane. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you got many other forces acting on you, and your senses get completely fucked up.
But you would know if you're upside down or sideways.
No, well, if you were flying upside down and flying, of course you would feel that. But you can't sense whether you're flying straight and level, and you end up in what they call the death spiral, and you end up flying into the ground.
Okay,
well,
that's
like I
different
said,
than flying upside down without noticing it.
It's a well-known phenomenon.
It's a very easy thing to do, boys. In Call of Duty, like you know it's gonna happen, and you still can't jump out fast enough before you die. It's like
how
so hard
long of a turn of
flying
that plane do you
upright.
think it is? You think it? I mean, like over how much time do you think it takes to fly through clouds? Like hours, and it's such a slow turn until you're upside down.
No, it's usually like 90 seconds before spatial disorientation sets in.
And you can't tell in 90 seconds whether you're upside down or not.
No, you'll be in a descending turn and you won't know it, and you're actually flying into the ground.
Yeah, if you're
Well, the
if you're
ground,
it's different than being upside down, Howard.
Yeah,
You
the
can't see
descending.
because you don't realize how high you are or what direction your plane is aimed. Doesn't mean you could be flipping in circles and not notice it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
you'll
that's
know
I
something's
definitely
wrong when you
understand the
start the
nosedive.
spin. You know you're fucked up. You just won't know how to get out of it because you don't know where you're at.
All right, that's non sequitur, really.
It is. That's what I thought you were saying, that you were flying straight horizontally through a cloud, and then maybe over, I don't know, like 30 minutes, banking left into the point where you're upside down, and then you popped out of it 45 minutes later, not even knowing that you're upside down, and then started to pull up and went down. Something.
No, the statistics are 90 seconds that you'll be spatially disoriented when you fly into a cloud. Of course, you've got your instruments, and you've got to be instrument rated, but if you're not instrument rated, even instrument rated pilots have trouble with it. They have the autopilot, which they can push a button and the plane will just fly straight and level. But without that, you'll crash.
Yeah,
It's
I can
like
see that. Just nosediving
yeah.
and not knowing which way's up, down, left, right, because there's nothing to reference. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't see how. I do understand the non sequitur claim though as well, but yeah, I can see how that could happen in real life for sure.
Sure,
Maybe if
but that doesn't
maybe
mean
there's
that we can be
mountains
on
that reach
Earth.
the clouds.
Go ahead.
I'm saying maybe if there's mountains that reach the clouds, otherwise you're just gonna come below the clouds and see the land, and you can adjust.
Yeah, usually they don't have time to adjust.
Yeah, it's still not. I mean, it's still not comparable, but yeah, it's a dangerous thing, and people should be careful flying. Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with the Earth moving?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just an example of your senses not being, your senses killing you. Kind of.
Sure. Right.
It's the airplane. I'm pretty sure killing you. I mean, you close your eyes and fly an airplane and you die. And I don't blame my senses. I mean,
no time to adjust for 2,000 feet.
Yeah, 2,000 feet. You could pull out of that, maybe. Yeah, 2,000 feet. But usually you just don't fly into the clouds.
How low do clouds go?
Well, clouds go to the ground when you've got fog.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, clouds are
I
definitely
don't know
different
why
heights.
the hell you'd be doing anything dangerous in fog.
Yeah,
You'll
yeah,
never
that
move
is
a
a good
cloud
point.
horizontally.
That's a good
You'll never
point.
hit a cloud horizontally ever.
You're not supposed to be flying in clouds if you're not instrument rated. That's a good point. But pilots do it all the time.
Let's do not go straight and hit the clouds 10 foot off the ground and leave the ground. That's how they see the edge of the curve and then pull up and hit the cloud.
Your mic's messed up, whoever's talking.
Yeah, that was real bad, Mike. But yeah, I mean that's one of the first things I would do is if I had I'd fly up to these clouds and debunk the whole idea that clouds are made of water, because if you can't drink the cloud, then it's obviously not made of water.
Where's the sphere of clouds in front of you that keeps going around and down like an arc? Where's that? Horizontal.
Your mic's just as bad, bud.
That's fair enough, though,
Wall of
Tanks. But
clouds.
what is it? What is it made of, though? What clouds made of?
If they're not made of water, I don't know.
You don't know what they're made of. Okay, all right.
Are they made of water?
Yeah, it's water vapor. The water particles, fine water particles, is what they are. But I mean, if you can't offer anything else, then what other explanation is there?
Yeah, Tank.
So then,
When you fly through the clouds, the windshield gets all wet.
Yeah, it can do. Yeah.
When's the last time you drank ice cubes, Tank?
It melted in my cup earlier.
Yeah, but it's not an ice cube if it melts.
Guess it's just like, you're walking in a humid, dewy morning, and you're like, damn, I'm sweating. Not really. You just got wet by outside, really.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when we start going up to clouds and just kind of like putting a hose to them and then feeding our crops, and then those poor starving, thirsting to death people, and we just start giving hey, drink this cloud. I mean, I'll buy in. Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about?
Rain. It's really something odd. I'm surprised you never heard of it.
I mean, just they correlate. Yeah, they correlate. I mean, is that
called
causation?
rain.
Maybe.
Yeah, causation.
Rain.
Yeah, rain falls out of clouds.
Does it? All right.
Oh, yeah.
I have seen clouds.
So?
Yeah, I have seen clouds. No, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
Seen rain?
I've
Come on,
seen
guys.
clouds.
There's this guy in the US who has this massive tank
you haven't seen
with
rain, then Jordan.
I've seen rain.
I've seen videos of.
I've never once seen rain coming out of a cloud.
I have. That's what I'm saying. I've seen the clouds where you can view the from high altitude. You can view no rain above, no rain on the left, no rain on the right, and you can see rain coming right out of the cloud. But
you can actually see
cloud
the
rain?
rain droplets coming out of the cloud.
Are you saying that when it rains, there's no clouds in the sky? Is that what you're saying?
No, of course not. But it is interesting.
Somebody just did
I don't
say
I don't have any video. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
I heard somebody say. You're claiming that rain comes out of clouds. If it doesn't come out of clouds, then where does it come from?
Well, yeah, but you can't say that he said something he didn't say, because he's not saying what you're saying. Anyway,
okay. Well, my question to that then is: if the rain doesn't come out of clouds, then where does it come from?
We heard the question, fam. Relax. We heard it.
I'm
Somebody
perfectly
will
relaxed.
answer it.
I'm completely relaxed. I'm completely relaxed. But thanks for letting me know.
Then stop talking. Unless you have a different question. Are you done?
Are you done?
Oh. No, I'm waiting on you so I can fucking talk this percentage. Yeah, like I only see shit like that in the movies where it's like storming and then the pilot flies over the clouds and then it's like a beautiful sunny day. I would like to see that with some kind of drone or some kind of like real people doing that. Private fly. Like, what would it take for what? Can regular people not do that? Like, can that not be? Because it's not on YouTube. So I just want to see it, man. That'd be cool.
I've had large thunderstorms, large like kind of hurricane type thunderstorms,
I
like
present
rain,
that,
and then for a few minutes, then you see the clouds disperse. Right? It's like, I mean, they're not taking. It's done raining. Then the clouds are still there. Then they just look like they're running off left and right in all directions, and then it's the sun. But there's no rain for that 20, 30 minutes while the clouds are still present. And then there's also a lot of recorded history wherever there's large battles and sound and vibration clashing of tanks and guns, that it will rain. It'll clouds will form and then rain will come. I don't know if that's where the rain comes from.
So we're debating whether rain comes from clouds or not.
No, it's like a thought exercise. Like the chain of custody isn't there. You've never once seen raindrops coming out of a cloud, like actually seen that.
Yes, I actually have.
Well, when it's
normally
Show me a video. Show me a video of raindrops coming.
That's not what you. That's not what we asked. You said you haven't seen it. I have seen it. I didn't claim I had a video. All right.
Okay, so you can't substantiate your claim then.
Well, I could probably
normally
could find
normally when it rains, it's cloudy outside. I mean,
absolutely. No,
exactly.
They're definitely correlated. No one's doubting that, right?
Oh, okay.
But it's just like.
So what's your point? So what's your point?
Seen rain come out.
So let's have an alternative. If shut the fuck up. So if rain doesn't come from clouds, then where does it come from?
Did I say it doesn't come from clouds?
Well,
that was your question.
No,
you did say somebody said earlier on. You never seen.
You're reading into something I didn't say.
Tanks, why don't you shut the fuck up, you twat?
Why don't you stop stuttering?
Who cares if I stutter? Maybe I've got a speech problem. Dude, maybe I've got a speech problem, so why don't you shut the fuck up, right, and let me fucking talk? Who cares if I'm stuttering, you fucking prick? Shut the fuck up.
Because you stutter to interrupt. I know.
Can somebody mute this prick?
Matt, just chill. Carries on.
Well, shut the fuck up, then. Maybe I've got a speech impediment.
Don't react, Matt.
You don't
fucking.
You got a speech impediment?
Maybe I have.
If you guys keep on reacting to each other, I'm muting you both.
Come on, guys.
Oh, fuck this. We're fucking pricks in here. Fuck off.
Stop reacting, man. Wow, he left.
No, I mean, listen. That's like his fourth chance, man. He'll stutter, interrupt you. It's not cool. I mean, I don't think it's. I know he doesn't have a speech impediment. He's just stutter, interrupt you. Fucked up.
Stutter up.
Stutter up to me. Everybody asks him to chill. Like, just chill and wait and say.
No, but like, don't highlight that people stutter. It's not cool.
My check.
You asshole, Jay.
You guys making fun of my speech impediment?
Come on, man.
Is it a speech impediment, though? What if it is? Is it? I'm not telling. All right.
I mean, we have clouds in the sky all the time, right? And most of the time they're not raining. So there has to be something that happens that causes the rain to come out, right? Whether it's loud sound or vibrations or heat or whatever. There's got to be something, right? And whether
there's
that
an absolute
happens,
correlation, yeah.
Yeah. And whether
some
that
clouds
happens
even have
and
names.
causes the rain to physically come out of the cloud or not, I don't know. I don't doubt it.
You see the video I just
But I've never
posted
seen that
on it?
actually videotaped. It's possible.
Yeah,
whatever
like I
happens
said,
causes it to get heavier, and then like below the cloud causes it to fall. I don't know.
Are you questioning? Are you questioning the validity of how rain works on the globe model? How it supposedly goes back to the sky from the ground, and then after it's in the sky, it gets into a charge, and then it rains. Are you questioning that entire system?
Not really. The whole point is that we need to be skeptical of everything, right? Like the chain of custody of information. We can't take things for granted. I mean, this one's probably a safe assumption.
I've seen clouds,
but
I've seen clouds rain when there's no rain to the left, right, and I've seen rain come from clouds. Yeah. It looks like they're coming right here.
Droplets physically coming out of a cloud, like you were that zoomed in.
You can wave. It's like you can wave your hand above it, and it'll be no rain. You can wave your hand on the left and right, no rain. And I've seen.
Yeah. Did you see the video I just posted?
No, I haven't seen it.
Please watch it.
Just give the highlights, man. Just give the highlights of the video.
What happens?
Watch it. Why do you want me to tell you what? Why did I post a video then if I could tell you what happened?
I imagine there's going to be rain between a cloud and the ground.
Yeah, there you go.
How do you
have you ever seen rain without clouds?
The cloud, though.
No.
Have you ever seen rain without clouds? Because I have. How would you explain it?
No, you have not seen rain without clouds.
Wow, that's incredible. Nobody ever seen rain without clouds here?
Nope.
Nope,
Apparently,
I
Sun
haven't.
shower kind of thing. Like they call it a sun
So
shower.
why don't
that
you watch
thing?
the video?
Yeah, sun
Well,
shower.
that just
You
means it's
idiot.
raining when the sun's out. There's a cloud
You
overhead.
Paid. The video is not gonna disqualify something that I have physically seen. You idiot.
No,
There'll be no point.
No need.
There were no clouds in the
Jay.
sky. There were no clouds in the sky when you were feel rain. See what happens if you're standing under a sprinkler.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. So me and percentage. Has anybody else seen rain without clouds?
Never.
Yeah, I've actually been rained on, and right above me there's a clear sky.
Yeah, but is there clouds in the sky?
No.
Probably somewhere else, but not above me.
Actually,
not visible. Not visible.
Well, high clouds. Yeah, high clouds. You know, they could move on past you, and the rain gets to you after the cloud goes over. Takes it a minute to get to
Still
the
be in the
ground.
sky. Just
Yeah.
because you're in sunshine doesn't mean that the clouds aren't overhead.
Does rain ever happen when there aren't visible clouds? Like
No.
when it's so diffuse that it's not visible from the ground?
Yes, at nighttime.
Yeah. So do you need these like high pressure, low pressure buildup?
Not flat clouds.
I like that one. Does it ever rain when the sun's not in the sky? Yes.
So what ultimately you question the ability of clouds percentage? Is that the whole thing?
It definitely can rain without clouds. There's a name for it. It's called Syrian in meteorology. It's rain falling from a cloudless sky. I just posted a Wikipedia on it, but I have seen it myself. It's definitely a known thing. I'm surprised that Skypush doesn't know that, but
Of course, he doesn't know it. He doesn't know anything that goes against the mainstream rhetoric. And even if he suspects it or heard it before, he can't regurgitate it. They'll probably take a cut off his check or something.
So what do you think, Paid? You're going to reverse your position, or I mean, not that you have to, but
In the Spanish community, they call it the bruja se está casando, which means a witch is getting married. Is when it rains without clouds. That's the supposedly significant of it, or the mythology of it in Spanish culture.
Cool. That's cool.
He is sky push. He should be an expert on all things like pushing around in the sky. I mean, like.
No, I mean, of course, he has to be the expert in absolutely everything. I guarantee you right now he's Googling, but he's probably Googling something to debunk what we're saying, just to say that he was right and we was wrong.
Well, I mean,
we're not right or wrong though.
Yeah, do it.
If you're saying it,
where does
Matrix,
rain come from?
Matrix, if you're saying it's probably wrong. Yes, I would say that this CERN is quite rare, and in most of the time, if not like 95, 99.9 or whatever, rain comes out of clouds. But okay.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
notice, hold on. Notice what's going on now. Yeah, notice what's going on now. Now, earlier he was rigid. No, it doesn't happen, right? Now that Geo, a third person has said, "Oh yeah, I've seen it's very common," right? Now he's changed his position. Now it's a might be. It just happens on rare occasion, on extreme occasions now, right?
Science.
Watch ultimately he will agree with us, but because he's forced to. Watch at the end of this conversation, he's gonna end up agreeing with us.
That's called science.
God damn.
Well, maybe not anymore since you said that.
That's called science because when you're pointing out that something occurs you didn't know